Oh my gosh. Let's get some, Ow! Mother... Fuck! That hurt, son of a bitch. Ah! We'll make it colorful. It can be a colorful live where you can barely see me because the light keeps fading in and out. Hey-yo! Welcome to the Ethan Lawless Show, where we discuss politics and religion. We discuss uncomfortable topics and try to understand things better. I hope that people will look at this up here and say, you know what? I have evidence for God, and jump into the guest request and have a conversation. No, the Bible is not evidence of God. The Bible is the claim that a God exists, not the evidence of the claim. Any God. I do not believe that any gods exist, so there would need to be evidence for any given God. The fact that you are a living soul is proof. No, it is not. You cannot prove a soul exists, for starters, and life has nothing to do with whether or not a God exists. Good evening. How's it going, Skullgirl? Who cares what you believe? Why would your belief make any difference? I don't care if you don't care. You don't have to be in my live. You can scroll and, go someplace else on TikTok. You don't have to be here. Why would I like the smell of sulfur? I don't, if you think that because I don't believe in your God, I'm going to hell, well, then, you're not a very convincing person. Threatening people with eternal damnation is not a way to convince them that your God is real. I welcome it, Taurus. Bring it on. We need to petition the Lord with prayer. Yeah, go ahead and do that and tell me how it works out for you. Hail Satan. Prove to me you're not a trans man. I can't do that. I guess. My birth certificate says male, I guess. I don't believe that hell exists. It's the scientific fact that you can't get something from nothing. It's ironic to me that you're willing to use science to benefit your argument until science disagrees with your argument, and then you deny science. First off, no scientist has ever said everything came from nothing. That is a Christian belief, not a scientific consensus. I don't know where you guys keep getting that shit. I exist, therefore God exists? No, that's not true. It's not a fact. It's not a fact. Where are you getting that? Name a scientist that said everything came from nothing. Like, name a scientist that has actually seriously postulated that concept. It's a scientific fact that you can't get something from nothing. Good. If it's a scientific fact that you can't get something from nothing, then a God can't exist. Because a God can't come from nothing, and a God can't create everything from nothing. So, you're right. Science disproves God. Hooray! You have to have 1,000 followers if you want to go live. These are TikTok's rules, not mine. You've got to have 1,000 followers, and you got to send in a guest request. Right, you cannot prove a God and you cannot disprove a God. So what should you do logically? Withhold your belief until you have evidence one way or the other. Not just assume that a God is real. Okay, the light's pissing me off. Keep blinking in and out on my live. Creation is not proof of a creator. That is absolutely not true. I am not assuming there is no creator. I'm saying there's no evidence of a creator. That's not the same thing. No, Albert Einstein did not say that. You are misunderstanding and misquoting Albert Einstein. And even if Albert Einstein believed in God, that doesn't validate the fucking claim. I mean, who was it that discovered gravity? Isaac Newton believed in numerology and fucking alchemy. That doesn't mean it's true. Irreducible complexity is a shit argument. We have guest requests, so let's get into it. Thank you, Will. Appreciate you, brother. Good to see you on here, too. All right, we're having connection issues, apparently. Mose. I am an.
What up?
How's it going?
Yo, so what evidence do we have that God doesn't exist?
What evidence do you have that Thor doesn't exist?
What? No, what evidence do you have that God doesn't exist?
And my counter argument to that is, what evidence do you have that Thor doesn't exist?
Well, answer the question.
There isn't
Answer the
any,
question.
because you can't disprove it. You can't prove a negative. Prove to me that leprechauns
Okay, so
don't
then why
exist.
doesn't God exist?
Because there's no evidence.
Do you need evidence?
Yes.
No, you
I'm
don't.
not just going to believe something because somebody told me to.
You don't need somebody to tell you. I don't even really believe in God, so I'm just asking you questions.
Everybody is born an atheist. You are taught religion. Nobody is born coming out of the womb thinking Jesus Christ loves me. That's something they're taught as children, typically, which involves a lot of emotional manipulation and fear mongering.
That's not true at all.
It is true.
Did you have a bad religious experience or something?
No,
and now you're rubbing it off on TikTok Live?
They teach children hellfire.
It sounds like you.
Absolutely teach that shit to children.
You're literally wearing an upside down cross beanie. I think you had a rough childhood.
No, the upside down cross is actually.
Did mommy take you to Bible camp one too many times, or what happened?
So did you come on here to have a conversation or just being asked?
What?
Did you come on here to have a conversation?
You don't have any reasons, though.
Or just be an ass?
But I'm just being like you.
Do you know where the upside down cross even comes from?
Nope, no idea, actually.
Yeah, it's not satanic. It's
probably
Christian.
A cross and then they flipped it upside down.
The upside down cross is Christian. It's a Christian.
I wasn't implying you were satanic.
Then why were you?
Did I ever say that you were satanic?
Bad? Why were you saying the upside down cross was bad and it was indicative?
I never said it was bad, and I never said anything like that.
You did. You implied that I had a bad childhood because I have an upside down cross on my head.
You're literally wearing an upside. No, I said you're literally wearing an upside down cross. Did mommy take you to Bible camp one too many times?
Right. That's not indicative of a negative?
No, not at all. You took it as that.
Oh, Jesus, you're not even being honest, man. What the fuck does my hat have
Are
to do with
tattoos a
anything?
negative? Or do people just
No,
take it as that?
tattoos are not a negative.
Well, then why do people take it as the negative?
Because they're puritists and authoritarian dictator-minded individuals
Let me ask you
who
one more
think
time. What
everybody should look
proof do
like
you
them.
have that God doesn't exist?
What
So do you
evidence do
believe in
you
the
have
Big
that
Bang Theory?
Thor doesn't exist? What evidence do you have that leprechauns don't exist? I'm not going to repeat
You're
myself in
just
this
dodging the
conversation.
question, dog. You're
You're
just
not
dodging the
listening. I
question.
answered your
You're just
question. You
dodging the
cannot
question, bro.
prove. You cannot
No,
prove
you
a
haven't.
negative. You cannot prove a negative. You cannot prove a fucking negative. How
So
many
how do you
times can
prove
you
the Big
say
Bang
it?
Theory?
Evidence of the Big Bang is
Well, you
found
can
in
say
the
it as many times, but you still haven't answered the question.
evidence of the Big Bang is the constant expansion of the universe and the microwave radiation background.
Okay, how do you know God didn't make that?
Prove that a God did.
I don't believe in God, so I'm just asking you, why do you think that God doesn't
You're
exist?
you're
There's no
literally
reason
in
to think
here.
that a God
You're
doesn't
in
exist.
here for the sole purpose of arguing, not for the purpose of having an intellectual conversation. You're being disingenuous.
I don't think you're intellectual enough to have an intellectual conversation.
You haven't asked a legit question.
I've asked you multiple legit questions. I actually asked you one
No,
legit question. You still haven't answered it.
no, I answered that question. You cannot prove a
Yeah.
negative.
So
In
why
the
do you
same
not
way,
believe that
in the
God
same
exists
way
or
you
can
can,
exist?
in the same way you can't prove that leprechauns don't exist, you can't prove that a God doesn't exist.
Bro, I do got proof actually. I in third grade, my whole classroom was flipped upside down. So sounds
Liar.
like some mischievous leprechaun stuff to me.
Yeah, you're
Nah, dude, that
done.
happened.
I'm not
Kindergarten,
wasting
bro.
time on you.
There was
Goodbye.
there was magical green dust all over the ground.
Uh-huh. I think you may have been dropped on your head too many times as a child. I am accepting guest requests if people want to, get in the box and have a conversation. So until then, I can just read comments, I guess. All right. No, we're not doing Mosey again. He can go away. Cassandra. Hey,
Hey, how are you doing?
pretty good. Yourself?
I think the way he was explaining that was completely ludicrous.
Yeah, he was just being argumentative. There was no purpose to his entire thing. He just wanted to start shit.
I know, evolution is proof enough. There's your proof.
Well, proof that a God doesn't exist?
Yes.
I don't think that evolution disproves a God. I think evolution proves how life evolved on Earth. But I mean, even if a Christian tomorrow was to discover something that completely flipped evolution over on top of its head, it still wouldn't prove that a God exists. It would just disprove evolution. But evolution is unrelated to the God question entirely.
Yeah, I agree.
To me, the most striking evidence against the existence of God is the fact that humans are on the precipice of creating life from non-life in a lab. So that would mean that a God is not necessary for the creation of life, that humans can create life with
Yes, that
mundane
too. I agree. And
mundane
evolution
elements
proves
and
that.
mundane conditions.
Right. It's just absurd that people look up to this imaginary thing and devote their lives to it and die for
Oh, they
it.
don't devote their lives to it. They absolutely do not. Like, there are some that do, and very, very few. The vast majority of them do not devote their lives to the teaching of Jesus, to what even the moral precepts that Jesus spoke about in the Bible. Most Christians avoid them like the plague.
Well,
You know,
yeah,
they
they use
don't.
it for their benefit only.
Yeah, they use it for their personal benefit. They use it to impose their will upon other people, but they don't follow what Jesus told them to do. I mean, you're going to
Exactly.
notice in the comment section, one of these Christians is going to say, "I'm praying for you." And what they fail to realize is that in Ephesians 6, Jesus said, do not pray in public like the hypocrites. Pray privately in your room.
Well, everything in the
And
Bible is contradictory anyway.
yeah, exactly. It is. But I mean, Jesus said, care for the least amongst you. Jesus said, honor your immigrants. Jesus said a lot of socialistic concepts and ideas that Christians don't follow through on at all.
Like, love thy neighbor. I've yet to see one that does that.
Yeah, they don't. And they don't respect people. They don't respect people at all. They're very disrespectful to other people. The Christian that's got to get up with a bullhorn and scream at people in public about they're all damned, they're all going to hell because they're all sinners, and like they're not respecting other people's privacy, they're not respecting other people's space, they're not respecting other people's beliefs, they're not respecting other people to their religion.
Or even
Christians
their own
are,
bodies.
yeah, Christians are they're not they don't follow through on their beliefs at all.
They really don't. They just use it for their benefit and use this as an excuse to act horrible to people.
Yep. That's about it.
And they're so close-minded, like they're unwilling to change or learn anything new. It's like, just have faith, don't question it. I mean, it just keeps them dumb.
Yep. Well, thanks for coming on and showing your support. I appreciate you.
You're welcome.
You have a good day.
It's nice to see more like you.
I'm trying. All right, let's get into another guest request. Oh, Q. This is might be interesting. Q. Hey,
Yo, what's going on?
how's it going, my guy?
Pretty good. So, and I just want to start off by saying I do want to have a conversation. I joined somebody else's live yesterday, and they were just extremely rude, and they wouldn't let me get my point across without like interrupting. So I won't interrupt you if you won't interrupt me.
I will make the promise that if you stick to a single point, I will not interrupt, and I'll let you. I'll try to let you get everything out. But if you go into multiple points, I'm going to stop you, and we're going to focus on one point. And if I need to clarify something, I'm going to ask a question.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Okay.
So I wouldn't say that I believe this, but it's starting, the more I do like research into this, the more I'm swaying myself. But I would say that there isn't just one God, but there is many gods, and you can sort of piece together things by looking at the earliest recorded human history on this planet, like the people, like the ancient Sumerians and people who lived in Mesopotamia. The first drawings and writings that they had were about these gods that they worshipped. And it seems very strange to me that a lot of the gods that they first, it's very similar to like the Egyptian gods, like the gods of the rivers, the gods of the suns, the gods of stuff like that. How it's very similar to like the Egyptian gods and the Roman gods, and how a lot of these creation stories are the same. And it just seems strange to me that like some of the first writings that we have would be like made up stories, be lies.
Yep. People who didn't have a language and didn't understand language. I mean, the people who invented language, not everybody in that society could understand that language. I mean, you're talking about an early version of mankind when we first started creating civilizations. We were ignorant. We didn't know anything about the nature of reality at all. Like they thought the earth was 1,500 square miles and that was it. And so, at some point, you're talking about Zoroastrianism was one of the very first faiths that we know about from early Mesopotamia. And Largely, I don't know that there were too many gods involved with Zoroastrianism. It was more of a philosophy between good and evil. Um, but eventually, gods did become the explanation for natural forces: thunder, lightning, storms,
Yep.
uh, earthquakes, volcanoes, etc., disease, famine, that kind of stuff. We didn't understand the germ theory. We didn't understand tectonic plate movements. We didn't understand um, uh, how the atmosphere worked and what caused storms to happen, what caused um, droughts and everything else. We didn't understand the natural forces that ruled these things. And so they would call it gods, or a god of this, a god of that, whatever, or the gods are angry and they're punishing us. When we started to learn more about the nature of reality, these claims got pushed out of the way. We know that storms are not punishment from a god. They're just a natural thing that occur inside of or on a planet with an atmosphere. Um, and we see it on more than one planet. We see storms on Jupiter and the such. So we know that the claims made by these early people are not true claims. And therefore, we can safely assume that the claims they make about gods aren't true either.
Well, I would say that the claims that thunder is caused by a god, that could be disproven, but the belief that a god somewhere is the one behind it can't be disproven, I guess, technically. Like,
Right.
I mean,
So if a subject matter cannot be proven and a subject matter cannot be disproven, then the logically consistent answer to this is to withhold belief until
right,
you have evidence one way or the other.
right. And like you said, over time, different things. But you don't find it
Which is what
strange that,
what an atheist is. An atheist is somebody that is withholding belief. They're
right,
neutral. That's their position. An anti-theist is anti-religion, anti-God. A theist is pro-God. An atheist is somebody who is just in the center. They're in the middle. They don't have a reason to believe or disbelieve until evidence is brought forth.
right. But so you don't find it strange that, for example, pyramids of Giza, that there are hieroglyphics written in of things coming down from the clouds, chariots of celestial beings that we can't necessarily describe what they are, but it's definitely nothing that we have, or at least something that looks very advanced for the time. And that's on
If you're
monuments
talking
that
about
they spent.
if you're talking about
Well,
that ancient alien stuff, no.
no, I'm
I'm
just
not
saying that that
I don't
stuff.
buy it.
So that would be like us writing fake stories on Mount Rushmore, going in and carving fake stuff on that. We would be
Not
we built a
necessarily the
huge
same
building
thing.
like the
We
Burj Khalifa, and we would go to it and like
not
disface
necessarily
it.
not necessarily the same thing. Our mediums for uh, information is greater than the mediums they had at the time. They had to write on stone tablets. They didn't
Right.
have paper. And so it's not this. That's a false equivalency. It's not the same thing. And we do create stories. We create false stories all the time. We create movies. We create comic books. Imagine if an alien race found humanity long after it had gone extinct, and a Spider-Man comic um, was preserved. Would they automatically assume that Spider-Man was real?
No, but again, you're talking about, we have several outlets and several forms of portraying our messages, whether it be shows. They didn't, like, they had to.
Right.
It was
They
very rare
had
that they would write and carve messages. So you're saying that, like,
and they lacked concept. They were not educated enough to understand the nature of reality. They lacked conceptualism.
but
So
you're telling me
everything
if
that
they
they talk
see,
about is a dream or a metaphor,
right,
or it's never a literal physical thing.
Right, but when there are stories of like they look up in the sky and they see pyramids in the skies, or they see some sort of burning angelic thing coming down from the sky, and they do the only thing that they can do,
And
and
how
that
do we
is
know that? How do we know that wasn't a fever dream or a drug-induced something or other? Maybe they ate something that was bad.
because multiple people saw it. I mean, I can't disprove that. I could say the same thing about the Bible.
I
So,
also can't take it seriously. I'm not going
well,
to hinge my life decisions on what an ancient person may or may
no,
not have saw.
no, it's not about life decisions. It's just about um I don't know, with Christianity, like you were talking about with the last guest, like there are people that completely devote their lives to this stuff. Like I know not a lot of people do, but there are complete. But opening your mind to the idea of like panspermia and the idea that like aliens are out there and maybe there
I
is some
believe
sort of
aliens
greater
are out
zoo
there, but I have no
hypothesis.
reason. I believe that aliens exist. I just don't believe they've ever visited Earth.
So
The
what do you think about all of that new stuff that came out in the past couple of years about the
They
U.S.
haven't.
Navy?
They haven't proven anything.
Right. Well,
They
they
have a
haven't
bunch of.
proven
They have a
anything,
bunch
yeah,
of.
but
They have a bunch of shady fucking video and shady fucking photos. It's like looking at Sasquatch or the Loch Ness monster. None of that is
right,
evidence.
except
And by the way,
one.
I
Right.
would like to reiterate the point that UFO means unidentified flying
Right.
object, not alien object.
You're right. You're right. But one, when you're comparing Sasquatch, one is video shakily taken by Uncle Roger in the middle of the woods, and the other is U.S. Navy footage being released of like five-star pilots going, I don't know what this thing is. It dove into the water, and
Yeah,
I've been told that I'm not allowed to release this video until
that's
now when there's like a huge court case.
that's
So like,
fine, but that still doesn't prove aliens.
you're right, it doesn't prove aliens, but it proves that there's some creepy shit out there that we
Oh,
clearly.
absolutely. There's definitely some creepy shit. We know there's creepy shit, but I don't have. I'm not gonna pass judgment on it. I'm not gonna say there's absolutely this or absolutely that without evidence.
So you
That's
would say that
intellectually
at least,
dishonest. If we
yeah,
if we ran our society based entirely on assumptions, where would we be?
well, 100%. And I would say that I would easily be a Christian if there was a single shred of evidence, but there's not. But
Right.
I would say that there's a lot of at least stuff to make you go, yeah, there's a good chance we're being watched. There's a good chance that aliens are out there. Like you just said, you believe in aliens.
I'm trying. Like again, you've got to be able to wrap your mind around the kind of technology that would be required to traverse the mass distance that is the universe. I mean, just our local fucking star system, or just our local planetary system, is huge.
But that is your human,
Hold on,
like hurt version
hold
of
on.
this.
Let me finish with it. And if I have to imagine that there's an alien species that has that capability, they're not going to let you see them ever. You
Again,
aren't
that's
going to
your
know they're
opinion.
there. If they have that kind of technology that they can traverse the like mass distance in the universe, then you'd have to imagine they're technologically advanced enough to hide from a lesser advanced species.
Now, see, I wouldn't agree with that because that's your view on it. I mean, when we observe ants in ant farms, we don't give a shit if they look up and see us because they don't understand us. Did you ever read that thing about the UFO that fighter squad of pilots observed and they got the clearance to shoot it down because they thought it was some sort of Chinese air probe, and they tried to
That
shoot and their
ship in
weapons
Canada,
didn't fire. Their weapons didn't fire, and it was completely passed over as, oh, it must have been a malfunction. But then you see the interviews of these pilots and they're like, nah, that's never happened. I'm sorry, there's no way six planes can't fire their weapons at the same time. So at a certain point it's like maybe they just don't care if they. And there has been not
I think.
evidence, I'm not going to use the
What
word evidence, but I will say that there's been especially in the newer age, people got cell phones
until
and they can just.
until these creatures make contact with us, what relevance is this?
It's simply saying that there is a
All
chance that
speculation. 100% is speculation.
100%. But again, nowadays, there is so much more. The more I see, the more it looks like we're being watched, and the more like I don't know if we've been controlled over history. Because, like you said, the universe timescale is much more than we realize. So, what if the last time they visited us was way back in the day, where they came down and they didn't make
What if?
contact, but
Look, dude, you're diving into imagination. I don't do what ifs. Like, what ifs are fun. We can do a lot of what ifs. What if we lived in a fucking society that valued its goddamn citizens? What if? What if we lived in a society that valued education and the seeking of knowledge? What if? But that doesn't do us any good to sit here and do what ifs. It's irrelevant. It's completely speculative nonsense. Until you have solid evidence, there's no reason to make speculations. I mean, this
but
is
why
the
not? I
kind of
feel like
shit
you
that
cut
leads.
yourself off
This
from a
is the
lot
kind.
of
Hold on.
life. You don't have to be.
Hold on. This is the kind of shit that leads us down a QAnon conspiracy theory rabbit hole. Is a bunch of people getting together and saying, "Well, what if?"
No, I mean, again, I'm not really saying too much what ifs. I'm simply stating that there are now official files released about this stuff.
Yeah, we
And
know that. But again, UFO is unidentified. We don't know what it is. You can't speculate
yeah,
if you
and
don't
I'm not a
know.
conspiracy theorist. It's just it's a thought. And I feel like to have your stance where you're like, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter until
It doesn't
uh,
matter. Until it matters, it doesn't. The idea that aliens are watching us have absolutely no impact on your life, my life, or anybody's life. Until they decide to communicate with us, it's irrelevant. We're going to continue to go on living our lives, whether they're watching us or not,
you're
until they
absolutely right.
decide to communicate with us. Then it changes things. Until then, it's the same craptastic day yesterday as it is today.
Absolutely.
I appreciate you jumping on, man.
Absolutely. It's good to have a good conversation.
Yeah, man, you take it easy.
Yep.
All right, down the guest requests we go. We're gonna bring Eli in to hang.
Yo,
Yo, we're gonna bring on Gilbert. What's up?
All right, we live. Y'all took too long, and he sounded like a cheerleader. All right, drive down the street. Look at the bum. Don't give him nothing. You feel embarrassed. Why would you be embarrassed if nobody's in the car with you and you avoid eye contact because you weren't alone? God has never left anybody, and everything written by man goes against free will. All religions, all laws. This is why you have a rebellious nature, because man's laws are fucking everybody up. If
No,
your religions were the way to go ahead and create utopia, you failed. See, God's never written a book. He don't speak a
so
language, but
if
he
God's never written
speaks
a book,
the
if God's
feelings
never
in
written
your
a,
soul. It
if,
what are you
moves your
stop,
talking
hands.
about?
stop,
It makes you do the good things,
stop,
right? Now,
stop, stop.
you say what you want. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. If you know the devil, then you know God, or else you wouldn't spend so much time trying to disprove it.
I'm not here for you to proselytize. I'm here to have a conversation.
I don't know. I don't know
If you
what that
can't,
was.
I have no idea what that was. He went off on a tangent immediately, and I couldn't make heads or tail of it. And I tried to fucking interject and ask a question, but he wouldn't stop talking. So I don't know what to say to that. Like, I mean, he
It's,
can send in another
he,
guest request and try again, but
he didn't even like bring up a. He wasn't even like. I don't even know what he was doing. He was like
yeah, there
preaching.
wasn't even a coherent point in there. I was trying to ask him a question, and he wouldn't stop talking enough that I could ask the question.
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
Go ahead
Run.
and send in
You
another
didn't.
guest request, Gilbert. We'll get back to you eventually. This time, you need to let me fucking ask a question. Lisa Jones. Hey, yo.
Hey, is it me? I'm on. Okay. I used to be a Christian, which I kind of still am in a way. Um, Kind of went to witchcraft here a lot. It's how Christianity's kind of letting me down. And I really wasn't trying to request to come in, but since I'm here, I'm on top. So I'm kind of agnostic now.
Okay.
Are you hearing me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, I was just wondering, but I wasn't really requesting to come in, but since I'm here, yeah. So pretty much is, the way the things are today, Christianity is really letting people down, is letting me down.
Yeah.
The whole bit of it, the way these so-called Christians, they're not Christians, and that's not Christ's way of acting.
Well,
I
Lisa,
grew up in
I want to make the
it.
point. I want to make the
Yeah,
point that Christianity has always been a force for negative.
yes,
In
it has.
2,000 years, it's never been a force for good. So these people today that claim to be Christian, even though they behave badly, they are
Uh-huh.
technically Christians. That's what Christianity does. It inspires bad behavior.
It sure does. And I have just finally woke up on this. Here I am, 58 years old. My parents took me every single Sunday. I went to church, went to a Baptist church. And even though at a young age, I knew better. In the back of my mind, this can't be right. There's something wrong with this. Nothing's perfect about this. Nothing at all. I mean, at a young age, if people can't get it by now, why won't they ever get it? It's why I don't understand. Because it in ways, everybody. I live in the deep south. I mean, I live in the Delta, where there's nothing but churches, bigger than the houses, bigger. Excuse me, I'm sorry, bigger than anything around here, than the high school gym. And I live in small town USA, Arkansas. It sucks here. I got Sarah Huckabee as a governor.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm living in a white Christian nationalist freaking area, the capital KKK, I bet, in Harrison, Arkansas. It's just awful. I mean, it's just, I know they cheated this last time on the 2020. I'm not sounding like a Trumpster, but they had rolled in the polls like at 7 o'clock, before 7:30, or said that the mail-in ballots were mailed in wrong. No, that's just a reason for just, cutting it off. Because they shut down way before any poll did. They shut down at 7 o'clock. Didn't count no more, nothing else. That's just Arkansas for you. Everybody's scared to death to talk around here. And it's awful. I mean, it's just 5 to 6 churches to every, 100 little population of a town. And that's it. That's all you
Yeah.
got here. And there's none but. And you get a dog. Now, I saw that, what's it, keep sweet, pray, and obey. Now, if anybody who wants to check out, I told my kids, and I'm not a very, very religious person. I would never did make my kids go to church or nothing like that. But I felt like I even tried to indoctrinate them with this crap. And it is nothing but crap.
I appreciate
Christianity
it.
has dragged people down, has dragged nothing but us down here lately. It's done nothing for us.
I agree, Lisa,
And
and I want to thank you for coming on and sharing your insight.
I appreciate you. Yeah,
You have
my
yourself a
first
wonderful
name.
day, and I hope you stick around and watch more.
Yeah.
Bye
So
now.
thank you for having me.
You're very welcome.
All right. I'll let you have somebody else at it. Okay. Nice talking
Appreciate
to
you.
you. Bye.
Nice talking to you.
No, yeah, I understand what she's saying. I get it. I mean, she lives in Arkansas. She lives in an area that's predominantly Christian. There's churches absolutely everywhere. There's a lot of like KKK and white supremacy in her area.
Yeah,
And
shitty
it's
place to
just,
be.
yeah, it's so backwards for her that, I mean, I feel for her. People are trapped in situations like that where it's just, if you say the wrong thing to the wrong person, they're liable to come burn your house down. Another guest request. Oh, Gilbert's back in the mix. Here we go. Let's see if we can ask Gilbert a question.
Was cooking dinner. I had to get my thought through, and everybody else was so fucking cheerleader. So come on.
Well, don't worry about the comments. We're just here to have a conversation. My question is, if God never wrote anything down and the
Well,
Bible
but
is
you
not
called me
legit,
a boy. I've been to prison 5 times, right?
oh, that has my question.
That isn't relevant.
Yeah, I don't care.
I don't
Like,
appreciate little nerds talking outside their fucking pay grade.
well, for starters, did you think that maybe the reason you've been out of prison is because you give too much of a shit about other people's opinions? I don't give a fuck about people's opinions, and I've never been
No,
to prison
sir.
once.
It's because I don't listen to anybody, not even my mom. Right?
What
My
does that?
guy,
What does that mean?
you
Like,
being in prison is irrelevant. I want to ask you a question. Stop paying attention to the fucking comments and talk to me.
What are you, slow? You gotta ask. Come on, come with the question. Come on.
If the Bible is not God's word and it was written by man, and God never wrote anything down, how the fuck do you know God
I never
exists?
quoted the Bible
That's not what I said. You're not listening.
because you feel God. He don't talk. I just told you.
what if I told you I don't feel God? Gilbert, what if I told you I don't feel God?
I told you you feel God. God moves you hands.
That's not how it works. I
All
can
right.
tell you feel Santa. That doesn't mean you
Drive
feel Santa.
past the bum. All right. Don't give him shit. Are you embarrassed?
No.
All right.
I've
Wait,
never hit a
Gilbert. Wait,
pothole and
Gilbert.
felt I've never hit a bump and
No,
felt
because you're a
embarrassed.
piece of shit.
Wait,
You're
Gilbert.
a Satanist.
Gilbert.
It explains it. You have
Do
no
you know?
empathy for
Do you
fellow
know what
humans.
Satanism is? Do you know anything about Satanism at all? Yeah, I'm
I
gonna take
know
that as
that
a no. Also,
Luciferians actually
Gilbert,
believe that pride they
you
become
can
God,
take it
and I know
however
you
you want.
Satanists worship.
Bye. Yeah, I'm running away from that because that was unintelligible and insane and wrong.
Incoherent.
Wrong.
Yeah, if you're gonna make an argument that just
And it's
presumes
called,
that I feel something that I told you I
yeah.
haven't felt, then it's just bad.
He's
And
gonna call me a piece of shit because we don't feel his God. Like what? Or I don't feel embarrassed because I hit a bump in the road while I'm driving. What? Like nothing he said was even remotely intelligible.
And if you're gonna make a statement like that, that has to be, that doesn't even make sense. Like just telling somebody like, I can just insert anything and say you feel it because I think you
Right.
do.
I could have called him a Muslim because, I mean, that's
I
his
can say he
logic.
feels Allah. Like,
Right.
isn't coherent.
Hello, Ethan.
Hey, King, how's it going?
Very good, thanks. Thank you for asking. Just so that I can start with answering your question, what would you consider to be sufficient evidence of God's existence?
I don't know the answer to that question. I can say this. If there is an all-knowing God, then that God knows exactly what it would take to convince me, and he hasn't done it.
But I'm not asking you if God knows what it would take to convince. I'm asking you
I
if
don't
you
know what it
know.
would take. I don't know what it would take to convince me either.
So let me reframe the question, maybe in a way that is a bit more intelligible to you then. What evidence, so you're saying that you require evidence of God's existence. What evidence would be sufficient for you where you would say, yes, this has proven God's existence?
I don't know.
Are you convinced that it exists, though, that there is an amount of evidence that you would accept?
Oh, yeah. I mean, if there's evidence of a God, then I would, by definition, as an atheist, have to believe in that God. That's how
What sort of evidence?
That's how logical critical thinking works.
But what type of evidence are you talking about? Because
I
there is
don't
some
know.
evidence. So you don't know what the evidence is or what type of evidence. I'll tell you why that's a problem. Because let's say your standard for evidence is empiricism.
What
right?
would it take
And
for you to believe in leprechauns?
Good question. I'll answer that question. We'll get to that question about leprechauns. For me, you would have to offer explanatory power for something that exists, a phenomena that we know that there isn't a valid explanation for, and it offers explanatory power. But let's go back to, again, empiricism.
That's the thing. You'd have to be able to make observations about that phenomenon. You'd have to be able to test that phenomenon. You'd have to be able to make predictions about that phenomenon based on what you understand about that phenomenon.
Not for me. That's your standard, but that's not my standard.
Well, that's
my standard.
Fine, but then your standard doesn't measure up to basic scientific understanding.
But I'll tell you why your standard doesn't make sense in this context. Because a leprechaun is something that we would say exists with us, that has an impact, that the leprechaun is doing some type of work, right? If it doesn't, then I'll say that there's insufficient evidence for it.
What work is the leprechaun doing?
If it's not doing any work that's meaningful, then I'm agnostic to the existence of a leprechaun. If the leprechaun has done nothing, it has no work, and offers no explanatory.
Wait. So then, how does this relate to God?
Well, God has explanatory power in that God is the creator of the universe. It offers a rational explanation.
That's an assumption and an assertion based on zero evidence.
That's what we're positing. We're positing that God is the creator of the universe.
What Christians do, what people who believe in God do, is they start with the conclusion and work backwards to try to justify that conclusion. How science works is it looks at nature, it observes a phenomenon, it tries to find explanatory reasons for that phenomenon, builds a hypothesis, investigates it, does experiments on it, tracks and measures things until they get to a point where they have a series of facts that hold up a theory.
And do you know what the fallacy of this position is?
That theory is subject to change over time based on new information.
Yeah, but there's a fallacy here.
Wait, hold on. I'm trying to get to the point that you starting with a conclusion and working backwards is not a logical step.
Yep. But there's a different. No, it is. I'll tell you why. Because we're operating on a different framework. So we're operating on the framework of the beginning of time, right? So there's a barrier from which empirics.
You need to provide evidence.
You have to explain. I'm trying to explain to you why it's a fallacy. Hear me out, okay?
You're telling me that the scientific method is a logical fallacy?
No. I'm saying it's logically incapable of answering the question of the beginning of the universe, because that exists outside of.
It absolutely is not.
It exists outside of the framework for empiricism.
Stop. The only reason that we don't have an answer for what caused the universe is because we haven't discovered it yet. Not that it's beyond our reach.
What is the framework for empiricism? What do you need to make it empirical? What do you need for empiricism?
No, educate me.
You need to make observations. You need repeatability, predictions.
Right.
But if we,
give me an observation,
how can you predict something? It's like asking. Yeah, but that's like saying what happened before time, or what's north of the North Pole. Right. The reason, but that's the problem with empiricism. If you say that you want empirical evidence for God's existence and for God creating the universe, and God creates the universe before time exists, before time and matter exist, empiricism doesn't work. There's nothing to observe, so you can't make observations.
You can't prove God and you can't disprove God. Why believe it?
No, I'm not saying you can't prove God. I'm saying you can't prove God empirically. So using empiricism,
prove God at all.
No. Empirically, you can't prove God. That is with the scientific method.
Even philosophically.
No, wait. What form of evidence?
And that's where explanatory power comes into it. So again, with the leprechaun.
No, I'm going to repeat this one more time. You have no explanatory evidence. What you have is an assumption. You have assertion. You do not have an explanatory argument when your entire premise is built off of an assumption.
but it's not an assumption. So here's a
It
problem.
is, because you have
No,
no
no, no.
empirical evidence of a God existing.
It's any sort of justification or explanation that you offer is based on an assumption. Let me explain how when I say that, right? Let's say, for example, we have a phenomena, any kind of phenomena, and you and me are trying to find a reason to explain the cause of that phenomena. If we use empiricism to find the cause of that phenomena, then we're going to say, hey, this is the evidence, so we can make observations, and then we're going to pose a theory. The theory is going to say that based on the observable phenomena and the prediction that this is going to be the cause. Now, there could be a confounding factor. There could be some other explanation that we yet don't know that is responsible for why that observation occurs. So the theory is the story that we tell. Now, same thing is true for the creation of the beginning of the universe. The beginning of the universe is a fact. We know that happened, right? Now, we can't use evidence to say, well, what happened in the beginning of the universe? So
Yes,
we're
we
offering an
can.
explanation. What
You're
evidence
not.
do you have?
You're not offering an explanation. You're offering a supernatural explanation in a natural world. This is not logically consistent, and it's built entirely
As
on
opposed to
assumption.
what? What's
Look,
the
Right, but
counter?
we can use
the
evidence.
correct
That's what the
answer
Big
is
Bang Theory is.
what caused the universe. The correct answer currently is we do not know. And for you to just insert an answer without evidence is logically inconsistent and dishonest.
All right. Well, look, here's where we're going to have to disagree, because I would say that the immutable characteristics necessary for the early state of the universe logically entails that the consciousness, that the
No, it
creation,
doesn't. What?
well, that's what
That's
I believe.
You stop. You cannot make that claim because
Do you want me to tell you how I can?
Stop. You are working with an example of one. You have one universe by which to make an observation. You don't have another universe that you can look at and compare to our universe. So you cannot say with certainty that a God created the universe because you can't demonstrate it.
Okay, let me tell you why you said so. Here's what you said just now, that we don't know, right? But I say that I think it's conscious, and I'll tell you why I think it's conscious. Because of every single way that the universe could have occurred, of every single potential outcome that the universe could have been, we have the universe that makes not only life possible, but makes complexity possible.
You're arguing that it's the mud puddle argument is what you're giving me.
I'm giving you the anthropic principle, and you're calling it the God of the gaps.
You're giving me the mud puddle argument. There's a pothole.
I'm giving you the anthropic principle.
Stop and listen. There's a pothole in the road. It's shaped whatever way it's shaped, and it suddenly rains out, and that pothole fills up with water. And the puddle looks around itself and says, "You know what? I fit this pothole pretty well. It must have been made just for me." When in reality, the water formed to fit the pothole. The pothole did not form to fit the water. We evolved to fit the universe. The universe wasn't made for us.
How many universes are there? How many universes are there?
We don't know. Could be many. Mathematically speaking, if you look at theoretical mathematics, there could be an infinite number of universes.
Saying there could be an infinite number of universes, this is another problem. Because now, here's what I'm saying. I'm saying there's just one universe. And isn't it a coincidence
that evidence are you saying that conclusively? How do you know
we have evidence of
one universe?
Because we only have evidence of one universe.
So?
Okay, so you're positing infinite universes to offer explanatory power.
Theoretical mathematics is sound on this. It's not bullshit blown up people's asses.
Very sound.
It is sound, and physics backs it up too.
So you asked me what evidence do I have of one universe? We see one. We live in one universe, right?
So
that's my evidence.
Why
are you interrupting me?
That's not the negation to
we're being civil. It's only when you feel like you're losing control of the discussion. Now you're trying to monopolize it.
King. That's not the negation to multiple universes.
People do this. People when they feel like they're losing control, they don't.
That's not a negation.
Whoa, stop. If observation is your metric for believing in one universe, then observation should be your metric for being a fucking atheist because you can't observe God.
No. That's you're positing that. Okay. Now,
No,
we
that's your
exist.
logical. Stop. Whoa. That is your
You're losing
logical
control of this
inconsistency. Stop
discussion, and now you're trying to
talking, or I
monopolize it.
will fucking kick you off. Stop. That is your logical incongruity right there. Your logical inconsistency. You have a standard of evidence for there being one universe, but you won't apply that exact same standard of evidence for your belief in a God.
Okay, let's go
You
back to the
are
puddle of
being
water.
intellectually dishonest.
Let's go back to the puddle of water, okay?
No. We aren't jumping over this point. You backed your ass in a corner. Now you
You're
need
a
to dig your
dishonest
ass out of
actor.
it.
You're a dishonest actor. And
No,
you're
I'm
losing,
not.
and
You
now you're
are.
unhappy that you're losing.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just proved that this man
This
is a
is what
dishonest
happens
actor.
when somebody is caught out. They have to.
Nope. No, we're not going to do that. I just proved to everybody in this live that you are illogically inconsistent and dishonest. If you're going to have a standard of evidence for there being only one universe because it's the only one you can observe, but not have that same standard of evidence for your belief in a God because you can't observe a God, you are logically inconsistent and dishonest. Period. Period.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even understand it because just posing that there is one universe we can observe, therefore there's only one universe, that doesn't even make sense. Nor is just having one universe right now isn't negation to multiple universes.
Right.
There's just one fact, but that fact isn't negation to one. Just because I say I see one animal, I've only seen one animal in my life, therefore there's only one animal, isn't the negation or doesn't make any sense because you haven't observed anything else.
Right. Yeah, that was a completely illogical, inconsistent rambling of nonsense. There was a lot of circular logic there trying to justify the belief in God without actual evidence. He said, we can't use empirical evidence. Well, if you can't use empirical evidence, then you can't know that something is true or untrue. Like, that's just completely logically inconsistent. Moving on to the next guest request, Tyson Sullivan. Are we having connection issues again?
I don't know.
Some of these work and some of them don't. It's weird.
I think it's like if they don't press connect in 4 seconds or something, it doesn't bring them through.
I got you. Well, let's try Sleepy. Oh, looks like Sleepy's not going to connect either. We are having issues.
You've seen angels? I mean, I can't just take your word for it. You'd have to show me. If I told you I've seen unicorns, does that mean I've seen unicorns?
Hey-o.
How are you?
Going.
I'm going good. How are you?
Living the dream. What's on your mind?
Living the dream. It's called a nightmare, right?
It is a nightmare.
I agree. Just only one thing I wanted to say. The absence of proof is not necessarily the proof of absence.
I consider it philosophically to be exactly that.
Yeah,
Like,
there's a word for it. I forgot what it was.
You can use that in the scientific work. If you can use that concept scientifically, you can say that absence of evidence is not evidence of absence, scientifically speaking. But philosophically speaking, I think that's exactly true. The absence of evidence is absolutely the absence, or the absence of evidence is absolutely the evidence of the absent.
Another good one is correlation doesn't equal causation. That just negates a lot of the whole Christian thing.
Right.
I mean, but either way, whether it is, either way it is, you could say that both ways, right?
Well, I mean, the thing is, when it comes to religion, especially in the United States with Christianity, a lot rides on what people believe and why they believe it.
Because in the United States, our beliefs inform our actions, and our actions have consequences. We don't live in a vacuum or a void. We live in a society. And when one
Right.
person uses their religion as a bludgeon tool to do harm to another community of people, we have a problem.
May I ask
So when somebody
which
says that
community you're asking?
when somebody says that absolutely God exists and that my God says you have to do this, we suddenly have to prove that that God exists, or I'm not required to follow through on what that Christian thinks I should be doing.
May I ask what kind of community you're talking about?
My transgender community, my gay community, my lesbian community, women, people of color. Like, we can keep going. Christian nationalism is by and large white supremacy.
Okay, I got you. So, may I ask your definition of immoral?
Whatever causes harm,
Whatever causes
unnecessary
harm,
harm, whatever causes
unnecessary harm.
unnecessary harm.
Okay, so in that morality of immoral, what's morality?
Morality is a word invented by mankind to discuss human behavior. That's all it is. It's not magical. Nature doesn't have a sense of morality. It doesn't give a shit. If nature had morality, the asteroid wouldn't have wiped out the dinosaurs. Nature don't care one way or the other. Morality is not an innate property of the universe. Morality is a concept and word invented by mankind to understand human behavior. Period.
I could totally agree with that. So,
That's all it
would
is.
you would you say that morality or immorality is defined by a social or a society?
Morality starts out subjectively. And subjectively, let's say you have 10 people. And these 10
Mhm.
people each have their own subjective moral position on any given topic or subject. But these 10 people want to live. They want to live peacefully, they want to survive, they want to thrive. So what do? They come together and they compromise on their moral positions, saying, you know what? I don't like being punched in the face, and you probably don't like being punched in the face. So, as a societal norm, how about we make it so that we just don't punch each other in the face? And that's how a society will thrive, by doing less harm and more good, more well being. So, you reach a societal conclusion based on subjective moral standards.
So, what you just said was that immorality is decided upon a society.
Right.
To give you an example, if you are part of the community, which is the LGBTQ community, in like Russia, you are killed or jailed because you're part of the community.
And Russia's wrong.
Well, I mean, the same way as in China or Brazil. In Cuba
China kills
says
gay
that,
people?
yes.
I don't think China kills gay people.
Well, China believes that the LGBTQ or the community is immoral, but they don't have a criminal part of it. They
I'm
don't.
not
They
really
don't.
sure. I mean, I'm not going to take China's government for much of anything. They can't get their own head out of their ass. But I mean, they're wrong. Obviously, and we can prove they're wrong. We know that gay people bring an element to a society. We can measure that element. We know what it is that gay people. Like, nothing gay people do causes inherent harm. It's not immoral to be gay. They're not hurting anybody.
Oh, I agree with you. I do.
Right.
I agree with
So
you.
Russia killing gay people is harmful and bad.
Yet we're looking at a societal norm, right?
No. I mean, yes and no. There is an there's an academia that comes with this.
Yes.
And what you're looking at is a society that might be misinformed. Maybe they don't understand all the facts about being gay. Maybe they believe untrue things about being gay. I saw a YouTube video. Where was the YouTube video? I think it was actually Religulous with Bill Maher, where they were interviewing this guy who thought that gay people ate poopy, ate shit, like they ate feces.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, he actually thought that he was misinformed. He lied to this poor guy and told him that gay people eat poop and that he didn't want that kind of grossness in his society. Well, his entire judgment of gay people is based off what? Lies and misinformation.
Right.
False belief.
So a society that can't make an informed decision is wrong. Like Russian society, by and large, probably is anti-LGBTQ, but it's due to misinformation and lies about the LGBTQ community in the first place.
I agree with that, but yet their society believes that the community is wrong.
Well, like I said, a part of this comes from academia. We've got to be
Right.
able to differentiate between misinformation and fact. What is the fact of a given subject and what is not true about that given subject? And here in America, we've done a fairly good job about that. We've narrowed out most of the misinformation. I mean, we know that the Christian nationalists are spreading lies and misinformation about the LGBTQ community. Nobody is grooming or coming after fucking children. That's not a true statement. And we know that it's completely fine to be gay. It doesn't hurt anybody. And they're not eating poop. They're not morally bankrupt. They're not hurting anybody. They're not causing harm to anybody. So we should leave them the fuck alone and let them do whatever makes them happy, provided they're not hurting people. And that's as simple as that. That's all morality is. It's a careful consideration of consequence. Period.
Okay, so may I ask your definition of a medical disorder?
I'm not a doctor, so I don't really have a definition for medical disorder.
If you had to guess, what would it be?
It's not good to guess.
Right.
Your connection is really wonky, man. We're having a hard time hearing you.
I'm sorry. You're right. It's not a. It's okay. So a medical disorder would be defined as basically as any harm that comes from a normal dysfunction of the organism. Okay.
Medical disorder. So there's actually a definition for this.
Yes.
It's defined as disease is a particular abnormal condition that negatively affects the structure or function of all or part of an organism.
Correct. I agree with that.
Okay, what does that have to do with this subject?
So if you look at the WHO, WHO with the World Health Organization, they have ICD-10 codes. The ICD-10 codes are diagnosis to each individual. So let's say if you have hypertension, I can give you an ICD-10 code of an what is it? I-10.
Okay, what's the point?
They give ICD-10 codes for gay.
No, they don't.
And yes, they do.
They do not. They removed those back in like the 1990s or some shit.
Here in the United States, we use.
I stand corrected. They removed those from their guides in the early 2000s.
Well, here in the United States, we use ICD-10. In ICD-10, the code for like being transgender is F66.4.
And your point is?
We can use those for a diagnosis of a transgender or a gay person, and then we can go back and use them. Well, in the political atmosphere today, we can use those to, I don't know, give them pre-existing conditions.
What's the treatment for gay?
Wait.
I know. Hold on. I'm really fucking.
Transgenderism isn't a mental illness. It was removed
Yeah.
in 2012.
Yeah, transgender isn't a mental illness, and being gay is not a fucking ailment. What is the treatment for? What's the treatment for gay?
Wait. Let me back up here.
No.
I agree with you.
You said the WHO recognizes gay as a
Yes.
medical issue.
Yes.
How do you treat gay?
How do you treat gay? I don't know. I agree with you. I'm for the LGBTQ community. But
So what the fuck is your argument?
my argument is that parts of the government here in the United States can use these codes to say that transsexuals or being gay or being whatever in the community, that pre-existing conditions, now you can't get health care because it's pre-existing.
That has nothing to do with this conversation.
Bro, I don't. It's like a non sequitur. Like this is
This literally is so far off topic. I don't know why we're talking about it.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I appreciate you coming on, man. I hope you have a good day.
You too. Thanks.
People, if you're going to come into the live, please let's try to stick to the topic. I don't mind diving a little bit into politics, but the idea that we have to discuss this off the wall stuff that has nothing to do with anything that we're trying to discuss here is. He was a nice guy. He was. Like, don't get me wrong. He's a really nice guy, but I don't know what to do with that. Like, I mean, if the WHO recognizes being gay as a fucking disorder, then fuck the WHO because it is not a disorder. That's all I can say about that. Now,
I don't even know the truth of that. But.
Yeah, I don't think it's true either, but I'm pretty sure we removed the fucking gay from that mental disorder list like decades ago. And as far as transgender, it's a gender identity disorder that's brought on by a physiological aspect of the brain. It's not a mental disorder. And the only known treatment for gender dysphoria and gender identity disorder is to allow the patient to transition to a point where they feel comfortable with their outward appearance as they feel themselves on the inside. This is the best way to reduce risk of suicide and depression and everything else that comes with that. So I don't know, like, again, like, it had nothing to do with it.
For other people it's saying prove God doesn't exist. That's not our job, it's your job.
Yeah, prove Thor doesn't exist. Prove Odin doesn't exist. We're accepting Pamela. Hopefully we get a connection right away.
Pamela Bennett.
Well, hello. I know we want to move away from that ICD-9 codes, but I'm an RN, and I use those ICD-9 codes to do home health, and they are only for putting down diagnoses such as the diabetes, only for the purpose of the charges, what can be charged for their health care. It's nothing else.
Thank you for that.
It's a numbers game. I'm an RN. It's a numbers game.
That actually ties that together a little bit better. That makes more sense.
Yeah, but you know what? Of all the different people that I had to identify and put it down, ours was mostly Medicare and home health. There was never anything about people's sexual identity. Never as diagnosis. Never, ever. Okay?
I didn't think that added up either. And again, it really had nothing to do with the conversation. But thank you for doing what you do. We love our medical staff.
Yeah,
well,
my
I'm
mom,
retired now.
LVN.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm a
Yeah,
dialysis. I'm dialysis, kidney failure. I love my fucking medical staff. If it wasn't for y'all, I would be a corpse.
yeah, but as you well know, when you go in there, nobody is putting down a number on what is your sexual orientation. That's kind of
Yeah, they
ridiculous.
never even bothered to ask
I'm
that
pretty
shit.
sure that's like malpractice or
Yeah,
some
who
shit.
cares?
I mean, I think the
Yeah,
only
there.
time that would come into play is if you were dealing with like maybe some type of sexually transmitted disease.
But it wouldn't be about the person, it would be about the actual infection. Okay.
Right.
Anyway, yeah, thank you for accepting my request. Provide
You're
evidence
awesome.
that a God exists. Okay, I didn't come on here to provide evidence, but just to relate to you that I'll make it very short. My story is that I was raised Protestant. We went to church all the time. I heard all the ranting and the raving. I was totally indoctrinated about the going to hell if you don't believe. But the more I live, and I'm an elder now, I got to the point that I just can't believe the things I was taught in Christianity. And I think I had one point in my younger years, say, like early, even maybe 20 years old, that I was just I didn't know what to believe in. But the reason I believe in God now is because in part of my healing from a lot of trauma that I had as a teenager, like having to give up my baby for adoption and stuff like that, is that I was able to be in a place in Latin America, and there are sacred plants that help you get an insight into your own spirituality. And it was through the taking of those plants, ingesting them,
So you're
that
talking
I
about
saw life.
psychedelics.
What?
You're talking about
I saw,
psychedelics.
yes, I am. I'm talking about psychotropics or psychedelics.
And
And at that time,
what would you say if I told you that people who have done psychedelics have different experiences, most of which don't include a God?
oh, totally, totally. I saw that in my friends, and I saw people that wanted to how would you say it, kind of like assault heaven by taking a lot of psychedelics, and it didn't work. They became like mentally unstable. But what happened to me was very beautiful because I saw life in everything. I was out in the middle of the jungle in Mexico, close to Puerto Vallarta. I saw life in everything, and that is what I recognized as God. And from there, it's a long story that we're not going to go into. I just wanted to share that with you. It has to be a lived experience. I think Jung says that why should you believe something until you actually experience it? I don't think you should
So
believe something until you actually
my argument
experience.
against this is going to be you did a mind altering drug. We know that what these drugs do. We know how they affect the brain, and we know that
No, we don't.
you were suffering a hallucination. That's what these drugs do. There's no evidence that they bring you. There's
No,
no
I was
evidence.
not
Hold on.
suffering a hallucination.
Yes, it
There's
was.
a whole
Stop.
lot
Hold
of
on.
more story after
It is.
that.
That's
And it's
exactly
not a
what
drug
psychotropic
anyway.
drugs. That's
Do you
exactly
know
what
the
psych.
difference between a drug and a
That is
substance?
exactly what psychotropic drugs do. They cause hallucinations. That's
But they're not
literally the.
drugs. They're not drugs, and they're not even under that category. They're called substances because they do not drug your senses.
But they do. You're seeing things that aren't there. That's by
I
definition
saw
of hallucination.
everything. And there's no way that you can tell me that I did not see life and all the plants
I
and all
am
the
not
trees
denying what you
and everything.
experienced. I'm denying your interpretation of your experience.
Well,
Or the reality of
you
your
have
experience.
you can do that, but that did not stop me from becoming a spiritual person, whereas before I was just lost. And that wasn't the only thing that I took. I took peyote too, and a whole lot of things happened. All I'm saying to you isn't that until you actually, I think you're seeking, I'm not sure exactly what, but you want to know, is there evidence? And I say, no, there isn't any until you see it for yourself on your own terms.
All right.
Psychotropic drugs is not evidence of a god. I'm sorry. We
I
know what
didn't say
psychotropic
that,
drugs.
and I
We
didn't
know
say that.
we know what
I
psychotropic
said
drugs do to
what
the
I
human
saw.
brain. Stop. We know what psychotropic drugs do to the human brain. We know that they are hallucinogens. It's the same as like DMT and near death experiences. You experience a hallucination. It's not real. It's your brain doing weird shit. That's all it is.
Well, you haven't been there, so I don't think you know. So don't try to tell me evidence that what I saw was not the presence of life and everything. Maybe you haven't seen that. So you got to tell me, oh, that was a drug you had. I didn't
I live in the world. I experience life every day.
Well, so do I.
Right. So what's
I
different
didn't
between
hang it up. I didn't like
what's the
hang
difference
everything
between
up.
what's the difference between experiencing life as it is versus taking a mind altering substance?
That's not what I said. I said you don't have to take a mind-altering substance or a healing plant or a helper plant. You don't have to do that. That was my path. That's what I was led to. All I'm saying, and I came on here to say that until you actually see it for yourself, there isn't going to be any evidence that satisfies you that there is a creator and that life itself is God. That's all.
All right.
I think it's okay for you to feel the way you do because you haven't seen it. I can see it right now looking at your face and your eyes.
So, you know, science by and large is the best method we have for understanding the nature of reality. It's the most reliable tool we have for understanding the nature of reality. Your entire life has been impacted by science through communication and transportation, your food, your clothes, your housing, every aspect of your life has been impacted by science. And
Yeah.
when scientists study psychotropic substances and drugs, and they can do CAT scans and MRIs of the brain under the influence of these substances.
Well, see, you're stuck on where I was triggered into seeing what, for me personally, as an individual, gave me the evidence that God exists. It wasn't the Christian
All
religion
right.
I was raised in.
So then,
I'm just saying that's what triggered it. And from there, go ahead with your question. I'm just saying from there, a lot happened, a whole process
why
of
is it necessary to
spiritual
believe
growth.
in a God?
It's just because that is the way I perceived the life that I saw flowing through everything, rocks, plants, trees, whatever. It's a perception. And that is what evidence is a
Rocks are
perception.
non-living.
Evidence is not a perception. You do not understand the scientific method if you think that how we come to understand the nature of reality is based on people's perception. That's not how the
Hey, if
scientific
you
method
don't,
works.
I know you like to argue, but if we cannot use our perception to put together evidence, there is no scientific process. Hey, I'm not
No,
against
stop. Hold
science.
on. You're conflating interpretation with perception.
No, I'm not. What I'm doing is trying to get you to move beyond what triggered me. What I'm trying to say that your stance to me is valid because you never saw what I saw. But all I'm saying is that some of us do see things and perceive things and then come to evidence that later by the way we live and what we see happens in our life because
Your personal experience is not evidence.
well, how did I put myself
Imagine,
through nursing school?
imagine you, imagine that you are a witness to a murder, but at the time of the murder, you were on a psychotropic substance. Do you think a court would take you seriously?
I can tell you something right now. From my experience with the psychotropic substances, if you're in the right kind of space, In
I'm
your
asking a
mind,
question. I want you to
yes,
answer
and
the
I'm
question.
answering it. I'm
No, you're
answering it.
not. It's a simple
Yes,
yes
I
or
am.
no answer.
If you are,
It's a simple yes or no answer. If you witnessed a murder on psychotropic substance, would the court take you
you know
serious?
what? You're really stuck on where I was trying to say that we all have different evidence that proves to us
I'm
that God
asking
exists.
you a question and I want an answer or I'm going to end this conversation.
Well,
If
I'm going
you
to end
witnessed
it.
a
I'm going to
murder
end it already.
on a psychotropic substance, do you
No, I'm
think a
going to end it
court would take
already
you seriously?
because no, you wouldn't even be around a murder because when you are in a certain space, you don't even get around that kind of evil vibration. See, that's
Yes, you
what you don't
do.
get.
People die in
No, you
drug
don't.
deals.
No, you don't.
People die in drug
Goodbye.
deals
Thank you.
all the time. Stop. Whatever. Run away. Run away. Run away. You can't fucking back up your nonsense. You can't answer a simple fucking question. Unreal. Unreal.
I don't know, but has anyone else seen The Life in Rocks?
I mean, according to her, if you have an experience with demons during a hallucinogenic state, then that's evidence of demons. Like if you're on a psychotropic substance and you see leprechauns, miniature leprechauns or fairies dancing around, that means those are real. That's her level of intellectual rigor. Is just being high. That's not a valid argument.
No, rocks are not alive. I don't know whoever said that. No, it's not true. They're non-living things.
Hello,
What up?
Jack. How's it going?
Hey, doing really good. How you doing, brother?
Pretty good, man. What's on your mind?
Hey, can you hear me? Right?
Yep.
Well, I think you're talking about aliens and the man. I was up when you were first how defiant you were being about. Nah, prove it. No, if I don't see it, don't. It ain't real. Listen for a little bit longer, man. And then you got to you start saying the same way I believe about like uh uh. It's got to be proven to me in a way that I cannot deny.
Correct.
And you're and just things you said, I feel like you're right on track. I see there. Well, no, it's still there.
I'm sorry, guy. You coming in like kind of every other word? Like you have really bad signal.
Oh, that's damn, that sucks.
No, I'm sorry,
Well,
man.
if
Try to come
am
back
I
again later.
understandable?
Nah, still coming in
Okay,
every other
sounds good,
word.
bro. Okay.
Sorry, I hope we can reconnect and we can go back into that. We're gonna try to get into another guest request here. Hey, how's it going?
Okay. I didn't come on to really, argue with you because I have genuine love for everybody. I do believe in God. I do believe that God exists. I respect your opinion. I think everybody has a right to their own opinion. I can see where you're coming from. And like I said, everybody's got free will.
No,
They
they
have a
don't.
right to their own opinion. And, I
We don't have
love
free
you as
will.
a brother. I believe that, but
Well, we
we'll
don't,
agree.
and I'm telling
I
you
agree.
from a
I agree to
hold
disagree with
on,
you.
slow down. from a
Okay.
neurological, psychological perspective, we do not have free will. You didn't decide your personality. You didn't decide your likes or your dislikes. You tried a food, you liked it. You tried a different food, you didn't like it. You do not get to decide who you are as a person. You do not have free will. Your brain is deterministic. That's a fact about neurology.
Now, where do you get the I don't have free will? I make my own decisions of what I like,
Based on
what I
what?
don't like, what I
What?
want to do, what I don't want to do.
Based on what?
What do
What
you mean based on
influences
what?
what influences your decisions?
Myself. I make my own
No,
decisions, pretty much.
your environment and your subconscious mind are the two things that decide your decision-making processes. You have a genetic predisposition to behave a certain way. Some people behave more aggressively than others. Some people are more passive than others. These are inherent genetic traits that you do not have a choice. I don't like Chinese food. Never made a conscious decision to not
Which
like
is a
it.
real sin.
I just don't like it. That simple.
I can.
It's like I'm attracted to some men. I never made a conscious decision to be attracted to some men. I just am. Didn't choose it. Just am. That's just the way I am.
Well, I can agree to disagree with you. I do think everybody can make their own decisions. They have their own free will.
They don't. They don't. The science is getting clearer and clearer every day. I spend an inordinate amount of my time reading new articles on different discoveries and different ideas that are being passed around because there's like thousands of fucking medical and scientific journals that are available, from ranging from neurology to psychology to astrophysics to fucking everything. And you can go and find this information. The internet is there. Google is free, and you can read about this stuff for yourself. And we know that your personality is a genetic predisposition. It is not a choice for you.
Well, I believe that you make decisions based on how you were raised, based on what environment you were raised in, but you still make decisions yourself. Even though they're based on those things, it's still you making the decisions.
Those decisions are based on your genetic predisposition. If you are predisposed to more aggressive behavior, you're going to make more aggressive decisions. This is an innate truth about biology.
But it doesn't always work that way, because
Yes, it does work that way.
I've seen people who are raised in Christian homes, kids, and then they go out. They don't make decisions based on the environment or the Christian home they were raised in. They go out and get in trouble, go to jail. They don't make decisions based on the way they were raised or the environment.
Yes, they do. That's a direct way they were raised. I was raised Christian.
Okay.
There's a popular atheist podcaster by the name of Seth Andrews. It's called The Thinking Atheist. In the 90s, Seth Andrews was one of the most popular Christian radio voices in the country. He is now an atheist advocate. Matt Dillahunty is another atheist speaker who was on his way to Baptist seminary when he deconstructed his faith. Yes, your decision-making process is built largely on your genetics and your environment.
Let me ask you a question. You don't believe anything about the Bible? I mean, I haven't heard you say anything about the Bible itself.
The Bible is absolute nonsense. Moses didn't exist. He is a fictional character that was invented to put together the books of the Bible and make them coherent. The global flood never happened, unless you care to explain how kangaroos got from Australia to the Middle East and back again without leaving any evidence, or how the fact that the Japanese people existed at the time of the flood. There's a good one.
What about all the writers? Well, all the writers of the Bible, like Luke, he was the historian back in those days.
Luke is not there is no author for the book of Luke. Matthew,
Yeah,
Mark,
Luke,
Luke, and
Luke,
John were
Luke
written.
wrote
Stop.
the book of Luke, and he
Hold
wrote the
on.
book of Acts as well.
I've read all of them. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were written by anonymous authors 60 plus years after the death of Christ. None
Yeah.
of the authors of the Gospels were eyewitnesses of Jesus.
No, Luke was written by Luke, and Acts was written by Luke.
No, Luke was not written by Luke. That's not true. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were written by anonymous authors 60 plus years, 60 to 150 years after the death of Christ.
No, that's
There
not
are
what my Bible says.
there are zero eyewitnesses to Jesus Christ.
That's not
And
what my
also,
Bible
Matthew,
says.
Mark, Luke, and John contradict each other.
They don't contradict each other. See, what you don't understand about Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, if you read it and you get a study Bible, they were writing to different audiences. That's why their stories are a
No,
little different. They
they
were
were
each writing
copying.
to a
They
different
copied.
audience.
No, they copied off of each other. There's
No,
a
no.
biblical scholar. There's a biblical scholar on this app by the name of Dan McClellan. Very, very accomplished, well-renowned biblical scholar who has disseminated this nonsense repeatedly on his TikTok channel, and you can go watch it. It's McClellan, MAKLEIAN. Go to his channel, and he will literally describe what the Bible is doing, what the authors are doing in the Bible, the authorship of the Bible, what we do and do not know about it. Like, he's a walking biblical historian. He knows basically everything there is to know about the Bible. And he's not the only one. Bart Ehrman is another biblical scholar that has shown repeatedly that the Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John books are written by anonymous authors.
Well, I know what my Bible says, and I believe it.
Why?
I go by what God says and what the Bible says.
Why?
Because I believe in God, and I believe the Word of God is true. I believe the Bible is the Word of God.
Why?
Because I believe that's true. That's
Why?
my belief. Because
Why?
I have prayed to God, I've read the Bible, and I felt God in my spirit. I felt God. So I
I've
know
prayed
He's
to
real.
God and I've read the Bible and I've never felt God once.
Well, I'm sorry for you, but I have.
Okay. So
It's
I should
called a
be forced. Should I be forced?
personal relationship with God.
Then I should be. Should I be forced by law to follow your beliefs?
No, God don't force you to follow
Of course He
beliefs.
does.
He
The
gives you a choice. You can
whole
choose to
concept
follow
of
Him, or
heaven
you
and
can choose
hell
to
is
follow
God forcing
God.
you to do something.
You know, you can choose the other alternative, not to follow Him.
So He's a mob boss. He puts a gun to your head and says, "Give me your wallet
No,
or else." That's what.
no.
Yes, that's forced love is not love. Love me or I will torture you for eternity is not love. It's compulsion. Corrosion. Or not corrosion. What the fuck is the word I'm trying to think of? Oh, shit. I can't remember. Anyway, that's not love. Love me or else I will punish you is not love. That's narcissism.
No.
Yes, it is. By definition, narcissism. Anything, anybody, anything that wants to be worshipped is narcissistic by definition. And how much of the Bible have you actually read?
I read the Bible.
All of it?
Not every bit of it, but I mean, I've read the Bible.
I've read the Bible. I've read the Bible, all of it.
I'm still
I've read the
working on it.
Bible. I've read the Bible, all of it, 3 times. Did you know that God indiscriminately murders children? Like a lot in the Bible?
Yeah,
murdered
that was
he
for a reason.
murdered
It wasn't.
he murdered 42 children with 2 bears for making fun of Elijah the prophet for being bald.
That was in
That's
the
the
Old Testament.
doesn't matter.
Old Testament
Is
law.
God is gone? Is God unchanging?
No, that was when God was more. I mean, God is a just God,
Is
but
God
in the New
unchanging?
Testament, there's a new covenant when
Is
Jesus Christ died on the cross.
is God unchanging?
It says he's the same today, tomorrow, and forever.
Right. So the God of the New Testament is the same God of the Old Testament, right?
Well, it says today, tomorrow, and forever. Yeah.
So if it's the same God in the New and the same God in the Old, then the behavior of God in the Old Testament, where he just murders children, is the same God in the New Testament.
I don't know about that one. I think God's more compassionate today after Jesus died on the cross. He's
Oh,
more
so then God
forgiving.
does change. So
In
then
those
God does
days, he
change.
wasn't forgiving.
So then God does change.
Forgiving.
So then God does change.
Well, there's a difference when he says he's the same today, tomorrow, and forever. I mean, he's not changing, but he's not going around killing children today either.
Really? What's bone cancer in children?
That's not God killing children.
So God didn't create
People,
cancer?
what people don't understand, no, God didn't create cancer. And what people fail to understand
Where
is
did
why the
cancer
things
come
are
from?
happening. God created this world to be no sickness, no
Where
sin,
did cancer
nothing.
come from?
I don't know. It's a disease. I'm not a doctor.
So God doesn't control his creation.
This is not God's world right now. If you read the Bible 3 times, you would know that.
If
This is
I'm walking
This is
down the
Satan's world right
sidewalk,
now.
if I'm walking down the sidewalk and I look into an alley and I see a man attacking a woman, and I have the power to stop that man and I don't do it, I am worse than the man doing the attacking. The only
This
thing
is
more
not
evil than
God's
evil
world.
itself.
This is
Hold on,
Satan's world, and things
hold
are
on.
going to change
I'm
when
not
God
done.
comes
Stop
back.
interrupting me. The only thing more evil than evil itself is the indifference of good people. If
No.
God has the power to stop children from dying from bone cancer, or if God has the power to stop Christian priests from raping kids, do you think he might be responsible to do so?
Well, he never promised that you'd have an easy walk with him. He
I
did
didn't
promise you'd have
expect.
to
No,
suffer
that's
and
not the
endure, but
question
he
I
would be
fucking
with
asked.
you.
That's not the question I asked. You are literally circulating your ass around every single question I ask you.
That.
I told you that God just indiscriminately murders children, and you managed to make excuses for it.
Oh, I'm not making excuses.
It's okay. You said it's fine. It's God. We have a new
No,
covenant.
I
It's
never
totally
said it's
okay.
okay. It's fine
It's totally
for
okay
children to
that
get
God
murdered.
genocided entire people groups. That's totally
I never
fine because
said
we have
that.
a new covenant under Jesus. Did you know that God condones rape and child sex trafficking in the Bible?
I don't
And
think God
genocide?
condones any of those things.
Huh?
I don't think God condones any of those things.
He does. He absolutely does. He commands it in the Bible. Go for yourselves with your army amongst them, and kill for them every man, woman who has known a man, and every young boy, but keep for yourselves the virgin girls. Deuteronomy 22:29. If a man is to rape a woman, he shall pay her father 50 pieces of silver. He is to marry her and never divorce her because he has dishonored her. Should rape victims be forced to marry their rapists? Timothy, 1 Timothy, a woman shall have no power over a man. She shall not speak in church, but remain silent and ask her husband at home. Should we not allow women to have a voice?
I didn't say women shouldn't have a voice. What
Right, the
scripture did you
Bible does.
read?
The Bible does. The Bible does say
Yeah.
women should remain silent and that they should have no authority
Yeah.
over men. Did you know that it was the Bible that was used to condone slavery in the United States? Slave masters even taught their slaves English using what is known as the slave Bible. Did you know that?
Mhm.
I'll even read you a passage. Leviticus
Well,
25,
but my
44 through 46.
well,
Your
my
male and
question is,
female slaves, your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property and can make them slaves for life. That is a
okay, well,
commandment.
my question
That was
is
a
to you.
commandment from God handed down to Moses for the Israelites.
Okay, well, my question is to you is if the Bible is nonsense, how come you've read it 3 times, and how come you keep throwing questions at me about God did this, this,
Academia.
and this if God doesn't exist?
Academia. I read the Bible because I wanted to understand it better, not because I had an invested interest in it per se. I mean, the first time I read the Bible, it was an invested interest. The second and third time was just clarification. It was me trying to understand it. And the reason I ask you questions is because you profess a belief in an ideology you don't completely understand. And I'm trying to get
Yeah, I
that point through to
completely
you.
understand. I understand it completely.
You don't.
Yeah,
You
I
didn't
do.
know that the Bible condones slavery. You didn't know that the Bible condoned child sex trafficking. You didn't know that God indiscriminately murders children repeatedly in the Bible. I gave one example. There's more than one. You didn't know these things. So, no, you don't understand your theology. You don't understand the history of the Christian religion, where it originates from, how it was formed and put together. You literally lack all of that available knowledge. Your belief in God is based purely on how you feel, not how academically inclined you are. Also, your belief in God is subject to your environment. Had you been raised in Turkey or Iran or Iraq, you would be a Muslim. Because you were raised in the United States, you were a Christian. So your religion was decided for you before you were even born.
Not really.
Yes, really.
There's a lot of Muslims right here in the United States. There's a lot of different religions in the United States. So
Right.
why would
And
that?
what religion do you think their children are going to be when they grow up?
I have no idea. I
Muslim,
don't
more than likely.
pretend to.
There is some wiggle room. There's some fade there. Some Muslims become Christians. Some Christians become Muslims. There's some fading there. But by and large, if you're raised in a Muslim household, you're going to become a Muslim. By and large, if you're raised in a Christian household, you're going to be a Christian. That's the environment that impacts your decision-making processes.
Yeah, to the person that says I don't read the scripture, I read the Bible every day.
You read probably little bits and pieces of the New Testament. You have
So
never
I'm
read the
reading
entire
the whole
Bible
New
in its.
Testament, and I'm going to start on the whole Old Testament afterwards. So yes,
If you're
I'm
going to
reading
read the
the whole
Bible,
Bible.
then you need to start at Genesis and end at Revelation. And if you're going to understand the context of the Bible, you need to look at what biblical scholars are saying. Because they studied the Hebrew, they studied the Greek, they studied the ancient politics at the time that these books were written. They know more about this Bible than I could ever hope to know. For instance, and this is just an example of Christian history, the God Yahweh, the Christian God, is
Mm-hmm.
actually a demigod from an older Jewish pagan religion. He was the god of storms, the god of war. Yahweh comes from Jewish pantheon religion. multi-god, polytheistic pantheon religion. Did you know that Yahweh used to have a wife? It's actually mentioned in the Bible a few times. Her name is Asherah, but Christians don't know that today because the church did away with Asherah in the early first few centuries of Christianity. The original Jewish Canaanite pantheon included Elyon, the most high god, his wife Asherah. They had like children. They were called the Elohim, the children of God. Yahweh was one of those children. So was Lucifer. They were brothers. Lucifer was the demigod of knowledge. Yahweh, the demigod of war. Now, over time and through distillation and a changing demographic in society, Yahweh ended up becoming the Christian God. They did away with Elyon. They did away with God's wife Asherah. Initially, in early Christianity, Asherah and Yahweh were together. She's the goddess of heaven. But later, in earlier centuries, the church did away with Asherah, and we only had the one God, Yahweh. And even in the Bible, Lucifer is not the devil. At no time in the Bible is Lucifer ever referred to as the devil or Satan. He's not even referred to as a fallen angel. He's referred to as fallen, but never an angel. The word Satan is a Hebrew word that translates to the adversary, and it's a title, not a character, not a person. Samuel in the Bible is referred to as Satan because it's just a title with a meaning. It means adversary. The devil is not Satan. Lucifer is not Satan. It's just a word. Christians do not understand their own theology. Period.
Okay.
You believe what you were told to believe by another person. And that was based off of their interpretation.
No, what I believe is that Jesus died on the cross for me to save me from my sins, and that's what I believe.
Why?
You mean why?
Why? Why do you believe that?
Because I know it's to be true. Because I have I
So,
felt I felt the power of God. I felt it before. I mean, I've had
so,
God answer. I've prayed. I've had God answer prayers for me. I know.
so God's got time to answer your prayers, but God doesn't have time to save children from school shootings.
I can't begin to understand God or His ways. I mean,
And
it's
and my point in asking that question is how ridiculous it sounds. That you are so special that the creator of the entire
everyone's
universe
special to God.
has all the time to answer your prayers, but he ignores the prayers of other people.
He doesn't ignore everybody's prayers.
I mean, the
He
children
answers prayers.
the children in Uvalde, how much you want to bet their parents were praying nonstop that their child wasn't shot? How about the person that's dying from cancer right now that's begging God to
Things
cure them?
happen. Things happen. I mean, God can't stop everything in the world. Things happen because of other people's decisions. Not everything is God's fault.
Right.
Because
God's got
people's
time to
wrong
help you.
decisions that they
God's
make.
got time. God's got time to help special little old you, but he doesn't have time to stop children from
God
starving.
helps other people. God helps other people. He answers other questions. I mean, other prayers. I'm not saying I'm the only one in the world that God answers prayers.
Actually, we've studied intercessory prayer. It doesn't work.
Yeah, it does. My brother,
No, it doesn't.
he was healed of cancer. My brother had cancer on his back. They said that he was going to die. He was prayed for, went back to the hospital, and they never found any cancer whatsoever at all.
So what? That doesn't prove prayer. All that proves is that cancer comes and goes.
No, the cancer didn't come and go. He was going to die. The cancer was completely gone.
Yeah, I had an aunt who had lung cancer. They said she had 6 months and she lived 6 years. So what? She didn't pray. There's medical mysteries all the time because we don't really understand that level of biology yet. We're working on it and we'll probably get there someday. But
I know. Well, the truth of the matter is that no one's going to be able to prove evidence. I mean, if you think the Bible's not true and you think everything, no one's going to be able to provide evidence to you that
actually,
God exists.
I can
And no
provide
one,
evidence. I can provide evidence that the Bible is not true.
yeah, and what evidence is that?
Geologic rock strata, the paleontology, archaeology, anthropology, history in general. There was no global flood. At the time Christians say the global flood happened, there were indigenous tribes of people on every single continent on the planet. Australia had indigenous tribes of people, Japan, China, the Caucasus Mountains of Europe, Native American tribes in North America and South America. People existed on this planet besides the people in the Middle East. Also, to add to the evidence that there was no global flood, life evolves in specific areas for specific reasons. There is life, insect, reptilian, mammalian life that is indigenous to only one region of one country of one continent. That's only found in that spot. It's not found anywhere else on Earth. So explain to me how a butterfly got from South America all the way the fuck across the ocean to the Middle East, where it boarded a fucking boat and then flew all the way back to to South America, to its one specific continent. How did kangaroos get from the Middle East from Australia to the Middle East across an ocean and then back to Australia after the floodwaters receded? The Japanese have been recording their history for 5,300-ish years. Same with China. The oldest known society is the Sumerian society, and they're like Zoroastrianists, and they're like 5,000 years old. Or, well, okay, 5,000 years before Christ.
Okay.
So that disproved the global flood. Evolution, we've known about evolution for about roughly 160 years. And in that time frame, we have amassed more evidence for the theory of evolution than for the theory of gravity. Like, it's huge. Our understanding of evolution is rock solid. And that disproves Adam and Eve. And then there's the Exodus in the Bible, where Hebrew slaves supposedly left Egypt after 7 plagues were visited upon the Pharaoh. That didn't happen. Egypt never had Hebrew slaves at those numbers, at that level. And there's no evidence that there were any tribes wandering for 40 years through the desert. Archaeologists have been looking for that since the 1970s, and they've never found any evidence of it.
But evolution is just a theory. That hasn't been proven.
Say what?
Evolution hasn't been proven.
Yes, it has. 100%
No,
has. Absolutely been proven.
it's just a theory.
Sorry?
It's just a theory.
I can't hear you.
It's only a theory.
So you don't understand what the word theory means?
Yeah, I understand what it means.
No, you obviously don't.
It's not been definitely proven as
Yes,
a
it
fact.
has.
No.
Yes, it has. Yes, it has. The definition of the word theory is largely abused by the general public. but it's a series of facts that lead to a conclusion. A theory is the highest known accolade an idea can achieve in the scientific community. Germ theory, the theory of gravity, the theory of evolution. Gravity is a fact. We have a theory based on it. Evolution is a fact. We have theory based on it. Germ theory, germs exist. Germs cause disease and sickness. Germs do a lot of things. That's a fact.
Well,
Your entire medical industry, your oil and gas industry, and your entire food industry, when it comes to like meat and vegetables and fruit, is built on the understanding of genetics and evolution. All of it.
all right. Well, you bring up some good points, but I still believe in the Bible, and I'm going to believe in it. You're going to believe the way you're believing. You're not going to change my mind. And it's obviously I'm not going to change your mind because your heart is hardened, and that's the
Yeah, the only way I could possibly come to my conclusion if that there was something wrong with me, right?
I didn't say there's anything wrong with you. I
That's
just
what you
said that
just
your
said.
heart's hardened.
You just said your heart is
I mean,
hardened.
that's your opinion.
The only way I
I
can
mean,
come
you're
to this
not going to change
conclusion is
your
if there's
mind.
something
You're not
wrong
going to
with me.
believe anything I say or any evidence.
What
If anybody
evidence?
brought you any evidence, you wouldn't believe it.
How do you know that?
Because
You
there's
don't
no
know
way
me.
to prove.
You don't
There's
know
no way to
anything
prove
about
to
me.
you. There's no way to
You
prove
don't.
to you that God
No, I'm going to
exists.
explain this to you very simply, and I need you to actually fucking listen to me. I am an atheist. So what that means is I am neutral. I'm in the middle. You are a theist. You believe in a God. There is an anti-theist that says there is no God. I am an atheist. I am right in the middle between you two. I am neutral. If one of you provides evidence, that's what I'm going to believe. If you provide evidence there is a God, I'll believe it. If somebody provides evidence that there absolutely is no God, I will believe that. I go where the evidence takes me. You believe because you were told to, not because you have evidence that a God actually exists.
Yeah, I listened to what I was told, but I also made my own decision. I mean, I didn't always follow God, but I made my own decision to follow God.
Which God?
Huh?
Which God?
The God in the Bible.
There's 45,000 different interpretations of that God. Which one?
Jesus Christ. The God in the
There are
Bible.
45,000 different interpretations of Jesus Christ and the Christian God. Which
The
one?
one who died on the cross.
There's
The one who was
thousands of them.
crucified.
Which one?
The Messiah that died on the cross who was crucified.
That's Christianity. That's all of Christianity, but which specific denomination?
I don't go by denominations. I just go by a personal relationship with Christ. I mean, I'm not really just say I'm Christian. I'm not really in a denomination. I mean, I go by I have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ. I don't think that religion, denomination. I mean, I don't really think that's
The
important.
definition of the word religion is a belief in a God or gods. So, by definition, if you believe in God, you are religious. Now, if you want to separate yourself from church, from organized religion, you can make that argument. But by
Yeah, I
definition, you
do.
are religious.
Okay, and I guess I'm religious, but as far as churches, I really don't call myself a denomination. On some things with churches, I will agree with you on one thing. Some people in churches are too judgmental and too not as loving as they should be towards people that are. I noticed earlier you were talking about gay people, transgender people. And I think sometimes when, I mean, we're supposed to go forth as Christians and witness to people, and we're supposed to do it with love.
You're not supposed to witness to
And
anybody.
yeah, the Bible
No, you're
tells us
not.
to do that.
No, you're not.
Yeah,
No,
it
you're not.
does.
No, the Bible
My
doesn't. No,
Bible
no,
does.
it doesn't. The Bible tells the apostles to witness. It does not tell you to witness. And as a matter of
Yeah,
fact, Jesus said in the Bible to keep your religion to yourself. He said, do
yeah,
not pray in public as the hypocrites, but do so in the privacy of your home.
yeah. That's
He
about
also
prayer, but
said,
we're supposed to be witness and telling people about God.
no, he did not tell you to witness anything.
Yeah,
He told the apostles to witness, not you. You are not mentioned in the fucking Bible anywhere. And
no,
part of the
I get.
problem with Christianity is that it's largely disrespectful as fuck. Because it thinks it has all the right answers when offering no answers at all. And it tells
No, I
other
don't.
people
I
that
don't
their
agree.
religions are wrong or demonic or satanic or whatever.
I would never tell somebody that their religion is wrong or demonic or satanic or anything like that.
I'm an
And
atheist. Am I going to hell?
well, yeah, I say if you, that Jesus said, "I'm the way, the truth, and the life." I mean, that's your decision what you do.
Right. So I'm going to go to hell because I chose not to believe in and love a God who's hiding from me. I'm going to be punished for eternity.
I can only go by what the Bible says. I mean, I can
Right.
only
And that's
tell
the point I'm trying to
people what the
make. The
Bible.
Bible is wrong, and I've proven that case.
No, not to me. You haven't.
Well, that's because your standards of evidence are jacked. And we have a mountain of evidence that disproves claims made in the Bible. Like that's absolutely a fact. But you think that a just God, you think it's just that people are going to be punished for eternity for finite crime? Infinite punishment for a finite crime. So let's give you a scenario. There's a 20-year-old college student who is, maybe she's a devout Muslim, and she is attacked, raped, and murdered by a guy. And that guy goes to jail. He goes to court. He gets the death penalty. And during his time in jail, he repents and asks Jesus for forgiveness for the horrible things he's done. According to your theology, that horrible piece of shit's going to heaven. And that Muslim girl is going to hell. That's the logic of your religion.
I can't say who goes to heaven or who goes to hell. That's totally
I'm
up.
making this assessment based on what the Bible says. This is a logical assessment based on the scriptures. That you can be forgiven for your sins if you ask in repentance. Jeffrey Dahmer, the serial killer, before he met his death sentence, before they carried out his death sentence, he asked for repentance. He asked for Jesus' forgiveness. According to Christian theology, that mass murderer is in heaven right now.
Like I said, that's God's
And
judgment.
you
That's
think
totally up
this
to
is
God.
just. You think this is just. You think this is loving. Your definition of love and my definition of love are entirely two diametrically opposed positions because that's not how I see love. Punishing people for eternity is not love. Period. Educating somebody, that's love. Trying to help people do better in life, that's love.
Mhm.
But eternity in hell is not love. It's vengeance. Also, it's a contradiction. Perfect mercy and perfect justice cancel each other out because perfect mercy is a suspension of justice. You can't be both. You can be one or the other. Also, the Bible, you believe the Bible, right?
Yes, I do.
All right, I'm going to read you a passage really quick. Isaiah 45:7. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. Your God created evil. It's in the scripture. It must be true, right?
I knew you're only reading one verse. What does the rest of the chapter say?
That's a statement from God. What more verse does there need to be? What else? What
Well, I mean,
context?
you can take anything out of context and
What
read one verse,
context
but
is there for
what
I
about the whole
create evil?
chapter?
What
What's saying in the
context?
rest of the chapter?
What context is there for I create evil?
Well, it depends on who he's talking to, what's being
No,
said
it
there,
really depends.
on the whole verse, the whole
When he
chapter.
states emphatically that he created evil, that's what he did.
I mean, I'd
There's
have
no
to read it
context
for
for that.
myself.
Huh? I'm going to read another verse to you really quick. 2 Kings 2:23 through 25. Then he went up from there to Bethel, and as he was going up by the way, young lads came out from the city and mocked him and said to him, "Go up, you bald head, go up, you bald head." When he looked behind him and saw them, he cursed them in the name of the Lord. Then 2 female bears came out of the woods and tore up 42 lads of their number. So God sent 2 bears to murder 42 children for making fun of a prophet for being bald. Is that justice and loving to you?
I don't know. I don't know the entire situation.
There is no entire situation. God murdered 42 kids with bears. What entire situation is there? Like, that's it. Why are you trying to make justifications for this stuff? Well, it's out of context, or maybe this, or maybe that. You're making these weird justifications for this instead of just looking at it at face value for what it's worth. I appreciate you coming on, and I would highly recommend you spend more time listening to the debate. Go on YouTube, Christian debate, atheist debate.
Yeah, well, I'll get
Go
more
find some biblical scholars and listen to what they have to say.
I'll get more into reading some of the Bible and come back on and talk to you.
I wish you would. Start with Genesis.
Yeah, I will. I mean, you give some scriptures and some things to think about.
Well,
and
read the Bible in its entirety. Start at the beginning. Hold on, wait, stop. Hold on. I'm going to let you finish, but I want you to look at the Bible as though it's academic. Start at the beginning the way you would any other book and read your way through it to Revelation. That's how books are meant to be read. And when you get to Leviticus, you definitely need to jump back into one of my lives and talk to me about it.
All right.
Because If you've never read Leviticus, it's going to turn your fucking stomach.
Okay.
All right. I appreciate you. I hope you have a wonderful night.
Thanks. You too. Thank you.
Right. And that's the point, folks. I want to get people to think about things. Don't just assume things. Like, you got to think about it. Oracle. How you doing, Eli? You all right?
Yeah, man. There's nothing for me to say.
I got you. What's up, man? Hey, Oracle, you there?
Hi.
What's up?
How you doing, bro?
Oh, living the dream. Living the dream. What's on your mind?
It's the idea of making excuses for a powerful being that watches babies raped.
Yeah, it's a little hard, isn't it?
It's just hard to believe. I mean, he watches while kids get raped. He doesn't do nothing.
Yep.
And they still believe that he's up there and he watches.
It is hard, isn't it? It doesn't
It
really
is
add up to me either.
No, not at all. And when I started reading the Bible was when I began to realize that the Bible is like a comic book.
Yeah. That's a really good analogy. That's like the Bible's one of the earliest comic books. There's a good guy, there's a bad guy. It's
Yeah,
the constant fight between good and evil. You know, it's a human thing.
I mean, I like what you do, and I just want to commend you for for standing up for it's like it's a coalition that I think we should build, because the lie has gone on for too many years, and it's time to dismantle the lies and let people know that religion in entirety is all a lie.
All right. Well, I mean, I really appreciate your support, man. And it's good to
Yeah,
know that there's like-minded people out here in the world that are voicing their dissent from this horrible ideology.
it is too horrible. It is horrible. It is horrible. All
Well, I
right, so
appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much.
I'll stay in the background, just listen to you.
All right, man. Thank you. You have a wonderful night.
You too. Bye.
Oh my goodness. There was a person in here in the comments section that was talking smack.
Yeah, there was a bunch of them.
Oh, and look at that. He has 1,500 followers. He can send in a guest request. Dynamo Flying in the comments telling me that I don't have the courage to talk to him. Well, send in a guest request, Sparky. You got over 1,000 followers. You can go live. There's a pink and blue person on your screen. It says guests. You hit that button and send in a request. Until he figures that out, we're going to go to Tor. I'll give you time. No worries, Domino. I'm not going nowhere.
Hey.
What's up, man?
And thank you for what you are doing. And God have done so much shit. David, when he should take back Israel, when I was fighting all these tribes, God told them, kill them all. But David and the soldiers wouldn't kill the woman and the tribes.
I'm sorry, guy. We can't understand a word you're saying, man. You have yourself a wonderful day.
What?
I have no
Why do you
idea
say
what that
what
was.
like that?
Kate.
Kate, because.
Yeah, Kate because.
Kate, because how's it going?
It's good. How are you?
Living the fucking nightmare, but I'll get over it. What's on your
Uh,
mind?
yeah, no, I'm just wondering how we have not evolved past religion at this point.
Well, I mean, we're a young species, I mean, in the greater scheme of things, when you look at a 4.8 billion year old planet, and we're only what 250,000 years old. We got a long way to go.
100%. But if you, like, personally, I view the Bible as a part of history and not necessarily as some weird theology to be, like looking for Easter eggs in or finding something to believe in. It's like, yeah, don't eat shellfish, or maybe don't wear dangerous materials, or, you might unalive yourself if you do this, or that, or that, or that. But, now that we have a more complex society and we're more sophisticated, how have these things not just evolved their way out of society? And it's just,
Well, they are. I mean, the last U.S. Census in 2020 showed a 40% drop in church attendance and people identifying as Christian. And the last article I read on that said that they predict that the Christian population of the United States will be below 50% by 2039.
what a day.
So we're coming out of it slowly. I
It's
mean, what you're kind of seeing right now is the death throes of religion. They realize they're losing power, and so they're trying to do everything they can to capitalize on that power, even if it includes demonizing the LGBTQ community.
100%. Yeah, I just don't, yeah. If they keep making themselves obsolete, we'll keep calling them fossils.
There you go.
100%.
And that's essentially the reason why religion is on its way out. It refuses to change. It refuses to update its ideology, and it deals in absolutes when there is no absolute.
It's hilarious because in like during the Renaissance or the medieval period, or really any time in European history, big changes happened when the church changed. And
I would
it's
say big
almost like
changes happened when the church lost power.
fair.
When we look at the church having control over a government, we see the Dark Ages, we see the Crusades, we see Inquisitions, that kind of stuff. And in between those periods of time where the church lost some of its influence, life thrived. It did a little bit better. Human beings kind of mellowed out. I mean, it takes time. It takes a lot of time.
Can I share a quick anecdote of when I stopped going to church?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I was in college and I was taking a medieval religions course, so a theology class essentially, but not really. It was more historical rather than theology based. It was basically about the origins of monotheistic religions and how they affected Europe and other countries that believed in monotheistic religions. And so it was a story about the Black Plague and how that affected different regions, right? So you had the same sort of unalivings. I mean, it was a catastrophe, right? People were getting sick. They were failing, and different religions responded in different ways. So you had the Catholic Church saying, you're all being punished because you're sinners. This is what happens when you incur God's wrath.
Right.
And what happened in like Muslim countries, or in Muslim countries, was basically you're being rewarded because you get to leave this existence and go to heaven, if it were. And there were social ramifications. So Europe became more regressive. And in that time, Muslim countries became more progressive. And happier people, even though they were still being deleted at the same rates, were getting better at math and science and all of these things, and their countries were progressing in a positive way just because
Yeah,
of a
that's what
positive message.
a lot of Americans kind of skip over the fact that alcohol and algebra were invented by Muslims.
Yeah, absolutely. The cradle of existence isn't England, it isn't France, it's Mesopotamia. And it's
Well,
very
it's
much
I think that's the creation. I think that's the creation of society.
fair.
Well, but the cradle of life is Africa, where life evolved.
We all come from Africa. You're totally correct.
Yeah.
You're right. Society is a good way to describe it. But yeah,
I mean,
so that was the
prior
moment
to
I saw
us
that,
building,
that I was being taught
well,
negative things
yeah,
rather than something positive.
right.
And that those
Well, and
teachings,
that's kind of the whole thing about Christianity, right? Everything is bad all the time. That's their whole MO. They seem to think that they need Jesus in school because everything is bad all the time. They seem to think they need Jesus everywhere because everything is bad all the time. But they fail to realize that we track things. We carry with us statistics. We know what the death rate, the murder rate, the crime rate was in 1995. And we know that today it is 60% lower. Violent crime and murder is 60% lower today than it was in the 90s. Same with regular crime, non-violent, like home invasions and break-ins and stuff. Drastic drop from the 1990s. So when you hear a Christian say, "Well, everything's horrible today, and all of these prophecies are coming true," they're literally blowing smoke out of their ass.
well, they want clout and followers, right?
I think some of them do, but I think others are just using it as a justification for their beliefs. It's fear based.
Yes.
It's based in fear. That's the whole point of it. It's designed to make you afraid, to keep you under control.
100%.
Yeah. Also, prophecy isn't. It's really hard to prove, like very hard.
It's even harder to disprove, right? You can make prophecy fit anything if you just try really hard, right? So if you're just like, well, but if you just, shake the earth up a little bit and you just turn it a little bit, it makes sense in this area or that area or for
Well,
this culture, that.
It's like let's say that
that's exactly how they wrote the New Testament. The authors of the New Testament had access to the Old Testament, so they made the prophecies match.
also let's say that Christianity proved every single prophecy. It still would not prove Christianity because
Nope.
you can't prove that one they actually knew this, right? I can say that tomorrow the sun's gonna come up, right? It doesn't mean that I made the sun come up or anything. It's just they're all just guesses.
Well, and I mean, like the most common one I hear today is the Euphrates River's dried up. Yeah, it's done that like a dozen times in the past 1,000 years. So what? It's not prophetic. It's something that happens. Places on the earth go through droughts. It's not
or
prophetic.
the blood river or whatever.
That's a whole line of bullshit.
It's also weird to me that somebody be like, oh, the river's drying up. And we're like, hey, global warming is happening. And you're like, I don't want to recycle. And then you're like, oh, it's a prophecy. The end is coming. Okay.
Self-fulfilled prophecy.
People have thought the end was coming like for the past 50 years.
Oh, longer than that. They've been predicting the fucking end time since the time of Jesus. I mean, there's
Literally,
Christians on this app who seem to think that the second coming of Jesus was when he was here.
people have been deleting themselves off of this planet for fear of the rapture for who knows how many years and
Oh,
how
yeah.
many
I mean,
people.
it's every like
God,
5 years we get a story in the news of some woman who drowned her 5 kids out of fear of the rapture.
yeah. I don't know how many people belief in like cultish behavior has literally deleted. How many people
Oh, that Was
Who
it
who has literally deleted themselves or somebody else for
what was that?
like scientific related things? Like I just don't know the answer
Oh,
to that
never.
question.
Yeah, nobody's ever deleted themselves for scientific over a scientific discovery. That's just no. It's only the religious zealots that do that nonsense. Well, I appreciate you, Kate. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah. Have a good one. Thank you.
You too. Take it easy.
Yeah.
Bye, Kate.
Jim Jones. Jesus.
Dynamo. You want to bring him up?
Dynamo.
It's gonna get crazy, Dynamo.
Let's go. Okay. Hey, bro, it's Dynamo. Can we go one-on-one without the other guy underneath us so we can talk without any interruptions?
Oh, Eli can do his own thing if he wants to stick around and stay silent, or if he wants to.
Hey,
It's
hey,
fine.
Eli.
Go ahead and give me your
Eli,
best
how you doing,
argument for
bro?
Jesus or for God.
Hey, Eli.
Yeah.
Yo, can you do me a favor, bro? I really like this guy. Despite our differences of opinions, I like the guy that's doing this, whatever his name is, Ethan. Can you do me a favor and jump off so I can have one-on-one with him so that we don't hear like, it's like, people just blah, 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 right? It's easier one-on-one. You get the third wheel in there. It's like a blah, blah, blah. Are you cool with that, Eli?
I mean, I'll mute up, but I'm not gonna move down. But yeah, I usually don't engage with the conversations anyway that much. But yeah, go
Okay,
ahead.
so you're so for the next say whatever minutes, you're telling me you're giving me your
He'll
word.
mute up. He'll mute up, Dynamo. Go ahead with your point.
All right, cool. First of all, I really like how you got like your setup. Like I'm new at TikTok. I like the fact that you got I don't know if you got a green screen, whatever. I was scrolling through. I first like that. Like to the bandana. I grew up in the 80s, 90s. There's a lot about you that my profile picture, I grew up different. I have to wear, I had long hair before. I got a company and I have to like wear different clothes now, but I miss my long hair, bro. You don't even know. So,
Oh, I believe you.
are you American or Canadian?
American.
Oh, nice. I got American business partners. I tell you right now, I know a lot about the founding fathers, a lot more than the Canadians. And I respect America. If it wasn't for America, Canada would be overrun, bro.
What's on your mind?
So I was scrolling through and it says, provide evidence that a God exists. Now, I'm not a Christian. Like, I'm not all about, like, if someone asks me, are you a Christian? I'll tell them straight up, no, I'm not. Now, I scrolled through just a couple of your videos and stuff like that, your pictures. One said satanic or whatever on there. But earlier you said you were an atheist. Are you atheist or are you a Satanist?
Both. They are one and
Okay.
the same. They are
Okay.
synonymous with each other.
You're going to have to educate me, bro, because I don't know much
So
about like
there are two classical schools of Satanism. There is the Church of Satan, which was started in the
Yep.
Late 60s, early 70s by Anton LaVey.
Heard of it? Yep.
And there's the Satanic Temple, started by Lucian Greaves.
Okay. Now, so which one are you?
I am a member of the Satanic Temple. We are an
Okay.
atheist, non-theistic religious organization that fights for civil rights.
Okay. So then, like, school me. Do you guys pray to Satan or no?
No,
Or
we don't
talk to
believe in
him or
Satan.
believe that he's a
Well,
what's that?
let's clarify this really quick. Satan is a Hebrew word that translates to the adversary. Satan is not a character in the Bible. He's not a person. It's
Okay,
just a
good. That's
word
what
that translates.
I perfect. Because to me, when I saw your satanic shirt, I thought, well, how can the guy not believe in God? Because if there's a devil with horns and a thing, then
Well,
there'd have to be a God. So I was like,
the
well, wait,
devil is an entirely different thing. The word Satan, like I
I
said,
got you.
is a title.
I got you.
Samuel in the Bible, who's one of God's favorite people, is labeled Satan at one point in the Bible.
Got you.
The devil is not Lucifer. Lucifer is not the devil, and none of them are the serpent in the Garden of Eden. They are all
Okay.
completely separate characters.
Okay. So like, but do you guys talk to Lucifer or anything like that?
No, we
Okay,
don't
so
believe. We
perfect,
don't believe
perfect,
in. We don't
perfect.
believe
I'm glad.
in any of that.
I'm glad because that would make no sense at all. Because if like if I meet a
There
Satanist and they're
are
like,
there are Luciferians who believe in that Lucifer is the devil and they
got you,
worship
got
the
you,
devil and they take the side of the devil because they see God as a tyrant.
I
But
got you,
I just don't believe in God or
I
the
got you.
devil or Satan.
I got you. I totally got you. Okay, I get it. I did not, yeah, thank you so much for schooling me on that because if that makes a lot more sense to me that there's different, um, like when it comes to being an atheist and a Satanist, that now it makes more sense that you can be both
Yeah.
with because you guys don't like talk or pray to because there are these Satanists when I was younger when I was in my 20s. I remember they were I guess they called them way back occultists, and they would pray to like loose like demons and like the devil and stuff in their minds, and then
I
they would
mean, you
try
got
and
to
like
imagine they probably did that because it was cultural. At the period of time you're talking about, there were a bunch of Christians beating their horns about uh, the satanic panic and how Satan was in the board games and Satan was in rock music and Satan
got
was
you,
in
yep,
movies. And so there was a culture of people who wanted to rebel against that nonsense.
got
And so
you,
that's kind of like some of the Satanists or Luciferians or devil worshippers you might meet,
yeah.
but it was all just a phase. There's never been a satanic death cult ever.
Okay, so you're not part of the what do you call those guys? Not witches, but warlocks. That's not part of you guys.
No.
Okay,
We do have
good.
witches. We do have people that practice witchcraft in the satanic temple and in the
But
satanic
not
church.
warlocks.
Well, same
Is there
thing. A
war
warlock
so
is a warlock is male, a witch is female,
okay,
technically.
got you. Okay. All right. I did I did meet one in Ontario for American side that's like above like Toronto above New York area. I did meet one in London and he was trying to tell me about it, but I was like 20 something, right? So I didn't really get it.
Well,
So okay,
what did you want to talk about on here?
so provide evidence that a God exists. Okay. For me, I was like yourself, totally 100% atheist, right? And I was smoking 2.5 packs a day in London, Ontario. But I was dating this girl, and her mom was like one of those religious nutcases or whatever, and with the Bibles everywhere. You walk in, Jesus loves you, and stuff like that, right? So my health went down like crazy. Like I was a fit athlete, 8 pack. You can go on my gallery of videos. You can see me smoking in her mom's house. She asked me to take a picture with her my shirt off. Long story short, I ended up going to the hospital because I was getting crazy heart attacks. Like I was dropping to my knees walking around. And do you remember the 80s, 90s when the AIDS epidemic?
Yep.
I'm 49, so I don't know how old you are, but
40.
like we are the world, that one.
Yep.
Well,
I remember it.
my health went so down so bad that I went and got an AIDS check because I was sleeping around, and they said I didn't have AIDS, but I was bedridden. So I just basically said, look, I don't want to like go to a priest or one of those pastor thingies or anybody. I want to know if there is a God, because if I'm going to die, I want to know. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So I was writing my buddy who I was renting a room from at the time. I wasn't, a business owner like I am now. I was renting a room, and I wrote him a letter every night saying, hey, if I die in my sleep, thanks for letting me rent here. I finally put the pen down in the summer of 96, and I said, okay, God, if you're real, I need you to show me if you're real or not. Because if not, fine. But if you are, I need out of this, because I was 8 pack ripped and couldn't get out of bed. And that was in St. Thomas. And about 4 months later, September 29th, 1996, I'm at her mom's house, and I can't sleep because I don't know if I'm going to die that night. Her mom gets up, and she was a nice lady. She never hardcore bitched at me for smoking in the house. She just said like, hey, can you not do that again? And I was banging her daughter, and she knew it because her daughter ended up having an abortion. Her daughter was like, I don't want to go to college. I don't want to have this kid. Let's have an abortion. I was like, whenever you want, man. You're the boss, type of thing in that area. And so on September 29th, 1996, I went down the hall in the middle of the night, 2:00 in the morning. I was like, hey, can we talk? And she's like, about what? And I was like, well, life and death. I'm dying. I don't know what the heck's going on. And she pulled out one of those freaking Bibles. And I didn't want to hear that crap, right? Because I told Sherry, that the girl I was dating, I'm like, this stuff is for weak people like your mom. And I'm not into that stuff. Like, she tried to show me Noah lived over 1,000 years old. I told her, people can't live over 1,000. Give your head a shake, right? You know what I mean?
Yep.
So she put this Bible in front of me, and she starts telling me, like, I hung around some criminals at the time. I was only 17. And she said, imagine you're in jail or in court, and the crown attorney's Satan, and he's got a list of all your charges, and you're standing there and you're trying to defend yourself. And if you have one little charge, one mistake you've made in your life, you go to hell. Well, frick, I didn't want to hear that crap. I was already dying. I didn't want to hear that I was going to go to hell. You know what I mean? So she said to me, you know, have you ever made a mistake? I'm like, lady, you know me. I got a list of things, rap sheet like crazy as a young offender. And she goes, well, if you don't have Jesus as your lawyer, you're going to go to hell. I'm like, lady, I don't want to hear this at 2:00 in the morning. I'm trying to get my health going here. And she said, well, you know, if you ask him to forgive you, he knows the judge, and the judge is God the Father, and he wants to like adopt you in his family. And I'm just like, what? So long story short, she says, pray this prayer after me and ask him if you in your heart if you want to. And I was at the end of my rope. I did, but she had her eyes closed. And about 7 feet away, this bright light comes out of nowhere and comes towards me. I couldn't speak, and you know I'm a talker. And it came towards me, scared the crap out of me, shrunk down, went right in the middle of my chest. And I looked over and I said, you missed it. So from that point on, I just started talking to God and started praying. But I'm not a church. Like, I can't even tell you when the last time I even stuck my head in one of those things. So from your, if that happened to me, and also too, I got up and ran down to Sherry's bedroom and I said, hey, Sherry, you're right. There is a God. And then I ran back and I said, wait, Norma, I just ran. I haven't ran in years. I'll be right back. I ran around the block. I said, how the heck am I healed? She goes, oh, Jesus is a healer too. So from your perspective, that happened to me. How do I not say there's a God when that happened to me?
Well, let's see. If I'm sitting in my living room and an object gets up and floats itself across the living room, I have to consider a few things. I can't just automatically say that it was a ghost because I don't have evidence of ghosts.
Right.
What do I have evidence of? Well, I have evidence of having a psychological break. I have evidence of fever-induced hallucinations. I have evidence that the human brain is not reliable in our senses. We can see things that aren't there and hear things that aren't there and experience things that aren't real. And so if I'm sitting in my living room and an object gets up and floats across the room, I need to check my own self psychologically. Where am I? Am I stressed? Is there a gas leak? And am I doing okay health wise? I'm going to check all of the boxes in reality before I assume anything supernatural. And even if my conclusion ultimately is a supernatural thing, then I have to go and do the work of, okay, in your example, which God is it? Is it the Lutheran God? Is it the Baptist God, the Second Baptist God, the Catholic God, the Mormon God, the Jehovah's Witness God? Is it any of the 45,000 denominations of Christianity's God? Is it Islam or the several denominations that come with that? Is it Judaism? Is it Greek Roman pantheon? What is it? Which God is it? And you've got to, it's not as simple as just assuming that the experience you had is in any way relevant to you, to whether or not there's a God.
I got you. Now, I did leave out one thing. When that bright light, I'm sure you've seen that Bethlehem star on cards and stuff. It was like that and brilliant. And when it went into my chest, I felt the most amazing peace I've ever felt in my life. And I was completely healed of crazy stuff, back pain, chest pain, heart pain, you name it. And that was 20 some odd years ago. And ever since that day, I've just had a conversation with him and asked him for things. And I've literally seen crazy miracles myself. So one thing that someone couldn't do to me before was prove to me there was a God, because her mom tried to do it, and little pieces of paper when I'm trying to make a payphone. Remember those little tracks at payphones? Choose Jesus. One guy almost knocked out on the corner of Dundas and Wellington in London, Ontario. He goes, "You want to get saved?" I go, "Get that on my face, or you're gonna need saving." Because I was like, I was a hockey player, bouncer type of guy. So for the last 20 years, I've just had a relationship with him, and there's no way I could convince, because no one could convince me. But I just love who you are,
There
and I was
is a
just
way
like,
to convince me. There absolutely is a way to convince me. People assume that because I'm an atheist, I'm just anti-God, and that's not the case. There's a spectrum here. There is, on one end of the spectrum, the anti-theist. They say there is no God. On the other end of the spectrum is you, the theist. There is a God. I'm in the middle.
okay,
And when somebody provides me the appropriate evidence, I will lean that direction.
got you. I wish we were in the same. I'll be going down in the States once COVID chills out a little bit more, but I hope we get to hang out one day. And I tell you, it sounds weird, but because I got healed, I've laid my hands on people and I've said, in the name of Jesus, be healed. And if they believed, they would get healed. And I'm not a healer, it's him. And at that kitchen
Faith
table
healers
with,
do not work in hospitals for the same reason psychics don't win the lottery. It is bullshit.
well, for me, because I was healed, I just believed what the Bible said. Those 12 ding dongs that were running around with Jesus, they were rebels and they healed people. So I started doing the same, and I've seen the results, but I never believed it before because it hadn't happened to me. My body was like beyond, foobar. My body was foobarred, and because I got out of the deathbed, I just believed it. So when I get to meet you in
And
person,
you didn't do any other investigative experiments, nothing. You just
all
automatically assumed that it was God and ran with it.
well, she said, "Ask Jesus in your heart," and
So,
she said, "God in heaven," and I said, "God in heaven. I believe in Jesus. I believe in Jesus. I ask you
so
into my
what?
heart. I ask you into my heart." And as soon as I asked him in my heart, she had her eyes closed, and I didn't know to close my eyes, and you don't have to,
So,
but
hey, whoa, 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 whoa. That still doesn't prove God. You're just making the assumption that it was a God. How do you know it wasn't you weren't hallucinating because of a fever dream? You said
well,
you were
because
feeling,
months
you said your
before,
health was bad. You were feeling bad. How do you know it wasn't a fever dream?
I asked him to show me if he was real. I didn't think he was going to show me real with a Bible and a lady and a crazy bright light that the Apostle Paul saw.
Well,
I
that's
didn't.
just that's a numbers game, dude. You live in an area there's a lot of Christians. Eventually, you're going to run into one who's going to try to proselytize.
Oh, lots of them tried to before, but I wasn't open. I was like, shove that stuff right up your,
Again, none of this proves that what you experienced was God. How do you tell the
to other
difference?
people,
Hold on.
yes.
How do you tell the difference between a hallucination and actually a God?
Because after I got healed, I started doing, like, I have no health problems at all from that day, September 29th, 1996 at 2 o'clock in the morning. Ever since then, I played basketball yesterday, hardcore with some young people. Ever since
So
then,
then God's got time to heal you. You are a special case in the universe, but God doesn't have time to stop priests from fucking kids.
they're idiots.
He doesn't have
I'm
time to
not,
stop
the
school shooters from
Catholic
murdering kids. He
people,
doesn't have time
honestly,
to
those
stop
priests are
children
idiots.
from dying from bone cancer.
The priests are idiots because even the Bible says don't call anyone in the church father, and then they call themselves fathers. They're idiots. Number two, I guess the only
That
thing
has
that
nothing to do with your God's inability to stop people from suffering. He's got time for special little old you, but he doesn't have time for children that are
I guess
suffering.
it sucks that they do. I just had the opportunity to
No,
ask
that's
him
the
for
point
help.
I'm trying to get across to you. This is a wicked contradiction when you consider that God is supposed to be this loving character. He's got time to help you, somebody who intentionally smoked cigarettes to the point of being sick, somebody who, by his own admission, was hanging around the wrong element, and I don't know if you did drugs or not, and
Not really. No,
sleeping
I was
around,
more into just banging girls,
sleep,
playing hockey, and smoking
yes,
cigarettes.
sleeping around. You're doing all of these terrible things, and God's got time for you, but not time to save children.
So when it comes to children, from what I understand, and the lady that told me about Jesus, anybody under 12, and I could be wrong on this, from what I think she said, anybody under 12 is off the hook. They go to heaven automatically. Now, for
So then
me,
why are Christians
I
anti-abortion?
I opportunity, and I was older to humble myself and ask him into my heart. Now, the kids that die,
So
like
what
I got
about
a
the
kid.
17-year-old? Okay, here in America, we recently had a series of shootings.
Yep, I saw
A
that.
teenage boy knocked on a door and got shot for knocking on the wrong door. A
Saw
young
that on
lady got
YouTube.
shot for pulling into the wrong driveway. Another young lady got shot for approaching the wrong car. Like, we're having a litany of issues with that kind of shit. Where's God for them?
Well, my perspective is
Where's
this Lord.
God for the children of Uvalde, Texas?
Well, that's the thing about Satan, right? My perspective on Satan is he had it all. He was second in command or whatever, top angel, and he's on a mission to go around try and cause all this shit and bring
Did
people to
God
hell.
create? Did God create him?
Yeah,
Is God all knowing?
yeah,
Did God know that he was going to do it?
yep,
God is ultimately responsible. Could God
yes,
have
but in
created
a
a
way,
universe? Could God have created a universe where that didn't happen?
yes, but I would have never had the choice to choose him over Satan. I had a choice to choose Satan because I basically unknowingly worked for Satan all my life, just being the jerk I was. But at the age of 22, when someone finally, I mean, I had opportunities before, but I finally was at the end of my rope, and I'm like, I'm choosing Jesus, and I've never looked back.
That's circumstantial, my guy. Because for every story you have that's similar to your own, I can find you a story from an atheist who walked
My
away from
gosh,
the same.
I didn't think I could uh, prove to you and convince you. I mean, Ralph Waldo Emerson said, "A person convinced against his will is of the same opinion." I would say, like, have you ever asked, "Hey, God, are you real?"
Yes, I was Christian for most of my childhood, up
Oh,
into
so
my teen years.
you grew up in the church.
Yep.
What denomination?
Methodist.
Holy, that I couldn't. I've spoken at churches. Those are so boring. I couldn't. It's hard for me to walk in there and visit, let alone speak in them. That's a rough one, bro. They're so boring as hell.
Yeah, but they're more liberal than the rest of them.
True, true,
Still
true.
assholes. Still assholes,
Oh,
but they're more liberal assholes.
dude, you know why I don't call myself a Christian? There's too many denominations underneath those things. If people ask me, well, if you're not a Christian, what are you? I'm a believer and follower in Jesus because at a kitchen
That makes
table.
you a Christian by definition, man. I hate to break it to
True,
you.
but I don't. I hate putting. It's like yourself. There's a few denominations per se underneath the Satanism and the atheist side.
And
It's hard to really define
I
it.
would like to make the point that there is no actual evidence of a Jesus, and the Bible, all the stories in the Bible are told from a second and third hand account. None of them are eyewitness accounts of Jesus. So I don't believe that a Jesus actually existed.
I got you. The only eyewitness I have, and it's unfortunate she had her eyes closed, but even if she had her eyes open, it wouldn't have mattered to me. I had the same experience that Paul had, and it's. I hope that if you're in the middle, like you said, and you can be pushed
Paul
one
had a
way, I
fever
hope
dream.
if you're in the middle,
Hold
and
on,
you
wait.
said that you could
Paul's
be pushed.
entire experience regarding Jesus was hallucinations. They
So,
were fever dreams. They were induced hallucinations.
but
That's
after
not
that, after I got healed, I mean, I've seen stuff that's, if
right.
you're really in
And
the
so
middle,
my question is, you've seen things. Have you done experiments to verify your conclusion?
yeah, big time.
What
Well,
experiments?
Okay, so there was a
Do
I
you have?
wasn't
Do you, wait. Have you compiled your information? Do you have it available?
100% in a very less than a minute and a half. I can tell you an experiment I did that
I don't want you to tell me. What I want you to do is I want you to write down your experiences, the experiments and observations that you made, and the conclusion you reached and how you reached it. I want you to write that down, and I want you to submit it to every single scientific journal you can find for peer review study.
Well, I literally have been journaling a bunch of these experiments since '96. I have them in my
Granted, you should have
notes.
plenty. You should have plenty of information available for people for peer review study.
But at the same time,
Because if
they're
you have
paid.
single-handedly discovered God, my friend, then you will be the accolade of the human species.
The only problem is, though, those guys that I submitted to, I do it to the public, but those guys are paid to stay on one side of the fence in some
No, they're
regards.
not. That's not how science works. Not even a little bit.
Well, they also have a
The
reputation
scientific
too. They got to
method,
watch out too, right?
the scientific method is a self-correcting method that removes people's personal bias and prejudice from the equation.
Well,
That's why we call
most high
that's why
level
we call it
scientists.
that's why we call it peer-reviewed study.
True,
Because it means
but
more than one person looking at the evidence and making the observations and doing the experiments.
I've been able to hang around some high level scientific scientists, like professors, and I will tell you that they have a reputation. Like most of them are agnostic. They won't say that they're one side or the other. They're like agnostic, and so if I do prove to them, it's kind of like COVID. If they say now I believe in God because of what Joseph said. Sometimes they can get fired from universities. Sometimes they can get, flack on
No, they
Facebook or
cannot be
whatever.
fired for a religious belief. That's fucking illegal.
Well, I agree, but you'd be surprised what
That's
happened.
illegal. Like they could sue the living shit out of the university for that.
I know. Look at the doctors. The doctors that
That's a complete conspiracy level of nonsense, my friend. It's not true. That's a complete conspiracy level of nonsense, my friend.
So how do I?
That's not true. That's a complete conspiracy level of nonsense, my friend. What? Oh, somebody's mic is coming on.
How do I submit to the peer review?
Somebody's mic is coming on.
How do I submit to the peer review? How do I submit to the peer review?
Did
I
you
think
hook
when
into a
that guy
speaker?
joined in, it whacked it out. I think the
Bro,
other
just
guy
kick him.
joining
Just kick him.
whacked the speaker out.
Yeah, we're having a connection issue there. So you're gonna have to research it. You're gonna have to look it up and find out how to write a thesis and who to present it to. I highly recommend that you have if you have evidence of God, if you can heal people by laying hands on them, then I suggest you go start working in a fucking hospital. That's my
Yeah, man.
suggestion.
I could use some help, bro. I need that hand of yours.
All right, so we got guest requests. There's a duck. No name, just a duck. Hello.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can.
What's going on?
Oh, living the nightmare, man. What's on your mind?
Oh, I just I'm half worried about you, man,
Why is that?
because you're not just in the middle. You're definitely anti-God.
Oh no, I'm anti-religion, like 100% anti-religion, but I am not anti-God.
I thought atheist isn't that
Nope.
anti-God, or isn't agnostic? Isn't that what's in the middle?
Agnostic is a claim to knowledge. I do not know if there is or is not a God. Atheist is a claim to belief. I am not convinced of a God. Anti-theist is anti-God.
Okay, so you said provide evidence. You living, breathing, and talking right now is evidence.
I am evidence that my parents had sex and that evolution is a thing. I am not evidence of a God.
How is your DNA so complex, but yet slightly different from everyone else?
Well, for starters, complexity is not the sign of intelligence. Simplicity is the sign of intelligence. That's just to get that out of the way
Right.
quick.
So if it was
And
simple and everybody's DNA was the same, how would detectives be able to tell every person apart? Just like fingerprints.
We know how life formed on Earth.
How's that?
Abiogenesis.
So
life came from non-life, organic, non-living material. RNA and DNA self-replicated under relatively mundane conditions to create single-celled organisms. And when a species, when two people create another person, you're getting half of this person's DNA and half of this person's DNA to make an entirely new DNA subsection or chain, an entirely new DNA chain. That's why there's so much diversity. It's because nobody shares the same DNA because you're getting two different pair bonds from two completely different people.
Okay, but you saying that life came from nothing, life came from non-living
I never said it
things.
came from nothing. I said it came from non-life.
Okay, life coming from non-life, that shows more faith in what you believe than what...
We've proven it.
How have you proven it?
Scientists just created amino acid proteins in the lab a couple of years ago. And within the next 10 or so years, they're right on the breaking point of creating artificial single-celled living organisms. Human beings have the power to create life.
Right.
From
Who created
non-life.
the human beings?
From non-life.
Who created the human beings?
Evolution. Not a who, a what.
Prove to me evolution.
Paleontology, archaeology, genetics, mapping of the human genome project, viruses, disease, the fucking food you eat, the
There's
dog
adaptation and there's evolution. Prove to me a
No.
change of
Adaptation
species.
is a part of evolution. Adaptation leads to changes in allele frequencies, which allows for mutations to take place. Some mutations are beneficial and allow a species to thrive. Other mutations are not beneficial and will end a species, which is why you no longer see Neanderthals walking the earth. They went extinct.
Show me a change of species if evolution is real, because
Go
there's
look
no
at the
proof of
fossil
it.
record.
There is no proof of a change of species.
Yes, there is. You can literally see it in the fossil record.
No, it's okay. Well,
we have more evidence for the theory of evolution than we do for the theory of gravity. You're talking multiple fields of biological study, multiple fields ranging across the fucking board for 160 years ish. They have amassed massive amounts of evidence for the theory of evolution. And one of the linchpins in the theory of evolution was Dr. Francis Collins, who headed up the Human Genome Project. And they only recently finished that back in 2014 or 2015 or something like that. And while Dr. Francis Collins is a devout Christian, he publicly stated that based on the work he's done on the human genome, that evolution is an absolute fact.
But it's a theory. It's not proof.
Do you understand what the word theory is? Do you think it's a guess? Do you think some scientist somewhere just pulled an idea out of his asshole and called it a theory?
Not necessarily. He had some facts or whatever that he thought pointed to that. There's a human here. How did that human get here? Oh, there was a Big Bang. How did the Earth get here? There's a Big Bang.
A theory.
What the fuck?
A theory is the best known explanation based on a series of observations that led us to a series of facts. A theory is the highest accolade an idea can achieve in the scientific community because science doesn't deal in absolutes. For now, the theory of evolution is the standing theory. If new information comes to argue that, then that's the direction science will go. Until then, evolution is the standing theory. And it's how your food grows. It's how your clothes get made. It's how your medicine is made. It's how the fuel and fossil industry does what they do. Almost every aspect of your life is somehow impacted by the theory of evolution.
But like you said, it's an idea. It's not proven.
It is proven. How do you get to a theory? A series of observation and facts. A fact.
Okay.
You are 97 or 98% a DNA genetic match to chimpanzees.
Wait, do you not believe in gravity because it's a theory?
Yeah. Do you not
How
believe in gravity?
How is gravity a theory though? You drop a
It's a
ball,
theory.
you can watch it drop. You know that's true. You know it's a
Yeah.
fact.
It has the
The
exact
same way
same.
they do it through evolution, bro. It's
Exactly.
evidence.
Do you believe in
Okay.
germs?
Yes.
Yes. Germ
That's
theory.
That's things
Our
you can
understanding
see.
of germs is called germ theory.
That's things you can see. That's things that's actually
You
proven.
can see evolution. We can literally track it in a petri dish.
Okay, show me something that has evolved in your life that you've seen, not fossils, not something that you haven't
Dude,
seen.
you're
Something.
talking about a process that takes hundreds of billion, or sorry, not hundreds, but literally billions of years. You are a member of a species that is 250,000 years old. Evolution is not a process that happens
Even that statement right there, that's debatable. Not all scientists
No, it's
believe that
not
humans are that
debatable.
old.
It's not
Yeah.
debatable. It's not debatable.
Yes,
We
it
have
is. There's a
fossil
science.
records of our species dating back at least 250 years, 1,000 years.
Do you know how to age a fossil?
Yeah, you measure the radioactive material and minerals in the rock around the fossil. Or in some cases, you can measure the fossil too, because the fossil is just rock itself. I mean, there's no more genetic material left over typically. The genetic material gave way and the shape remained and sediment filled in and hardened, and that's how you get a fossil. Because, damn it, I lost my train of thought. Radioactive material decays at a very specific rate. It's one of the more accurate dating methods that humans have. It decays like clockwork. You can set your watch to it. And in fact, radioactive decay is more accurate than your watch. So radioactive material is at this stage, and over time it decays, and eventually it becomes lead. Now, when you know the rate of decay between this stage and lead, you can properly date given things. And that's how we date a lot of things. Carbon dating is another method. It's less accurate, but it still produces results. That's how we can date fossils.
Okay, the same thing about tree rings, but it's proven that every time you count the tree rings, doesn't necessarily mean the tree is actually that old.
Where
It's
did
a
you get
give or
that
take. It
from?
depends on what the tree is going through. It depends on its environment and whether or not like trauma was induced.
Okay, so you're believing these scientists, you're believing the articles they've written just as much
What
as
are you
Christians.
talking to me on right now?
A phone,
What phone? What kind of phone?
iPhone 14.
How does it work? Do you understand how a phone works? Do you understand the physics, the quantum physics involved in how a phone works?
I would say no.
Right, because you haven't been classically educated on it, correct?
Correct.
But it works, right? Nonetheless, it still works.
Right.
So you agree with science 99.9% of the time in your life. But the one science that somehow refutes your religion is somehow wrong?
I don't believe in all science. I believe even the fossils and the articles you're reading, those scientists, they're not all 100% correct.
That's not the question I asked you.
You said
You
I believe in
rely
99% of science.
99% of your life, you rely on science. But the one science that disagrees with your one religious worldview, that one science is wrong.
Because that's the farthest fetched, quote
No, it
unquote,
isn't.
science there is.
Not with all the evidence we've had compiled. No, it isn't. With the fossil record, with DNA, with genetics, with medicine, with how we like the banana. The natural yellow banana that you buy at the grocery store, that's not a naturally occurring plant.
I know.
That thing was created by genetic manipulation. GMO, it's a genetically modified organism. That's done so through the understanding of evolutionary processes. What mutations can we add to a given living organism to change its overall whatever?
Well, mutating a banana has nothing to do with evolution.
Evolution has to do with dogs. There's how many different fucking breeds of dog all came from wolf.
Okay, well, for your theory to be right, there has to be a change of species. You've told
No,
me you've
not
told me,
inside of 10,000 years. And we've only been breeding dogs for about 10,000 years. I'm telling you that evolution is a process that takes billions of years. Do you understand a billion?
okay,
It takes you 3
okay,
days. If you were to count 1,000, 2, 1,000, it'd take you 3 days to count to a million. Do you know how long it'll take you to count to a billion?
years.
32 years.
Yes.
That's the difference.
Oh, I understand that. So who was around billions of
You don't
years
need
ago?
to be around to understand it, dude. You can look at the evidence that's available.
Okay, I can be like you. We use our evidence as the Bible as our evidence. Okay, I
The
don't believe
Bible
in
is
your
not
articles.
evident because the Bible is wrong.
Your
Repeatedly.
evidence is wrong.
No, it isn't. Your entire medicine, your entire medical field, all of your medicine, flu vaccines, all of that shit comes from an understanding of evolution. Crops, food.
Adaptation.
No, adaptation is a part of evolution.
No, there's a difference.
Adaptation is an aspect of evolution.
No.
Yes. It absolutely is. And the Bible, by the way, is a garbage book that's been absolutely proven. Unless you think slavery is okay.
200 billion-year-old fossils.
Unless you, yeah, because a magical sky daddy is a better explanation, right?
Well, nothing colliding with nothing, creating everything.
Nobody said nothing collided with nothing. Nobody ever said that.
So explain to me.
Name one scientist, name one astrophysicist that said everything came from nothing.
Explain to me the Big Bang then.
The Big Bang happened. We don't know what caused it. And that's the thing. We don't assume to know what we don't know. Christians, on the other hand, and most religious people, seem to think they know something that they cannot possibly know.
Right. Because that's the difference. Because so you don't know.
Your idea here is a magical sky daddy that always existed magically poofed everything into existence from nothing. Mind you.
So the only difference between
that makes more sense to you than a Big Bang that we don't have all the answers for, and a process of evolution that explains what we're observing in nature.
But all we have is the answer. You don't know what it came from. We're saying we believe what it came from.
Yeah, but you're saying that without evidence. Why would you make that assertion?
We're using the Bible as our evidence.
Yeah, except the Bible's wrong.
Oh, okay. Well then.
No, the Bible's legit wrong. I don't know how to. Like, we know that there was never Hebrew slaves in Egypt. We know that there was never a global flood.
You do not know that.
Yes, we do.
Who was the person you spoke to that was around?
Any geologist, any fucking geologist that does scientific work can prove to you that the global flood never happened. As well as just common sense. Because at the time of your supposed global flood, there were Aboriginal tribes living in Australia and Japan and China and South and North America. Fuck, there were Eskimos.
Okay.
There were other people living in the world during the time of your flood that didn't happen? And also, I would love for you to explain to me why life is specific to certain regions. How did a kangaroo get from Australia to the Middle East and back to Australia? Do kangaroos hop on water?
You're showing no faith though, which I
I
mean,
don't need faith.
obviously
Faith is worthless. Faith is not a pathway to truth.
you
Faith
won't be
is a
saying that on
pathway to
Judgment
ignorance.
Day.
No, I could tell you right now that I have faith leprechauns are real, and that is bullshit. A Muslim tells you they have faith in Allah, and you wouldn't believe them. You wouldn't accept that as evidence for their case, would you?
No, no, I
Okay.
wouldn't.
A Jew would say, I have faith in my God. Would that be good enough evidence for you? Would their faith convince you that their God is real?
No, but
No.
we're
So faith is not a pathway to truth.
but what you're saying we can't explain is what our whole religion is based off of. We have faith.
No,
That's
your
why we
religion is based off of control and fear and manipulation. That is the history of Christianity. That's how it started, and that's how it's maintained itself for 2,000 years.
that's not how it
At
started.
no
I'm
period,
not nowadays
at no
I'm
period
saying
in Christian
sometimes
history has it ever done anything other than colonize, rape, pillage, and genocide people.
now you're just being stereotypical.
No, I'm not. I'm literally recalling the history of your religion. That's what Christianity has done. It has colonized every single continent on the planet. It has subsequently genocided hundreds of thousands of indigenous tribes of people from North America, South America, Australia, Africa, everywhere. Everywhere.
Okay, it's
It was
mostly men.
Christians. It was
It's
Christians
mostly
that it was Christians that held up a Bible in the United States to condone chattel slavery. It was Christians that held up a Bible and said, women just can't have rights. It is Christians today holding up the Bible telling me, as a person in the LGBTQ community, that I'm an abomination and I shouldn't exist. You name for me a period in time in history ever where Christianity was a net positive on the society it was a member of.
you're just okay, let's say mostly men nowadays are the ones raping and killing women. Just because that is true, that's a statistic, that's a fact. That doesn't mean all men are bad. Yeah, there's
No,
bad.
but
I'm sure there's
it does put into the mind of women that all men are a potential threat. Because women aren't psychics and they don't know which man is going to be who is capable of attacking them and which man isn't. So you treat all men as if you treat a gun. They're loaded at all times.
but that's not okay.
Christianity inspires that behavior. That's what Christianity does. Have you actually read the Bible?
Yes, front to back.
So then you think slavery is a good thing?
No.
That you didn't
That's
read the Bible.
just because I read the Bible doesn't mean I think slavery is a good thing.
Why? The Bible condones slavery. Why don't you think it's a good thing?
That was the Old Testament. That was thousands of
Nope.
years ago. That was
It's in the New Testament.
where?
Ephesians 6:5. Slaves should obey their masters the way they would the Lord.
Well, a lot of those slaves were bought. They were bought from their masters, and they back then
Say
that
that
was a
again. Say that exact sentence again and think about it as you say it.
back then slaves. It wasn't all back whippings and stuff like that. They had a nice
Did
place
I
to
say
live.
anything about abusing slaves? No, I said slavery.
Well, that kind of slavery wasn't
What do you mean that
as
kind of slavery?
it wasn't the stereotypical slavery where you tie them to a post and beat them when they didn't pick their
Really?
cotton.
So Exodus, or sorry, um, oh shit, what the fuck? Yeah, Exodus 21 doesn't tell you how hard you can beat your slaves.
Like I said, that's Old Testament. That's the old law. That's thousands of years ago. Time is so
Where in the
different.
New Testament does God tell you not to own slaves? Do the
He
Ten
doesn't.
Commandments matter?
Yes.
Why? They're Old Testament.
They're also New Testament.
No, they're not. The Ten Commandments do not appear anywhere in the New Testament.
They are brought back up in the New Testament.
No, they're not. The Ten Commandments are never mentioned in the New Testament, not once. Leviticus 25:44 through 46. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property and can make them slaves for life. There are more than a dozen passages in the Bible, Old and New Testament, that condone slavery. There's even one I know of for certain that condones child sex trafficking, where God
Bible.
commands he commands the Israelites to wipe out. It's either the Amalekites or the Midianites. I can't remember specifically which tribe, but he says, "Kill for you every man, every woman who has known a man, and every young boy, but keep for yourselves the virgin girls."
Who is that commanded by? Just because it's in the Bible
God.
doesn't. Where was that at?
God commanded that down, handed it down to Moses.
Where was that
Moses handed it down to the Israelites.
Where was that at in the Bible?
I think that one's in Leviticus. I'm not really certain.
Okay, but it's not just the Bible. I mean, that's history. That's some of your.
Isaiah 45:7. I make the light and create darkness. I make good and create evil. I, the Lord, do these things.
Okay.
So your God created evil. He's ultimately responsible for his creation.
He created the tree of knowledge and good, the fruit of knowledge and good and evil.
And then he bitched, and then he punished people who didn't know better for doing something they didn't know not to do.
He told them,
right?
You can eat of any tree,
did Adam
but
and
do not
Eve,
eat of this certain tree.
Did Adam and Eve have knowledge of good and evil before they ate the fruit?
No.
Okay, so then they wouldn't have known what they were doing was wrong.
Yes.
They wouldn't have known that violating God's word was wrong.
Wrong and right isn't necessarily good and evil.
They had no knowledge of good and evil. They had no knowledge of those things. And so they could not have possibly known that disobeying God was bad.
He gave them a commandment that said not to eat of this
tree. Did. And he also said they would surely die if they ate from the tree. That didn't happen either. But
they died.
They did not have knowledge. They did not have knowledge that violating God's law or rule was bad. They didn't know.
He told them they would surely die.
So, if they have no concept of good and evil, do they have a concept of death?
There's the difference between good and evil and wrong and right. Evil is the darkness that's in the earth today. Evil
doesn't exist. Evil is not a real thing. Evil is a mythological concept. People are people. You can do bad, you can do good. It's that simple.
So then why are people punished for certain things and not certain things?
Depends on what do you mean. Like, even with murder, we have degrees of intent. It's not as simple as black and white. Murder isn't just murder. There's murder in the first degree, second degree. There's crimes of passion. All of these things carry different sentences with them. A crime of passion
they're different levels of evil.
They're not. It's not evil. Is it evil for a tiger to eat a fucking gazelle?
No.
Okay.
But that was not going on before they ate of the tree of knowledge and good and evil.
What?
There were no tigers eating gazelles. There was everything.
How do you know there was no tigers eating gazelles?
Because the scripture says it was all in perfect harmony. There was
So
no
tigers
there.
don't eat food?
The first blood that was shed was when God, he had to go and slay the lamb to make them coats of skin because their eyes were open. They saw that they were naked.
Dude, I think you're a little confused.
How am I
God didn't
confused?
cover Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve covered themselves.
With fig leaves, and he saw that that wasn't fit. So then he went and made them coats of skin.
So did God know that Adam and Eve were going to do what they did before they did it?
Yeah, probably yes. But
Okay, so then your God is ultimately responsible. Could God have created a universe where none of that happened?
if he'd done that, you wouldn't be able to have the freedom to be on here what you're doing
Really?
right now.
So God couldn't come to me right now, and I could still not. If God came to me right now, you're telling me I would have no choice to follow him?
No, if he came to you right now, that's the whole reason that there is evil. It's
Hold
free
on.
will.
Hold on. If God proved himself to me, I could still choose not to follow him, correct?
Correct.
So God could have created a universe where he proved himself to everybody, where there was absolutely zero confusion. He hasn't done that.
No,
Even
he
in your own
has.
theology, there are over 45,000 denominations of Christianity worldwide because even you Christians can't agree on your own theology.
Because there's been different interpretations of the Bible, different.
Right. Because it's completely subjective and none of it is objective. Nothing from the Bible is a fact.
There's been multiple artifacts found that proves the Bible's
What?
accuracy and existence.
What?
They found what remnants of the Ark,
No,
the
they
Ark of the
didn't.
Covenant.
No, they didn't.
Okay, well,
Ron Wyatt.
I don't
Ron
get on.
Wyatt is a known con artist and liar. And he was the one who supposedly found the Ark. And geologists have been there. And it's nothing more than a fucking rock formation.
I mean, okay, of course, you're a geologist. You're a
Also,
geologist,
engineers have tested the idea of the Ark in the lab. It fails every time.
right? Because God's ways are higher than our ways. You read the Bible, you know that.
I have read the Bible. Again, I've told you this. I've read it 3 times. I've studied the history of the religion and where Christianity came from. And while I'm not classically trained and I'm not by any means a fucking expert, I listen to actual experts. I learn from actual experts. One of them's here on TikTok. His name is Dan McClellan. He is a biblical scholar, a renowned biblical scholar. And I listen to what he has to say. I'm going to trust his word over somebody who has a personal bias and wants to make excuses for the nonsense in the Bible.
Most of your scientists that you're referring to, all these articles, they have personal bias. They don't
No,
want to
they don't.
believe.
How do you know? You don't know them.
You
How
know it
can you
either. Why
make
do you
that?
trust them so
How in
much?
the fuck can you make that assumption about people you don't know?
You're making so many assumptions about Christians.
I'm not making assumptions about Christians. I'm making judgment calls based on their behavior.
I'm making judgment calls based on most of the history's most
Of what
well-known
behavior? What
scientists.
behavior are you making a judgment call to call a biblical scholar foolish?
I never called one foolish.
Well, I mean, you know what I mean. Not foolish, but how can you say they have a personal bias if you don't
I'm
know
saying
them personally?
because they try as hard as they can to go and disprove something
They're not
that
trying
is
to disprove anything. They're trying to understand the history. That's their goal. They're historians. They're not necessarily even atheists. If you don't know any biblical scholars, look, Mark Twain, the author, had a perfect quote. My old man used to use it on me when I was a kid because I was a mouthy little shit. It is better to be thought a fool than to open your mouth and remove all doubt. Now, what that means essentially is if you don't know anything about a given topic or subject, then you shouldn't talk about it. I am not a fucking rocket scientist. So I'm not going to sit here and try to convince you what fuel mixture make for the best thrust because I have no fucking idea.
Okay, so are you a
You.
Bible scholar?
No, I'm not.
Okay, then why are you saying the Bible is wrong?
Because I listen to Bible scholars.
I've listened to lots of Bible scholars.
I listen to paleontology. I listen to archaeology. I listen to astrophysics. I listen to neurology. I understand quite a bit. I'm not an expert in anything, but that doesn't mean shit. Just because I wasn't born with a silver spoon in my ass or the opportunity to go to a big university doesn't mean I can't understand concepts.
I agree that everybody nowadays, especially, has a lot of access to knowledge.
Right. In fact, there is, and this is important. If you choose to not listen to the counter arguments to your position, you are not being intellectually honest and you are being intentionally ignorant. There is a guy here on TikTok, uh, renegade science teacher. He has a YouTube channel, Forrest Valkai. He is an evolutionary biologist, and he can break evolution down and help you understand it very easily. But for argument's sake,
I can
let's
give
say,
you
for
guys that can
instance,
break the
that
Bible down and help you understand it very
except
easily.
you can't, because I've already proven you don't know the Bible. I know more about the Bible than you do.
Of course, because you're trying to disprove it.
No, when I started reading the Bible, I had no intention of disproving it. In fact, the last time I read the Bible in my late 20s, I still wasn't trying to disprove it. I was trying to understand it. Geology disproved the Bible. I didn't have to read the Bible for geology to do that.
Repeat what geology. I didn't get that.
Geology disproves the Bible. I didn't have to read the Bible for that to happen.
How does it disprove the Bible?
The global flood didn't happen. There's this thing called sediment layers, and sediment layers happen at different rates. If there was a global flood, those sediment layers wouldn't exist.
I mean, I'm not
And
gonna
again,
sit here and
you
try
still
to
have
act
to
like I know
fucking
more about
explain to me
science
how
than
in the
you.
hell life evolved, where it evolved, how it evolved. How is it that there are species of insect, reptiles, and mammals that are indigenous to one country on one continent? They don't exist anywhere else in the world.
Because that's where God put them.
How'd they get there?
God put them there.
When?
Whenever he wanted to, I guess.
Well, I mean, there was a global flood, right? So how did kangaroos get from Australia to the Middle East to board a boat that doesn't float and then back to the Middle East or back to Australia? How'd they do that?
Because God holds all power. If he wanted to, he can place an adult kangaroo, a male and a female, in the Middle East and have them get on a boat. I mean, a lot of it, how can you get all the animals in the world?
Is that what the Bible says? The Bible says God delivered these animals?
To say, I'm sure you know.
The Bible does not say that God delivered these animals.
It just says they came one by one.
Yep.
Or two by two. Okay.
So how did they come from Australia?
It doesn't say they came one by one from Australia.
Well, how did kangaroos get to the Middle East?
I just said God could have put them there. What about Pangea? Do you not
Your
believe in
answer,
Pangea?
your logical fucking answer is a magical sky daddy magicked kangaroos to the Middle East.
Your logical answer is a lizard climbed out of the ocean and now there's humans a billion years
Yes.
later.
Yes.
Okay.
Billions of years of evolution based on evidence and observations and experiments.
There's no evidence from billions of
Yes,
years
there
ago. It's been
is.
proven.
Yes, it has. Your food source, the oil gas industry, fucking your clothes, your medicine, everything you understand about
Fossil fuels
biology.
is thousands of years old, not millions or
What?
billions of years old.
What?
The oil and gas industry from fossils, that's not millions or billions of years old. It's
Yes,
thousands.
fossils are millions and billions of years old. You think oil just forms overnight?
No, over thousands of years, but not millions or
Billions,
billions.
billions of years. It forms over billions of years with a ton of pressure and other elements like carbon.
Okay, well you're reading your articles and you're listening to your
My worldview is based on what's continuously reliable. Your car doesn't run on faith. Your phone doesn't operate on faith. Not one other single aspect of your life is faith required. The only time you require faith is to make excuses for this religion.
you're showing faith in your that a lizard crawled
No,
out of the ocean
there's
a
a
billion
difference
years
between
ago.
evidence and faith. Faith is believing in things without evidence. I believe in things with evidence.
Okay, show me the evidence of your evolution theory of a lizard crawling out of the ocean and billions
I
of
tell
years
you what,
later
I'm
there's
not
some
an evolutionary biologist, so I can't break down all the details. I'm not classically trained in it. But you go on YouTube and you look up Forrest Valkai and you watch his videos,
you go on
and he'll
YouTube and you
explain it
look
to
up
you in
evidence
detail.
that God exists, the Bible exists, and there is evidence that proves the Bible's accuracy.
No, there isn't. There's no evidence that proves the Bible's accuracy. We don't
I
even
didn't
have original authorship. We don't know who wrote most of the Bible. Most of it was written anonymously.
There's one book that we don't know. We know the rest.
No, there's all of them we don't know. Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, we don't know. The only one we know for sure was Paul.
The only one
And
we don't know
half
for
of
sure is
his writings are questionable.
See, I don't know where you're getting your information, but it's obviously different because the only one we don't know is Hebrews, and the rest we do know. There's one Bible in the book
Who?
that the author is unknown.
Who wrote
It's the book
Genesis?
I believe it was Moses.
No, Moses didn't exist. He's a fictional character. And that's unanimous just about amongst biblical scholars.
It was a fictional
Because
character
outside of the Bible, there's no evidence that Moses ever existed.
outside of the Bible. Outside.
You need verified independent sources for things, man. You can't just, the Bible says it, so it must be true. If that's the case, then Spider-Man is real because Spider-Man comics exist.
But you're believing in the things you want to believe in, and you're showing a lot of faith in
No,
that
I'm
area. But
not.
the other
You
things
don't
you don't want
know
to
me.
believe
You
in.
don't understand why I formed the opinion I formed. I follow evidence. If there's evidence of a God, I will believe in that God. If there's evidence that there is no God, then I won't believe in a God. Right now, I'm neutral. I'm in the middle. I don't give a fuck one way or the other. I could care less. I like the conversation. It's fun to have these conversations. I enjoy the thought processes that go into this. But I'm not vested one way or the other. Now, I don't like Christianity because it's a brutal, mean, horrible fucking religion that has spread misery, pain, death, and suffering across this planet 10 times over again.
Worse than Muslims, where they believe the more
Yes.
Christians they killed, the more people they
Yes.
killed,
Who
the
do you
greater
think
rewards they
killed
get in heaven.
Muslims? What do you think the Crusades were?
Oh, there has been more Muslims, aka
No.
terrorists, and
Christians. Christians have murdered more people in history than Muslims could have ever hoped to.
That's false.
No, it's not. As a matter of fact, during your Christian Dark Ages, Islam was inventing things like alcohol and algebra. They had years of enlightenment where they were entirely peaceful.
And I want
And
to
they were
clarify one thing.
dedicated to gathering knowledge.
I want to clarify one thing. I'm not saying all Muslims are bad, but there
I
has
never
been.
said that you were. I'm telling you, you're wrong.
No,
Christians have
no, I
murdered
know.
more people.
I just want you to know. I'm
Christians,
not.
I understand what you're saying. You don't have to clarify that point. I didn't think you are a racist. I don't believe that at all.
Okay.
But I'm telling you, Christians have murdered more people than any other religion on the face of this planet.
I mean, you can say that, but I don't. I mean, I
The
don't.
Dark Ages, Christians. The Crusades, Christians. Salem witch trials. Inquisitions. Do you know what the Inquisitions were?
No, sir.
The church tortured and murdered people for thought crimes. They literally invented torture methods and accused people of sinning inside their head, and they would torture them until they admitted to it, and then they would kill them. During the Salem witch trials, a woman could be accused of being a witch, and her trial, most of the time, was they would throw her into a body of water, pond, river, lake, whatever. And if she could swim, they would capture her and burn her at the stake as a witch. If she would drown, then peace be with her, she goes with God.
Okay.
What we
Like
did
you
to the
said,
Native Americans, what Christians did to the Native Americans, they're still
what white
digging dead.
people,
They're still
what
digging
white
dead.
people did to the
Stop.
Native Americans.
They're still digging dead bodies of children out of a mass grave in Canada that was ran by a Christian orphanage.
I'm not saying any of. I mean, I'm not saying any of this is wrong, but like you said, there's 45 different or 45,000 different denominations. Just because some Christians were bad.
Today, there's 45,000 different denominations. In the early few centuries of Christianity, there was only one.
Catholic?
Yep.
Okay, and that's
the
getting
Protestant
less.
Reformation is when you saw a split between the Catholic Church and Protestants.
Right. Our denomination, we do not believe there's is vastly different than what Catholics
But you're
believe.
missing my point. You're moving on. You're moving on to a different point from the point I'm trying to make.
Well, you're saying
Christians,
Christians done this and Christians done that.
they
Well,
have.
I mean,
In the name of their God, no less, like Christopher Columbus, enslaving people and murdering them.
Well, it was usually white people that owned African American slaves, but it doesn't mean us as white people nowadays are bad people. That was back then. We can't control
No,
what
but
happened.
it does mean that you carry with you a sense of privilege. It's called consequences. A couple hundred years of slavery and Jim Crow laws, redlining districts and neighborhoods. If you're a white man, you have more privilege than any other fucking selective group in the United States. When a cop looks at you, he doesn't perceive you to be a threat.
Okay,
I saw a video a couple of weeks ago of a guy dancing he had headphones in. He was listening to music on his phone and he was dancing as he was walking down the street. And I have to assume it was some white Karen, bitchy and pissy and moany about somebody being happier than her, called the cops on him. And when the cops came up to him and to talk to him, he had no idea why the fuck they were there. And he didn't want to put up with their shit. He immediately recoiled away from them. And because he did that, they tackled his ass, cuffed him, tried to arrest him on some trumped up bullshit charges. Because he's black.
Okay, but does that give black people a right to be angry at us white people for something that us white people did years ago?
Yes. If you exist in a society where you have a benefit as a result of your skin color, and you don't recognize that benefit and you rub it in other people's face, they have a right to be pissed at you.
That's not what I'm saying. Yeah, if you're rubbing your white privilege in someone else's face, I agree that it gives them a right. But
there's no black people that are mad at me. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's what I'm saying. Just because white people did things different back then, why does that give them an automatic just because you're white and your ancestors were white and they had slaves, so I don't like you, I'm mad at you.
My ancestors didn't have slaves.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, theoretically, that would not give them the right to, not like us or hold it against us.
Why?
Because we had no control over that.
So you still benefit from it. And again, I'm going to repeat myself. I don't have black people that are mad at me.
That's what I'm saying. You shouldn't. You can't help.
So why is that an argument?
So why are you holding things against Christians for things they did years ago?
Because they're still doing it.
Doing what?
Being bigots.
Like what?
Being hateful, being tribalistic. They're still doing it.
They're still murdering by the thousands like you was talking about?
Oh, trust me, if given the opportunity, they fucking would.
No.
Yes.
Not the Christians we
Oh
are.
my God, yes, they fucking would. Are you serious? Do I need to bring up videos of Christians saying that gay people should die?
That's okay. Okay, there's obviously different Christians.
Multiple different Christians saying that gay people are an abomination and they should be put to death.
There are also multiple different Christians that do not believe that and believe that is
Great.
wrong.
Great. Where are those Christians? Why aren't they
I'm one of
defending
them.
the transgender community?
Why are I'm one of them.
Why
There's
aren't they
lots of
defending? Why aren't they defending the LGBTQ community as a whole? Why are they voting for Republicans who hate gay people?
because now you're getting into politics, but if they believe something is wrong, then of course you would vote against it. But just because you believe something is
Why
wrong
is
doesn't
being
mean
gay wrong?
okay. Because since all you stated is science, can a rooster and a rooster make a fertile egg?
Does that mean jack shit?
That goes against all of your science.
No, it doesn't. Homosexual
does.
tendencies appear in over 1,500 different mammalian species, as well as there are species of reptile that can change their sex or gender spontaneously.
Okay, but a human.
So it exists in nature. It's not an unnatural thing.
It is an unnatural thing, and it's an unmoral
No, it
thing.
isn't. No, it's not an unnatural thing, and it's not an immoral thing unless you can prove that it causes some greater harm.
Well, I know unless they adopt a child, they're not going to have a child. So I guess
So what?
eventually
Is the definition of life to have kids? So you're telling me that a woman who's born without a uterus, or a woman that's born without the capability of having children, that she's somehow worthless?
No, I
That
never.
her life
I never
won't
said.
matter because she can't have kids?
I never said gay people are worthless or their lives don't matter. I'm just saying how it's unnatural. It doesn't
It's
work.
not unnatural. I've explained to you that there is more than 1,500 mammalian species that exhibit homosexual tendencies. They have lifelong gay partners. Penguins do it. Dolphins do it. Actually, dolphins are the most promiscuous sea life there is. They have fuck buddies. Gay fuck buddies.
Well, dolphins obviously don't do it the whole time because there would be no more dolphins left.
Some have gay tendencies and some don't.
Well, the ones with gay tendencies will eventually die off because they can't reproduce.
So why can't they reproduce?
Because
you think a gay man can't get a woman pregnant?
If he's
you
gay,
think a man can't get a gay woman pregnant?
If they're gay, why would they be doing
They
that?
don't
with
have
a
to
man or a
have
woman?
sex, my guy. Artificial insemination. There's a dozen ways a woman can get pregnant these days.
But it all artificial. Is that saying like create man-made sperm?
No, artificial insemination means you take sperm from a donor and you insert it in the hopes that it'll fertilize an egg inside of a
that's what I thought.
Uterus.
Right, but that sperm
women
came from a
technically
male.
don't need men to get pregnant anyway because we have actually created sperm cells from women's own bone marrow. So women don't need men to get pregnant anymore. Science has gotten us to that point.
Okay. I mean, I didn't.
Ethan.
My point is, you cannot name for me one thing that is harmful or immoral or unnatural about being gay. Doesn't exist. You cannot name for me one thing that is unnatural, immoral, or wrong about being transgender. You can't.
Well, besides the Bible, which you don't believe, so
where did Jesus say you can't be gay?
It's not just Jesus.
Where did Jesus? You said you're a Christian. You believe in Jesus, the new covenant of the New Testament, Jesus. Where did Jesus say being gay is a sin?
it doesn't just come just from Jesus. He was only on earth for 33 years, and he didn't even minister the whole 33
So then
years.
you're not a Christian.
Yes, Christians believe the whole Bible, not just the 4
No,
Gospels.
Christians follow Christ,
Right.
not anybody else. They follow Christ.
And his apostles and stuff like that in the Bible.
Which apostle said being gay was a sin?
I just came across on my For You page. I'm not studied like if I could.
Where in the
study,
Bible does it say it's wrong to be transgender?
it says something about being effeminate, how it's wrong.
No, it's not.
It
It
says
does not
something.
say being effeminate is wrong.
It says
It
something
actually
like
talks
that.
about eunuchs and how eunuchs should be as they are.
Eunuchs were not transgenders. Some were born
What is
eunuchs.
a eunuch?
Some were born eunuchs, but some castrated themselves so they didn't have the sexual desires or sexual things, and they focused more
That's
on the
not about
Lord.
sex.
Then what was it?
It depends. I mean, if it's going to be subjective to each given person, sure, one person might have lopped off his dinky because he didn't want to have sex, but other people might have lopped off their dinkies because they were transgender. Transgender has always existed in every culture for all of human history.
No. Then how come it's
Yeah.
just
Even Native Americans had words for it. Two-spirit. Yeah. There is record of transgender, two-spirit, non-binary people in almost every fucking culture across the globe dating back 4,000 years. Actually, more like 6,000 years. So like 4,000 before Christ, BCE.
okay? I mean,
Gay people have always existed. Bisexual people have always existed. And at various periods in time, it was either socially acceptable or socially unacceptable. It changes based on culture and time.
Well, people that get on here, they have to take your word for a lot. So it makes it sound
No,
like
they
you're a lot
don't.
smarter
You
than
just
us.
said earlier that we live in the age of information. This is readily available. You can look this shit up.
Right. Well, we haven't been studying and doing this like you have. We can't just say, okay, we've studied
So wait,
and no.
you're going to believe the Bible having done none of the research. The Bible says it, therefore it must be true. I'm not going to bother looking into this other shit. I'm not going to research the claims that the Bible makes. I'm just going to believe it. That's your logic.
If the Bible says to live by faith. So
Yeah,
if we're
and
going
I
to
just
believe it,
explained to you earlier that faith is garbage. That anybody can have faith in anything. It's not a pathway to truth.
it's a pathway to heaven.
By definition, believing in or having faith is believing in something without evidence.
What I'm saying is, we're having to you've done this research and we're a lot of us haven't. We're not going to study.
And that's my point. Why haven't you? The Bible said something and you just believed it. Why didn't you research it?
You know as well as I do how as big as the Bible is, it's going to take a long time to research every claim the Bible makes.
I mean, even one. You could have researched one claim.
Like
and
I
it's
said,
very
I haven't
obvious.
studied, but
It's very obvious during this conversation. You've made it obvious that you've never considered an alternative position to your own.
No.
If you
I've
think that
considered
the ark was discovered, then you are missing 90% of the articles written about it that are available online.
Okay,
because there are so many articles that refute that claim, and for very good reasons.
Okay, I'm not saying that's not true. I've heard it, but I'm not saying that's what you're saying is not true. But like I said, I haven't researched it. Maybe like you said, as much as I should have. But I know that there has been not other artifacts that proves the Bible's accuracy.
What?
Like I said, I haven't researched it.
You said there's other artifacts that prove the legitimacy of the Bible. What artifacts?
The same thing. What fossils did they discover that proved that a lizard came out of the ocean and now we're humans?
Tiktaalik. Tiktaalik.
But teaching somebody about evolution is too much.
Yeah, I'm not classically trained in it. I can't teach you evolution, man. You got to get it from the experts. You got to get it from an educator, somebody who's classically trained in it and understands it. I can't teach you evolution.
I think you should just research it because, like, us talking to you, because evolution is vast. There's, like, so much evidence for it. So you could literally find a video that's, like, hours upon hours that just talks about evolution.
But what we're saying is there's also videos and also articles that prove the Bible is legitimate and it's not just a made-up book.
There isn't. I'm telling you, there's not. You're looking at a subjective interpretation. When you're looking at articles that are being written about a given topic or subject, you have to consider the source.
Also, you have to research other articles
Yeah.
debunking that article.
So when you're looking at a subject, let's say we're looking at, I don't know, fucking trying to think of a topic that would work for this scenario. You're looking at a subject, whatever subject that is. You've got to consider other points of view other than your own. Right now, your only point of view is coming directly from the Bible, and you haven't questioned it. You haven't researched it. You don't know the history of the Bible. You barely know the Bible.
Did you research the history of the articles you've read, or did you just believe them because a scientist wrote it?
No, I fact check it. I don't take one person's word for anything. If I read a scientific article written by one person, I do further research or I don't give it any legitimacy. Now, if I'm reading an article that has multiple quotations, multiple citations of other scientists that were involved in the study, then I'm going to take that one a little bit more seriously because there's more than one person involved in it. It's multiple people.
Well, there's more than one person involved in writing the Bible, and it all aligns.
And no, it doesn't. I'm trying. Why the fuck are you not listening to me? Biblical scholars are almost unanimous in the fact that Moses is a fictional character that was created to tie the stories of the Old Testament together. The Exodus never happened. Egypt never had Hebrew slaves. Wasn't a historical fact. The ark cannot float. The boat wasn't, the way it's described in the Bible based on measurement, it would have capsized and sank immediately. The largest wooden boat we have ever built was called the Wyoming, and it was only about 2/3 the size of the ark, supposedly. Not even quite 2/3, shorter than 2/3. And it constantly would flex on the waves. The pressure was too much. It took on water like a sieve. It was a shit boat. The reason we started building boats out of steel was because of boats like the Wyoming. But on the ark, you have hundreds of millions of species of animals all shitting, pissing, and eating what? What are they eating? Elephants go eat tons. Elephants eat tons of food. Where in this ark did they put all that food? And how did they shovel all of the elephant shit out of one window? Because the ark only had one window, about 9 inches by 9 inches, give or take. So one window for ventilation. And then you want to convince all of us that the entire world's population, Japanese, Chinese, native tribes in South and North America, Eskimos, Aboriginal tribes in Australia, all of the different people in this world came from Noah's incestuous family in less than 6,000 years?
Yes, that's the Tower of Babel, where where they were trying to build a tower to heaven.
You don't reproduce that fast. How did Chinese people come from Middle Eastern people? How did African people come from Middle Eastern people? How did Native American tribes come from Middle Eastern people?
That's what I was saying. When they were trying to build that tower to heaven, I don't remember what it was called, and
It's called the Tower of Babel, and we've already beaten that by going to space. It's another nonsense story.
The Tower of Babylon is literally like nonsense. It's like, it makes absolutely no sense.
But
it's God being a dick because God can be a dick. Oh my God. My creation's getting along and behaving peacefully. I should break that shit up, make them talk different languages so they hate each other.
That's not why
the story of the Tower of Babel is your God just being a dick.
And
also, heaven isn't like physical, so I don't know how the hell they were going to actually get to heaven.
I mean,
at the time, they thought that God was beyond the clouds. And then the Wright brothers started flying planes, and we realized, no God there. And then we decided that God was beyond the sky. And then we sent spaceships into outer space and found out, well, there's no God there. So now God, the ever receding God that, can never be proven to even be real in the first place, is now beyond all of space-time, out of reach of humanity. So you just have to take my word for it. Trust me, bro. No, absolutely the fuck not. You know what the Catholic Church did in North Africa? What it's still doing today in Northern Africa and other parts of Africa?
I'm not Catholic, and I don't believe like they do.
Well, regardless, they're Christian. They're teaching indigenous people that condoms cause AIDS.
Well, that has nothing to do with religion.
So being sexually promiscuous isn't against God?
The Christian has so many denominations. It's almost as if like Catholics and Baptists. It's almost like a whole other religion. It's not even the same.
Why can't Christians agree on their theology?
Well, I know Catholics. Most of them aren't even allowed to read the Bible, so they just have to go off what the priest says.
They read the Bible. Catholics read the Bible.
I'm not Catholic, like I said, but I've heard that some, not all, but some Catholics, they're not allowed. They're supposed to just rely on the priest to tell them.
They used to be that way, but they're not anymore.
Okay.
Well, and isn't that what you've done anyway?
No, we believe that if a preacher says something, don't just believe what he says. Go in the Bible and search it for yourself.
Well, that's coded language for pretty talk. So did dinosaurs exist?
I don't know. I'm not a scientist, and I'm not even a Bible scholar.
So then fossils aren't real?
I've heard allegations of some fossils being manufactured that were claimed to be real, but I'm not saying.
Yeah, that's happened. I'm not going to deny that, but that's not my question.
But there's a reason why they were immediately found fake, because they have a science to break down whether they're real or not.
Fossils are real, yeah. Fossilized. I've seen.
What's the one thing you can do to? What's the one thing that can disprove bad science?
The scientific method.
Right. Better science. Correct. By the way, here is your fossil record, kind of. Let me see if I can pull this image up here. Damn it. Fucking app, you're pissing me off. Why won't let me make the picture bigger? Son of a bitch. Here's a basic understanding of the fossil record. Each of these skulls is a different species leading to another species. And when you're looking at one species over another, you're looking at overlap. The current iteration of humanity is called Homo sapiens sapien. We existed alongside Neanderthals. We had families with them. We bred with them. That's how evolution works.
So how old is that oldest fossil on that chart?
Oh, I'm not really sure. Well, let's find out. Oldest human fossil. November 24th, 1974, Lucy was discovered. Yeah, but Lucy wasn't really. There was something questionable about Lucy, but I don't know. It doesn't say how old she was.
I
Well,
mean,
that's
you're
the
just
National Geographic Society, so like it's more credit than I'd give some fucking places.
Googling stuff and believing that, but don't even believe the
No, I'm
Bible.
not. I'm trying to get you an answer from a reputable source. I'm not just pulling shit out of my ass here. You got to consider the source you're looking at. You don't just believe whatever.
Okay. Well,
What do people think? What do people think Google is bad? Google
Yeah,
has
I don't understand why
websites that
people
are
hate
from
Google so
no,
fucking
I'm
much.
not saying.
universities and
No, I use Google all the time, but I know you can't just automatically take exactly what it says and
well,
that.
you can go to certain websites that are reputable, and you can take information from there.
Right. I'm just saying the first
So,
thing that pops up in Google isn't always reputable.
according to the Natural History Museum in the UK, new research has brought us closer to understanding how early humans in Britain may have been related to other European populations over 400,000 years ago, dating to around 480,000 years during Middle Pleistocene. The box grave fossils are the oldest human remains discovered in UK. So what you're talking about there is like the first appearance of the hominid human, Homo sapien, Homo erectus, Homo sapien. There's like a bunch of homogeneous species. Like I said, man, if you go watch Forrest Valkai on YouTube, he breaks all of this down in detail. He is a better educator than I could ever hope to be.
Okay, but I can do something similar. And I Googled historical artifacts that prove the Bible, and there's hundreds and thousands of results. And I mean, you're trying to say every single one of those
Historical
things is
artifacts that
wrong?
prove the Bible. Let's go ahead and look at this. Okay, we've got Armstrong Institute of Biblical Archaeology, Biblical Archaeology Society, Christianity Today. Yeah, these are sources you want me to take seriously? Biblical Archaeology Report, BibleArchaeologyReport.com, PatternsOfEvidence.com.
Also, I wouldn't read .coms. I would read .edus or .orgs.
Right, or .gov.
Yeah, my bad, on .govs.
Answers in Genesis. Have you listened to those crazy wackaloons? Good God.
And also, there's a website.
Christianity.com, Jerusalem Post, Christianity Today, Grace Communication International, The Trumpet, Science Meets Religion. Come on. Bible Archaeology Report. Yeah, no, these are not reputable fucking sources. These are sources with a bias. I'm not sure what to tell you, my guy. Like, are there artifacts that existed during the time that the Bible was being written? Sure. Does not prove the claims of the Bible. Does not prove a God, does not prove Jesus, does not prove Jesus' divinity. It doesn't prove that the Red Sea was parted. It doesn't prove any of the claims made in the Bible. The fact that you can find pottery that existed at the same time that the Bible was written is completely irrelevant.
Right. No, I agree. I agree to that. Well, I mean, you have the discernment to choose who you want to believe, and the article and and the literature that you read, what you believe and what you don't believe, and I guess
Dude,
everyone does.
again, I'm going to repeat myself, and I hope for the last time. I base my worldview on the continued reliability of the scientific method and those sources.
Right, but I mean, I'm saying as
Sorry? Hello?
I guess I'll just say some while he's figuring out. Whatchamacallit, for the people that say that you believe what you believe and I'll believe what I believe, it's just a bad argument, and it just
It is.
shows ignorance.
It's a white flag.
It's just ignorance to the evidence provided. You're just saying, well, yeah, that proved me wrong, but I'm just going to keep on believing what I believe, which
Right.
I mean isn't bad. I mean, I just don't act like you're not ignorant, or your belief isn't founded in ignorance.
And we can't look at ignorance like it's necessarily a bad thing either. Some people are
Yeah.
just uneducated. And there's a difference between ignorance and intentional ignorance. Now, what you stated was intentional ignorance, which I think is technically a bad thing, but to each his own. Like if somebody challenges a belief you've held and they provide evidence to challenge that belief, and you still stick to your belief regardless of that evidence, then that is intentionally ignorant. Anyway, let's get into another guest request. Hey-o. Bagafill? Bageifill. Can you hear me? Well, apparently they're not ready. All right, let's try Countless. What is with this damn app, dude? Half the time this shit doesn't work.
Just because science can explain something doesn't mean that points to a God.
Hey, how are you doing?
Not too terribly bad. How are you?
Good. So I have been watching your live. Oh gosh. Probably for how long have you been on?
Oh, for a while. I end up having like lives that'll last like 6 hours.
Well, I've been watching the whole time. And I don't know if you hear this a lot, but I am so proud of you for coming on here and probably opening up so many people's eyes.
I certainly
So
hope
I
I'm
was,
doing that. I mean, I want to make the world a better place. Honestly, I really do.
I was a Christian my whole life, and then I met my husband who's pagan. And he kind of opened up my eyes, like how brainwashed I was. And then I've been dealing with, I guess you could call it Christian guilt,
Yeah.
because they kind of control with fear, and then you still have it in the back of your head. Well, what if it is right? I don't want to go to hell and stuff. And then you got the Christians telling you, well, if you believe something else, you're going to go to hell.
Well,
And watching
I
your
can give you
life has given me.
I can give you a resource that'll help you with that too. That helps with Christian guilt if you want it.
Yes, please.
Recoveringfromreligion.org.
Okay.
Highly recommend. There's people on call that you can chat with when you have questions and kind of work through whatever it is that you're kind of dealing with.
Okay. But I just wanted to hop on real fast and say thank you.
You're welcome, dear. I'm so happy that I'm having a positive impact on somebody. Like that's my ultimate goal. I'm not here to
Oh,
destroy
and
people's hope. I'm not here to destroy people's belief. I'm here to get people to question things and try to think critically about them and maybe put them in a more humanitarian or humanistic worldview or element.
okay. Do you have a YouTube channel?
I do. It's my
Okay.
name, Ethan Lawless.
Okay, I'll go follow
Thank you for
you.
reminding me. I've got like fucking 14 hours of fucking content that I have to dump on my YouTube channel. I keep forgetting to do it.
All right. Well, thanks for chatting with me, and I hope you have a good night.
Bye, Jessica.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much. You have a good night. Z.
If you're not a Christian, you got a big problem, man. Ironic.
Heyo. See you there. I guess not. All right, another guest request. We've got extravagance.
Yo.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm doing good, man. Just got off of work. You know what I mean?
Right on.
How you doing?
Well, man, I'm going for a really quick walk to the gas station. It's beautiful at night here in Arizona, man. That sun is, or that moon is bright as fuck.
Yeah, you're in Arizona. That's tough. I'm in Virginia. This shit is it's like it's 50 degrees. What is it there? Like 70?
It was like 82 degrees today. I had a guy on earlier from Texas. It was like 90. He said it was like 90.
Yeah, that was me.
Oh, that was yeah.
It was like 92 today, and the feel like was like 102.
Damn. That's yeah, that's so cheap. But to the topic, man. You said provide evidence that God exists, right?
Correct.
Well, I just like. Do you believe in like good and bad?
I believe that humans can make good decisions, and I believe that humans can make bad decisions. Do I believe that good and evil are innate forces in nature? No, I do not.
I mean, I can understand that, like in nature, right? Like in nature, but I mean, based off of everything that we do, like we do everything opposed to nature. So,
No, we don't.
I
Everything
mean,
human beings do is directly related to nature. If it wasn't natural, we couldn't do it.
I mean, that's a point. But like, what about like a lion? What about like a lion? They're in nature. They kill other animals
Yep.
because
We're in nature too.
they have to they have to do that. Yeah, we
Yeah,
are in
we're in
nature.
nature too.
Yeah, we are in nature, but
We
I
are a
feel like
part of nature.
We are mammals. We are great apes.
yeah, we're a part
We're
of nature.
just smarter than a couple of animals. Some of us are smarter than a couple of animals.
Yeah. Well, I would say all of us are. Maybe not dolphins though, because dolphins are pretty up there. But fuck that. You guys won that. You guys won that one. um, but like, so my thing is like, so you like, are you guys both atheists?
Yeah, I'm newly atheist. I've been
Yeah,
atheist for
I've been
like
an
2 weeks.
atheist for the better part of 20 years.
Okay. And my thing is just like, you know, I'm just gonna say the reason I believe in God, and then
Good
we'll
enough.
yeah. So like, I believe in God because like, first of all, I have like things in my life where I'm just I don't know, where I feel like there's a good and a wrong, like a right and a wrong. And I usually try to choose the right because it makes me feel better. And then
Yep.
like then I choose the wrong and it makes me feel worse. So
Yep.
like I already have like a pretty distinct thing of like right and wrong, right? But I just want to
So,
know
do
like,
you eat shrimp?
huh?
Do you eat shrimp?
Yeah, and you're not supposed to eat that, right? But
Right. Do you
I
wear
just,
clothing of mixed fabrics?
huh?
Do you wear clothing of mixed fabrics?
I mean, probably. I mean, I would assume that the whole
Okay. Do you
world.
feel bad when you wear clothing of mixed fabrics?
I mean, not necessarily, but I feel
Right.
like,
So then wearing clothing of mixed fabrics wouldn't necessarily be evil or wrong, would it?
I mean, no, but I feel like that's really the only thing that's an option. And I
It's
don't
not.
know.
You could wear you could wear a potato sack.
Yeah, I mean, you
Yeah,
could,
you
right?
could.
But like, where am I gonna buy a potato? I'm 6'3". Where am I gonna buy a potato sack that fits a 6'3"
You
guy?
could sew one. You could sew yourself like the garments that they wear out in the Middle East.
Yeah, but I don't know how to sew.
I'll learn.
Yeah, exactly.
Age
There's
of information, guy, man. There's YouTube University.
exactly. So there's things in the world that are easier to come by for people, just everybody. There's things in the world that are easier to come by, and my thing is like, why are they easier to come by than the other thing? And
If
it's like, what? Who's
you had
behind?
a friend, if you had a
They're more
friend who
accessible.
decided, if if you had a friend who decided to work on the Sabbath, would you beat him to death with rocks?
I mean, no, I don't. I don't condone violence at all. So no.
Well, right, but that's the prescription from the Bible. The Bible says, "Do keep the Sabbath holy." If you work, if you met a farmer who planted different crops side by side, would you beat him to death with a rock?
Yeah, no. But the Bible also says that to love everybody. So it's not.
Right,
It's
which is why,
contradicting.
which is it's
It is
contradictory.
contradicting. It is contradicting. But I just like I'm not opposing your argument at all. I'm just like, wow. Like I just wonder why it's contradicting. Like there's something else that's
It's
there.
contradictory because it was written by early man that did not have any concept of themselves. They had no self-awareness. They didn't know jack shit about the nature of reality. To them, the earth was 1,500 square miles and then it dropped off into nothingness, into the abyss. And above them was a dome, and beyond that was water, and beyond that was the realm of God. Like, that's what they believed. They believed that spitting on a wound would heal it. They believed in creatures and monsters and dragons and all kinds of horrible shit. They weren't smart people. I don't know why we give ancient humans so much fucking credit. They weren't that intelligent.
Yeah, I mean I agree, but there is evidence that Jesus existed.
No, there isn't.
And I'm pretty sure there is.
No, there isn't.
I can't cite it. I'm not gonna lie. I can't cite it. But
I can actually, I can certifiably say that I have no good reason to believe that a Jesus character existed. Definitely not one that was the quote unquote divine son of God. Beyond that, I mean, you can find some biblical scholars like Bart Ehrman who think that the story of Jesus was based on a real character. I don't find that his claim to be convincing at all. I am a little bit. But all the books of the Bible that reference Jesus are written by like 60 years after his death. Uh,
yeah,
written
I
like
mean
60 years
I
after his
get
death
everything
by
you're saying.
anonymous authors.
I get everything you're saying, and then I guess because what like at this point, like I don't expect you to just hear what I say and just be like, all right, bet that's it. So I'm just gonna say like, you know, there's a reason why you're here right now and you're doing a TikTok that says provide evidence that God exists. You're a reason. There's a reason why you're doing that. So,
Yeah, the reason is
but why is this so important to you? If you already know it
because
doesn't
I'm
exist.
tired of watching people suffer due to other people's ignorance.
Yeah, but
It
nobody's
causes
suffering.
me
No, nobody.
actual pain, emotional distress to know that some trans woman or some trans man could be beat to death tomorrow by some Christian bigot.
That's not happening any. You live in America, I assume. That's not
Yes.
happening. That's not happening anywhere in America. unless you want to pull out an outlier of that
Wait.
happens to somebody.
Did you just say that transgender people aren't being murdered in America?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you can pull an outlier. Like there are
Wait,
people.
I'm not
that
pulling
wouldn't
an
be an
outlier.
outlier.
I'm
That wouldn't
Okay,
telling
be
you
an
that
okay.
the number one cause of death for trans women of color in the United States is murder.
I'm gonna look that up. Nah, actually, you look it up because I don't know. I don't want my shit to lag out. But what I'm saying is there are a lot of things out there in this world that are that are that are like you could be like, yo, like every you could literally say this. I could say this. I could be like, yo, every 20 to 30-year-old white male or black male or whatever the fuck, they love to kill kids because of like the shit that has happened in the last like 6-7 years, longer than that, but like 6-7 years that it's been in the national spotlight. So it's like, bro, I can pull out anything and be like, yo, like, are you
Except the
stupid?
numbers
Like
don't
these
bear
niggas,
that out. Except
huh?
the numbers don't bear that out. There are more men at that age group that are not murdering people than there are of that age group that are murdering people.
Yeah, and
And when you look at the
there are more.
transgender community, when you look at the transgender community, it's only 0.05% of the population. 126 million people in the United States are transgender. What do you think the number of transgender people of color is in that demographic out of all the transgender people that exist?
You said 106, right? 106 mil.
Sorry?
You said 106 mil, right?
126 million people
126.
are transgender in the United States. What do you think, out of all the transgender people, what do you think the demographic is of trans people of color? How many?
50 million.
Maybe a couple thousand?
Oh,
Maybe a couple thousand? And
okay.
so when they're being murdered at a high rate for being transgender, don't you think that might be an issue?
I mean, not if it's a couple thousand out of 126 million, that's not an issue. Like, I mean, it
Bro,
obviously is an issue. Chill, chill, chill. It
they're
is an
killed
issue.
because they're trans. They're killed
Yeah, I
because
was
they're
about to say,
trans.
there's
Yeah, they're
a
killed.
They're not
Yeah,
crimes of
wait,
opportunity. They're crimes
extravagance.
of intent.
but yeah, they're killed.
Yeah,
This,
extravagance.
yeah.
The difference between the two is that these trans women are being murdered because they're trans women, and I'll refer back to what you said.
Yeah,
The
and
reason that these people are murdering is not because they're 30 and white. That's not the reason they're murdering.
yeah,
They're just murdering. There's a difference.
yeah, they're murdering because they're trans women and they have beliefs that they believe in, so they murder somebody, which is fucked up. But the thing is, you're saying that's a thousand people out of 126 million people.
Who's murdering them?
I don't know. Anybody could
Christians.
murder them. Like, I'm not
Christians.
like it, huh? Christians? Okay, you're saying
Christians.
Christians.
Christian
Okay,
hate groups.
okay, Christian hate groups, and those Christians will never get to what a Christian is actually trying to get to because they're hating people. As a Christian, you cannot hate. So why would you like that? You're
Well,
not a Christian.
according to them, they
That's
can, according to them, they can hate just fine, and they do it
according to
publicly.
those people. According to those 25,
They're
30
the ones
people who murder
protesting,
a
saying that
thousand people.
God hates gay people.
Yeah, but you're is I would guarantee you most Christians say that you should just love everybody. They're not saying, "Oh, hate this person, hate this gay
Okay,
person,
so
hate
then
this
why
person."
is it that the Republican Party, who represents the Christian uh, mindset in America, is writing more than 400 bills at the state level that directly attack transgender people? Why is
Because
it Iowa is trying to make it illegal for gay people to get married?
Florida did it. Iowa, I guess, is following Florida. Florida's always the first one. But I would just say that, man, like, bro, the only religion that is attacked in the world and is has deemed an evil to that religion is Christianity. Like
No,
you have motherfuckers who are Muslim, right? In
they
Iraq,
attack
Iran,
Christians
in
attack
Saudi Arabia.
Jews constantly.
Yeah, and they're beheading people every day. 30 times a thousand, 30 million dollars a day. And nobody talks about that. The only religion that is fought against worldwide is Christianity. And that's God
Why
and
do you
Jesus
think that
Christ.
is?
Also,
Because
that's not even true.
It's
it
not true at
is.
all. But
All
if
right.
it was
Muslims have
true,
been attacked. Muslims have been attacked vigorously after things like 9/11.
oh
Yeah,
yeah.
because I
And
mean,
the Crusades
I'm
were a
gonna get
fight between Christians and Muslims and Jews.
yo, but my thing
Jewish
is like,
people are dude. Jewish people are way more fucking persecuted than Christians are. And if Christians keep sticking their fucking nose where it isn't wanted, what do you think's going to happen? Did you hear about that story? There's that island off of oh, what the fuck is it? Help me out here, Eli. That island with that native tribe that hasn't.
I know what you're
I know
talking
what you're
about, but
talking
I
about. I know
forgot
what
the
it,
name.
yeah, I don't know.
There's a Christian who went there twice to try to preach the Bible to those people, and they fucking killed him because he's an idiot. Because Christians can't mind their business and leave people the fuck alone.
I mean, yeah, I mean, but that, yo, see, that's the thing. Like, you can't be like, yo, all Christians. Listen, I definitely don't want to go to
I
that
didn't say all Christians.
island.
I didn't say all Christians. I said Christianity is the problem. I don't blame Christians for Christianity.
Yeah.
Most Christians were indoctrinated into the religion as children. They were emotionally manipulated into being afraid of hell. Most people aren't Christian by choice. Most people are Christian because they were indoctrinated and brainwashed into it.
All right. I mean, that's true for anything. Like, if you're
Not really. No,
if you're
religion
a
has the fucking religion has the lockdown on emotional manipulation and brainwashing.
yeah, but I mean, if my
Fear
father and
mongering.
mother were both contractors, I would most likely be a contractor. I'm not going to
No,
say
you wouldn't.
I probably would.
Both of my parents are farmers. I am not a fucking farmer.
What are you?
A biker.
Do you know how to farm?
Sorry?
Do you know how to farm? Do you know how to plant anything?
Yeah, I know how to
So you
farm.
could,
I know how to raise
so
animals. I know how to break horses. I know how to do all that shit.
you could choose to be a farmer if you wanted to.
Then
right?
I would never do that.
Exactly. But like, if you were to choose that, then you would be emotionally manipulated by your parents.
No, it's not emotional manipulation.
But that is
It's
what.
just, in that case, it's just what you grew up knowing. It's a way of life. Being a Christian is a fucking religion. It's not the same as trying to make a living.
No, that's
Farmers are farmers because they're trying to make a living. It's a job. It's
Yeah, but
not the
that's
same thing as a religion that emotionally manipulates you with fear tactics.
But there's other jobs, just like there's other religions.
Right, and I'm not a farmer.
There's other jobs. Like my parents have said, if you don't do IT, you're going to be broke. I work at a restaurant. So if I did IT, then would I be like, a dick riding Christian for fucking choosing IT? Or would I just be,
Look, man, my point here is that if you look at history, Christians have murdered more people on this planet than any other religion. Straight up. And they did so in a more brutal fashion than any other religion.
Yeah, and I bet you 99% of those people who did those things did not go to the place that they wanted to go, which is heaven, which is the end.
How do you know that?
Because it says in the Bible,
God told them to do.
It says in the Bible that most people
they
go
did what
to
the Bible told them to do.
No, it says in the Bible most people go to hell. People interpret the Bible
first off
totally different.
It depends on when. The hell story is when it comes to stop, my guy.
I got you.
This is why debating with Christians can be aggravating sometimes, because you guys don't actually study your religion. You don't study the Bible. You don't study the history. You don't pay attention.
See, I understand why you're saying that.
In the first few centuries of Christianity, there was no hell doctrine.
Yeah, and I understand what you're saying, because I never, I didn't say I was like a Christian or anything. I just said I just want to prove that God exists, and I do believe in Jesus Christ. But I'm not a Christian. I want to be.
You believe in Jesus Christ, but you're not a Christian. That doesn't make any sense.
Because I think Christianity has changed over the years based
The
off
definition of believing in Christ makes you a Christian.
Write the books, and people who were to publish the books, and people who were to sell the books, and people who were to
we assign labels to things to understand them. That's why, if you believe in Christ, you follow Christ, you're a Christian. That's what that means.
Yeah, and I get that, but I'm saying, like,
if you're not related to a church, that's fine. That's a whole other bucket of worms. But
no, I'm not. It's not even that. It's just like, bro, I'm still trying to figure this shit out too. You know
that God?
We all trying to figure this shit out.
Hold on. Did you know that God indiscriminately murders children in the Bible repeatedly?
I did not know that, but I will
Yeah,
not.
he does.
But the thing is, like, I won't
He also
take.
condones rape, slavery, genocide, all kinds of horrific, child sex trafficking, child marriage, all kinds
Yeah,
of crazy shit.
yeah, and he condones a lot of that because we are all given a choice to do it. So basically, I mean, bro, humans, us, we people, we're the only ones who condone that shit. This nigga, he gave us a chance. He gave us a choice to do this or do that. Do this or do that. Do this or do
No,
that.
God
We always chose
specifically
that.
condones and commands it. It's not a matter of you have a choice to own slaves. God says you can own slaves.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. Like, that's from the book, right? And
Yeah.
my thing is, there's just so much time before me or you or Eli was alive that there is so much time in between that anybody could write anything in the book, right? And I'm not talking
Wait,
about the
wait,
book
wait, 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 wait. If you believe anybody can write anything in the book, why would you believe in the book?
because
Right.
I don't believe in the book, bro. I believe in God, bro. Like I
So then
literally
how do
Wait,
you
but
okay,
wait,
wait.
wait, wait,
Without the
wait. But
Bible,
there's no
without the Bible,
concept.
how the fuck would you know about the story of Christ?
That's what I'm saying. There's no concept of God without the
you
book.
wouldn't. But the thing is, like, I don't know anything. We don't know anything. You don't know
Yes,
anything.
we do.
Eli doesn't know anything. I don't know
No,
anything.
we do know things. We absolutely, as a species, we know things.
You don't, bro. We're discovering something new that defies the laws of physics every day. So we don't know anything. We
We
don't
do
know
know
anything.
things. We know that the Earth is round, or well, at least a spheroid. We know that
We know
fire
gravity
burns. We know
exists.
that dogs bark. We know that ice is cold. There
Have you
are
been to,
things that
have
we
you been to,
know.
I mean, yes, obviously, but those are like, have you been to space? No, you haven't.
So
Wait, there's people that have been to space, and there's pictures, and there's
There was a total,
studies, and
there's a
there's
total of
there's a
like,
literal live feed of the International Space Station. You can download a fucking app.
yeah, there's also a Marvel movie that can go to watch at the theaters and it looks real as fuck. That's
It's a
are you a
live
flat earther?
video, dude. You're telling me you don't believe in space?
What? No, bro, I don't even know. I don't know shit, nigga. You gotta understand that. You don't know nothing, bro. You
I
can't
do
be
know
like, oh, I
something.
know
I know
everything.
quite a bit, actually. I'm really smart.
All right, well, hit me up when you go to
Like
space,
if
man.
you buy, you can go and buy a computerized telescope, and you can set it to track the International Space Station in orbit. You
Do you
can.
not believe in other continents because you haven't been there?
I mean, no, because I could visibly, I have family members that gone there. I can literally call
Okay,
people
how
right
do
up
you know they're not lying?
because I can call them.
Okay, and what does calling them prove?
Calling them proves that they're there.
Wait,
They,
how
But the
does that
but
prove?
the
Wait, how does that prove that they're there?
but the astronauts are lying, right?
I mean, they show you what they want to show you. But all right, anyway, fuck all that, bro. You guys won that. Whatever. Last thing. Why do you think every single person on the planet who actually has influence on the whole world, who actually has influence on, especially America, but like actually has influence on everybody, just like us, they can say something and then we would most likely believe it unless we did our own research. Why do you think they're all anti-Christ? They're not anti-Muslim, they're not anti-Jew, they're not
Yes, they
anti-nothing.
are.
They're
Yes, they
anti-Christ.
A
are.
lot,
No,
a
they're
lot of
not. No, they're
politicians, a lot
not.
of politicians are Christian. What?
No, they're
Yeah,
not.
what are you talking about, dude?
They're not.
Like
Yes, they are. What?
bullshit, dude. Like 93% of the U.S. House of or the U.S. Congress is Christian.
Yeah,
Like
Christian.
almost all of our presidents have been Christian. What are you
Okay,
Yeah,
talking
dude.
about?
Like, what
so
are you
all right,
talking
all right,
about?
all right, all right. So if all of our presidents have been Christian, why is America not as Christian as it should be? Because America,
Wait, because
Wait,
people can come to their own conclusions?
yeah, all right.
what's on Christianity? The founding fathers were deists. They were well, okay. They weren't deists. Some of them were deists, but a few of them were Gnostic Christians, which means they believed in the Christian God, but that the Christian God didn't involve itself in human affairs. That it just created everything, set everything in motion, and then went about its fucking business, whatever it does. And there was a lot of founding fathers that were deists, like Thomas Paine, who wrote a book called The Age of Reason, which is just a diatribe of how gross he thought religion was, how corrupt he thought Christianity was, and how it should never be a part of any government. Because as soon as it becomes a part of a government, it causes mayhem, pain, suffering, and death.
It's literally because the government has power, Christianity has power. You put them together, the government's gonna do whatever the fuck they want with that power. It's not like Christianity just comes in, they look at the word Christianity and they're like, wow.
I'm going to give you an example of
This
what
is gonna
Christians.
cause mayhem.
I'm going to give you an example of what Christians do that cause pain and suffering. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm actually ready. Really.
Abstinence only sex education. Proof solid that Christians can cause an immense amount of pain and suffering in people's lives. Because if you go to a school district where they teach abstinence only sex education from a Christian worldview, they have higher rates of STDs and teen pregnancies versus the more secular school district that teaches a comprehensive sex education course where they have lower rates of unwanted teen pregnancies and STDs amongst their teen population. Because ignorance gets us nowhere. In fact, it's counterproductive. It hurts us as a whole. And that's what Christians peddle in. They openly deny the facts about the nature of reality in favor, and they special plead their case for their God. I just listened to a Christian woman in Missouri try to explain that a 10-year-old should be forced to carry a rape child. I just listened to the Republican Party, which is entirely Christian. I just listened to representatives of that party in like 3 different states vote to continue to allow 12-year-olds to get married.
Yeah, my thing is, like, what makes you think that they're entirely Christian? Because they lie, right? They lie.
That's what they claim. That's what they say. I'm a Christian.
Wait,
I believe in
why
God.
would we disbelieve them? If there's no evidence, to disbelieve them, then that makes absolutely no sense.
And considering the Bible justifies child marriage, it's not a stretch to believe that Christians would think it's okay.
It's because children back then in the day, they would, if you were 12, you would be hunting for your whole tribe, or you would be doing this, or you would be doing that. You wouldn't be 12-year-olds playing Pokemon.
And so why are Christians justifying that today?
Because they're not. You're thinking that they're truly Christian, and I don't think anybody right now is truly Christian.
So are you the arbiter of what Christianity is and is not?
No,
Did God give you the?
No, I'm not truly Christian at all. I am drinking right now. I am not truly Christian right now.
Okay, so then, if you aren't the arbiter of Christianity, who is? Who gets to decide what is and is not Christian?
We don't know, because the thing is, humans, everybody in the Bible, it says this: everybody was built with flaws. Nobody's perfect.
That's not answering my question. If there's this one God and he has a message for everybody, and he has things that he wants you to do and things he doesn't want you to do, and none of us know, then why the fuck would you believe it?
He doesn't have those things. He doesn't have something he wants you to do or something he doesn't want you to do.
So sin doesn't exist.
He gives you the choice to do whatever you want to do.
So sin doesn't exist.
Wait.
Just
Sin
doesn't
because he gives
exist.
free will doesn't mean he doesn't want you to do things. It's not true.
So wait, sin doesn't exist.
No, sin does exist.
So then there are things that God doesn't want you to do.
Yeah, but he doesn't. He obviously he does not want you to do that. But if you do,
what are those things that he doesn't want you to do?
If he wanted, all right, if God wanted you to do everything he wanted you to do, this world would be completely different. You would be, every single time you had a sin.
How do you earn your way into heaven? Do you earn your way into heaven by being a sinner?
No, you don't even earn your way into heaven by having good morals. You really have to. The only way to earn your way into heaven is to literally believe in God and have Jesus Christ as your savior. That's the only way.
Horrible people. So then what you're saying is that horrible people can get invited into heaven, but good people can burn in hell because they don't believe in Christ.
No, because good people have morals bad people, they're most likely not going to even get to the point of where they can do better. If you're that bad and you can't even erase that shit, or you
If
can't
they
even
believe
think
in
about that shit
Jesus,
in a
you
different
said
way.
that the only metric was they had to believe in Jesus. You
Yeah,
didn't say anything about good actions.
yeah, but the thing is, bro, like, believe in Jesus
I'm
is
sorry,
not
man, but you
just,
keep walking yourself into corners.
no, I'm not. This believe in Jesus is not really just saying, oh, I believe in Jesus. You actually have to feel that shit. You don't just be like, oh, I believe in Jesus, I'm a Christian. That's not how it
So
works.
you can be a good
That's why I'm
person and
telling
not
you
feel.
I'm not
So
a
you can
Christian.
wait. You can be a good person, not feel Jesus, not believe in Jesus, and go to hell for eternity.
Yeah. Because the thing is, the devil, Lucifer, Satan, blah, 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 he fucking, he has
Yep.
great
My
morals.
point.
He has,
You
no, that
just
guy, he has
you
great
just
morals.
made my point again. God, man, would you Christians actually do your homework?
Again, I'm not a Christian.
I'm
I
going to say
believe in
this,
God
and I
and I
want you to
believe in
hear me.
Jesus
This is
Christ.
for
I'm not a
everybody.
Christian. I'm not
Everybody in
at
the
that point
comments.
yet.
This is for everybody in the queue waiting to get into this conversation. One, Lucifer is not the devil. He is not Satan. Two, the devil is the devil. Satan is a Hebrew word that translates to the adversary. It is a title.
Yeah, the enemy, you
Samuel,
fucking idiot.
Samuel, stop interrupting me.
Okay, man. Adversary
Samuel
is,
in the Bible is referenced as Satan. It's a title given to people based on their behavior. It is not a person or character. And then again, the devil and Lucifer are not the same character. They're different people in the Bible. You've got to study your own theology before you pretend to know anything about it.
again, I said I wasn't a Christian. That I said that 1,000 times.
Wait, wait,
Then
wait,
why
wait,
are
wait.
you quoting
You
it?
say you're not a Christian, but you fall under the definition of a Christian. So you're a
And you
Christian.
keep quoting the Bible. You keep
How
talking
do I
about things
fall,
from the Bible.
how do I fall into the
All a
definition?
Christian is just someone that believes in God and Jesus Christ. That's all a Christian is.
No, it's
All right,
not
go look
at
up the
all.
definition. Go look up the definition then.
All right, I will, and
Somebody that
you
worships
look it up.
Christ. That's what a Christian is. That's why they call it Christian. Christ.
Yeah,
Christ.
but a Christian,
Christian.
a Christian is not anything who I am right now. I would love to strive to be a
I
Christian.
would certainly
I would
hope
love
you
to
are not
know
out
God's whole
raping.
story. I would love to know
I would
Jesus' whole story, but I
I
don't.
would certainly hope that you are not a Christian, because if you were a Christian, you would be using your Bible to go out and rape and pillage indigenous tribes of people, which is literally what your religion has done for 2,000 years.
Okay.
All
What's
right, I
your
looked at
ethnicity?
Merriam-Webster. Wait, hold up.
Wait. What's
Merriam-Webster,
your
it says
ethnicity?
a Christian is somebody who believes in Jesus Christ. That's all a Christian is.
What's
Yeah,
your
he
ethnicity?
believes in Jesus. I believe in Jesus Christ, bro. But
Extravagance.
the way you're describing Christians, like you, and then Eli.
I'm
Made that
describing
clear.
them based on their continued behavior. What do you want
Yeah,
from
but
me?
no, but a Christian is somebody who believes in Jesus Christ. It's not
So
somebody who
what?
rapes and pillages and kills a
If
bunch
they
of
believe in
villagers.
Jesus Christ, if they believe in Jesus Christ while they're doing it,
No,
if they think that
they
they're
don't.
bringing the word of Jesus to these
No,
savages,
no.
what's your nationality? What's your ethnicity?
I'm black. I'm African American.
Okay, your ancestors weren't Christians. If your family, if your ancestral line follows through slave trade in the United States, you're Christian because slave masters forced that shit on slaves.
You might be
Your
right.
ancestors
Nigga,
were
my
not
last name is
Christian.
Williams, bro. That's not my real last name. So
Well, you're
I
right.
get what you're
But
saying. I get what you're saying.
I
But
mean,
I
Christians
don't.
and Christians used their Bible to own people as property, to force their religion down the throats of indigenous tribes of people. This is repeated throughout all of history on every fucking continent on this planet. You should have seen what Christians did to the Aboriginal tribes in Australia. It was unreal.
And who were those Christians? Somebody who had 3 tons of gold in the back and fucking goddamn power, was a goddamn prince or some shit. I don't know. They were all corrupt motherfuckers. With power comes corruption. They were just corrupt motherfuckers. And you're thinking about a corrupt motherfucker as a Christian. That's not a real Christian. That's not somebody who
I'm
believes in
gonna read. I
Christ.
want to read something to you really quick.
They gonna say whatever they want you to believe, man.
Those male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property and can make them slaves for life. That is in the Bible.
Yeah,
Leviticus
and the
25,
thing is,
44 through 46.
the Bible was written by some. All right, let me see one more thing. One more thing. Actually, dead ass. I'm actually serious. One more thing. Or two more things, but it's gonna be the same shit. So the Bible, bro, like I don't
Is
think
the
the
Bible the
Bible.
word of God? Is the Bible the word of God?
I think we lost him.
I think we did too. He's not in here. I can't hear him. Extravagance, we lost you. We can't hear you, my guy. No, he's gone.
Well,
damn it all.
I mean, his reasoning for believing God was pretty bad. He was just all like, well, I believe, I
Because my
think there's
parents
wrong and
told me
right,
to.
therefore God.
Oh yeah, I think there's wrong and right, therefore God. That doesn't track. All right, let's go with Ethan Perdula. Heyo,
What's up, man?
how's it going?
We got the same name.
Ethan?
Right on.
What's
I
up?
like Ethan. It's actually one of my favorite names.
Yeah, for sure, man. It's a Hebrew. I think, isn't it like a Hebrew name?
It's Hebrew, but I think it like originated near Ireland or something like that. I'm not exactly sure. The genealogy on it's a little sketchy.
Right. No, for sure. No, it is weird, but it means strong and firm, I think. Anyways, man.
What's on your mind?
I had a quick question. So, were you raised religious? Sorry, I just joined this live, so I have no idea.
Yeah, no, I was. I was raised Christian. I grew up in a Christian home.
Okay. So what led you to believe that God doesn't exist?
I started by reading the Bible. And I mean, that's the fastest way to become an atheist. I mean, if I'm being honest, most of the atheists I know became an atheist when they read the Bible.
Right.
I started questioning the behavior of God based on his actions in the Bible. When he murders children, when he condones slavery and rape, when he condones child sex trafficking and genocide and all kinds of other horrible things. I question that. I don't agree with his actions. I think that there was probably a better way to go about things than the way that God in the Bible did it. And then I got older and I started looking at history, and I got really interested in history, and I started learning, like, all right, well, where does Christianity come from? When did Christianity first start appearing in human history? And what did Christianity accomplish in the last 2,000 years? What has it done with its power and its influence? And then I started learning about science. Astrophysics, neurology are my two favorite topics, as well as some other biology. And the science doesn't add up. Like, it doesn't point to a God. And so when you add all of these things together, there's no good reason for me to believe it.
Okay. So do you consider yourself agnostic or like atheist?
I'm both. I am an
Both.
agnostic atheist and partially anti-theist.
Okay. So what do you think created the universe?
No idea.
No idea. I mean, do you take the evolution take? Do you take the Big
Evolution.
Bang theory?
Big Bang is a fact. We have evidence for the Big Bang, the constant expansion of space-time and the microwave radiation background left over from the Big Bang, which is actually kind of misleading. It's not really a bang so much as it is a massive expansion everywhere all at once. People misconflate. They don't. It wasn't an explosion. Scientists don't think that it was an explosion. How science has been educated and communicated over the years has been kind of shitty. Scientists, astrophysicists don't believe that it was an explosion. They believe that it was just the universe expanded. It began to expand from a singular point. And then with evolution, we have more evidence for the theory of evolution in the past 160 years than we do for the theory of gravity. When we look at science like evolutionary biology, you're looking at least somewhere between 100 and 200 different fields of study that do their own independent research in their own fields. They don't dabble into each other's fields. And they all came to the same conclusion, doing their own independent studies. Evolution is a fact. Like, that's how life evolved on Earth. We know that.
So are you taking Charles Darwin on that?
No, Charles Darwin was a chauvinistic, misogynistic, racist piece of shit. But
I can agree with that.
He did lay the framework. He did discover the framework of evolution. He didn't understand genetics. His theory of evolution came specifically from adaptations in various species.
Yeah, he didn't do any of the hard work.
No, he didn't. He just made observations. He didn't do any of the actual hard work.
So I guess my main thing is because I think it's easy to debate with someone who's religious, but they're Jewish or they're Muslim. But the thing is with someone who's atheist and doesn't believe in God to begin with, I think it's more difficult. So I just go on the question, right? I mean, hence nothing can't create everything, right? So there needs to be a creator, right?
Well, that's your argument. No scientist has ever postulated the idea that everything came from nothing. When you ask us where everything came from, the best we can say is the Big Bang. We don't know what happened, what was there before the Big Bang. We don't know what caused the Big Bang. And we don't make assumptions or assertions about it because we lack information. We lack the ability to know. But so with you, as a Christian, your entire argument is a magical sky daddy that always existed, who magically poofed everything into existence from non-existence.
Well, my response to that would be God is outside of our space-time, and God's not a man in the sense,
you go back to the first century of Christianity, God was beyond the clouds. And then when we started flying planes, God was beyond the sky. And then when we went into outer space, God was now beyond space-time, out of reach of humans, always out of reach of humanity. It's the ever-receding God.
This is off topic, but what are your thoughts on?
How can something exist outside of time?
Because, well, I mean, essentially, I think that's the main thing. Because with Christians and anyone that's religious, we don't know what the Creator was doing, right? I mean, that's outside of our knowledge, and I think we can both agree that, let's just say in your belief there is a God. We don't know, right? Because what we know on Earth is what we know is space.
You don't know that there's a God either. You believe there's a God, but you don't know that there's a God.
But I don't think with human conscious and everything around us, we just came from pond scum and organisms developing on the Earth throughout billions of years. Because it's just not.
Why? There's more natural forces and ways to understand that than there is a magical sky daddy. The magical sky daddy explanation is just a lazy thought process. I don't want to do the work. It's just easier to say God did it. Now I don't have to do any of the work. Now I don't have to go through the trouble of trying to understand this complex, complicated system, this natural force. I don't have to worry about that because God did it. And there's no further explanatory power to that. It doesn't get you anywhere. It doesn't explain why or how. It's just God did it. That's it.
Right.
It's lazy.
Do you see, when you think of God, right? Do you think God is just a sky daddy, or do you think of God as an essence that's outside of our space time, who is the creator of everything? There's no creation before
God, I think of a myth. I think of a myth, a mythology, surrounded by fear tactics and emotional manipulation. I don't see benevolence in your God. I don't see love or justice or mercy in your God. I see a barbaric asshole who just indiscriminately murders children.
So, do you have any verses up front?
Sorry?
Do you have any verses up front that you can like state biblically?
Yes,
sure
I do.
Okay.
Second Kings 2, verses 23 and 25. Then he went up from there to Bethel. And as he was going up by the way, young lads came out from the city and mocked him and said to him, "Go up, you bald head, go up, you bald head." When he looked behind him and saw them, he cursed them in the name of the Lord. And 2 female bears came out of the woods and tore up 42 of the lads' number. So God sent 2 bears to murder 42 children because they made fun of him for being, or made fun of a prophet for being bald. Or how about in the Exodus? How about in the Exodus, where Moses goes to the Pharaoh and asks the Pharaoh to release his people, and the Pharaoh agrees. And then God hardens the Pharaoh's heart, and the Pharaoh denies it. And then God visits upon 7 plagues, one of which was the Passover, where God sends the spirit of death to murder the firstborn children of the Egyptians. Or in I don't remember which book it is. I can't remember exactly. Where God commands the Israelites to go amongst this other tribe of people and murder for them or kill for them every man, woman who has known a man, and every young boy, but keep for themselves the virgin girls. Well, how about Leviticus 25, 44 through 46?
I think I already mentioned that when I was already in the live. Is it something to do with enslaving?
Yeah, owning slaves. Or Exodus 21 that teaches you how hard you can beat your slave and how much your slave is worth, incidentally. Female slaves are worth less than male slaves, and female slaves are never allowed to go free.
Okay, so on scripture, right? So I guess you can argue to say I'm not the guy to talk to if you want me to explain that. But the thing I wanted to talk to you about is like, so something obviously pushed away from God, right? That obviously is your feelings towards the Bible.
No,
but, I mean,
logic.
yeah. So logic, right? So you're going based off like let's just go space, for example. Like you mentioned NASA. Do you know who founded NASA? Werner von Braun. Werner von Braun was Hitler's right-hand man. He was a Nazi, right? So let's just go on like racism, right? The man who founded NASA, right, originally founded NASA, not Dwight D. Eisenhower, okay? Look up Werner von Braun. He was the biggest, he was like the head of
Dwight D.
NASA.
Eisenhower.
Yeah, but look
In
up Werner von
1958.
Braun. He was like the pioneer of the rocket ship making.
Eisenhower had signed the National Aeronautics and Space Act, creating the agency.
Look up Werner von Braun. Something he like pioneered NASA, and he was a Nazi.
Oh, I wonder where you're going with this.
What I'm going with this is like, okay, so like science, right? I mean, so for me personally, most Christians will see it this way. We'd rather believe the creator than the creation. But at the same time, you have to take this in consideration. Like what? NASA has lied about many things, right? Science, we obviously know that. We've known that they've manipulated the blue marble, right, with CGI to make the Earth, right? So,
no.
And this is, no.
We don't know that.
Flat earther?
What?
No, we do not know
believe
that.
any of like the discoveries of NASA?
No, I think there's truth in it, but I mean, everything that is like in today with science, I think is a little corrupt. Can we agree?
No, it really isn't. I mean, don't get me wrong. There are aspects of science that kind of suck, but that's because you live in a capitalistic hellscape. Science in and of itself, the scientific method is pure. The scientific method literally eliminates personal bias and prejudice from the system by requiring things like peer review. So one scientist makes an observation in nature. He writes up a hypothesis, he does experiments and makes further observations, and he writes an article, a paper about this, where he details what he's observing, what experiments he's done, and what the result of those experiments are, and what he thinks his conclusion is. And he submits that to a peer review study from other people in his field. It's not one scientist pulling shit out of his ass. It's thousands of people worldwide that read his information, do their own experiments, and share their findings. And once that's happened a few times, then they build a consensus, which becomes a theory. Here are the facts. Here's our standing theory. And that theory is subject to change over time based on new information.
Right. So
there's nothing conspiratorial about it.
Okay, so like the thing is like no existence of God. I had one more question to ask you because I gotta get going, but I guess it's the Ark, right? Noah's Ark. So in Genesis it says that the Ark landed in the mountains of Mount Ararat. No, something like that. I think it was Mount Ararat or something like that. And
You think you're close? Go ahead.
yeah, Mount Ararat area. I don't know how to pronounce it, but anyways, have you seen what they found of the Ark?
They didn't find the ark.
They didn't. Those are
Ron
So
rocks.
Wyatt.
well,
Ron Wyatt is a
yeah,
lying ass con artist, and people are gullible and goofy and listen to the stupid shit that stupid people say. It was a rock formation. It's not the ark. They never found the ark. It doesn't
but it
even match
measured
the
up to the exact
measurements
thing that
of what
it
the
was explained
Bible
in
described.
Genesis.
Huh?
It was measured to 500 cubits, which is exactly what Genesis said.
Negative. No, it wasn't. I've seen pictures of what they're talking about. It's not
Yeah,
even a full, the shape isn't even a full boat. And it doesn't match the shape of the ark either.
Yeah, we'll go
no, no, yeah.
research that. That's been debunked multiple times.
You phrased
Yeah, dude,
everything
there's
right,
so
Paul.
many
I guess, yeah.
articles talking shit about that. It's not even funny. Ron Wyatt was a lying ass con artist, SOB, dude. Like,
But I
he
mean,
was
I
really a
guess you could
bad
say that
guy.
about most scientists out there, right? That
No,
disprove
he
God.
really was a bad guy. He's lucky he didn't get charged criminally for the nasty shit he did.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, I just wanted. I wasn't really here to like prove
Unless
you
you
wrong. I
care
just
to
wanted to give
explain
you
to me how the fuck kangaroos got from Australia to the Middle East and back again.
well, I mean, they in their defense, they had the help of God working with them. It's not like
Oh, so
Noah.
God magically floated kangaroos from one continent to another?
I mean, God can do everything, right?
I don't believe that for even a second. But I mean, if you want to, I guess it's. I don't understand why
I
anybody
mean,
would believe it.
you don't need to believe it, but if God said He did it, He did it. He can do anything. He created us.
That's not what God said. God
And by
didn't
the
say
way,
that.
CSU, if you want to go look up on the Noah's Ark thing, CSU debunked it.
I know. I'll look into it. I'm open to looking at things, but
Then
at
I
the same
suggest,
time,
if you don't understand evolution, you go on YouTube and you look up Forrest Valkai. He's an evolutionary biologist, and he'll explain it in detail.
Yeah, it's not good to ask people to explain evolution. It's way too dynamic and way too big. You
Yeah,
can't just
and I'm not
explain
classically
evolution.
trained, and I'm not an educator, and I wish I had the brains to go to school and learn that shit, but I just don't have the patience for it. I don't want to write a 500-word thesis on why people are gullible.
right? No, I mean, I agree, but I mean, I guess we have disagreements, but I guess that's just my thing. Just ask you a few questions, man.
I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, do your research. It'll help.
No, I'm just saying what you guys think of it. I wasn't really saying like, they found the ark right there. That was the ark. I was just,
Oh, sorry.
No, yeah, you're good. No, I was just seeing what you guys have to say, but I thought I had one more thing in mind. So
Shoot.
have you guys looked into like, so if you guys were to match with any religion, what would it be?
None of
And
them.
if not, none of them, right?
I mean, to be honest, I don't mind. I don't hate Buddhism, but it's
Right.
not really a religion. It's more of a philosophy.
No, sorry. This was the question I was going to ask. So, like, I mean, before you call them liars, right? What I'm about to say. So, all the children, all the people that have died and seen heaven, seen God, seen Jesus Christ, all the
Near-death
witness.
experiences have been studied and disproven. It's DMT, being released by your brain at the time of your death to relieve your anxiety.
So,
As well as if you want to bring up like testimonials, my friend,
yeah,
I know he overdosed or whatever, and he was dead for 10 minutes. He said all he saw was black.
I died in a helicopter in 2012 on the way to an ICU because of kidney failure.
really?
I went 4 days without dialysis, and it almost killed me.
Damn. 4 days.
Yep.
It's crazy.
Fucking sucked.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's funny because all these comments in the comment section are like all debating each other, but it's like there's 560 people in here, man.
Yeah, I ignore them. There's
what I
been
mean?
like one guy asking. I'm not even gonna give that guy the time of day. I'm not gonna name his question. He's just being stupid.
Yeah, I don't tend to pay attention to the comments very often for a lot of reasons.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess another question is, so like,
Go ahead.
a lot of atheists slam Christianity, and it's mostly essentially Christianity. Why isn't it Judaism? Why is it not
Because I
Islam?
live in the United States and I don't have Jews writing laws against my community.
Also,
So
as
what?
well as the
Yeah.
majority Buddhist and Hinduism, they don't sit there and argue with people all day.
Yeah, no other religion is knocking on people's doors at 10 a.m. trying to fucking preach the word of Jesus.
But I mean,
We
like
don't
at the
have
same time,
we don't have
you
we
can't call
don't
those
have
people bad
hold
people
on.
because they're trying to help you, right? I mean,
We don't
they're
have
trying to spread your
Muslim
word.
we don't have Muslim dominionists in the United States.
Well, yeah,
I
you
can
got to think
agree,
about it
but
like
again,
this.
We have
at the
Think about
same
it like
time,
this.
hold on. We have
you can't blame them. Yeah.
We have Christian dominionists. We have Christians who are actively right now today trying to turn America into a Christian theocracy because if they think that if they do so, they believe that if they pull that off, it'll inspire the second coming of Christ and bring about the apocalypse.
Yeah, but I
You
mean,
have entire
But
Christian organizations in this country that are off the fucking chain, batshit insane, and they think that they have the right to force their religion onto every other living person in the world.
you got to
right, but
think
I
about
mean,
it like this, though. For the people that
okay, hold on, hold
you
on,
just
hold
said
on.
they're you just said
Are
they're
you gonna
trying to.
blame the book or are you gonna blame the people? Like, I mean, like again, like you can blame people all day who claim to be Christian, who claim to be Muslim, right? But you can't blame God itself for that happening, right?
He made the book.
It's his people.
He made the book, it's his people, but again, the people can do what they want, they have free will, so not all of them are gonna be doing
They don't
good,
have free
right?
will. We know that free will is a myth. It's not
Okay,
real. Your point is deterministic.
if I wanted to shoot up a whole building, I could if I wanted to, right?
I mean, yeah, if you were so
Bad
inclined.
example, but go ahead.
Bad
That's not a
example.
bad example. I mean, like God's not gonna put
You could have used something that wasn't so violent.
But that's what I'm trying to get at. If I wanted to go push my chair over, God's not going to put a wall through me and stop
Well,
me. I
let's
have
look
the
at it
free
this
will to do
way.
that.
When we
Yeah.
look at the vast majority of school shootings in the United States, they were mostly performed by white Christian males.
No.
Yes.
Okay, so Columbine. Let's start with
White
Columbine.
Christian males.
They were not Christian males.
Yes, they were.
They were raised Christian, but they weren't Christian.
They were Christian.
So, okay.
Just because they do something you don't like and don't approve of doesn't mean they weren't Christian. All they have to do to be Christian is believe in Jesus.
Right, but is it God's fault that they're doing that because they claim to be Christian? Like I could again, you could say the same about Islam, but
He
you're not
made a
going to blame all
world
of
where they
Islam. I'm not
could.
going to blame Islam
Look,
because
Well,
a couple
he
people.
made a world where it was possible to do that. So yes.
Right, but he made the world possible where we can do what we want. But if we're not going to live by the word
Yeah.
of God,
Okay. Cool. So you would
right?
just agree with me.
I
Why?
agree.
Why?
Yeah.
And that's something else, man. You guys, you Christians, seem to think you have all the fucking answers for everything, when in reality, you have answers for absolutely nothing.
Well, I mean, like it's not like I go around and think of all the questions atheists are going to ask me. I'm just going to take the word of God and do what I want
No,
with it, right?
that's the problem. You don't question it. You don't think about it. You don't
I do think
critically
about it.
examine it.
I was atheist my whole life. I didn't grow up Christian. I turned to Christianity because
I mean,
was lost in my
why?
life. Because I was
What
lost in my
convinced
life
you
and
that a
believed
God
there.
exists?
Say it again.
Wait. Let me
What
guess.
convinced you that a God exists?
I mean, I can give you my story if you like.
No, I want you to just simply tell me what convinced you God exists. I don't need a whole sermon about it. I just need
It's
you
not
to
a
tell me
sermon. It's
The
like
why
a
you
last guy
think.
that told us.
It's
The
a
last guy that
2 minute
told us how it
story about
happens.
it's a 2 minute story about how I turned to Jesus Christ.
Just give me what convinced you.
Okay, so I
I
was an
need.
alcoholic, major alcoholic, right? I drank every
Oh
day.
my god.
And okay, yeah, you can say oh my God, but I'm just trying to tell you
Well,
guys
no,
my
I
I'm
mean,
story.
sorry.
the reason you
I'm
said,
sorry
"Oh
for
my
that. That
God,"
was
is
rude. I'm
because you
sorry.
have
I'm sorry.
any
That was
idea
rude.
how
I'm
many
sorry.
times atheists hear this exact
Okay,
story.
guys, I'm just trying to tell you my story. That's what I'm
Yeah.
you
Go
asked me,
ahead.
I'm gonna
Okay.
answer your question.
You said it
So
was
I
2 minutes,
was
right?
not even. So I mean I was
Okay.
a
Cool.
major alcoholic. I drank every day, right? And I was lost. I mean, I had nothing going for me, right? And what happened was is one day I prayed to Jesus. I'm like, okay, God, if you're real, make me not an alcoholic. I said some line of that, right? Turn me away from alcohol, right, and all this sin and hate that I'm doing.
Okay, so
I woke up.
basically what you're telling me is you made a choice in your brain to change your behavior.
No,
And that
I
choice,
no, because I was an alcoholic. I can't change into
Wait,
addiction.
yes, you
Ethan.
can.
I
Ethan,
can,
just
right? But it's not as
just
simple as that because you didn't let me finish my story.
wait,
I'm trying
Ethan,
to explain
just
it.
let him finish. Just let him finish.
So what happened was I woke up the next day and I swear to God, I didn't touch alcohol. I couldn't. Something in me I couldn't. And I believe that it was the Holy Spirit. So, I mean, that's my story, right? But at the same time, like, you don't have
So
to
what
agree with my story.
experiment did you do to prove that it was the Holy Spirit?
The experiment I did is because I felt love in my heart. I felt love in my heart. I didn't want to touch alcohol again. I needed a savior to save me for my sins.
So how
So
do you
that's
know
what I
you
did.
didn't save yourself?
Because I was an addict. I couldn't just wake up the
So
next day and
what?
not do it.
I
Okay.
I had a friend like I haven't talked to her in years, but she was better. I was about 280 pounds.
Yeah.
She turned her entire life around on a dime. She
Yeah.
stopped eating fast food. She stopped eating shit food. She started going to the gym. Now the woman looks like goddamn near a supermodel.
Okay,
Wait, Ethan, let me ask you a question.
And she
Ethan, let me
did that
ask you.
without God.
Ethan, let me ask you a question.
yeah, what's up, man?
Do you think that every recovering alcoholic did it through God?
Okay, but I can explain to you like the rest of the story.
Wait,
Okay.
just answer that question.
I just answer that question.
Yeah, 100% through Jesus Christ.
So you
Okay,
think
cool. Now you
every
can.
single
Okay, that's fine.
alcoholic or drug addict that's ever recovered from addiction did so through God?
No, not every single one did so through God.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
So,
Finish what you were gonna say. Go ahead.
but here's what I'm saying. Okay, when you're addicted to something, I think we can all agree we're gonna have withdrawals. Okay, I didn't have a single withdrawal from it, not a single one.
Okay.
And I'm okay, and that's the thing because, and you can say, okay, well that doesn't prove anything. It's the proof thing
It
is I woke up
doesn't.
the next day, I didn't have a single withdrawal from alcohol. I never touched it again, and that's where I'm going to.
Great. You made a decision.
Okay, I didn't make a decision. I
Do
was
you
trying to.
understand
Something
how the
stopped
brain
me. It's
works?
I think you're taking a lot of the credit from yourself.
Yeah,
it's
Christians are noted for that shit. They're
Because
always
I
fucking
think
giving
what you
their
did, I
you're,
think what
you're
you did
always
was
giving your
amazing.
power, you're always giving your power over yourself away to somebody else or blaming something else for the fucking faults that you have. Well, it's the devil made me do it. It's never you. It's always God did it or the devil did it. It's never you or your power or your
no,
ability to
because
do
if I do
something.
something wrong, it's not the devil. It's me. It's my fault, and
Well,
I
well,
agree
So
let
with
me,
that.
God
well, let
can
me.
help you be good, but you're if without God you're just bad.
Wait, let
No, I
me.
mean I don't agree without God you're bad, but I think without God you're lost. You have so much anger in your heart if you don't have God. I'm not saying that to everyone. I'm not saying if you don't have God you're not angry
So
in your heart.
how many atheists do you know?
I know a
Because
ton of
I know a
atheists.
lot, and almost none of them are angry.
Right, and that's what I was trying to say. I'm not saying every single one is angry, but they are lost from the salvation and the love of Jesus
Wait,
Christ.
You
God
Ethan,
do
let me
doesn't.
ask you
realize
a
that
question.
most
Ethan, let me
atheists
ask
are
you another
Christian,
question.
right?
Yeah, what's up, Eli?
So, what you did was amazing. Congratulations, bro.
Thanks,
Yes,
That's
bro.
fucking
awesome.
awesome. But do you think that it is possible at all? That it's possible at all that you just came, that you wanted to do something so bad, right?
Yeah,
That you you mentally went through it and you got it done. Do you think that's possible?
I do, but this is why I tell the story because I didn't want to stop. I knew I had to stop, but I couldn't. So I woke up the next day again with
But
no
you're missing the
withdrawals.
point of what Eli is asking you.
I do see the point, and that's why I'm
Do
trying to
you think you
understand.
could have made
But
the change by just
everybody that
making the decision?
recovers doesn't want to stop, right? That's why it's called an addiction, because you don't want
Right,
to stop doing it.
exactly. But that's what I'm trying to tell you that Jesus, he recovered me, and that's what I'm trying to say. He touched my heart. And the thing is, it's like us Christians know, like we're not gonna sit like me, for example, like right. I'm not gonna blame you for not believing in Jesus Christ and God.
Yeah, it's fun.
I'm not gonna blame you for it. Some people do, but at the same time, for me, it's like I'm gonna live the way I choose, and I think a lot of Christian people don't understand that. Not a lot of people wants to agree with them, right? And I think a lot of people just need to be patient with people, and if they wanna
I
tell them
think
about the word of God, they can tell them. But it's
I think
spreading the
that
gospel is what God tells
if
us
you
what to
want to
do.
It's
give away
just
if I think that if you want to give all away all of the things that make you noble as a person,
Hmm.
that's your choice to do so. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to revel in the fact that I am human, that I am capable of empathy and compassion, that I care for people. I don't love everybody because I don't know everybody. And love to me is something that's special. It's not supposed to be something that's just thrown the fuck around.
Right.
So
Yeah. I
I'm not
mean,
going to sit here and say that
Ethan,
I
I
love
have another
all of
question.
humanity, but I am
yeah.
going to say that I care about all of
I'll wait
humanity.
until Ethan, after Ethan's done.
I am going to claim that I love human beings. I am going to claim that I love being human, and that we're not fucking evil. We're not sinners. We're not terrible. We're not horrible. We aren't those things. What we are is a barely evolved mammalian species on a rock floating through space, trying to learn how to deal with existence the best way we can. And if your answer to that is to believe in a God, well, great dandy for you, but don't try to get other people to believe it. Because in doing that, you are disrespecting them. Other people have their own beliefs,
Wait,
and
Ethan,
they
let me
have the
ask him
right.
this question. Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I thought you were done.
They have a right to those beliefs, and they shouldn't be put upon by other people. I
Right. I
should
mean,
not have.
I agree, but again,
The only reason
it's
I
not
host
my
these
personal
debates,
standpoint.
the only
What's
reason
up?
I host these debates is because Christians can't leave people alone.
You're right. I mean,
I
it's
have
like,
to, as an atheist, be out here saying this shit, trying to get people to think critically, because Christians will not leave people the fuck alone.
okay, but at the same time, maybe Christians don't leave people alone, but that's not me personally, right? So, I mean, I'm not going to take the blame for
That's
what
why I don't blame
people go
Christians.
through.
I blame Christianity.
Okay, so what was your question, Eli? You were going to ask me a question.
Yeah. So tell me. So we had this guy over here earlier, right? And he was telling his story, right? And he said that he was very sickly, right? He was bedridden, and somebody prayed to him, and he saw a big light come and
Yeah.
enter his chest. Do you believe that story?
So you said a guy saw a big light enter his chest?
Yeah, and he said that he was healed, and he said he had the power to heal other people. Do you
I
believe
mean,
that?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. Okay, that's fair. All I'm trying to say is that I think that your story, I don't know. I just think that I don't know why you wouldn't want more evidence, right? It's like
Right, but like, I'm not
you
going to sit
agree
there
that
and,
these things are possible. These things are possible absence of God, right? You would
yeah.
believe that like recovering from alcoholism or drugs or whatever is possible absent of God, right?
Yeah.
Without asking for it, right? So what did you do to determine that this was absolutely God 100% without a doubt?
Because
Because you
like I
felt
said,
some warm
okay.
feeling in your heart?
No, so what happened was because when you could quit drinking alcohol, I'm sure a lot of people can attest from this, right? I mean, as for me personally, I've tried many times, and this was like for 2 years of my life every day. The 1 week I tried to quit, couldn't do it. I couldn't do it, and everyone knows how addiction is. You couldn't do it. So the next day, again, kept drinking, and then soon enough as I prayed, I woke up. For some reason, I felt just better, and I can't describe the feeling. Okay, and I even forgot I prayed. And then soon enough, I tried to drink alcohol, but something in my body, like I told you, just wouldn't let me do it. And it wasn't because I was just sick of it. And then so I looked into it, I'm like, dude, I cannot do it. Because all my friends are like, yo, you want to go drink it tonight? I'm like, I can't. Because like I literally can't. Like something in me, I can't. And then I remembered that following night, maybe the day after actually, that I prayed to Jesus that day, picked up the Bible, and found that and found Christianity
Okay,
that way. And I mean, like the thing is like,
another question. Another
yeah,
question.
yeah.
How do you know that it was Jesus that did it and not any of the other gods?
Because so when we look at Islam, okay, like for example, right? I mean, Islam just means submission of God, right? That's the way Islam goes. But again, like this goes to a whole nother topic here, right? But the thing is, in Christianity, we believe that the Holy Spirit touches you, right? So,
Okay. Yeah,
so
I
I mean, I
used to be
guess
Christian.
that's yeah, right, exactly. So, I guess my thing with that is right. So this, like people going like, okay, well, this could be scientifically proven. I mean, maybe it could, but at the same time, it's like there was nothing else scientifically to prove that about my brain. I just stopped one day. It's just not how it works. Okay.
It is, Ken, it is, and has, and
It,
it's proven that there are various things that we don't understand how the human brain does what it does. We're learning, but we don't have a full grasp of it. And if you spent any amount of time trying to convince yourself to stop doing something, it's likely you created a new pathway in your brain. And it would have been just that simple,
It
which
could be a
happens to a
phenomenon.
bunch
Yeah.
of different people in a bunch of different ways. Like I've
Okay.
seen people make miraculous changes in their life. It's every day you see it somewhere on social media. And that's not indicative of a God. It's indicative of people making a conscious decision to do something different. And when
Yeah.
you give it to God, when you say, well, God did this for me, you're taking away from your own strength. You are giving away what makes you you. And that is tragic.
It's tragic, but
Because
at the
humans
same time, I'm a
humans
horrible person in God's eyes. I'm not a good person.
humans are better than what Christianity makes us out to be.
Okay, Christianity doesn't make humans look like the worst abomination of society. It's what sin
We
is in
brought
humans.
sin into the world according to Christianity.
Yeah, we
Human
did,
beings
but
are irredeemable without God.
correct. And why
Wrong.
do we? Because it was
We
free
are
will through Satan
redeemable. We don't
deceiving
need to
us.
be saved. We're not horrible. We're not evil. We didn't bring sin into the world. We are not terrible.
Okay,
There's nothing wrong with humans.
so my thing is, it's like, okay, so let's just say, for example, you believe in God, right? Why do we blame God for what the actions that we do? And you can say, well, God created us, right?
Because God set the fucking thing in motion.
Right, he set it in motion, but it's like if you set something in motion, right, and you give people
Did
to do
God
whatever they
know when
want,
He created me that I was going to be an atheist?
Wait.
I'm sure he
Okay.
did.
Let me just propose something
Hold
to
on,
him.
hold
Right.
on, hold on. Did God know I was going to be an atheist when He created me?
I'm not sure. I'm guessing, yeah.
Is God all knowing?
Yeah, of course.
Then it follows that God would know that I was going to be an atheist, right?
Yeah.
So God created me anyway, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So God's purpose in creating me was to send me to hell.
I don't know, man. I mean,
The whole
here's the
purpose of creating me was to send me to hell because He knows that I'm never going to believe in Him, and short of Him actually proving He exists.
yeah.
This
Okay,
is the
so
logic of your religion.
yeah,
There's a guy, 20 years old, rapes a Muslim woman on a college campus.
yep,
Gets caught, gets convicted, gets sent to prison. While he's in prison, he's given the death sentence because he raped and murdered this lady. He finds God. He
yep.
finds Jesus while he's sitting in his cell. He reads the Bible. He finds redemption. And before they put him to death, he gets absolution and he gets forgiven. And he goes to heaven.
Yeah.
Muslim girl's in hell.
Yeah.
That's the logic of your religion.
It's
An innocent woman gets punished for eternity, and the guy who's a horrible human being gets rewarded in heaven.
because all sins are equal in God's eyes. So even if we
Which
lie,
is
we're condemned to hell.
absolutely insane.
Okay, you might think that, but again, I'm not gonna
No, that's
question what
really
God thinks.
insane. Somebody who murders somebody is not a gay person loving somebody. It's not even remotely close to somebody murdering somebody.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
that's
for
like
example, right?
saying somebody that disobeyed their mother is the same as somebody that murdered like 100. Like
Okay,
it's the same as Hitler.
again, like humans see that as a different thing, right? And I agree that like it's worse, but again, that's not what God thinks, right? And you can think what you want of it, but we are His creation. Okay.
No,
But
we're
yeah,
not.
but don't you think it's a problem when you literally have to disown or not take into account your own morals just for something that just for some God? That doesn't make any sense.
So do you mean okay? So here's the thing: like the morals of human beings is different from the morals of God, right?
Yeah,
God
we're
says
painfully fucking aware of it. I would never condone slavery.
right. Also, but at the same time, it's like like I said, like if we sin once, we're condemned to hell. So that's what God states. I'm gonna go by the word of God, right? And like here's another question, okay? So like if you were to die today, right? And wouldn't you rather take the risk of believing in God?
So
That's
you're
a
gonna
bad argument.
Other
We've
side.
heard it
Okay.
multiple
Yell
times. It's a
later.
bad argument. It's a
Okay.
terrible argument.
That is
It
a
might be a bad argument, but
terrible.
it really is not.
It's
I
a
mean, it really is
it's
just
a
you
terrible
take it.
argument because I can throw it back at you. I can throw it
means
back
that
at
your
you.
entire faith is built on fear. That's literally what that means. Your entire faith is built on fear.
Not even that,
it's not
but
fear.
he is completely. He's not using that same logic and that same argument for Allah or Odin or Thor or any of the other hundreds of thousands of gods that have existed throughout human history. He's only using Pascal's wager for his own god.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? So again, like I'm not scared, right? That's not why I chose God. I chose God because he took my heart and he cleaned it. Not only that did he clean it, right? He set me free from the bad stuff I was doing in the past, which makes
And
me
as we've
Nah,
already
you did
explained,
that. You did
your
that, King.
brain is more than
right,
capable of doing that
right.
without a
Okay,
god.
okay. I couldn't do
You did
without
that,
God
King.
because okay, but at the same time, I'm not going to worship myself. I'm going to
You don't
worship
have
my
to.
Creator.
Yeah, you don't have to. You can
You don't have to
appreciate
worship
yourself. You don't have to
anything.
worship yourself.
Yeah, worship by in and of itself is indicative of narcissism. The only thing that wants to be worshipped is the thing that's narcissistic.
But He created us. I mean, personally, like I'm not God, but if I created something, right, and
You'd
I
want
want
it
them
to
to live.
worship you?
Okay, so for example, if someone walked in your house, okay, and they just started kicking their shoes around and stuff like that, you're gonna be upset with them, right? Because that's your house, you built it, or you live in it, you own it, right? They kick their shoes and do whatever in their house, you're gonna be upset with them, right? If someone walks into your house, breaks a bunch of things, and does all that stuff, and it's
It's not
against
the
your house
same. This is
rules,
a false equivalency.
it's not. It is
It's
the same.
a false equivalency. Somebody being rude in my home is not the same as your God eternally punishing people for a finite crime.
The reason he punishes people is because there's no miss between God. Okay, it's either with God or without the presence of God. And hell wasn't built for humans, but God gives us all this time to find Him. And if we
Right.
don't
Your
want to find
God
Him,
is
that's our
still
choice.
your God is still a
Okay,
fucking mob boss. He's
right,
still a mob boss with a
Wait, what
gun
a
to your head.
okay, but
He,
I'm saying like
hold on.
we choose our
He's a
path. If we
mob
want to
boss
choose
with a
against God,
gun
go
to your
ahead.
head.
But if you want to live with God, He's going to
You
reward you.
understand the ultimatum that God is giving you? Do you
Yeah,
understand what this ultimatum is?
yeah.
Love me or I will punish you.
It's not love me; it's accept me and follow my word.
No,
Follow my.
it's love me or I will punish you. That is literally the fucking deal.
I mean, the
And
way to heaven
Jesus
is
even
trust in
said so.
Jesus and faith. That's the only way to
Jesus
heaven.
even said so in the Bible. If you love your mother, your father, your son, or your daughter more than you love the Lord, you are not worthy of him. It is compulsory love.
Because it's a different kind of love because we
No,
don't
it isn't. It's
if
not
we
love.
wait. How
Period.
are
we're
It's
you
not
not
discerning whether it's
love.
a different type of love?
again
That's not love. That's not love.
again
That's not love at all.
but the point of Christianity is being saved through the blood of Jesus Christ and that's it,
Yeah, if you
right?
need to be saved, I don't need to be saved. What do I need to be saved from?
From your sin,
Well, who gave me sin?
yourself,
How?
because you chose to do it.
What sin?
Lying. You've lied.
Okay.
You've cussed before.
So cussing isn't a sin.
Yeah, it is.
No, it fucking
You
isn't.
know damn well, Ethan, that you know damn well you do not think that lying in all situations is bad. You know
No, I
damn
don't.
well you don't believe that.
I don't think lying in all situations is bad. I think it's going to be subjective to a given
No, I'm talking to the other
subject.
Ethan. I'm talking to the other Ethan.
Oh,
Yeah, no,
Of
I
sorry.
course
mean
I know you. Like Ethan. So you're telling me that it's bad if some guy came out to some murder and he was all like, and he was chasing some lady and he was all like, "Where did she go?" And you tell him the wrong direction, which is a lie. You think that is immoral? Really?
it's
Do you
to
think
God.
that
Again,
sin is
okay, again,
equal
you're
to
asking this
murdering
question to
somebody?
me. It's from God. It's what God thinks, not what I think.
Okay, but
So
that's
you
so bad. You're
worship a
just
God who thinks that lying in that situation is as bad as being a murderer.
it's
Say it
so
again.
dumb.
Okay, again, like I said, if like I know what your point is. Do you think lying is better than someone is worse than
No, what I'm
someone?
trying to do is get through your skull that there are so
You've
many
been through my skull, and I understand it. It's worse
vapid
to us.
inconsistencies within this theology, within the philosophy of this theology. It
Again, it's
doesn't
worse to
track.
us, but we're all saved through our sin through Jesus because God loves us.
There
He gives
is
us
no
this
such
chance.
thing as sin. There is no such thing as Jesus, and it follows that there likely is no such thing as your God.
Wait, I have
So
a
there's no
question,
such thing as
Ethan.
sin, right? I mean, so there's
I've
no such thing
never
as
sinned
yeah.
a day in my life, ever.
You have. Everyone
No, I
has.
have not.
because
Everyone has
sin
but Jesus
doesn't
Christ.
exist.
Everybody has sinned.
Prove that sin is real.
Prove that sin is real. I mean, it's God commit. It's what God
I don't
stated in the
care.
Bible.
I don't believe in your God. That's irrelevant to me. Prove that
So again,
sin
to
is
you,
real.
it's different.
Right. And because I don't believe in it, it doesn't apply to me. You do not get to force your religious ideology and worldview onto me. I
Right.
don't believe your religion.
Right, but at the
You
same time,
are
yeah.
free to believe your religion. You are free to believe that you are a sinner. You are not free to call me a sinner. I
So it
am
seems
not a
like
part of your book club.
it's not a book club. Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life.
No, he isn't.
Wait, Ethan, I have a question. If
What's up,
let's say
Eli?
that you had another one of these moments, right? And you
Yeah.
woke up, and you woke up and you saw some light, and it told you to go murder every single person at your school. Would you do it?
No, I wouldn't murder everybody at my school.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. So you do account your own morals.
I do count my own morals, but at the same time, if it's not okay, here's the thing. It's irrelevant at the fact that it's like this. Like the point I'm trying to get at here, because I gotta leave pretty soon.
Yeah,
But
you're fine.
the thing is, it's like what I have to say, right, is God gives us all this time, right, to believe in His word, right. But at the same time, He gives us all this time. He knocks. Jesus knocks, and if we don't take His word, that's our choice. If
It
you don't want
reminds
to
me
live,
of a meme I saw on Facebook a few years ago. Jesus is knocking on a door. A voice inside says, "Who is it?" He says, "It's Jesus. Let me in." And a
okay,
person inside the house says, "Why? What'll happen if I don't?" Or no, why should I let you in?
but
And Jesus says,
it
"So I
seems
can."
like that you're angry.
Hold
So
on, let me finish. Jesus says, "So I can save you." And the person inside the house says, "Save me from what?" And Jesus says, "Save you from what I'm going to do to you if you don't let me in."
okay, well, what I'm trying to say is
And
like
by the
so.
way,
Yeah.
Christianity didn't practice hell until like the 14th or 15th century. There was no hell doctrine in the original version of Christianity. It didn't exist. And hell isn't really that existed. It's mentioned once in the Bible, and it's the Valley of Gehenna. It has nothing to do with a celestial afterlife. The most astonishing part of Christians is how they lack any understanding of their own theology. You guys think that the devil and Lucifer are the same character when they're not. You think that Satan is the devil. That's not true either. Like, you guys misunderstand and misinterpret literally at least half of your fucking scriptures. And the other half you don't even pay attention to. You completely ignore them. Like this part where slavery is in the Bible and your God obviously condones that. The part where your God obviously condones rape and genocide and murdering entire indigenous tribes or tribes of other people. Like, you just willy-nilly pass over all that and call your God loving. How big of a hypocrite is that? You
Okay,
tell
so
me that owning other people as property is loving. Try to
how
make that connection.
like you want me to explain how God's loving?
No, I want you to explain how your God can condone slavery and you call it loving.
So I mean, again, like I've never seen that passage that you're talking about. I think you said
So
what
Leviticus
Leviticus.
25, 44 through 46, I can read it again.
I mean, no, it's fine, but like, I mean, like, dude, like, what I'm trying to say here is like personally as a Christian myself, like
I
I
am
don't
trying
have
to
any.
understand, and this is the answer I want from you. How can you profess a belief in a God that you have not studied? Quite obviously.
I have studied. It's not,
You
but the thing
haven't.
is, yeah, I do, but at the same time,
So you don't know anything about the Bible, but you studied it.
I do, but I don't know every single scripture and verse in the Bible.
It's not about every single scripture and verse. It's about select scriptures and verses.
Right,
Like
but I've
when
never
God
heard
said,
about
like
that
when
scripture.
Jesus says, if you love your mother and your father more than you love the Lord, you are not worthy of him. Or when Jesus says that good works are not enough. You can only enter the gates of heaven but through him. These are not moral proclamations. These are not loving or benevolent proclamations. These are mean. These are
So
proclamations given by a narcissist.
Right. Okay. But if like, here's the thing. Like I said, like I gotta go right now because I gotta get to bed. But
Yeah,
I
you're
was
good.
gonna say it was good talking to you guys, hearing your
Wait,
opinion
wait.
on
Can I tell
stuff.
you one more thing before you go?
Yeah. What's up?
Whatchamacallit? I think that I hope you realize the conversation I had with you is you realize that your morals don't come from God. Uh, I don't know where you think your morals come from, but they're definitely not from God. Uh, and
I
I
mean,
hope
let's
you
think. You guys can think that way, but like, I'm gonna respect you guys, and
wait, but the
I
question I
think you're
asked you, but the
better.
question I asked
I
you,
think you are better and
hold
more
on, hold on.
moral.
But the
Sorry, Eli.
question I
I didn't
asked
mean.
you, yeah, that's fine. But the question I asked you, I told you, God came down and told you to go murder everyone at your school. You said you wouldn't do it, and that's based on your own morals.
all right. But you said a light. You didn't say it was God telling me to do it, right?
Well, what do you think? Well, if you're Christian and a light
Okay.
came down and talked to
Okay.
you
So
about
like
what
this,
else
we
to
can
do,
say the same thing about Abraham and his son, right? I mean, God didn't actually let him murder his son. It's to test his faith, right? And you
that's
can call that.
irrelevant. That's irrelevant to what I'm saying.
It's really not. I mean, that's with scripture.
Oh my God, it's
Okay, so what
irrelevant to what
about
I'm
all the
saying.
people God did
I'm trying to
command? What
pose an
about all the
internal
people
question
that
on you.
God did command to be murdered? What about them?
Say it again.
What about all the people that God did command to be murdered?
I don't know. I
In
mean,
the
I guess
Bible,
all I can
our
say to that is
God
they were.
killed something upwards of like 2 million people. The devil killed 10.
Who
So
who
when you
did the devil
measure it
kill?
that way, who's more evil?
Okay.
What else you're doing? Aside from not being versed in your own scripture, I
Yeah.
mean, in a belief that you supposedly have,
Okay. I've been
you're
a
not
Christian for like
considering
10
other
years, so you
sources.
can't
You're
expect
not
me to know
considering,
all my scripture. I'm just saying that
you're
right
not,
off the bat. You can't
you're
get
not
angry that I don't know
considering
all my
other,
scripture.
you're not making an effort to understand the nature and the behavior of the God you profess to worship.
Because I'm not going to listen to an atheist tell me about God. I'm going to read the Bible for myself, and that's what I'm
So
doing right
then
now.
read the damn thing and come back here.
I
Read it,
have I
start in
have read it.
Genesis, read all the way through from the first book to Revelation, and then come back here. Once you get to Leviticus, I want you to come back and talk to me. Once you finish reading Leviticus, I want you to jump back into one of my lives and talk to me about Leviticus, because if that book doesn't turn your fucking stomach, I don't know what to tell you.
All right, man. All right, boys. It was good talking to you, boys.
Yeah,
Later.
Ethan. Again, I'm
Yeah.
sorry for the rude comment I made earlier. I don't know.
No, dude. I don't care, man. I mean, okay. So I just want to say that like you guys like right have your fair points, and I feel like Ethan, you're passionate about what you say, which is good because
I
not a lot of
genuinely
people on
care about
here.
people. That's why I do this.
Yeah,
Every
and
time I
I
turn
get it, man.
around,
I get it,
your
man.
religion is hurting people I love.
Okay, but at the same time, I could say that for atheists. So, but
No, you
anyways,
can't.
I'm
Name a
gonna
law.
go.
Name a law that atheists have written that.
He had to go. He had to go. It's fine. But
No, you can't say the same thing about atheists. Atheists aren't out here writing laws that hurt you, that attack your community as Christians. That's not a thing that's happening.
also, atheist isn't an ideology that leads to certain like morals, I guess.
Right. Atheism is not a moral proclamation or even a worldview. It's just simply the position that I don't believe in a God. Now, aside from that, my worldview is humanism. I'm a humanist. I believe in humanity's ability to do amazing things. And with that comes empathy and compassion.
You've been verbally attacked by the atheists. Yeah, that you were just verbally attacked by a person that doesn't believe in God. That doesn't. There isn't any moral rule that he reads, or he didn't do it under the
He didn't do it.
justification of
He didn't do it in
atheism.
the name of atheism. In the name of atheism, I talk shit. That's not what he did.
He
When
was just an
Christians,
asshole.
he's just an asshole. When Christians do it, they do it in the name of their religion. Well, God told me to spread the word, so I'm going to sit here on the street corner and scream at everybody with a bullhorn. Come on.
Atheists have abused you. Yeah, like I said, he didn't do it in the name. Like atheism isn't a following, isn't a group of people. It's just people that don't believe in a God.
Yeah, I've met atheists that are racists. I've met atheists that are misogynist, and I don't agree with them. I think they're idiots. But
They're not reading
atheism
any book
isn't,
to get to. They're not reading any book to get to their
yeah,
morals or their
atheism
worldview.
isn't a dogma. It's not an ideology. It's just, I don't believe in God. That's all it is. That's all it means. That's absolutely it. There's nothing beyond that.
Gambit.
What's up, man?
How's it going?
Gambit. I'm good. I was just going to say there's no proof that Jesus or God exists at all.
Correct.
It's all hearsay. It's all hearsay. And I wanted to say that the idea of Christianity is stolen from many pagan roots.
Correct.
Christian believe things like the Christmas thing, the tree, that's pagan rooted. Easter, you name it, it's pagan rooted. Like I'm Norse pagan, Odin, Thor, and all them. Like with Jesus being hung on the cross, being stabbed in the side with a spear, that's yes, Dranger. That's the same thing that happened with Odin. He hung himself on Yggdrasil, stabbed in the side with a spear. Same thing. Christian with Jesus, he was stabbed in the side. But I don't believe in the Christian God. I believe that Jesus might have been a man, but not a savior. Like a lot of claim. And
Oh, I appreciate your insight, my friend. I mean, I agree with everything you say, so thank you.
like me personally, I tried the church scene. I'm 100% uncomfortable going to church
Yeah.
because me and my sister, when I was younger, we used to sneak out and go to church. But I didn't feel right going there because every time I went there, I felt like eyes were staring at me, judgmental, same as
Yeah.
today. It's, I just think Christianity is a bunch of bullcrap.
We agree, man. Thanks for coming on.
Last thing I want to say real quick, the Bible is nothing but stories that been mistranslated. Like the Virgin Mary thing, I believe Christianity is a lie that went too far, basically.
Yeah, we agree.
So,
No, thank you, my friend. I appreciate you.
Have a great night.
and I'm just gonna say, I love your life.
Appreciate you.
Y'all have a good night, man.
You do. All right. Isaiah B.
This
I want
bot
everybody
doesn't
to
change
know
like
that
history books.
these
true.
guest requests come in kind of a list, and I try to get to everybody when I can. Some people lose patience and leave. Some people leave and come back, so they kind of fall in and out of the list. And so it's like if I'm trying to get to you guys, it is what it is. But I
The
stay
people in
live
the
as long as I
comments,
can.
the people in the comments be complaining that you're scared. It's like there's a list. He goes from top to bottom. You have to
Yeah,
wait.
I'm not scared to debate a single living Christian on this planet, not one. I'll take on Ty Brugenkate or Cy 10 Brugenkate. I'll take on Daniel Craig. I'm not afraid of these people. Nothing they say is scary, and all of their points lead to absurdum bullshit anyway. But what's on your mind, Isaiah? Isaiah B, are you there? Isaiah B.
Let's go to the next one.
Yep. See, people got to pay attention, man. Cody. No, I don't believe in Satan. Oh man, we are having some serious connection issues today. Holy nickels.
For on the most populated day. What do you worship?
Ronald, I don't worship anything.
You want to know what I worship? Chick-fil-A.
Gentlemen's got two questions.
Ew, gross.
Hey,
Bro, you don't like Chinese food, dude. You're the real sinner.
how's it going?
What's
How you
up?
doing, Ronald?
Oh, I just got about two, maybe three questions to ask you.
Shoot.
Can you explain where the air, how the wind blows?
Yeah. Atmospheric
Okay,
pressure.
where did the wind come from?
Atmospheric pressure, the sun.
The sun don't cause the wind to blow.
Yes, it does.
Explain to me where water came from.
Molecules, hydrogen and oxygen.
So where did you come from?
Evolution. My parents had
Molecules.
sex.
You know you're one of the. You know you're an idiot, right?
Yeah, you're a
For not
typical
believing
Christian.
in
Your
God.
point?
No, I didn't say I'm a typical Christian. I just said you're an idiot.
Yeah, and you're a
Wait,
typical Christian.
Where do you wait? How do you think the
Hold
air
on,
blows?
Eli. I want this one, pretty
Okay.
please. You're a typical Christian. You're exactly what I expect from a Christian. Rude, mean-spirited, without
No,
a
you're
goddamn
exactly
ounce of
what I
fucking common
expect.
sense
You're
between your
exactly
eyes.
what I expect from a damn idiot.
Yeah, Christians are mean-spirited,
Look
judgmental,
at you. Look
horrible,
at you.
mean people.
But look at you.
Yep,
You wear the
look at me.
do-rag.
Yep,
You got long hair.
yep,
A shaggy beard instead of being a
yep,
real man and
yep,
making yourself look like something.
yep.
And I bet you don't even have a damn decent job.
No, I'm actually kidney failure due to an autoimmune disease. But prior to being kidney failure, I was a truck driver and I worked construction my whole life. And I grew up on a farm breaking horses.
So you only had one real job your whole life then.
And I worked construction my entire life
You
and then a truck driver
only had one real
later.
job your whole life then.
Okay.
I mean, I'm a trucker. I've been trucking for 33 years.
So you sit on your ass and do jack shit.
No, I feed people, stupid ass people like you.
Okay.
You know, you're
I
about
feel
one
you
of the
fucking
stupid.
roads, man. Calm the fuck down.
You are about one of the stupidest son of a bitches I've ever heard, dude.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the comment section, I want you to pay attention. This is how Christians behave.
No, I didn't say I was a
How a
Christian.
Christian behaves.
I never said that, son. I said you're one
are
of the
you a
stupidest
Christian?
son of a bitches I've ever heard.
Are you a Christian?
I never said I was a full Christian.
Are you a Christian?
I just said you're what Christian.
I'm asking you if you're a Christian. Are you too dumb to answer a
Let me tell you
question?
something. Let me tell you something.
Are you a Christian?
All God said was to be holy, right?
Are you a Christian?
Are you a fucking stupid ass idiot?
Yes, are you a Christian? It's a simple question, yes or no.
I wish I could be face to face with you, dude.
Dude, you are old enough that you would hurt yourself. Stop talking about that.
I'm 53 years
old.
So
now it's physical threats of violence.
I would hurt myself.
Now it's physical threats of violence. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a Christian.
Fucking
physical threats of violence, calling people names, being rude, trying to force his worldview on other people.
You're the fucking problem in the world, son.
I should cut my hair and be just like him.
Make yourself look like a fucking man instead of a fucking thug.
I am a fucking man. Probably more so than you are.
No, yeah, right.
I'm on dialysis for kidney failure, and I could still probably beat your ass on my worst day. Go away.
Bro, nobody this guy is real.
Nobody
this guy is real.
You're the one who started talking shit and being mean first, dude.
You started the fucking truth, you stupid son of a bitch.
See? Look at you. You're mean.
People like you is the fucking problem in this damn world.
You're a bad person. Look at how you're treating me. You don't even know me.
Well, bless your fucking little
Is that what
heart.
Jesus told you to do? Did
People
Jesus
like
tell
you
you
get
to?
on here talking stupid shit like
Did
this
Jesus tell you to
just
call
to try
me
to
names?
get sympathy from people and
Did
attention
did
because
Jesus
you've
tell you
never
to call
had a
me names?
fucking life.
Did Jesus tell you to call me names?
No, I did.
Right. So you're not Christ-like at all, are you?
No, I believe in telling the truth. People like you get on here on these sites like this to try to get people to feel sorry for them and to get attention because you've never had a life
anybody's sympathy?
and you're a fucking nobody.
When did I ask for anybody's sympathy? I've been live for like 6 hours.
That's what you're doing now by acting like a damn fool on here talking this stupid shit.
I've been live now for about 6 hours. At any point in time, you ask,
and you're getting sympathy from people.
Where?
Oh, he'd say he don't believe in God. Well,
Where?
let's try to talk to him. You
No, I
know,
don't want their fucking
you're a
sympathy. I
fucking
want to have
idiot,
a
Luke.
legit adult
Your
conversation with
parents,
mature people.
your parents must be disgusted right now with you.
I don't really
If
give
they
a
were still
fuck about my
alive, they would
parents.
be. If they're alive,
I
they
don't
would
give a
be
fuck about my
disgusted.
parents or what they think.
Well, they're either disgusted with you or they didn't do a job worth of fuck
Why would I
raising
care?
you.
Why would I care? Am I living their life? Are they living my life? No, I'm living my life. Why do I give a fuck about other people's opinions?
One a real man to a fucking idiot, you're a damn fool.
Okay. Yeah, you're entitled to your opinion.
And I'm
You're
telling you,
wrong.
if we could ever meet face to face, I would tell you right to your fucking face, son.
Good for
The
you. I'm
truth.
happy for you. Congratulations.
People like you are the biggest fucking problem in this world.
How so?
Because of your beliefs, before what you're saying,
How
trying
so?
to turn people against God.
Because of your beliefs, before what you're saying, trying to turn people against God. Because of your beliefs, before what you're saying, trying to turn people against God. Because of your beliefs, before what you're saying, trying to turn people against God. Because of your beliefs, before what you're saying, trying to turn people against
What the
God.
fuck?
I have no idea.
What the fuck? Bro,
I
just
have no
kick him
idea.
off. Just kick him off.
Did it stop?
Stop.
I think he disconnected.
You're a damn idiot.
I think he disconnected.
Wait, wait.
You're a damn idiot.
I think he disconnected.
Wait, wait.
You're a damn idiot.
I think he disconnected. Yeah, he's echoing. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the kindness and loving heart of a Christian.
Yeah. I'm gonna leave. Invite me back up. I'm gonna leave. Invite
All
me
right,
back
we'll
up.
do.
Yeah. I'm gonna leave. Invite me back up. I'm gonna leave. Invite
All
me
right,
back
we'll
up.
do.
You know, because I don't believe in his God, I'm an idiot. Like, that's what he believes. He believes that because I don't believe in his God, I'm an idiot.
Stereotypical, didn't it? Like, immediately, right off the bat, he comes into my live and calls me a fucking idiot, and then expects me to be nice to him. And still comes into a stranger's live and calls him names. Like, what the fuck? Anyway, we're going to move on to John. I think I can hear you. We can't hear
That
you
guy
live.
that was
Mute,
just on
unmute.
there, that
Wait,
guy that was just on
let
there
me
had
let me
no
go
right
down
to
and come
come
back up
at
real
you
quick.
the way he did. Uh, he couldn't even admit that he was a Christian when he was asked. You know, that was uncalled for. If he was a Christian, that's no
He's
way to
not
act
the
Am
like
he's
I
not
that.
back?
the
Am I back?
he's not the spokesman for Christianity. I'm aware.
Yeah, I'm
Christians are
just
usually
one.
never that obligatory.
Yeah, that's correct. That was a poor way of coming at you with that. You know,
Yeah,
I
I know.
I think we're good now.
I like to give those people a little bit of room to hang themselves because it adds to my overall viewership. People love drama.
yeah.
Ow,
Okay,
son of
cool.
a biscuit, mother.
All you're asking is to bring the proof. You know.
Yeah, that's all I want. I mean, I would change my beliefs if somebody brought the actual evidence. That's my position. Is I follow the evidence. That's my position.
Yeah, I get you.
So what's on your mind today, man?
I was just hearing the conversation I do believe in God myself, but sitting here listening to him just totally it just went right through me. I just can't understand it. If you're gonna try to bring up the proof and try to persuade someone that you're right on what you say about God, you don't come at you're not supposed to come at somebody like that.
Yeah, I
But
get
the
it.
way I look at it, he even called you a damn fool, and it warns about not calling the brethren a fool
Yeah, he
in
hasn't
the
read the
Bible.
Bible. He doesn't know jack shit about his theology. I guarantee it. I absolutely know more about his theology than he does.
Yeah, but it also says that it's better to be hot or cold than to be lukewarm. And I call that lukewarm. That ain't no real Christian the way you're supposed to act like that.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to say.
Well,
I
I
don't have
appreciate you,
nothing
John.
against you. I don't have nothing against you. I just, want to express that to you.
Oh, I
Yeah, but you're
appreciate it,
also
So,
John. It's nice to get some
I,
good words once in a while.
yeah. All right. I'll get off here. You take it easy, and
You
all right,
take it
man.
I
You have
easy,
an
keep
man.
amazing
listening
night.
to y'all. All right. Bye.
All right.
Bye.
Those guys both had the same voice. One was nice, one was mean.
Semper Supra 18. Yo,
What's happening?
not a whole lot. How about yourself?
I didn't go get my fajitas and margaritas for Cinco de Mayo. I fucked up, but there's always tomorrow.
There's always
I forgot
tomorrow.
today was Cinco de Mayo. Or, well,
Yeah,
yesterday
Yeah,
was.
I didn't even pay attention to that one either.
I only knew because of TikTok. Everybody kept saying it on here. I probably wouldn't have caught it either.
I haven't really scrolled TikTok much today. I had dialysis this morning, and then I got home and went straight to sleep. And then when I woke up, I decided to post a live. So I
That's
didn't
what's
get
up.
to
You said you're
scroll
having kidney failure or liver failure or something?
kidney failure.
Kidney failure? Is that
Yeah,
something that you can get a donation for, or is that like a harder one to like get a donation?
it's harder. It's not easy to get a kidney donation. I've had one, but thanks to capitalism, I lost it.
Like you didn't
Um,
get it didn't they didn't get a chance to put it in you, or just didn't take?
they put it in me, and it took, and I had it for 7 years. But then I got a job, a full-time job with full-time income, and as soon as I did that, Medicare killed my insurance, and I couldn't afford more insurance, especially with the pre-existing kidney failure condition where I was transplanting on anti-rejection medication. Um, I was on two separate anti-rejection medications. One of them cost $1,400 a month.
Jesus Christ.
After Medicare canceled my plan, I was shit out of luck.
Yeah, our medical system is fucked, brother. And
It
I
is.
I don't I don't necessarily I feel like we need to blame our government, not so much the economic system we're under. I get it,
Well,
attacking it like at the root, like attacking the
well, if
capitalist free market. But
well,
I think, go
if
ahead.
you look at capitalism, free market, everything we have is built by the cheapest bidder because companies try to cut costs on how they make their products. So we don't
Well,
build anything to last. If they built a
that's
cell
not
phone,
true. That's not
well,
true
hold
though.
on. It's called planned obsolescence. If they
Yeah,
built a
I know what
cell
that
phone that
is.
actually lasted, you wouldn't buy more cell phones.
Right, but there's also like high quality products that last a lifetime, and so like you don't want to be in the middle where you're getting something that's just like has like more of a half life, and you can't get anything that's quality. However, and I'm
Well,
not
let's
saying like
imagine.
socialism is going to cause no quality of
Well,
product.
I don't know anything about socialism, and I honestly don't understand most economic philosophies. But let's
Wait,
imagine
I
for a
don't know why
second.
you think
Check it.
nothing of quality would come from socialism.
I didn't say that. I just said that you wouldn't get like super high like as high quality because
Wait,
there's not
why?
like a
Why?
drive to be the best. Well, because everything's just like all egalitarian, and so like nobody's striving to like make like higher
So
end
people wouldn't do
products.
things because they're passionate about it.
No, no, they
Yeah, I was
would.
about to
They
say,
would.
wait, that doesn't make
They
much
would.
sense because
But like corporations wouldn't exist like Ferrari and BMW,
Well,
which
to
I'm
be
not saying
honest
is a
with
horrible
you,
thing, but it's like that like
I don't.
capitalism is what
well,
drives those companies to be
Hold
like
on,
state
hold
of
on.
the art. You know what
I
state of
don't
the art
think.
means?
Wait, hold on. I don't think Ferrari should exist
Hmm,
because it's classism.
I get it.
wait, I know a little bit, or well, I know a good amount about socialism, but
Uh,
Well, socialism is just is like more like the only problem I have with socialism is just like giving the government more control,
It doesn't
not
give it
only
to the
over our
government.
hold
wait,
on,
the,
hold
wait, wait,
on,
wait,
hold
wait,
on,
wait, wait,
hold
wait.
Hold
on.
on.
That's wrong. Socialism doesn't have.
Socialism doesn't
Yeah,
give
it
the
does.
power to the government.
Yeah, it
Wait, it's a
does. It lets them.
classless.
Yeah, it
Wait, it's a
lets them like
classless,
highly
moneyless.
regulate the
Hold on.
corporations and more
Hold
highly
on.
regulate everything. It does. It
No,
gives them
that
more
is
power.
not what
Yeah, it does.
socialism is. As far as
Yeah, it does.
understand, hold on. As far as I understand socialism, instead of one person like Elon Musk owning Tesla, the American public would
You
own
mean the
Tesla.
workers own the means of production?
Right.
Well,
Not the
that doesn't
government,
really.
the workers. We invest in ourselves.
Hmm.
That's how
You know,
I
you,
understand socialism.
and
But I
that's
don't
the
agree with
problem.
it.
Is like you
I
can be
hold on. I don't
socialist.
agree
You
with it.
can
I don't agree with it anyway because there is no such thing as a political philosophy that is above corruption. All of them,
right,
from
right, and
communism to
that's I
socialism
get
to
it. That's what
whatever,
I'm
can be.
saying.
Now, what I do think
I
is that
pick
there's. Hold
capitalist.
on.
I
Let me
put the
get this out
capitalist
quick.
market because it's the lesser of all the evils. I
Hold
don't
on.
want
Let me get this out
socialism
really
because
quick.
the government has more control, and I certainly don't want communism because that's like a full dictatorship. That's what it ends up
Hold
being.
on. I want to get this out really quick, or I'll fucking lose my train of thought. I think a mixture of philosophies is a better idea than to be binary about our way of thinking in regards to these things. If
Yeah, that's
a
America.
policy works, I don't give a fuck if it's communist. I don't give a fuck if it's socialist. And I don't
Right?
give a fuck if it's capitalist. If a policy works that helps people, run with it.
I get it. That's what America does, but we just
Hardly.
have a free market. We could have more publicly funded things, like our welfare system is all broken and strange.
Yeah,
Like I don't
I'm
know how
on
I don't know how,
disability. I'm
yeah, I
on
don't know how you
disability and
fix
I get
that.
$588 a month. I am painfully aware of how fucked our welfare
Right. It's like
system is.
just like if they're gonna give it, at least give enough to where somebody can live. Don't give them enough
Right.
to where it's like they're so fucking poor they
That
can't
you
eat
can't see
and
the
pay their bills
goddamn.
and shit. I get
Yeah.
that, brother. I do. I do.
And I mean, by and large, I think Democrats play a huge part in that. Like they're not helping, but at the same time, Republicans are actively stripping these motherfucking programs like hard.
Yeah, I don't
It's
think we can like
insane.
just gut welfare. Like, dude, that's going to be like there could be welfare reform. We could replace it with a totally different system. But like, just like take like you don't just like take it away from everybody and be like, go get a job, motherfuckers. Like people will
Right.
die.
It's like people coming into my fucking videos. Like on occasion, I ask for donations. I try not to do it very often. I don't like the idea of asking for people's help, but sometimes I need it. And I don't have a choice. That's why these are here right now for donation purposes. If people think I'm doing interesting or engaging content, I appreciate a donation.
Yeah,
But
I
I
think
have
people
people
should
who
be
come
more
into my
open to
videos.
donating to people. Like
Well, I have people,
especially like
they come into
Christianity
my
and stuff. They
videos and they
espouse it.
accuse me of being lazy and not wanting to work. And I'm like, you know what? I spent 29 years of my life working. And then another 7 of that after I got a transplant. I can't work now. I can't work.
Yeah, it gets rough, man. You get fed up, I know, and it's like there should be a safety net. Like when
Man,
somebody
I'm on
gets to your
dialysis. I do it
position,
4 days a fucking week, and it wipes me the
that's
fuck
rough.
out. I can barely climb a flight of fucking stairs,
Yeah,
and
it's
I
rough,
don't like
brother.
it. I hate this shit. I don't want to be here. I'd rather be back working as a truck driver in Minnesota doing road construction, and then coming down and living in Arizona during the wintertime. That's what I would love to be doing. Can't do it.
Right. So I guess like your shtick is like you just kind of against religion, like just organized religion and in its whole totality, or just Christianity more in particular for some
Organized
reason.
religion in its totality, but I mean, I live in the United States, so I'm constantly confronted by
Fair enough.
Christianity more than
Fair
anything
enough.
else.
Fair enough. There's 2.5 billion of them. They're the biggest religion, that's for sure. And then the Muslims
Correct.
are like 1.5 billion, and then the Hindus and the Muslim or the Hindu and the Buddhists are like another 1.5 or 2 billion. And so like, and then there's a bunch of other religions. So like, as an atheist, I'm more of a I'm more of an agnostic atheist. I don't know there's a God, but I don't know there isn't a God, and I can't prove
Yeah, we
either
both
one.
are.
So
Yeah,
I
we're
stand
both.
in the
Yeah, we're agnostic
just stand in
atheists
the middle
also.
on it. So I try to stay as and I'm also kind of an omniist. However, I look to take the best things from every religion in a spiritual way, you know, not that I believe there's a creator, but I think I found a way to walk a spiritual path, and I don't push anyone towards any kind of spiritual path. I think everybody has to find their own spiritual path. But I like some things about Hinduism. I like some things about all religions, even like the story of Jesus Christ. I think that's pretty cool. Was he like the son of God and shit? I don't know. I doubt that it was all that crazy or whatever, but it may have been. He was
I
like
like
left quite the tale. Who knows?
approximately, I like probably 4 or 5 things that Jesus supposedly said in the Bible, but honestly, I don't attribute those things to Christianity. I don't attribute those things to Jesus. I think they existed within human society already.
Yeah,
Otherwise, human
yeah.
society wouldn't have flourished to the
You
point
know,
it had by the time
I think
Christianity
Jesus was
showed
like
up.
he was like a spiritual OG. Like he had learned like from the Nazarenes, like probably Zoroastrianism or some type of Hinduism or some type of like really deeply philosophical spirituality, and he was trying to teach those people that like a more Hindu philosophy about like love is the way and like
Well,
being
that's
closer
not
to the
really
source.
100% of what Jesus said, though, either. Jesus said some pretty
He did.
nasty shit.
He said some wild shit, and that's why I kind of think he was a little bit of an OG as well, because you know what he did? He hated taxes and he hated pedophiles, and I can get on board with that shit.
Yeah, I mean, I can get on board with that too. I think I like taxes in the sense that as a member of society, I should contribute, and I like that. Although I do not like how the government spends tax money.
Right,
Or the
right,
things you're taxed for.
right. And I think, listen, I think there's going to be a huge battle in America coming up about our tax code, the IRS, and the Federal Reserve, and how our money is nothing but a fiat
Well,
currency.
we need to get rid of the Federal fucking Reserve. We weren't supposed to have a
Ah, see,
centralized
now
bank
we're
and a
talking.
privatized
Now we're
centralized bank in the
talking.
first
See,
place.
you know. You see, you know.
Yeah, the
You know
founding
all about
fathers
the
were
Fed.
against the centralized bank.
They were, and like everybody that was also against it mysteriously passed away right before they had a chance to stop it, and that's why we ended up with one. Like they sunk the Titanic, and all kinds of people supposedly got murdered over making sure we ended up with a Federal Reserve. And so the people that created that shit don't fuck around, and they use all powers. They use like the power of the atheists, the power of the Catholic Church, the power of Judea, the power of the Muslim religion, the power of the government, the power of the corporations. And so you have to see it in like its holistic view, that it's not just like one particular religion that's going to save us if we stop the problem with that one religion, because the people that are doing all this shit got their fingers in all of these religions, all of these
Well,
governments,
the
all of
thing
these
that
banks.
it's not just the Fed that's the issue. I mean, yes, I disagree with a centralized bank, especially a private centralized bank. I think if the
Right.
American people wanted a bank that represented the American people, then it should be owned and operated by the government, we the people.
Yeah,
But
amen.
right now, I am looking at Christians writing laws against the LGBTQ community. Right now, I am looking at women who are damn near dying in a hospital or at home because the doctors are not allowed to remove a dead fetus. I'm looking at a complete annihilation of the public education system, the banning of books, and all other kinds of fucking horrendous nonsense. Only one other group of people has ever done this in recent history.
I
And
mean, a little bit of what you said is hyperbolic, and bear with me as I tell you this. This banning of books that everyone talks about, this burning of books, and I really did deeply look into this as well, I promise you. What's happening here is every year the public school system goes through all of the curriculum and the books at schools to make sure that there isn't any subversive propaganda, pornographic material, or anything that goes against the public educational code. And so it's like, if we're going to say that people are burning books, we have to be honest with ourselves and say that the government, not just the Republicans or the Christians, but like the government is the one who controls what books are being burned. They're the ones that come in every single year and remove books from public school. They can't take them out of library, like the public library, so much, and they definitely can't take them off the
hold
bookshelf.
on. It's Moms of Liberty is one of the leading organizations that are trying to remove books from public or
They
school
made a
libraries.
list, yes. They definitely got in on like going
And
around and
the
looking for
local
some extra books
governments
to
in
put
these
on the list.
areas,
I
hold
get that.
on, the local governments in these areas are voting to do this because the local governments in these areas are Christian conservatives.
Well, they also found a bunch of books that were like how to have gay sex and like Jimmy got a new blue dress and like some very strange, awkward material they considered to be propaganda.
Well, I mean, it's not up for them to decide what's in a library.
It is, though. That's what their job
It's
is.
not.
Yeah, the
It's your
public
job
school
as a parent
education's
to
job
keep.
is.
It's your
And
job.
then as a parent is to like help make sure that there's no material there that you don't agree with because you have a right to say what your children can't.
Wrong, because then you're
No,
taking
right.
the choice away from you. Stop. You're taking the choice away from other parents.
No, you're not. You're making
Yes,
sure
you
that there's
are.
just nothing there that you don't
Removing a
agree
book
with.
from a library is taking the choice away from other parents.
No, it's not. They can still let their child read that book at home.
You're missing the point, dude.
No, I'm not. You are.
You are.
You just don't like how it works.
And Moms of Liberty is not a goddamn moral organization. These people are fucking like fascist as fuck.
All they can do is like what I'm telling you is all they can do is make a list of books they don't agree with and then present it to the school board.
Does that
and then it's
include
up to them.
removing books that talk about African American history?
It should not. However, if it contains like critical theory and like far leftist Marxist ideology that can be considered subversive ideology, then yeah, they got to come out.
No, they don't, because learning Marxism is about learning philosophy. It has nothing to do with trying to create a Marxist society. You know, if you're a philosophy major or a political science major, you're going to learn about Marx.
In kindergarten?
No kindergartner is reading Marx.
No,
Yeah,
but if you
come on,
even if
bro,
a listen,
really?
hold on, give me an example.
Hold
Hold
on,
on, let me give you an example.
hold on. Wait.
I'll give you an
Even if
example if you
hold
want.
on, stop. Even if a kindergartner could pick up a Marx book, do you really think they fucking understand it?
Listen, I'm going to give you an example of how you can make children understand the leftist theory of critical race theory. Are you ready?
Wait, hold on. First off,
They do this. I'm giving you an example.
Whoa.
I'm going to give you an
Critical
example of how
race
I've seen
theory
them do
is
it to children.
Critical race theory is not taught in public fucking school.
Okay,
it is a college level.
Hear me out.
Hold
Hear
on.
me out.
Stop. It is a college level course for a law degree.
Yeah,
that
I know what it is.
discusses the economic impact that slavery and Jim Crow had on black and white communities.
It's a little deeper than that when it comes to what racism they consider when it comes to critical race theory, but sure, you get the idea.
It's just the social and economic impact
of all racism, not just the black community and how the whites did it to the blacks. You also have to look at how other racisms and systems affect other systems in economics, not just how it affects.
That's not how critical race theory is framed.
Yeah, it is.
No, it isn't.
What do you mean?
It's how did slavery and how did Jim Crow?
How does racism? No, it's how does racism affect economics?
Man, I
it's
literally listened to one of the
It's not
instructors.
specific to Jim Crow in America. It started in Frankfurt in Germany.
Would you
That's where
fucking
critical theory
stop?
came from before America even had slavery.
I'm gonna kick you.
So if you take a bunch of little kids and line them up in a line, listen to me. Let me tell you this one thing, and I promise you it'll help. If you take a bunch of little kids in the classroom and you tell them to line up from white to black, and then you have all of the little kids in the line be aware that they have more privilege than the children of color, you're teaching them that they're inherently racist. Would you agree?
No, they're not.
That's not what that means at all.
That's not what that is. That's not race. That's not teaching children that they're inherently racist. It's teaching children that they have privilege.
Do you believe that white people are born inherently racist?
No.
Well, that's what critical race theory as a
theory.
No,
it does not.
It's how you look at it. Yeah, that's how as a theory, that's how you look at it.
No.
Yes.
Critical race theory
you
does
look at the most
not
racist people
make
and
that
you consider that the problem, and then
dude, if you don't stop interrupting me, I swear to God, I'm going to boot you.
Go ahead, kick me, dude. Kick me in the name of Jesus, dude. I don't give a shit. I hate that people try to home police me, fascist. Why are you gaslighting me?
I'm not gaslighting you. You are making up shit that's not true.
Screaming and you won't. No, see, you're gaslighting me. What I'm telling you is factual, and now you're trying to gaslight me and tell me I'm crazy.
As I've been trying to fucking explain to you, there's a video online of a goddamn university instructor telling you what critical race theory is.
You know how I know what critical race theory is, buddy? Because I've fucking taken it.
Really?
So tell me you know more about it.
And you think critical race theory says that white people are inherently racist?
Yes. As a theory,
no, it doesn't.
That's how you look at it. Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so Jim Crow's not racist?
Yes, Jim Crow is racist.
Okay.
But
Was
at
slavery
no
wrong?
point in time does critical race theory say that because you're white, you're racist. Critical race theory has nothing to do with that.
Wrong.
Whatever. Not wasting my time on that stupid shit. Absolute fucking nonsense.
Good morning from Finland.
Good morning, Finland. How's it going?
I'm a little bit frustrated now. I've been listening to this political and religious people so much that I think that you are patient man. Thank you for that.
I appreciate it. Thank you. You don't let it get you down too much. The
No, I
point of
won't.
these
No, I won't.
conversations is to kind of make people uncomfortable.
I know that. But I've been watching this live since I woke up, and I appreciate what you do. Thank you, man.
Thank you. I very much appreciate your support.
Yeah, you base your beliefs in facts. So do I.
Awesome. Is
But those
Finland really
motherfuckers.
is Finland really like super religious?
No, only 26% of people in Finland are religions.
Oh.
They believe in God, but I don't believe it. I don't believe any systems based on beliefs, only
Correct.
science.
There you go.
And
Exactly
proofs
correct.
and facts.
Right.
And Finland is socialistic country also, so I know what socialism means in Finland.
Yep.
And I feel sorry about your country because you have so fucked up system
We
in
have
there.
a lot of misinformation and a lot of lies in this country.
Yeah, I know that because I follow the political system in America and all over the world, and those religious systems also. I study them because it's my hobby, because I'm retired as you are.
Gotcha.
And I have worked all my life and so on, and I believed in God when I was much younger than I am now. But I read the Bible, and I studied science, and I lost the faith in God completely.
Yeah.
So, and I just felt the Christian love from that other motherfucker who said that you are ugly and stupid and idiot and so on and so on. So I will show my face also. Just a moment.
Oh, I appreciate your support, man. It's awesome. It's nice to know I'm reaching across the world.
Yeah, it's called science. Science works.
It's called science. Exactly.
Yeah, but keep up the good work, and I will be watching this stream, and
Awesome.
I won't be bothering you anymore.
Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate your support.
Same here. Okay, and Eli, have a nice day also.
Yeah, you too, bro.
Yeah, see ya.
Peace out.
That's awesome. I'm reaching across the ocean to Finland, motherfuckers. Yeah. Hello from Denmark. Uh-oh, we got a bunch of people from other countries up in here.
European.
Look, Europeans, lots of Europeans. And I love that he said that Finland was a socialist country, because it is. And it does better at a lot of things than America does, including education. Chile. We got Chile. Wow. South
Ooh,
America.
Chile.
Chile.
From Africa. Sure. How does one get live access? 1,000 followers.
You got to have 1,000 followers. That's TikTok's rule, not mine.
But for some reason, I have seen accounts with under, like, one guy
I don't
that
think.
was on
Hold
here
on.
who
Wait,
had
whoa, whoa,
26
whoa. I
followers.
want to address a comment here. Funny how you think white countries are better. I never said that. I never said I like Finland because it was white. I said I like Finland because it's mostly secular and it's socialist. It has nothing to do with their demographic. their race demographic. I could care less about that. And the fact that you brought it up says a lot about you as a person, honestly. I believe in humanism. No, I
You want
don't
to know
like
what
Joe
I
Biden.
believe
Joe
in?
Biden's a shithead, but he's still better than Trump.
I believe in Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A. Danny.
Ooh, South Africa. I just want to let y'all know Ethan doesn't like Chinese food. He's a sinner.
I'm a sinner. I don't like Chinese food. What did Trump do? Oh, God. Where do you begin that list? Holy shit. What's up, Darth? Welcome back.
What's happening? Boy,
A little late for
you've
you,
been
isn't it?
busy tonight, racking it up.
Oh,
By
yeah.
the
We're
way,
getting it
did you
done.
see that little section where I kicked you over 100K?
I
I
did.
saw you, Darth Nerder. I saw you.
I got you up from like, I don't know, like 50 to 100K.
Good God, man.
No, wait, Ethan, you invoked the Trumpers. Oh, no.
Oh, I invoked the Trumpers. Oh, no, the Trumpers. You know, the guy who
We're about to
patently...
see Trump 2024 all night.
Donna, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Living the dream. What's on your mind?
As a Christian, I want to apologize for that man that cussed you because Christians do not behave that way. They're not supposed to behave that way. We're not
Well,
supposed to judge.
when we look at history,
We're
we
supposed
kind
to
of see,
witness.
how Christians do behave. So, I mean, he was a mild little kitten in comparison to some of the Christians I've read about.
Baby, no, all Christians don't behave that way. As a Christian, I do not judge. I'm supposed to witness. I'm supposed to spread the word of God. I'm not supposed
No,
to judge
pause.
you.
Negative. You are not supposed to spread the word. Jesus commanded that the apostles spread the word. You, according to Jesus, as a follower of Christ, are to keep your religion to yourself. He actually said it multiple times.
He says to witness.
No, he said to the
But
apostles.
he says to pray.
Hold on. He told
I'm
the
listening to you.
apostles to witness. He did not tell you, Donna, to witness.
He says to pray in a closet.
Yep.
I'm not supposed to judge you for what you believe because he gives you free will.
And it's God's place to judge, not Christians' place to judge.
Exactly.
But you're also not supposed
And
to
I
proselytize.
tell people all the time, I'm a sinner. I smoke. I have tattoos. And I know that I'm a sinner. And when I bow down to a man, it's going to be him. I'm not supposed to bow down to no man on earth.
I don't believe in sin. And honestly, your Bible, as a woman, your Bible says that you're not supposed to speak. Your Bible says that you're not supposed to have control or authority over men, and that you are to submit to men. That's what the Bible says in regards to women. But
I'm
what I
supposed to
wanted to say
submit
is,
to my husband.
no, you're supposed to submit to men, and then your husband,
My
because you're
husband,
supposed to submit to your father. Your father is the head of the household.
my father's dead.
My point being that women are considered second-class citizens below men in the Bible. That's how women are defined. But
Wait, Ethan. Some guy asked for
Somewhat.
So I said some guy asked for the verse for keeping your religion to yourself. It's Romans 14:22. I just wanted to put that
you're
out in
good.
case somebody want to look that up. Go ahead.
I wanted to say that I'm not a sinner. That I have never
Everybody's
sinned a day in, that I have never sinned a day in my life. That I don't believe sin is real. That I think that human beings are capable of doing good. through empathy and compassion, and we're capable of making bad decisions through misinformation or ignorance, or just in general selfishness or greed. But we can fix what we break. If we do something wrong, we can learn from that mistake and we can do better tomorrow. We are
Well,
not
sure.
broken. We are not evil. We do not bring evil into the world. We are not what Christianity calls us.
Sure, everybody has a right. Everybody has a right to repent. Everybody has a right
No, that's not
to.
the point I was making.
You're saying that you have a right to correct your mistake.
It's not a right. It's actually, well, yes, it is a right, but it's also, I think, a responsibility to myself, to respect myself and to respect other people. If I wrong somebody or I cause harm to somebody, then I need to do what I can to make that right with that person. I don't get to opt out of my responsibility to myself and my fellow human beings by appealing to Jesus. I have to face my consequence here and now rather than in the afterlife. I
Okay,
don't believe in any of
I
that.
would rather believe that there is a Jesus and die and there be nothing than to not believe in Jesus and die and he is there.
So why don't you believe in Allah?
Why don't I believe in Allah?
Yeah, and if you're going to use Pascal's wager as an argument, what if you're wrong? What if Allah is the one true God and Jesus isn't? Then what? You're going
Well,
to go to Muslim hell? Are you afraid of Muslim hell?
I'm afraid of hell, period.
Well, that's the question. So are you going to believe in all gods? Because there might be a hell from
No,
any given
no,
God.
God, because God says I am a jealous God and there is no one above me.
But he does admit that there are other gods.
No,
Yes. In
he
the
says
very
that
first
he
in the
says
very
he
first
says
of
that
the in
you
in,
believe in other gods.
in the
You
very
should not.
first,
You're not supposed to believe in other gods.
that is an admission that other gods exist.
In in your mind,
Honey, you got to understand where Christianity comes from in order to understand what it is
see,
exactly I'm talking about. Christianity
Christian.
is that,
Listen,
hold on,
Jesus wasn't a Christian.
I don't care. Christianity comes from Judaism. That's where the Christian God Yahweh originated, in the Jewish Canaanite pantheon, right alongside of Lucifer, who was Yahweh's brother.
Yahweh is God's name.
Yeah.
When you breathe, you speak His name.
No,
Yes.
no. And
Yes.
honestly, Yahweh is the American Christian understanding of the word, the original word, and I can't remember
We,
what it is, but it's
me and
not
my
Yahweh.
daughter, me and
What's
my daughter, we studied not just the the American way. We study the Hebrew way.
right? There is a biblical scholar here on TikTok by the name of Dan McClellan. I can't remember what he said, but he pronounces God in a different way. It's spelled the same way. It's YW whatever H. I can't remember, but he
It's
said
actually YWHW. It's
right.
actually we don't Christians put the vowels in there,
Yeah, but there's like a
not Hebrew.
there's a Hebrew way to
Hebrew
say
did not
that
put the
word. Hold on,
they didn't put the
there's a Hebrew name for God, but it doesn't sound like Yahweh. I can't remember what it is, but either way, Christianity is a distillation of polytheism. It comes from the Jewish Canaanite pantheon, which was polytheistic. They believed in multiple gods. And then it distilled down into Christianity, which became monotheistic. But even in the Bible, it mentions other gods, like Asherah, who was originally God's wife. And then the Catholic Church kind of did away with her because they didn't like that idea that God had a wife.
Well, see, I believe that there are the books of the Bible that is taken out to that a lot of the Christians do not believe that should be in the Bible because it doesn't it goes against what quote they believe.
Right. They're called the Gnostic
And
Gospels.
you're
It's
not
called
supposed to
Thomas.
take away from the Bible. That's why we study
Well,
the Hebrew.
hold on. So the original Bible, as far as we know, was selected by men. Okay. It was a council of men that decided what went into the Bible and what didn't go into the Bible. And it was based on the then politics and the then society, which is why the book of Adam and the book of Thomas and Enoch and other Gnostic Gospels were not added to the Bible. Because they paint a different story. In the Gnostic Gospels, God is the bad guy.
See, we just got through studying, me and my daughter, about why.
Hey, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt really quick. Eli and Darth, you guys can take over for a little bit. I got to take a quick break.
Okay.
Can I keep talking? The reason why Yahweh was taken out of the Bible is because the Pope did not want us to know about it, which was supposed to be a Christian. Sure. I believe in God. No, because when Jesus died for your sins, he changed it.
So he's not unchanging.
But I don't believe in let's see how can I put this?
Go ahead, take your time.
The new King James version. King James is the one who changed that. God is the Trinity. The God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit. Exactly. No, Jesus changed. Yes. Yes, because Jesus was born.
Absolute.
God is perfect.
That contradicts with the definition of perfection.
Perfection is God. God didn't change.
You just admitted it.
No, I said God. Jesus said when Jesus died for our sins, he made it where we could change as a person and believe in what we believe as a human race.
Can you guys hear me now? I just muted and...
Yeah, I was about to tell you.
Can you guys hear me now? They missed all my good logic.
Oh, no. They missed the
let's see.
fire argument.
Yeah, they can hear me. Okay. I'll repeat the argument real quick. I was saying, based on the concept that God is unchanging and forever and perfect in all ways, then you can't have a discrepancy between, you can't have a God that changed from the Old Testament to the New Testament. In other words, there can't be some evolution of God where God was first a singular God and then became a Trinity, because God is perfect. And so
God
perfection
sent
cannot
Jesus.
change.
God sent Jesus to take our sins
Well,
away from us.
God didn't send Jesus. Jesus was God.
Jesus was Jesus.
No, Jesus was God in flesh.
Jesus is his son.
No, Jesus was God in flesh.
Jesus is God's son.
Wait, but it literally
Just
says
like the
in the
Holy
Bible.
Spirit is Jesus' spirit.
So
Wait,
you
but it
think that
literally says
Jesus
in the
is not
Bible that
God?
Jesus is
You
God
think
in flesh.
you think Jesus is not part of the Trinity?
Yes, God is part of the. Jesus is part of the Trinity.
Then Jesus is God.
What does Trinity mean?
3.
3.
God showed himself in 3 parts, right?
God showed God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit. 3.
And those are all God, right?
See,
they're like 3 parts of the same thing, right?
you know, one day you're gonna kneel to him, right?
3 peas of a pod.
You're gonna kneel to him
And why would I do that?
because he says you are.
So he's going to be mean to me? He's going to force me
No,
to?
no,
So then
he's
why would
gonna
I
make
kneel to him?
because he is your God.
Is he going to make me kneel?
Yes, sir.
So then he's going to force me to.
Yes, sir.
He's going to force me to do something I don't want to do. And somehow that's not being mean.
You're not gonna have a choice, honey.
Right. So from your perspective, that's not being mean, forcing me to
No,
get on my
that's
knees in
not.
front of him.
That's not being mean.
Somehow forcing me to do something I don't want to do is not mean.
So you're forcing yourself to go to hell and burn it eternally.
But that's
Who
my
invented
choice.
hell?
That's not mean. I can't be mean to myself.
Who invented hell?
But that's what's going to happen if you don't change your ways of thinking.
But that's
Donna,
fine. That's my choice, right?
who
That's not somebody
invented hell?
forcing me to do that.
Exactly. That is your choice.
But
That's
you
why
Who
told me
God
Jesus
invented
gave you.
isn't.
hell?
God
You
gave you
said God's going to
choice.
force me to kneel before him. He's going
Donna,
to force me.
who
Everybody,
who
everybody
invented
will
hell?
kneel to him.
Ethan, I think you're a ghost.
Probably. Who invented hell?
The devil invented hell.
The devil
So
doesn't
who
exist. It
invented the
was never
devil?
mentioned in the Bible. Yeah, like when did the concept of hell begin?
When man sinned.
No, I mean in history. Like, can you give the date? It was conceptualized at a certain point in history. Do you know when?
When man sinned.
No,
Oh,
hell
according
was
to
not a part of
you,
Christian doctrine until the 14th and 15th century.
so you think hell was defined by religion when Adam bit the apple?
Actually, Adam, how do you know Adam bit an apple? What didn't say nothing about no apple?
Well, that's the beginning of sin.
No, God says that he bit into the fruit of life.
No, the fruit of
The
knowledge, not the
fruit
fruit
of
of life.
knowledge. It's the apple, the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
Good of
Yeah,
evil.
that's what the serpent told him. What
That
So
was the
it's
happened?
first sin,
so
supposedly.
tell me how you come up with with an apple. It doesn't say nothing about an apple.
Okay, fruit.
Okay.
I don't
So
know. I
what?
like
Kind of
apples. Why
irrelevant.
couldn't I have an apple?
Yeah, wait. Can you prove that it wasn't an apple?
Can you prove that it was?
I have faith that
Donna,
it was.
hold on, guys. Stop for just a second. Donna,
So,
do you understand why I host these debates and these conversations?
Yeah, I do.
Why?
I understand that y'all don't believe in Jesus and y'all don't wanna debate anything that is about Jesus. Y'all just want to try to make other people believe that they're wrong.
No.
We're just
That
laying
is
out the
not
knowledge. You had
that
to
is
come.
not why I host these debates, Don, and not even remotely close. I host these debates to point out something to people who are participating or watching the debate. And Donna, when you started this conversation, you started it on an even foot. You had a nice attitude. You were
I
genuine.
did.
You were kind.
And I
But
said
then stop,
that I'm not
stop,
judging you.
stop,
I'm not judging what you believe.
stop. Then you went off on a tirade about how your God is going to force me to do what he wants me to do, and that we're all going to bow before your God. You went from kind to cruel in the snap of a finger.
No, I'm
And
not being cruel.
that is
I'm
absolutely
being
cruel.
honest.
That's cruel. If that's what you wish, if that's the desire you have, is to see your God subjugate people, then you are not a moral person. You are mean. You are a bully. You are a
No,
dictator. You are authoritarian. You are
I'm
a
not.
fascist.
I'm not mean.
Donna, that's mean.
Mm,
I don't
That's
know how to
not
tell you.
mean.
Like, how would you feel if the Muslim God came down and made you bow before him?
If he was the true God, then I would bow to him.
Well, that's just weakness on your part. I
But
don't
see, he's not
bow,
the true God, so
Donna.
I won't bow to him.
Donna, I don't bow to anything for starters, much less a dictator.
Yeah, you will.
No, I won't. I absolutely will not take that knee. I will shatter my bones before I take that fucking knee.
Well, all I can say is
Your
I'm
God
not
is
judging you.
evil and mean and
I'm
capricious.
not trying to judge you. I'm just trying to
You
say
are.
I'll pray.
You
That's
are
I'll pray.
judging.
untrue, Donna.
I
Donna,
will
All you're
pray
you
for
doing is
are
you.
judging.
judging.
I pray for you.
Well,
All you're
that
doing is
no.
judging.
Okay, so now you're going to violate your own religion. What did Jesus say about praying in public?
I don't pray in public. I'm not praying for you in public.
Announcing,
I'm praying for you in my bedroom.
announcing in public that you're going to pray for somebody is the same fucking thing. And you only say it so that you can feel morally superior and self-righteous.
Sir, you do not have to cuss me.
I cuss everybody. Get over it.
No, you don't have to cuss me.
I
He
cuss fucking
wasn't
everybody.
cussing
Get over it.
you.
It's the way
He
I
was
talk. If you don't like
he
it, you don't
wasn't
have to be in
cussing
my
you,
live.
Donna.
I've been on live now for 6 hours cussing this entire fucking time. Did you think I was going to stop because you're here?
He wasn't cussing you, Donna. Ethan just cusses as part of the way he expresses himself. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, there's nothing wrong with that, but cussing me is something wrong with it.
He
I'm
I
didn't
not.
didn't
cuss
cuss
you.
you.
He didn't cuss you.
I didn't cuss you.
He cussed near you.
I don't mind the cussing. I
It
mean,
was cussing adjacent.
because
Donna,
everybody cusses.
It was neutral cussing.
No, what mutual? Because I wasn't cussing.
I said neutral.
I thought you said mutual.
No, it's fine.
I apologize.
You're fine, Donna.
telling
But
people that they have to do what you want them to do based on
no,
your religion
I didn't
is
say
being a
that you have to
bully.
do what I want you to do. Not once did I ever say, you're going to have to bow because I say you have to.
Honestly, Donna, you know what's funny? I think you sound like a nice woman, and you certainly started that way. And I bet you in your daily life, you're very kind to people and you're sweet
I
to
am.
people.
I am
You
a
sound like a
seventh
person
grade,
who's who
I'm a
one would
7th and 8th grade teacher.
exactly. You sound
That's
like a
awesome.
very.
We love teachers.
But what's interesting
I
is
do not,
how you can
push
turn.
my religion on people.
I know, Don. Well, you do. You are doing it now. But listen, my point is how it's interesting how you can go from being a kind person at your in the root of your being to expressing yourself as a truly mean person and not knowing it. You have to introspect and think about the things that you're saying, because the things that you're saying, when perceived by people who do not believe the same things as you, make us perceive you as really mean-hearted.
See, I don't judge people for not believing what I believe.
Dear, you're not hearing what he's saying.
You're not hearing what I'm saying, Don.
We're not accusing you of passing judgment. We're accusing you of being rude and mean.
Honey,
When you
I'm not
say to
being
us,
mean.
stop and listen. When you say to us that your God is going to impose his will upon us and force us to do something we don't want to do, you're being mean.
That is not going to be my choice.
You are his representative,
What the fuck?
and according to you, and you are representing both him and yourself as mean-spirited.
Wait, Donna, do you think you can't be mean and truthful at the same time?
Oh, I'm told I'm
Donna,
mean. I'm told I'm mean at the same time all the time.
Donna, I have a
Okay, so
question.
you agree that you can be mean and truthful at the same time. So what you said, although you think it's truthful, was also mean.
Donna, I have a question.
Okay.
If a president of the United States decided to overthrow the Constitution and instill martial law, would you stand for that?
Do you want the honest truth?
Yep.
I'd say hell no.
Okay.
Let's go, Donna W.
Yeah, Donna W. Exactly. You win, Donna. That's a good answer. That
That's why
same
I hold
answer,
guns.
hold on. That same answer should apply to a God. If you're not willing to allow a God to override your right to free will or free speech or whatever, if you think that it's appropriate for a God to subjugate people and force them to do things against their will, is that really a loving God?
God don't make me do anything that
I'm
I
not
don't
talking
want to
about
do.
you. Donna, you just got done telling us that God's going to make us take a knee. He's going to make us bow before him. Does that sound like a loving God or does that sound like a dictator?
Sounds like a loving God.
So you think a loving God is going to force his will upon other people?
Yeah.
Then your definition of love is askew and it's wrong.
Reductio ad absurdum.
I would never subjugate another person and call it love because that's not what love
Do you have
is.
children?
Yeah. Do you think I want my children to worship me? Do you think I would force my will upon my children? We're losing.
Something wrong with your mic.
No, Donna down. Donna down.
You're cutting out, Donna. We can't hear you.
Man, this happened to the last true believer too. There's a pattern here.
Maybe it's the devil at work.
I think the devil's interfering with their Wi-Fi or something.
Donna, we can't hear what you're saying. You're cutting in and out.
I said, when you correct your children, do you think you're evil?
Say that again.
He said something like,
when you correct your children, do you think you're evil?
Correct? Did you say correct or whipped? I didn't hear what. When you did something to your children.
When you correct your children?
Yes. Do you think you're evil?
No, because I'm
Depends
not imposing.
how you correct them, actually.
I'm correcting it. I might be correcting a bad behavior, but I'm not damning them. I'm not forcing them to worship me. I'm not hurting them in the process of correcting a bad behavior. In fact, what I'm doing is I'm educating them so that they don't make that mistake in the future, so that their life is easier.
Don't you think that's what God's doing?
If you physically forced them onto a knee and forced them to tell you that you're correct about something, I would say, yes, that's evil.
Yeah. If you force your children to take a knee, if you force your children to worship you.
Have you ever put your child in timeout?
If you force your children to worship you, You're not a good parent.
Wait, is she about to compare timeout to eternal
Have you
damnation?
ever put your child in timeout?
Yeah, there's a whole big difference between timeout
See,
and
y'all think it's
eternal.
funny.
Donna, you're not being intellectually honest right now. There is a big difference between timeout and eternal hellfire.
Wait. She didn't say that. Let me preface. She didn't say that. I just asked, is she about to say that?
Yes, she did say timeout.
Wait, I didn't. I'm talking about the eternal
Yeah,
eternal damnation.
about timeout.
Donna,
But I didn't
finish.
say
I'm
nothing
sorry.
about eternal damnation. I asked
Donna.
you.
I'm sorry.
I asked you. Did you?
You're drawing a comparison between my parenting skills and the behavior of your God. Not the same thing.
It is the same thing.
No, it isn't. I teach children so that they don't repeat mistakes. Your God just damns us to eternal torment. These are not the same thing. I educate children so that they can make better
God
decisions
don't.
in life.
See, that's where you're wrong. God don't make us do anything.
God damns
But
us
He
to hell if
will
we
make
don't love
you
Him.
bad when He comes back.
Just said he wouldn't make us do anything.
Donna, you are really inconsistent, sweetie. I'm sorry to tell you, you're kind of bouncing all over the
Yeah,
place here.
y'all. I'm just. I pray for you. Better
Well, Donna,
with
you
your
keep.
I heard the
problems.
prayer thing. Thank you
And,
for the prayer thing, Donna.
and I do.
Donna, you keep cutting in and out, honey. I'm going to
I
let you
pray
go. I
for
hope you have a
you for
wonderful
that.
morning.
And
Thank you for the prayers, Donna.
Thanks, Donna. And Donna, you need to. If I were Donna, I'd look to at least extend my ability to be consistent to 2 sentences rather than 1.
Well, she already said that the only reason. Well, I don't know if she. Well, I think she said the only reason she's Christian is because she's scared of hell. But
Amanda Faith, if she can join, she says, "Do you guys want to talk to a person who's educated?" Yes, please.
Amanda Faith, she's got to have 1,000 followers and the ability to go live. I can't just bring her on.
oh,
Does she have 1,000 followers?
Is she in the box? You know, there's a little 2-person
No,
icon
she
at the
only has
bottom that
100
says multis
no, she has
join.
100.
She has 100 followers. So she can't go live. Those are TikTok's rules, honey, not mine. You got to have 1,000 followers to go live on TikTok. So
Plus,
what I would
Amanda, how are
suggest
we
is
supposed?
that you make content and try to build up a followership, and then you can come live with us.
Also,
By
Amanda,
the
why
way,
should we
we
think
all
that
love
you're
Donna.
educated if you don't know how to go live?
Yeah, it seems you're not educated enough to
Educate
get
yourself on
1,000
TikTok.
followers. You're not
Let's go with
educated on
Ruby
TikTok.
Tree.
Ruby T. I saw this person comment a couple of times.
Hey, Ruby.
What's up?
How's it going?
I just came to ask one simple question, and I'm not against none of this shit, but listen.
Shoot, dear,
And
what do you
I've been
got?
curious about this. So, like, for everyone that do believe in God, not saying that I don't, for like people who are nonverbal and autistic and can't talk, can't walk, and there's disability and stuff, how are they gonna go to hell too? Like, I'm real curious about that. My nephew
According,
doesn't know
I
nothing
know
about
the
God.
answer.
if you stick to the biblical definition, yes, they are going to hell.
Wait.
No,
This
that's why
is
I don't
what.
understand. So we're supposed to follow somebody that's gonna send my innocent autistic nephew to hell just because he can't understand what God is. That's not fair.
Wait,
That's
the
why
Christian answer for this is what I've heard them say. They said that God is in everybody's heart and he will find a way. I mean, that's what they
well,
usually
if
say.
that's the case, then we should all go to heaven.
Hey,
Exactly,
this
but
is what
the
they just
Bible
said.
doesn't describe it that way. The Bible has actually talks about disabled people, and not in a positive light, not at all. The Bible is
Yeah, I'm
not
pretty sure
kind,
back in the day they used to write at newborn.
pretty much.
Soon as you didn't look right.
Yep. And so, according to if you follow Scripture, then the people with those type of developmental disabilities are they're destined for hell.
Makes sense, but from back in the day, right? Because survival was harder. There wasn't.
Well, and a lot of them thought that if you were disabled, that you were cursed by God in the first place.
Witchcraft.
Must be real cursed. And so it's like half of America because a lot of people are mentally ill here.
Well, one of my points about a lot of these debates is that you always have to remember that on any debate topic, half the people have an IQ under 100.
I'm not the
Yeah.
brightest diamond,
IQ
but
stinks.
My favorite thing is, well, not favorite, but one of the things I used to say all the time was, you live in a country where the average grade point is C, and you have to recognize that in order to reach that average, half of the country has to be dumber than that.
wow, that's crazy. I mean, I've been going through TikTok lives, not on purpose, but every time I scroll past like one, there's like a debate like this, and there's normally like a bunch of Christians screaming at like someone who's LGBT, and they're like, "You're going to hell," and I'm like, "Oh my goodness!" And it's really never that deep, and like I don't think people realize either. Like the minute you wake up and you open your eyes, you're committing sin, so you should be burning in hell too, with the rest of us.
Let the
Yeah,
wicked
according to the
forsake
No,
Bible,
they
his
have
ways,
a safety
and the righteous
valve. All they
man
have to do
his
is
paths.
say that they
To the
believe in
Lord.
Jesus right before they die, and then they're good to go.
Well, I
yeah,
guess I'll be going to heaven then.
according to the Bible, all sins are equal in the eye of the Lord. So there's no difference between being gay and loving somebody and being a murderer.
I mean, wow, that's crazy.
That's a little fucked up.
I just I don't understand. Well, I understand it, like I get it, because I grew up as a Christian. My entire family, they're all Christians and they can't stand me because I don't be going for none of that. Because I question too much stuff. Like they don't like it. I've been doing it ever since I was a kid too. They're like,
Yeah, it happens to a lot of us. Trust me. I am the
It's
oldest of four
well, because stuff
children.
just doesn't make sense. Like it
It
don't.
doesn't. But I'm the oldest of four kids, and I'm the only one that was never confirmed. They kicked me out of confirmation class because I asked too many fucking questions.
And the crazy thing is, I feel like the smart people are the ones who ask the questions.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to deny that certain things happen a certain way. Because, yeah, the way our planet is set, but I just feel like that's science. And then, like, I had one person, they were like, well, you can't say that because God is science. I was like, so now he's claiming science too? So,
They
but before,
try, but they
when they
fail
were coming out
miserably
with like the Big
because
Bang Theory and all that, y'all were like, "Well, that's not right. It's God. It's God." But then
well,
now that it's like the abortion and all that stuff, now it's like, "Well, he claims science," and I don't get it.
yeah, they only claim science when it benefits an argument they have. Otherwise, they don't put up with science at all.
Yeah.
And to claim that God is science is just a complete idiom because first off, even philosophical science is only about 1500-ish years old, and modern science is only about 150 to 200 years old. So it has nothing to do with their religion in the first place. Secondly, it's called a faith for a reason because there's no evidence to support the claims made by these religions. And so they rely on faith as their fallback, as well. You got to have faith. Well, faith is believing in things that don't have evidence. So, no, religion and science are not compatible
At all.
Yeah, if God was real, he didn't tell us a lot about the universe before he left.
No, God could have gave
Well,
us germ theory. God
if
could have gave
he
us
if he
all
was real,
kinds of
I
shit.
think honestly he just left. Like either he left or he died or something. Something would have had to happen to him because if he's real, why is he got us like this? Like why is the earth dying and why are we all gonna die soon? Like why is there a doomsday clock? Why does all of that exist? If there's a God and he loves all his children and
Well,
he sent his son to die for
there's
us
not,
and all this, that, and
hold
the
on,
third.
there's not really a doomsday plot going on here. We do know that global climate shifts are an issue, and we've got to figure out a way to address that. And I think we're making some progress in that direction.
Well, they say the
But the
polls are
end
going to
game,
switch, and that's what's going to change
I-
everything. I
well,
don't
the
think we
end
can
game of
control that.
Christianity is the death of all of life on earth. That's their end game. That's what they want. They want the second coming of Christ and the apocalypse.
I wonder if true believers think that there's like an alien Jesus on every planet.
Well, because the theory is like he's supposed to come back, right? And all the followers get to rule Earth with him for like 100 years.
But
Like,
Wait,
that
okay,
would
you
be
that's
skipped
fun.
over my question.
well. I don't know what Christians would do if they found aliens. They would have a lot of explaining to do.
You got
No,
some
I know
Well, no,
exactly.
they
I know.
don't
explaining to
believe in
do.
aliens, though. I
I know
thought.
exactly what Christians would do if aliens showed up on Earth. They'd call them fucking demons and tell us they're from the devil.
No, in the Bible, in the Book of Enoch, it says they are. Apparently, aliens are fallen angels, but aliens, I thought, aren't on the planet. So how's that a fallen angel?
Somebody said, "So rude, alien Jesus." I'm just thinking, like, if God is across the whole universe, right? Then he'd want to like give his message to all life forms. And since Jesus seemed to be the right way to do it on Earth, I wonder if there'd be like alien Jesus on every
I
planet.
mean, to be fair, apparently he was conceived out of nothing. So that sounds like alien to me. Sounds like a little bit of science there.
I wonder if we could get like have a battle royale of all the different Jesuses.
Bro,
I'd
that
pay
would be
money to see
so
that. I'd buy
cool.
that ticket.
Like, who would
Yo,
be
in
the next
Revelations, bro,
Jesus?
when the final battle happens, it's gonna be lit.
I'm grabbing some chips, bro. I'm grabbing some chips.
That's gonna be for
I'm
real.
gonna be out there. Who can be
Get
the
your
best Jesus?
MMA like cred
I
up to
follow
par.
Dan McClellan here on TikTok, and he's a like renowned biblical scholar. And I saw in a few of his videos he's torn apart what Revelation is, and essentially what it boils down to. And I'm kind of paraphrasing and giving my own layman term version of it. It's a
Crazy
read.
Jake, you have 1,000 followers.
It's a satiric. It's a satirical retelling of the fall of Rome. It actually is not a book of prophecy of the end times, and Christians completely misinterpreted it.
But what I don't understand though too is like, okay, so we're here, right? And then we're just gonna reset, and we've been just doing this for millennials. Why? Why we can't just live?
I mean,
there's no way he's doing that. The planet shifts and does everything by itself. Apparently.
Wait, did you just accidentally say we're doing it for millennials? And did you mean millennium?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I was trying to figure out
So
what we're doing
technically,
it
it's
for.
millennial.
I didn't hear myself say that.
Technically, the plural version is millennia.
No, we've been doing it for millennials. And I think a lot of the problem too is what they don't realize is this newer here generation. I say newer generation. I'm Gen Z too. Anyway, but I'm like 25. My birthday's tomorrow. I'm 25 tomorrow.
Oh, happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
Happy B-Day.
Wow,
it's my time to shine.
25. It's a quarter century. It's big.
I know, and I ain't doing nothing. I'm probably gonna play games, video games.
Tell you it's just going to go downhill
Most
from
of my
here. You better
generation,
enjoy
though.
it while
All
you
we
can.
do is we stream and we play video games, and we're depressed, and we can't afford to buy groceries.
Do you have
and
a
you
do you
want
have a
us
VR
to bow
headset?
our knees to God right now? I want to figure out how I'm gonna pay rent.
Ruby, do you have a VR headset?
Oh no, no! I play Xbox. And I have a Nintendo Switch,
Guys,
and I play The Sims on the computer.
That does work. Two more.
Yep.
Hey Ethan, can you buy me a Diet Coke?
Yeah, I'll get right on that. As soon as you come to Arizona.
Yeah. Hey, I'm tempted. That'd be fun.
No, it's too hot.
I need a roommate.
Arizona. They told me it was ghetto there, though. I was like, oh, well, it's ghetto here.
Nah, Arizona's not that bad.
I don't know. They live in a part where like they were like on the phone with me, and there were like a lot of cops, and somebody was running.
Well, I mean, some parts of Arizona are a little
All
fucking
places
ghetto.
are
Like,
ghettos.
I would say all
Thank you.
places are like that. You want to know where I live? I live in Ohio.
Oh, pass, hard pass. I've been through
I live in a good
Ohio.
part,
There's
yo.
nothing to
I
see
live in
in
a good
Ohio.
part. I don't.
Ethan,
I-
we got a whole order list in the chat now. Odin's Drenger wants a beer.
Oh shit! People better come to Arizona.
I want a tea. Y'all make it over there.
Sure, bro.
Come
Just
get
give
a
me a
tea.
Twix bar.
All right, come get a Twix bar. You got to come to AZ.
No, I'm
Y'all
staying in
motherfuckers think I'm
Texas.
joking.
It's
I will seriously go to the gas station and buy y'all a Twix bar, a tea, and a Diet Coke.
I don't know how you ever compete with the Snickers, man. Snickers just the OG.
Oh,
oh
I can't
no.
eat those. I'm allergic. I
Snickers
have
are
The
to
fucking
gross.
Milky
peanuts
Way.
kill me, man. I can't stand the goddamn peanuts. They're always stuck in my
Snickers are
fucking teeth.
gross. Snickers are gross.
I was the
Man.
peanut allergy kid, but I didn't know I was allergic to peanuts till I was like 15.
Damn, that's a rough childhood.
I didn't know because I used to eat peanut butter all the time, right? So I was like, well, I'm not allergic to peanuts. I went and ate some trail mix and almost died.
Oh yeah, wait, Mathera, you're right. Reese's are better.
Nah, Three Musketeers.
I like Three Musketeers too, but Reese's
Well,
never
what's
fails me.
y'all's favorite ice cream bar? I'm going for Twix.
I don't like ice cream.
I actually love strawberry shortcake.
Oh, those are
I don't know
good.
that I like ice cream bars per se, but I do like bubble gum or cherry flavored ice cream.
All right, so now we
Oh,
know
I
that
haven't
Ethan
had
has
one of
the
those
Oh,
in
and
worst
bubble
food
also
gum
taste.
flavors
double
in a minute.
Ethan has the
Godiva
worst
double
food taste.
caramel ice cream bar.
I'm not a big fan of chocolate in my ice cream. It's too fucking cold.
I have to have
Wait,
either
cold
just
chocolate is the best chocolate.
No,
no.
room temperature chocolate where you can kind of chew it a little bit.
No, no, no,
I
no.
like my chocolate hot.
Ooh, Choco Taco. That
Choco
they had that.
taco.
It was gone for a
They
while, and then they
ruined those because
reinstated
they
it.
would put all those peanuts on there. That's why I never got those.
I mean, I guess I kind of like drumsticks.
Yeah,
I
drumsticks
get
Oh,
those,
are.
but
drumsticks
I
are
have
actually
to
Cool.
get
really
the
good. That's
cookie
one of the
ones.
only ice creams I like.
That's a classic.
You guys know if you get an ice cream sandwich and put it on the table, it won't melt.
Ethan, Liz was asking you what would you do for a Klondike bar.
Oh, you don't want to fucking know, sweetie. You don't want to fucking know.
What?
I'll sell my soul. You can have it.
Oh, don't let them hear that. Oh,
I'll let
they
you
I don't
sit on my
understand.
face and eat my way to heaven.
And it's crazy because on one hand, you got the people who are like, God doesn't exist. And then you got the people that I'm on this side of TikTok where they're like, well, Jesus was a spiritualist and a wizard. And I'm like, oh, okay.
It's very amusing when you slide between two lives, and one is like Jesus is God, and the next one is like Jesus is not God, and they're both religious Christians.
Yep. My favorite pastime is
I
listening
love
to
the
Christian
debates
lives.
because I like to learn new things. Like if I'm wrong, tell me,
Well, no,
educate me.
one of
That's
my
how it's
favorite
supposed
things.
to be.
One of my favorite things is stumbling on a live where there's like 6 Christians arguing about theology. It's fucking hysterical.
And they're like, "You're wrong. You're wrong. You're
The
wrong."
Trinity isn't real. The Trinity's totally real. Trust me,
I got
bro.
on one and they were arguing about like the abortion laws, and I was like, oh, here we go. All of them were men to
Yeah,
start it
men
off.
need to learn when to shut the fuck up.
And I was like, why are you guys so pressed about this? None of you have uteruses.
Yeah, I love Bakanga. Bakanga's awesome. Have you listened to Bakanga, Ethan? He's he-
I don't
he's
think
like
so.
this dude. He has kind of an African accent, and most of the people who are in his lives seem to be from Africa or have a heavy African style accent. And he's hilarious. He's like like a total character, almost like a caricature of, but he's an atheist, and so he's just like mocking.
Maybe I have stumbled across his live. Yeah, sounds
Yeah,
familiar.
yeah. He does a really good job of like putting on a show with atheist. Usually that kind of show would be done by, a more religious person, like a
Right.
theist. But he does it in a way that's a little bit kind of like you. It's like, but he's much more sort of mocking of the people.
Right.
And so it's more of a show,
I'm
than
gonna
a
say so, like
discussion.
Family Guy.
I think, what did you say?
I would say if it's like Family Guy, because you know how they be mocking, they be having Jesus down there fighting.
No. It's alive,
No,
just like
that's South
Ethan's,
Park.
but just kind of a different tone. More of a,
I mean, I don't understand how everybody's set like this. When I was 5 years old, I used to watch Jesus get in the ring and box the devil on South Park. Like, I don't understand what happened to my generation.
Wait,
I want to
Ethan.
know. I used to watch Family Guy. Like, we grew up on that stuff, and everyone is ready to cry now. But I get it.
Wait, Ethan.
Well, I didn't do it.
Wait, are there any people in the request?
A lot. Why?
We gotta keep debating, bro.
We got a what?
So we gotta keep debating.
Yeah, they're in the
Oh,
comments
we
like,
got
"Oh
to
my
keep
god, you guys
debating.
are talking about ice cream."
Oh, we're just waiting for Ethan to get back to his apartment.
Oh my God, my back is fucking killing me. Fuck me running, man. Damn fucking muscle in my back won't let go.
Oh my gosh, I remember when I first got gauges. Since my entire family is Christian, oh my goodness, I was going right to hell.
Yeah, the look on my grandmother's face when she found out I was an atheist was priceless.
Oh, they don't know. They don't know. I don't be saying I'm an atheist. I just be like, I just want to know the truth, which I'm never gonna know that probably. But I just be like, I can't serve anything I don't know exists.
You should just say, I'm just trying to figure out which hell I'm going to.
At that point, I am, because I mean, hell sounds pretty lit if you ask me. There's gonna be
Yeah,
everything
man.
in
All
there.
the
All the
intellectuals,
lit
all the
people are about to be in hell. I might as well go to hell. They're gonna be playing all the music down there. All the parties are gonna be down there. I'm going to hell. I'm not about to sit up here and be kissing toes up here with you angels. Bye. I'm gone.
Definitely not playing any heavy metal in heaven.
no
Yeah.
hell is where
See,
all
exactly.
the
That's why I'm not going there.
hell's
If
gonna be
they're
where
not
all
up there
the
playing Sullivan King, I'm not going up there. I'm going right to
hell's
hell
gonna
with
be where all
Sullivan.
the great philosophers, the scientific minds, all the great music, all the great gays and theys and thems and lesbians. It's gonna be a huge party in hell.
There is.
All the comedians.
All the comedians.
Oh my gosh, Jim Carrey's gonna be down there. I'm definitely going down there.
I'll go where any place George Carlin goes, man.
Exactly.
If all the comedians are gonna be in hell, I might as well. I guess that's where I'm going, because that's what I am.
We're finna see all the fake Christians. We're finna see all those guys.
I'm looking
Oh,
for a
that's a
guest.
good
I'm looking
question.
for a
Yeah.
guest that we can bring on that wants to debate. So let's give it a shot here.
Yeah, there were a bunch that said they want to come up. Yeah.
Kurt Cobain is definitely in hell, unless his girlfriend killed him, in which case,
I'm pretty sure we know. I'm pretty sure we know.
Hey, what's happening?
Hey, Mike, how's it going?
Yo.
Doing all right. Been watching you for a while, Ethan. Got
How
back
you
on,
doing
huh?
tonight? Yeah,
Doing all
well,
right.
I appreciate people watching. What's on your mind?
I just want to say pretty much that there's no way to prove that there is or isn't a God.
I agree.
I think that
And
there's more evidence that points to a certain claim.
I think that the lack of evidence. I think that the lack of evidence for a God is, in and of itself, a type of evidence for the lack of a God. But I mean, that's a philosophical argument.
it's an individual choice. If everybody here believes in freedom, which you do, right? Everybody?
Yep.
To a degree, yeah.
I'm black. I definitely believe in freedom.
Everybody likes freedom. I think
And
we should.
apparently
I
I
think
only wear black, so I also believe in freedom.
If we all believe in freedom, then we should have the freedom as an individual to choose who and what we believe in.
Right.
100%. That's what this country was founded on.
Exactly.
Yep. If you believe in God,
But
So
the
we
thing
should
is,
keep,
Mike,
we should
but
keep
Mike, here's
religion out of politics, right?
yeah, exactly. Here's the problem with that, Mike, is like
what?
it's fine if you believe in for everybody to believe in what they believe, as long as you don't inflict your beliefs on other people.
Or impose.
And it's just crazy because, like, all the people
I think
that
anything.
look like me
I
just
think
really follow
anything's
behind
good.
Christianity.
I think anything's good as long as you don't hurt yourself or anybody else.
What would
Facts.
you say to people that use religion to hurt people?
Well, like I just said, if you hurt somebody else, that's no good. I believe, you can do anything you want to do as long as you don't hurt yourself or anybody else.
So do you
I
feel
agree
like
with
these
that
politicians who are
100%.
passing laws that are hurting transgender people are evil?
If they're
I
truly
want some of
hurt,
that sausage you got.
if they're truly hurt, one thing I don't agree with the transgender is uh, I don't think they should go into the bathrooms.
Why?
Give me a piece of that Slim Jim.
Because it
Hey,
hurts.
Mike, I'm going to ask you. I want to ask you. I'm going to ask you. I'm going to give you a scenario, and I want you to think about this. Let's
All
say
right.
we have a transgender. We have a transgender man. Let's say he's completed his transition and he looks like me. Long
What about
hair,
his
beard.
genitalia?
Should
What
he
about
go
his
into a woman's
genitals?
bathroom?
What about his genitals?
I don't know what his genitals look like, but he presents outwardly to be a man. Should he be in a women's bathroom?
Does he have like? Does he have? Am I allowed to say that on here?
Yeah, let's assume that he had
You're
the full
saying he
transition
presents himself
surgery.
as
Let's
a
assume
man?
he has the female parts. Then I think he should just go to the female bathroom.
No.
I see
Let's
no
assume
problem.
that there was full trans surgery and there's something of a penis that was composed.
I just feel they should go to whatever bathroom feels comfortable. Maybe he wants to go to the girls. Maybe
But
she or
let's
he
see
wants
what
to go to the
Mike. Let's see
girls.
what Mike says, though. I mean, Mike, what do you think?
Yeah. I think
If he's male presenting, he looks like me,
yeah.
but has a vagina because he hasn't gone through all the full surgeries yet. Should
Yeah.
he be forced to go to a woman's bathroom?
Oh no, if he doesn't want to. Yeah, I understand. I didn't understand.
He can. I mean,
So,
he can
Mike,
go
I'm going to
to.
make this easy. Hold on, Mike. I'm going to make this easy. Imagine you're at Walmart right now, and you're standing next to the bathrooms, and you see somebody like me walk into the woman's bathroom. What would you think?
What would I think? I think you're a man going into a woman's bathroom.
Right. So so this is why we're fighting for transgender people to use the bathroom that they identify with. Because if a trans woman who used to be a man goes into the men's bathroom, do you think she's more likely to be attacked by a bigot, by somebody who's just hateful and mean-spirited?
But look at the other side. The other
What are they
side
doing?
is
Y'all gotta
look at the other
understand
side.
too that
Look at
not
the other
all
side of the
trans
coin.
people are crooked people.
Mike, I am
Two
Mike.
sides.
I do, Mike. I do look at the other side of the coin. And do you know what transgender people do in the bathroom?
I go to the bathroom.
Probably go to the restroom.
Right. Do you think they're in there fucking with people?
Well, the other side of the coin is if it's a male going into the restroom. What about the little girl?
What about her?
Why y'all sending y'all kids in the bathroom by themselves?
That's in there trying to go to the restroom, and it scares her.
Why y'all kids scared of men?
Exactly. That's the question. Why are your kids
Why are
scared
you
of
sending
men?
your children in the bathroom by themselves anyways? You're in public and people are
Mike,
snatching kids in this day and age, and y'all are sending y'all's kids in the
Oh,
bathroom by themselves. That's y'all
hold on,
fault.
hold on. Mike,
No, not
Mike,
necessarily by themselves. I didn't say by themselves.
hold on. Mike, I want you to hear this really closely, okay? More than 90% of sexual assault in the United States is perpetrated by white, Christian, cisgender men. There is almost a non-existent chance that a
Wait, Mike
trans
probably doesn't
person would
know.
actually attack somebody in a public restroom.
I'm guessing Mike doesn't know what cisgender means. So that just means, Mike, that just means born with the same sex. So if you're born with the sexual organs of a man and you present yourself as a man, then you're called cisgender.
All right.
So a natural born women are more afraid of natural born men because natural born men are more likely to assault them. You are not protecting women from being assaulted in a bathroom by telling transgender people that they can't use the bathroom. What you're doing is you're blaming transgender people for the actions of natural born men.
I could
Oh,
say
no,
if a
but I be
person
feeling
wants to be
safer around gay men.
transgender, that's up to the person. I mean, I think it's wrong. You're
Why?
born because you're born. A man is born with a penis. A woman is born with a vagina.
And what
let
do
me
you
tell you
say?
something I
Hold on,
found
hold on,
out
hold on.
recently, Mike. It's
What do
really
you say to
interesting.
somebody who's born with both?
Ooh, they are both of them.
Congratulations.
Right. What do you say, Mike, to somebody who's born with both
Which
a
one's your
vagina,
favorite?
a vagina and a
Oh
penis?
yeah,
What do you say to
somebody made
them?
a real good point in the comments. Whoever said women don't sexually assault because they
That's
don't.
I think that's far and few between, but
It doesn't matter.
uh,
Actually, intersex people exist at the same rate as people with green eyes or red hair. They make up a pretty large, substantial amount of the population. Mike, have you ever had your chromosomes checked?
no.
So that you could be intersex and not know it. Because life isn't as simple as black and white, yes and no, good and bad. Life is chaotic. Life is messy. And one of the things we have to recognize is that everything in life falls on a spectrum. There is at one end of that spectrum, female. At the other end of that spectrum is male. And there is a vast population of people that fall somewhere in the middle. And just recently,
Yeah.
there was a woman who was uh she was what the hell she was talking on like the state floor house of Texas or whatever.
Yeah, she's a trans
No, she
female
was
that
intersex.
was.
This woman was intersex. She's born with boobs and a vagina, but she has male testicles inside of her body
Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh my
because
god!
she's intersex.
Hmm.
Because you can have both. Because it isn't as simple as just male or female. There's people who exist that exhibit both of those things.
Well, somebody in the comments put people at PCOS fall under the intersex thing. Well, then that would make me intersex.
All this didn't used to be.
So
It
Yes,
then I
it
actually
can
did.
go to
did.
the
It's just we
Yes,
bathroom.
it
didn't
did,
find out about it.
Mike, it did
No,
exist when you were younger. These people existed. You just didn't hear about them because
yeah.
society deemed them as a negative, and you all hid these people away from society and you pushed them off into the corners and the recesses.
No offense, but
But
back
Mike,
in
I'm
the day,
telling
I
you
used to
that
get mad.
transgender people and non-binary people have existed for as long as human beings have been writing shit down.
Well, longer. They've existed forever. I mean, they
Well,
existed in
me
previous species.
growing up with my family, neighbors, and friends throughout my whole life, never heard of such a thing.
Well, it wasn't
Because
as common. You got to think about how some people used to act back in the day. You do something wrong back in the day, you really be mangled up somewhere in the alley about being gay. You
Yeah,
really would,
Mike,
especially if you was gay
in
and
your
black
day and age, society was not welcoming and inclusive of other people. I
at
mean, in
all.
your day and age, y'all fucking segregated water fountains for fuck's sake.
Right. We couldn't even drink out the same water fountain. We couldn't go to the same parks. None of that.
and a couple
Do
of
you think
I'm
a
just
gay
generations
saying,
before
person
that,
wanted
there
to
was
out
slavery.
themselves
I'm
back then?
67 years old,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
Segregation was only in the
you
1960s.
grew
Go
up
to
during
grandma.
segregation, my guy.
You did, because
yeah,
you
I've been
created
around,
Yeah,
and
so when you say that you didn't hear about trans people when you were a kid, there's a reason for it. Because if somebody in your day and age would have come out as transgender, they probably would have ended up a corpse
No, you know where they want to end it up? In the mental
yeah, you didn't
hospital.
mention you was
or a
gay
mental
back then.
hospital.
Yeah.
Yeah, that stuff used
Also,
to be
I have
deemed as
Ethan.
mentally
Let me
ill.
describe something I found out recently. When
That's what I'm saying, and a lot of people my age, even younger, uh, never heard of such a thing. And if you
yeah,
growed up with something,
I
you
didn't hear
tend
about no
to
color.
You tend to stand by it. You know, that's just like religion. If
You're
you
right.
grew
You're
up
right.
a Christian, that's hard to break.
But what I really appreciate in people,
that's what
Mike,
you stand with.
what I
Well,
really
Mike,
appreciate,
what,
Mike,
And a lot of people are like that.
So,
well,
Mike,
I
what I
get that a
really
lot of people
appreciate
are like that,
people
Mike,
is,
but
sorry.
I think it's important to update your views as society changes. Otherwise, you're just going to get left behind. I don't ever want to be the old man that's stuck in my ways and isn't listening to new information. To me, that's a waste of life.
Well, I
But to be
listen.
fair, the generation that
That's
I'm in
why I'm
right now
talking
ain't
to you
tolerating
now.
it no more.
Yeah,
I
Mike, I
appreciate you,
actually
Mike.
really appreciate it.
I listen, but you know, I
It's
tend
hard
to
adjust your
I tend to
inner
hang on to my ways.
Yeah, it's
Well,
hard
what,
to
Mike?
adjust your inner
What I want,
compass, right?
I want to try to explain this to you in the lamest possible terms I can, so you can understand. Do you understand what learning disabilities are?
Yep.
Okay, so in a learning disability, like we say ADD, for example, what you're dealing with is a rewiring in the brain that makes things hard for somebody with ADD.
Yeah, I have ADHD.
I have
Yeah,
it. We
yeah, I
lack
have
dopamine.
ADD as well. But Mike,
That's
I want you
another
to hear me.
subject.
This isn't. I'm not changing the subject. I'm making a point. Transgender people, when you have a fetus in the womb that's developing, there comes a period in time where the brain is developing. And during that period of time, during brain development, a typically male fetus will receive a large dose of testosterone to help the development of the brain. Now, in a transgender fetus, what you have is a male body who's during brain development, they receive a massive dose of estrogen. It fundamentally changes how the brain wires itself, and it becomes inherently feminine. And so when you have a baby, that baby is born with technically a feminine brain trapped in a masculine body. And
Yeah, I
that's
heard
what
you say this.
transgender is.
I heard you say this in one of your videos.
Yeah, this is gender. This is what causes gender dysphoria. The brain is wired one way, and the body appears a different way, and they don't work together. They look at their own body, and it looks foreign. It doesn't look right to them.
I have
And
a question.
you can have kids, you can have children as young as 3 and 4 years old who they were assigned male at birth, but for the life of them, they don't like doing male things. They want to wear dresses. They want to be feminine at an early age. And we know that this is part of their psychology. And the more we learn about this, the better we are at dealing with it and helping these people. Right now, the only treatment for gender dysphoria is to allow these individuals to transition so that they can represent their outer self as they see themselves inside their head. This is it's a real physiological issue. It's not a mental illness. These people aren't sick. They're not broken. It's just the way their body is.
Have y'all ever seen the movie called A Girl Like Me? Just want to know.
Negative.
It's a movie that I watched as a child. Took place around basically the early 2000s. It's a true story too, by the way. It's about a transgendered. I don't know how to say it. I think a transgender woman. Yeah, he was born a boy, and the doctor straight up told the parents he's a boy born with a female brain. And the mother couldn't understand why every time she turned around, he was trying to put on dresses and trying to put on lipstick, all on his own. He's a little boy. Nobody's teaching him this stuff. He just wants to do that. And then when he gets older, they let him transition. Boom, he's happy. But you want to know what happened to him? So he gets around a group of men who didn't know he wasn't born with those parts. He looked like a woman, but he did not transition. I think. Yeah, he didn't have a vagina. He had a penis still. So they get him and they take him to the house after they drug him. And then when they discover that he's not the woman they thought, they beat him for like 10 hours until he died. And that's back in the day. So that goes for the question where you're at saying there was none of those back in the day. That's why they didn't come out. Nobody deserves that.
Oh, I agree with that, you know.
And you can go back to
Uh,
2015 and look up the story of Matthew Shepard. If none of you have heard about the story of Matthew Shepard, it takes place in rural Wyoming, out in the sticks. Matthew Shepard was in high school. He was outwardly gay. A couple of his classmates decided that because Matthew Shepard was gay, they were going to beat the living fuck out of him, drag him down the road behind a truck, tie him to a cattle fence, and torture him to death for being gay. That happened when I was a kid, Mike. That happened in my lifetime. I can't imagine what your generation would have done to gay people. If mine were capable, if my generation was capable of that kind of horrible shit, can you imagine coming out as gay in the 1960s?
That's
yeah,
2015.
it
That's
was
when I was
definitely
like a
frowned
teenager.
upon.
That's
Right.
when everybody
And
I
so,
knew was coming out as being gay and stuff, and it was more so socially, it was more acceptable because it's 2015 at this point. But there were still a lot of mean people out there
yeah.
that were still beating up gay people in the street, because that was around the time the gay marriage came about. Because I swear it was
Right.
that year. It was that
And
year.
so, Mike, the point
because
I'm
my
trying to make is that
generation.
we've got to constantly be open to new ideas and learning new things. And if you are open to those things and you're willing to learn these new things, then all the better for you, man. I applaud you, because you're right. Most people stick to what they know, and they don't try to challenge themselves intellectually. They don't try to think about new things and how things present themselves. And so I feel like it's a waste of life to not want to constantly learn new things.
I thought that's
Yeah, I think people should be who they want to be. That's part of freedom.
Right.
But we have to. There has to be solutions, and maybe one of the solutions is to create another set of restrooms.
Well, that was
No,
the
the
solution
solution
they
is
tried
just
to come up with, but everyone
Mike,
was ready to
Men,
talk about it.
men,
trans
women,
people.
and
Mike, trans people are not attacking women in a restroom. That's
I
not
didn't say
happening.
that.
Right.
I didn't
But
say
you're
that.
holding
But
trans people responsible for the actions of natural born men.
I
A
think
lot of
there
this
is
is too.
fear.
People just don't mind their business.
There's fear.
If people mind their
If
business, you wouldn't care
if
who goes to what bathroom.
Yeah, if you're a woman and you're in the bathroom and you're worried about the genitals of somebody else in the stall next to you, you have some personal issues you should seek therapy for.
That's what I'm saying.
And
It's
not
just from
just
a lot of
there's
people
fear,
not minding
not
their
just in
business.
the restroom, but the reason you're talking about it, and a lot of people are talking about it, is because there's fear in the populace.
Why
So,
is
Mike,
there?
two
Mike, I'm going to
points.
explain to you.
Let me
Go
say
ahead, Jarvis.
two quick points, Ethan. Mike,
Yep.
in Europe, most bathrooms are omnisex. They're like both men and women use the same bathrooms. And the other thing is that it's not practical to have the solution that you're suggesting, because essentially any public place where there are male and female bathrooms, you would then have to have a trans bathroom, and you would have to have it both. You would have to have two different kinds of trans bathrooms, one for trans men, one for trans women. And in addition to that, you'd have to have it, the percent of the population that is trans is so tiny that it just wouldn't make sense economically to do that.
Right. And
I feel
another
like
thing to consider, the
add more
reason why
girls would
everybody's
make them feel safer, maybe, because I feel
the
like
reason
maybe it would make them feel safe.
it wouldn't, it would target them. If they walk into a trans bathroom in front of a Christian nationalist,
Oh well, yeah, that's true. See, that's the
right,
problem. If they could
that
just
would
mind
just
their
be
business too,
painting a
they would
target on their
definitely feel a
backs.
lot safer.
Mike, the reason people are so afraid of this now is because of right-wing news media. 3 years ago, nobody in this country gave a damn about transgender people. And I'm telling you, trans people have always existed in America.
They have.
There's always been gender affirming care of some kind given to trans people. They've always been here.
It's the fact that they're trying to feel
Isn't
safe
trans
and be
people
comfortable
pushing
and
this
walk
too?
out. Now nobody likes it.
No, the trans people are just trans people. Just nobody was worried about transgender people until Fox News blew it up on the news.
You said there was no
But
trans people back then.
aren't trans people pushing this too?
No,
So they're
trans
not.
people are fighting for rights, but they
Yeah, they're not.
weren't
They're pushing
largely
it in the same way that African American people were quote unquote pushing for not having segregation.
right. Trans people are looking for federal protection so that they can exist peacefully.
And
Well,
there's
here's
That's
my
all they
thing.
want.
that.
All
Here's
they
my
want
thing.
is
My
federal
grandmother
protection
was
under the law.
my grandmother was Cherokee Indian,
Kids too.
and one of my grandfathers come to this country in about 1650 and married an Indian lady. So I have some Indian in me. Look at the Indians.
You can't call them all that now. It's very offensive to them, I've heard.
Well, I got a lot of Indian in me, so I can say it.
Well, I do too, but I just
What are
don't
we
know.
looking at the Indians for, Mike?
You're looking at the Indians for how they live, how they are. They haven't pushed for anything. They build casinos.
They are
No,
pushing.
they push to have laws
Now,
because
lately,
Native Americans
they have
don't
for
push to have
years.
gun
They
laws
pushed
here.
for their land back that was
Yep.
stolen from them.
And then it got set on fire.
But that's
And
understandable.
how did they get treated when they did that?
It got set on fire.
Well, they're still fighting for land.
And it'll be set on fire probably too.
But
I mean, Mike, we live in a country where our government has made a lot of mistakes, done a lot of wrong things. The best we can do is learn from those mistakes and try not to repeat them. We cannot treat transgender people the way that we treated black people. We cannot do that. That's repeating our mistakes. We've got to be better today than we were yesterday. We have to be better. I have to believe that we as Americans can be and should be better.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
Ooh, I
It's
just
still
thought
the
of
same
that's
I
in
really
some
was
areas. In
was
the
interesting.
area
raised a
I'm in,
racist.
being black is
I
hard.
was raised a racist. My father and
So was
mom.
Yeah.
I. And I still like white people.
So Mike, think
That's
about
how
this,
I,
man.
Valid.
Like
that's
back in the
how I was
day.
raised.
So Mike, think about this. Back in the day, right? Like when there was segregation, the reason there was segregation of like white and black bathrooms is because white people felt uncomfortable when someone who didn't look like them used the same bathroom as them. That's exactly the same thing that's happening with transgender, right? It's because cis people who are not trans are uncomfortable with someone going to the bathroom with them that doesn't look like them.
All I was concerned about there was, like I say, people that's in the restroom getting upset, and the populace.
Exactly. So
If it's
that
a
so
lot of
white
people at once,
people
don't
used
use
to get
public bathrooms.
upset.
We
White
don't.
people used to get upset when black people went into the bathroom with them.
Yeah, we don't fix this by
Yeah.
making a special
Honestly,
set of
today in
bathrooms.
this
We don't
day and
fix this
age,
by.
that still happens. A
Yeah,
lot of
we
the
don't. We don't.
times, like if we bring our kids to the park, you want to know what happens? Everybody leaves, and it's just our kids at the park. You know why? Because we're brown. Well, the kids are brown. I'm black. But
Back in the 80s,
still,
I did a
and
cable
it's
job,
2023.
cable construction job in and went to Mississippi, and went swimming one day. This is in the 80s, and they had a black pool and a white pool.
Y'all love to call out black people that own black slaves. Y'all, that's not an argument. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying.
No,
That's
not
the
you.
way it
No,
was.
she's not talking to you. She's talking to the commenter. Johnny's
No,
being
that's
racist.
Sorry, continue your story, Mike. I want to hear Mike's story. Hold on.
well, that was pretty much it. I mean,
Oh, the
we
fact
went
that they had
swimming.
pools for black and white. Yeah.
Yeah, they had signs up. White pool, and the black people went to the black
Did
pool.
you know that parks used to be a lot more extravagant? Like all those amusement parks that are like shut down and abandoned. They were just regular parks, but they just abandoned them because they didn't want to share the parks with us.
Yeah. Well, I was racist, raised
So again,
racist.
Mike, I understand the
But I
feeling
changed.
the feeling of being uncomfortable with something you're not used to, but that doesn't, the solution isn't to just make sure that everything that happens to you you should be comfortable. That's not how the world should work, right? Because that means you're disadvantaging people. You're being prejudiced against people.
Yeah, you're putting your comfort ahead of the rights of others.
I mean, if
I've
you were
always
going to
been
get hurt or
comfortable with
something, that's
myself.
one thing. But if
No,
it's
we're
just for
talking about in
psychological
general. Like
comfort, that's
we're
not
just talking about in
enough.
general.
Oh.
But I appreciate you, Mike. I want to thank you for coming on. I'm going to try to get in some other guests here.
All right, man. You
You
guys
take
take
it
it
easy.
easy.
Appreciate
Have a
the
good night, Mike.
talk.
Dun, 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 dun. I had people in
In
the
this
comments telling
format,
me
by the
that I was
way,
wrong
Ethan,
about trans people.
with how you liking this format with multiple?
It's interesting.
It's different, right?
A little bit.
Oh, we have
Donna!
another Donna.
Another Donna.
Yep, another Donna.
She's like, yep,
Well, it's
another.
better than Karen. So
What do you have to say today, Donna? Speak your truth, Donna.
Okay, well, I've been listening for a while, and I want to answer a question someone asked about who the devil was and how he became the devil and all that.
I can actually answer
The
that for
devil,
you, but I'll let you go ahead and try.
well, when it was asked before, you had no answer.
No, the devil is just the devil. There is the devil was created by God. Specifically, the
No,
devil.
the devil was an angel, the
No, it
most
wasn't.
beautiful angel,
No, it
the
wasn't.
choir master who
No,
raised hosannas to the
Donna.
Lord.
No,
He wanted,
Donna.
no, you're wrong.
You're
You're
getting the
wrong.
Sunday school version of your theology that is not the truth. That's not even what the Bible says.
Donna, can you give us your reference?
The Bible.
Yeah,
Can
that's
you
not
give
what the
us
Bible says,
scripture?
Donna.
What scripture we're
Oh,
very
and an atheist is so knowledgeable about the Bible.
I am,
Oh, we
as a matter
do.
of
We
fact.
know
And
it
there's
better
been,
than the Christians. That's what's
yeah,
crazy.
there's
Yeah,
literally
Ethan didn't
studies.
start out as an atheist. He knew the
Yeah,
Bible
well,
much better than you.
Donna,
everybody
Mello, we're not here to attack you. We're here to have a conversation. And there has been plenty of studies to show that atheists do, in fact, know more than Christians about the Bible. And the reason for that is we were all once Christian. And what made most of us become atheists is that we read the entire Bible.
Cammy, I think it's a different Donna. Am I tripping?
It is a different Donna, but I can't hear her anymore.
that's because you keep shutting me up.
Donna, are you going to stay aggressive or are you going to try to have a conversation?
Well, every time I try to speak, you cut me off.
You're on full tilt.
Because some of the things you're saying is so demeaning and so unnecessary.
Well, that's because Christianity is a demeaning religion and it deserves all the ridicule it gets.
Wait, this is
that's awful.
Why?
Because do Christians mock
yes
Buddha and Muslims?
Yes,
no,
they
they
tell
don't.
them that they're going to hell, and you tell them that
you
this stuff
literally
doesn't
think
exist.
that every other religion on earth is going to hell because they don't believe in your special brand of Sky Daddy. Like, for real, Christians are mean as fuck to people. Where are you from?
You ain't never
Pennsylvania.
been to Oktoberfest, then I see, where the Christians stand and scream at all
Donna,
the
I have
gay
a
people that
question.
walk past.
I have a question, Donna. Who was it that spent millions of dollars lobbying Congress to prevent gay marriage?
Jim Crow Joe Biden.
No, it wasn't. What? First off, Joe Biden wasn't fucking president. He was vice president. And it was Christians.
He's been in Congress for 37 years.
Donna,
Bro, he
it was
did
Christians that spent millions of dollars lobbying Congress to prevent gay marriage. Who was it, Donna, that prevented women from having the right to vote?
The Democrats.
Christians. Donna, it was Christians who held up the Bible.
Democrats.
Donna, I'm not joking. I'm serious. They held up the Bible.
I'm being serious.
Stop. In 1 Timothy, it says that a woman should have no authority over man and she has no right to speak. The Bible was used to prevent women from having rights. Donna, who was it that supported slavery in the United States?
The Bible, the Christians.
Democrats.
The
That's a
Christians.
damn lie.
Donna, it was Christians who used the
No.
Bible. Look, Donna, I'm going to
In
read
the
for
Bible, it literally says to obey your master.
you. Donna,
And
I'm going to read.
The
Donna, I'm gonna read.
master is Jesus, not
Donna,
a
if I was a
slave
slave
owner.
400 years ago, my master would be who's ever running the plantation, not Jesus.
Donna, I'm going to read for you a passage from the Bible. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property and can make them slaves for life. That verse was used in the United States from the Bible to condone the slave trade.
And don't mention how they weren't allowed to read anything but the Bible.
Donna, have
Don't
you ever
mention how
heard?
they were stripped from their entire heritage.
I want to know why no other religion is ever attacked except Christianity.
I attack all religions equally when they come into my life, but right now, Donna, I'm answering your question. I live in the United States, and the predominant religion here is Christianity. I don't have Muslims writing laws that are trying to force me to live by their religion. I do, however, have Christians writing laws that are trying to force American citizens to live by their religion, including Texas trying to jam the 10 Commandments posters into their public school system.
Donna, let me ask you something.
They were always in the school. So
No, they
was
weren't.
the picture of Christ.
No, they were not.
Donna,
One nation under God.
No,
One nation under
Donna,
God.
Stop.
One nation under God.
Donna, you're backing yourself into a corner because you don't understand history. One nation under God wasn't added to the Pledge of Allegiance until 1946. And by the way, the Pledge of Allegiance was originally written by a gay socialist.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
Yeah. Okay. Keep making stuff up.
No, I'm not. You can fucking Google this shit, Donna. Who wrote the Pledge of Allegiance? Google it. One nation under God wasn't even in the original iteration of it. It was added later, and it wasn't put that declaration or that whole thing wasn't added to that. It wasn't in public school until 1946.
Okay, tell me how are all the prophecies coming true that were written in the Bible?
Coming true. Which prophecy is coming true?
The drying of the Euphrates River, number one, where good is bad and bad is good.
Wait a second, though. The Euphrates River.
Ruby, I can't do two at once. You gotta let me get into this. Donna, the Euphrates River has dried up like a dozen times in the past 1,000 years. It's called climate shift. Places going
there is
to
no
climate drift. I didn't say climate change. I said climate drift. Some places experience a drought, and then they experience a rain, and then they experience a drought, and it shifts every 10 years. The Euphrates River has dried up like 1,000 times, or a dozen times in the past 1,000 years. This is not prophecy.
Well, that was a big jump. That was a big jump, 1,000 to 12.
Stop. Listen, it has. I didn't mean to say 1,000 times. I meant to say 12 times in 1,000 years. At least a dozen.
I don't think you meant to say a lot of what you're saying.
Are you a wall?
Donna, do you ever do your own research?
You are an absolute brick. You are an absolute brick wall.
So
everything
Donna,
I've stated
and
to
so
you.
are you.
So
are you.
Donna, everything I've stated to you. Yeah, Donna, everything I've stated to you was a fact.
No.
Yes. The Bible was used to condone slavery. The Bible was used to prevent women from having rights. These are historical fucking facts, Donna. I don't know what to tell you. The Bible was used specifically to prevent women from having the right to vote and own property. That is a historical fact. There are letters from politicians discussing that fact. The same with the Bible condoning slavery. We know that. They even invented what they called, Donna, they even invented what they called the slave Bible. Have you ever heard of it?
I have.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Yeah.
I've heard of it.
It's the only way slaves were allowed to learn English.
You know what happened to them if they didn't read it? Beat the fuck up.
That wasn't my fault.
Nobody's
I wasn't
blaming you,
born back
Donna.
then.
I'm telling you that Christianity is a horrific ideology that inspires this kind of behavior because the Bible condones this kind of behavior.
I'll pray for you.
Yeah, that's the last argument of a dying fucking arrogance.
It was the same thing, same name. Donna said that last time.
That's all they got.
Yeah.
At the end of the argument, all they have is "I'll pray for you," as if you think you're somehow better than me.
Because I'm not going to change your mind. I'm not going to change your mind. You're so 100 against any other.
Donna, you don't have any fucking arguments.
Donna, if you want to change our minds, come with facts and come with references.
Exactly.
Don't just make
I'm
stuff
sorry.
up.
I'm sorry. It's like 5:30 in the morning, and I don't have all
Is
my.
that an excuse?
Why are you in a
Are
live
you giving
trying
us
to
an
debate?
excuse now?
Why are you in a live trying to debate if you don't have your facts straight?
Because I just wanted to get my opinion heard, and I don't have all my facts written on a fact sheet.
So you want to be a soapbox
written on a
preacher?
fact sheet.
That's
I
why
don't
you
have
came on?
anything. I don't have anything sitting in front of me in the way of a fact sheet. It's called reading.
I don't know that.
Pick up a
I don't know
fucking
that.
book.
I can only see your head.
Pick up a
If he
fucking
did,
book.
he'd be smarter if he had the research pulled
Ethan
up.
has an eidetic memory. He knows this
Yep.
shit.
Pick up a fucking book and read a fucking history book. It's really easy. It's not hard.
Hey, I mess with you.
Educate yourself.
I know.
You live in
I
the age of
know.
information. You can literally go on the computer and find all of this that I've said.
I gotta
Really, I wasn't. Thanks for that knowledge. I really didn't. I didn't know that. I don't realize even how I got on this TikTok because I don't know how to use the internet.
You ever heard of the
I
Dark
know
Ages?
you're fucking lying.
Johnny, you ever heard of the Dark Ages?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what Muslim countries were doing during the Dark Ages? Accumulating
No,
knowledge.
because I don't care about what Muslims were
I'm
doing.
making a point. Listen. Instead of being rejecting of what I'm telling you, fucking listen and try to absorb some history for a change. They were developing. They were going through a stage and age of enlightenment. They were developing things like algebra and alcohol. They come from Middle Eastern countries, from Islam. While Christians during the Dark Ages were tearing each other apart, being violent, fucking being full of disease and disgusting shit because they couldn't learn how to clean their own asses. Muslims had already learned how to bathe and understood germ theory to some degree. They didn't know specifics, but they understood the concept of being filthy that led to disease. Christians were dumb for a long time. And then we come out of the Dark Ages and we have the Crusades. Now Christians are murdering Muslims and Muslims are murdering Jews, all in the name of the Holy Land, none of which have any evidence for their fucking God claims in the first place. So they're just murdering each other for no reason.
Power.
What if they were all just on drugs?
Control. Then we move into the America. Now we have Salem witch trials. Do you know how witches were tried during the Salem witch trials?
They'd be like, I got a thought.
They really weren't tried. They were just immediately found guilty and burnt.
No. They would take a witch who was a woman who was accused of being a witch and they would throw her into a lake or a river. And if she could swim, then she was a witch and they would burn her at the stake. If she drowned, then peace be with her soul, she goes to heaven. That's how Christians handle shit. They murder people. That's what they've always done. 2,000 years of
Every
Christian history.
religion
No.
has murders.
Yes.
Every religion
Every
has
religion.
murders.
We know
Donna,
about St. Patrick.
Donna, every religion has murdered. You are absolutely correct, but nowhere near to the degree that Christianity has. Christianity
Because there
colonized.
are more of us. There
What?
are more
Why?
of us.
Why are there more Christians?
Control.
Because it's the truth. Jesus is the Lord.
No, no. There are more Christians because of Emperor Constantine. See, if you'd read history.
That was so long ago. That was
Honey,
so long ago.
listen. Why are you rejecting information? You are actively rejecting
Because
information.
I don't believe a word you're saying. So
Why don't you
I
believe
am
history?
gonna reject it.
Why don't you believe history? You think I'm just making this shit up?
History is made up.
No, it's
History is
not.
made up.
No, it
Yes,
isn't.
it is.
So then the Bible is
it
not.
was written.
Okay, if history's made up, then the Bible is irrelevant because the Bible is historical.
Oop. Got her.
History was written by the same people that you claim that wrote the Bible lied when they wrote the Bible. The same type of people wrote the history books.
No, that's not true.
Wait.
Yes,
She
it
just
is
said,
true.
hold on,
I thought
Ethan.
the
No, it fucking
disciples and
isn't.
stuff
No,
wrote the
stop.
Bible.
Hold on. Exit. We're done. Donna, you're not going to fucking put words in my mouth for starters. I never said anything of the like. And two, that is a bold-faced ass lie that you cannot fucking prove. So if you're a Christian and you think that lying is a sin, you best start watching your fucking tone.
What are you talking about? What did
You
I
just
say
made
that
up.
has you so
You just
upset?
made up a bullshit conspiracy theory about how people lied about history.
It's
To
not
justify,
bullshit.
it is bullshit. Because we know that Emperor Constantine existed. And do you know what Emperor Constantine is known for?
No, I don't.
Legalizing Christianity. He literally made it law. And he forced people to convert. And if they didn't, he put them to death. This is a matter of
Sort of what,
historical record.
like Hitler did to the Jews.
That's different.
Yep. Exactly. That's how Christianity spread. That's why
Do
Christianity
you
is the
realize
prevalent religion.
Do you realize some people don't even believe that the Holocaust existed?
Yes, I am painfully aware of Holocaust deniers.
Are you one
And
of
they
those
are a
people, Donna?
tragic fucking
No,
breed.
I am not a Holocaust denier.
Good.
You just deny all the
Donna, I'm
rest of
trying to
history.
impart on you the idea that absolute power absolutely corrupts. And Christianity has been in absolute power for a very long time. It has colonized.
Not anymore.
Yes.
Not
even
anymore,
today.
it isn't.
Yes, it is. It is the number one religion in the world still today. And even here in the U.S., it is the number one religion in the United States. It colonized Australia. It colonized Eurasia. It colonized Africa. It colonized South America. It colonized North America. And in each one of these continents, do you know what Christians did? They genocided and subjugated and enslaved the local indigenous tribes. That's what your entire religion history is wrapped up in murdering people.
And forcing them
Because
to
they were
convert, which
seen
is how
as
you got more
savages.
Christians.
And they were seen as
There's
less
two
than.
testaments. There's the Old and the New.
I thought there was 3.
Is God the same in both?
You're going by the Old Testament.
No, I'm not. Is God the same in both testaments?
But do you know what the new one is?
Is God the same in
Old
both
Testament
testaments?
is more savage, and the New Testament is more of a peaceful God.
No, it isn't. It's
Tell
equally
him he
savage, just in a different way. In the Old Testament, there was no such thing as hell. In the New Testament, there apparently is such a thing as hell. So which is more savage? You live a rough life and you die and you're at peace in nothingness, or you live a long life and then you burn in hell for eternity. Which is least savage?
Well,
peaceful death.
I'd like to believe that if you live a good life and your body is energy, and when you die, you go somewhere.
Why?
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 Do you just want to cease to exist? Do
You
you
bet your
have any
fucking after this shit show of a life, you bet your ass I want to not exist. Jesus fuck.
you
Oh
wouldn't
my
want to
God.
live you wouldn't want to live in paradise forever but burn in a lake of fire?
But who says that's
No,
gonna
I
happen?
don't want either. I want to not exist.
So are you a Satanist or an atheist?
I'm both.
Wow.
Do you know what a Satanist
Wow.
is? Donna, do you know what a Satanist is?
There are several definitions of
No, there isn't.
Satanists.
There's two.
Yeah, that's what I said. Several.
Two.
Two is a couple.
There is the Church of Satan, and there's the
And three's a
Satanic Temple.
party.
Yeah, hold on. There's a Satanic Temple. Do you know what the Satanic Temple and the Church of Satan have in common?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Do you know what the Church of Satan and the Satanic Temple have in common?
The Church of Satan and the Satanic Temple. I don't know. Maybe they're founders.
They're atheists organizations. We don't believe in a literal Satan. We don't worship Satan. We don't even think Satan exists.
Then
We're
why do you
atheists.
use Satanist? Why do you use Satanist as a moniker?
Because
if you don't believe
the
in
Hebrew
Satan?
word Satan translates to the adversary. And the Satanic Temple, which is I'm a member of, we are the adversary of Christian tyranny. Christians who violate the First Amendment and put their religion in places that it doesn't belong. We are their adversary.
And you forcing us to have our children be mutilated
How so?
in school.
Who's
I'm
mutilating?
just
Hold on. Donna, who is mutilating children?
this transgender push in schools.
What the fuck?
There is no transgender push in schools, Donna. Nobody in school is forcing children to be transgender.
Yes, they are.
No, they are fucking not.
Yeah, go tell my nephew.
And also,
Then why
as
are
a matter,
laws drag queen story time? You can be a boy, you can be a girl, you can be anything you want. If you pick up a truck,
Ruby, hold on.
if a
Donna,
little
go ahead.
boy picks up a Barbie in school instead of a truck, the teachers, oh, you want to be a girl, and then they put them on
No, that's
without
not how
even
it
the
works.
parents' knowledge.
Donna, have you ever heard of the Dunning-Kruger effect?
No.
There was a study done in the between 2013 and 2016. I can't remember exactly when. Essentially, what they did was they took 10 people and they put them in a room and they gave them a topic of subject, something to discuss and talk about. And you know what they found out every time they did this? They found out that the person who actually knew the least about the topic oftentimes pretended to be the expert. Do you know why?
Like you.
No, not like me. I don't talk about things I don't know about. But you do, right?
No.
Like you seem to know what a Satanist is until you didn't. You seem to know about the Bible until you didn't. You seem to know about history until you didn't. And now you seem to think you know
Because
anything.
history is a lie. History is a lie. I don't believe anything about history. I don't even believe the earth is round.
Well, then you're a fucking idiot and I don't have time for you. That's where I cut it off. You tell me the earth is flat, I'm not wasting my fucking time on you anymore. Absolutely the fuck not. We aren't doing that kind of stupid here. I won't even fucking allow you to engage with me if you think the earth is flat. Hell no.
The realness.
Like, I don't even know what the hell I'm supposed to do with that. You can buy a telescope and look out at all the other planets in the fucking solar system that you can see with a telescope, and they're all round. And you want to make a special case that the earth is flat? Are you? Wow.
That's not it. They think we live under the dome, and they think the sun is inside the dome. So we sitting on the sun, apparently.
And to think that all of history is a lie, that's bullshit.
The earth identifies as flat, period.
I get some crazy people
He
once in a
pulled out
while,
a
but
cigarette after she
Ethan, you
laughed.
missed something she
You gotta
said though. I
smoke a
was trying to
cigarette.
jump in. She said when she was saying like the history thing, she said the same people who wrote the fake history wrote the Bible.
yeah, I caught that.
I was
That
so
didn't know.
surprised you didn't jump on that.
I tried to, but I was too busy getting that other thought out of my head. And by the time you like just now, you reminded me of it. And I was like, damn it. Like just,
Just
she
like they don't know what
wanted
to
to
say.
come in and immediately fire off with her opinion as if it had some kind of fucking authority. It doesn't, mind you, because she's uninformed. She has no concept of fact. So she says,
I just wonder where she
Didn't she
hears the
also
whole
say,
like
didn't she?
devil
Okay.
thing. Is that from church or where are you
She,
hearing that
she
from?
said, she said that history is a lie, but then also said that the Jews were attacked by the Nazis, right? The Holocaust. She said the Holocaust was real,
But
but
the
said
rest,
that
yeah, and it's like somehow the rest of history is a lie.
yeah, everything in history is a lie except the Holocaust. Like, I mean, come on, she's not even logically consistent.
I ain't never seen nobody shut down a flat earther so hard.
I can debate a lot of things. I absolutely can debate a lot of things in regards to various sciences and religion and stuff. But when you come on my live and tell me the earth is flat, game the fuck over. We are not going down that wormhole ever on this live. I don't tolerate that kind of stupid.
I like that people have theories, but the flat one, I mean, I would be more so into like the hollow earth theory. Flat earth, I don't get that one because you can clearly look in, you can see the planets in the sky with your own eyeballs at certain times.
Yep. On certain,
So, like, why
during
is every
certain,
other planet circular in a sphere, but we're flat? Why are we flat? What did we do? That's ghetto.
I think flat earthers are just people who are looking for attention, honestly, because they, every time you watch a flat earth documentary, they disprove themselves.
They'd be like,
All
the
right.
water's above the dome. Then
Yeah.
go drive through it then and show me that that is a dome up there. Go drive through it. And I will, once y'all drive through that dome and break it and crack it, I will believe that
Well,
there's
you can
water.
actually see the International Space Station in
Can you
orbit
guys hear
around
me
the
all
fucking
right?
Earth. Yeah, crazy. How's it going?
Hey, it's going good. I actually just popped into your live like an hour ago. I've never seen you before. Man, I'm loving this. I followed you fucking instantly, my guy. You guys crack me up in such a good way, though. I love it.
I'm glad that I can be entertaining. That's actually like, I have a couple of goals by doing these things, and being entertaining is one of the things I want to do.
Hey, you guys are making me bust chops so hard, but I do got a few things to talk about on the whole, like, you went back and you were talking about God being sexist. I totally agree with that. God is imaginary in all way, shape, and form because, like you were saying on Timothy, what was it? Timothy, 1 Timothy chapter 2, right?
I think so, yeah.
About, yeah, also that women should adorn themselves modestly and sensibly in seemingly apparel, not with braided hair or gold or pearls or costly attire, but by good deeds, as benefits women who profess religion. Let a woman learn in silence with all submissiveness. I permit no woman to teach or to have authority over men. She is to keep silent. Why the fuck would you want to believe in something like that?
Right. Like the entire Bible demonizes femininity in its entirety. In the Bible, it's actually a sin for a woman to be in the regular part of the household during her period.
It also makes it very clear that the Bible was written by men who couldn't get laid.
Oh, absolutely.
Because they needed to control women in order to get laid.
Or we can also talk about the one thing that I did want to bring up though. If like let's go back to the quote unquote Great Flood, right? If that did actually fucking happen, where is all the evidence and all the ancient civilizations that were around that time? There is nothing, no evidence that there was a flood.
No, there isn't. We can dig up entire abandoned
and we can prove it.
Yeah, we can dig up entire abandoned civilizations that are buried in drift dirt, but not flood dirt. There's a difference between these two
Exactly.
things. And like you look, and we know, like according to Christianity, the flood would have happened like 6,000 years before Christ. But we know that there were civilizations living all over the world. There were civilizations in Australia. There were civilizations in North and South America. There were
The
civilizations
ancient
in
Incas and
Eurasia.
Mayans.
Yeah, and so we know that the flood didn't happen. There's civilizations that outlived it, that it existed during the time of the supposed flood. And then you add to that archaeology, and you add to that paleontology, and you add to that geology, and there's just a mountain of evidence that proves the global flood never happened.
It really didn't happen, though.
No, they do not have the Shroud of Turin. That is a bullshit face, honest face lie, conspiracy theory, wackaloon nonsense. The Shroud of Turin has been disproved ad nauseum. That thing has been discussed and disproven so many times. It's just tragic that you would bring it up at this point.
It's the fact that people really think that Noah went and took 2 roaches and 2 bed bugs and put them on the ark and was like, well, y'all got to come too.
And another
Plus,
thing, have you
how
ever
do
noticed
people?
that divorce rate is the highest among Christians?
You know what I've never understood is the whole arc story. It's like, how do you reconcile that with what we know about biology, where if you only have you only have one male and one female, you're going to have, 2 generations later, you're going to have whatever that thing is
Inbreeding.
with six heads each. It's like,
Inbreeding.
In the
no,
pictures, both of the
exactly.
lions
It's
have
like it
males,
doesn't
so
work.
he
You
had
need
2
a
male
Oh,
lions.
and that's the whole.
You need a population. I think of something like 10 to 100, somewhere between 10 and 100 minimum, to have stable genetics.
I
Right.
mean, the
And
cats
I
would
mean,
have been fine.
and that's a linchpin in Christianity in and of itself, is that it's repopulated the earth twice with an incestuous family. Remind me again who uh Cain and Abel married and had kids with? Because there were no other people. There was Adam, Eve, they had 2 sons, Cain and Abel. Who the hell did Cain and Abel get with to have more kids?
That's a whole other question in itself.
Right.
That just debunks the whole theory.
The
that they were
idea
the
being
first.
One and one
that
don't
there was
make 2 on that one.
the theory I've heard from Christians is that they had either with their mom. Oh yeah, they had 3 sons. I'm sorry, they had 3 sons. My mistake. They either had sex with their mom or they had sisters that weren't mentioned in the Bible. Either way, that's fucking gross.
It really is.
It's so nasty. Oh my
My
God.
thing is we have the whole Adam and Eve thing. So then, where does Lilith come from?
Lilith was Adam's original wife, and this is from the book of Enoch. She and Adam were made from the same dirt, so she was equal. And when Adam wouldn't treat her as an equal, she rebelled and proclaimed the name of God and became the goddess of demons. And then God decided to remove Adam's rib and make another woman that would have been submissive to Adam. And it's a whole sexist, misogynist line of bullshit.
We definitely need more men in the world like you that have an open mind and just that think a little more like you. That looks from every side and stuff. Like
I like it.
you out here, Ethan.
It's a puzzle in my head, and I'm trying to make sense of it. It's not, I'm always working this shit out. I'm ADD as fuck, so it's never
So
gone.
am I.
It's
Yeah.
always in my
So
brain.
honestly, I think it's us, the ones born with all these technically learning disabilities and mental disorders and things like that. We're the ones questioning everything, and that's what they don't like. Because when something don't make sense to someone that has ADHD, we will literally sit there and hyper focus and try to figure out why it doesn't make sense.
Oh, we'll read every fucking thing we can on it.
Oh,
Yeah.
Ethan,
Let
I
me
just
just do
thought of
this research for
another.
3 hours.
Ethan, I
If
just
it's
thought
not
of another
obvious,
thing that I
go
just thought
ahead.
of another thing. I'm surprised you didn't. Another take. I was surprised you didn't use when that one guy was saying, got all religious and was like how be like gay is bad because you can't procreate, right?
Oh yeah.
And the evolutionary theory about that nowadays is that things like the reason why gay and things like that have been around forever in all different species is because there is actually a communal use for a non-procreating male and or female,
Correct.
right? Because
They
they are
they, they,
going
they
to
serve a social function.
exactly they can better defend the nest. Or in different species there's going to be different social functions, but
And a
it's
lot
not
of
just
times, I,
about
I I heard about a
reproduction.
study here in the U.S., and I'm not sure. I didn't dive into the study. I only briefly heard about it. But the consensus of the study was that people with gay family members, those families tend to stick together. They use that gay person as glue to help keep the family kind of together.
Yeah,
And I don't know
Yes.
how true that is or isn't true. I mean, with the advent of the Christian nationalists today and their attitude toward gay people, I think like those numbers might have fallen off because
yeah. Well, I just
of
mean
the
like, and
division.
statistically, evolutionarily, so you have to assume that the reason why things like gay members of the species have always been around is because there is an evolutionary advantage to it.
Yeah,
If there wasn't, there wouldn't be it.
right.
And if there would, well, no, I take that back. If there wasn't any sort of like biological advantage to it, it wouldn't have stuck around. I take that
Right.
back. It wouldn't have stuck around. Because
Evolution
it
would
could
have
show
eliminated
up
it.
and then just get kicked out because it wasn't an evolution advantage in one way or another.
I mean, it
Right.
could be
And yes,
neutral, but
Dale
the
in the
concept
comments,
of
there
like,
is
yeah.
homosexuality in the animal kingdom. Yes, you are
Story
right.
Yeah,
There is.
there are over 1,500 different species of mammals that have homosexual tendencies and lifelong partners. And
And
then
I'm
there
sure
are
there's gay
several.
dinosaurs too.
There are several reptiles that can even change their sex arbitrarily. Frogs, there's a bunch of frogs that can change their sex.
Yep.
They can change themselves from female to male. There are a bunch of reptiles that have both sexes and reproduce asexually.
Hermaphrodites.
puts
Yep.
a new puts a new meaning to T-Rex.
Yeah, those animals exist. Like one of the books that they banned in public school was the story of the two penguins.
Yeah.
There's this. It's an actual real story about two real penguins. They were both male. They were gay penguins, and they adopted a chick, and they took care of the
Yep.
chick. They raised the chick, and there's this book, this child's book, that discusses that these penguins they loved each other. They had a little baby chick, and Christians banned that from public school.
Well, of course they did. It didn't fall into their systematic ideology of slaves,
But I don't
of
get
like
if they
mindless
think.
Do
sheep.
we think Eli's asleep? Eli, are you asleep?
Karina, why would they lie about that? These penguins were at a fucking zoo. They were male penguins.
But they,
There's
I
an
think,
entire island of gay penguins. I want to go check that out. That'd be cool.
but the issue
I
too though
want to
is
go
they
to a gay
always
penguin
think
pride parade.
they
I would
always
join you,
think that you
bro.
can push gay onto these kids. Like if you show them gay, same sex, anything, like they're just gonna end up being gay. Like they don't have a
Karina,
choice in that, or they're
nobody is
not born
pushing a
that way.
fucking
They're born
agenda.
that way. So
Hold on. I want to get this through to people. Karina, nobody is pushing an agenda. What people want is equality. Why is that so hard? Why can't you just leave people the fuck alone and let
Exactly.
them be happy? Why is equality so goddamn hard for people? Just
why does
mind your
everybody
business.
care about one
People
another's
being
lives?
gay, people being gay doesn't hurt you. People being transgender doesn't hurt you.
Then why you
And
bitching, Karina?
teaching children to be inclusive and accepting of other people doesn't fucking hurt you. I'm tired of seeing children get bullied to the point where they either commit suicide or pick up a gun and go shoot up a school. I'm tired of that. We need to teach children to be inclusive of others so that we don't have a bullying problem, so we don't have suicide or teenage violence. There's no
Hold
reason
on a second.
to bully people.
Karina said, Ethan, in the comments, why y'all mad at people who believe in God? We're not mad at them. We're just voicing the truth.
Yeah, no, I don't want to say that because that's their line of bullshit. I'm
True.
mad at Christianity as an ideology because it is a horrific ideology that causes harm and hurts people, and that's a patent fucking truth. That is absolutely a fact. I'm not
It
going to
is.
shy away from that.
That's better
But
well said than what I said.
Yeah.
but I'm not angry at Christians. It's not Christians' fault that they got sucked into this fucking horrible religion. Most Christians in America were born into it. They were brainwashed and indoctrinated and forced down their throat as children. People's beliefs don't deserve respect, Karina. People's beliefs do not deserve respect. If you think people's beliefs deserve respect, then that means I should have to respect racists. Because being racist is a belief.
Yes,
I
it
should have
is.
to respect misogyny because being misogynistic is a belief. But I'm not going to do that. Beliefs earn respect based on merit. And if your beliefs are bad and they cause harm, they don't get the fucking merit. Ideas are subject to be challenged and ridiculed. I'm not pushing hate. Disagreeing with your religion is not being hateful. Yeah,
Why do
because you
Christians
feel
respect
personally
indigenous
attacked.
cultures?
I'm attacking your religion. You
Hey,
feel personally attacked.
she asked in the comments, then why, somebody, Robin, put, then why do Christians respect indigenous cultures? No, y'all don't.
They
No, you
don't.
don't. They don't.
It's crazy how y'all think because you don't say certain things or you don't act a certain way that you're nice to another religion, culture, or race. That's not the case. It's not. It's not.
And I got another question.
Karina, if you're calling the LGBTQ community an agenda, a gay agenda being pushed into public schools, then you are not being respectful of other people. You are refusing to understand other people.
So, Ethan, I got a question for you.
Sure.
And you'll get a kick out of this one. I've asked many pastors this, and it just instantly shuts them up, and it's kind of funny. If God supplies everything you need, why does the fucking church beg for so much damn money all the time?
Because
Can't
it's
you
a
just?
corrupt it's a corrupt organization. That's all it
They
is.
say you
God is
can
good.
make a church out of
God is good,
anything.
and well, God is good, and God is great, and God is all powerful. But God just can't manage money, and He needs more of it.
Yet they don't pay taxes.
Right?
No, they don't.
They don't help the community almost at all.
You ever
Most
notice the
churches,
pastors and stuff have the nicest cars in the parking lot?
oh
I
yeah,
know,
and
right?
most churches don't even have food shelves. Most churches
Yeah,
in the United States,
Jormanmunger, they can just pray for it.
most churches don't have outreach programs. They don't help the homeless. They don't do anything to help the community at all. Most churches do not help anybody.
And what they
The
should
money
be
that
doing
gets
is collecting
donated,
all that money to help homeless
the
people.
money that gets put in the collection plate for like the Baptist church ends up at the head of the Baptist church. And in 2014 and 13, that money was used to fight against gay marriage. Baptists donated millions of dollars to fight against gay marriage. In Catholicism, when you put money in a collection plate, what you're essentially doing is you are paying money to hide pedophiles from prosecution because that's what the Catholic Church does. It hides pedophiles from prosecution.
Okay,
Oh, my
Karina,
bad,
on
Robin.
that,
I might have read it wrong then. I'm sorry, Robin. I
Karina
read
said people are liars. It's a lot of liars, thieves, and who fake the church. Then why does in Mark 12:24 says, "Therefore I tell you, whenever you ask in prayer, believe that you have received it, and it will be yours. Anything you need, money, love, happiness, you name it, I am here to provide for you." What the fuck has he provided for me?
What has he provided for anybody?
Right. If he's there for me and provides for me, why is my mom gone? Why did she go in 2011?
Why am
What
I
God would
kidney
kill
failure?
people off? Why do I have autism?
If prayer worked, if anybody could just ask for anything in prayer, there would never be anybody sick.
Right. It's a false fucking thanks, Cammy. But it's a false belief. Like prayer does nothing. When people go, "Oh, I'll pray for you." like you were saying earlier, it's, to me, that's just words. I honestly tell them, please don't.
It doesn't just do nothing, though. It puts them on a high horse.
Yeah, it
does.
absolutely does that.
It does.
Prayer is the one thing that puts them up on that moral high horse, that moral superiority kick. And it's actually one of the more aggravating things a Christian can say.
Exactly.
It's like
So,
they say it too when they
Karina,
lost the argument. They're like, "Well, I'll just pray for you then."
the fact that, you know, you said, how am I supposed to know about my mom? How are you supposed to know about my mom? That was irrelevant. I was just making an example. Like, if he's supposed to love you and care about you, why the fuck is he taking the people you care about away that are not
Yeah.
old or anything? She died in her early 30s. Like,
What,
if he was there.
why did the children in Uvalde die?
Right.
Why are there
If he
80,000 missing
provides,
children in the country?
I was just about to say something like that. If
Yep.
he's there and provides, why do we have starving kids everywhere in the world?
Why do we have traffic kids and all the islands and all that extra stuff? Why do we have that? If he loves and cares for his creation so much, why is it so corrupted? That's what I want to know.
See,
Why
the
is
thing
everything
with
so messed up?
me is if you have power, that means you have the ability to stop evil. And if you choose not to do so, you are more evil than the evil itself.
Literally.
That's actually a quote. The only thing more evil than evil itself is the indifference of good people. So if you see a person being attacked and you don't do anything to stop it, you're worse than the person doing the attacking. If
I
you
don't
have
know
the
if they look
power,
a little dangerous.
if you have the power and the ability to stop somebody from doing something evil, you should use your power to stop them. If
Exactly.
God has the ultimate power to stop evil, then he should
Why
stop
doesn't he?
evil. Karina,
Sadia,
we are not calling you hateful, but you are spreading hate. Christians do that. That's what Christians do. In legislation, in public school.
Speaking of uneven power, you know, I'm sure everybody's kind of sick of the government right now. I watched a TikTok today, and it had like Michael Douglas in it, and it's about this kind of cool organization I didn't know about called Represent.us, like Represent Us, and it's like
Yeah.
a grassroots kind of organization to try to get rid of a bunch of the crappy stuff that has made that's caused the polarization of the and inability of Congress to do anything useful by
Yeah.
doing like grassroots stuff in states, passing stuff in states to kind of get, you know, things like the kind of things you would think
You do
would
that,
want,
Eddie.
like get rid of you know, make voting fair, all the fair kind of stuff. If you get, you know, reasonable term limits, get dark money out of politics, etc. Provide, you know, like it was like there's something like provide $100 per person per candidate when you as part of laws to be able to have you know, public funding of elections and stuff.
They ate the fruit from the tree.
Just a bunch of things that like you know, it seems like it has a decent amount of inertia, and if it could actually happen, it seems like it might actually help.
It's going to take a few years. I mean, I don't think we're going to get
Yeah.
any real movement until 2028.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that, I mean, their point is like, there's no way Congress is going to fix themselves because they're
right.
It's
I mean, it will. Once we get the old guard out and we get some of the younger gen in and start getting my generation in there, then yes, we can affect those changes because my generation wants those changes.
Well,
they're
but
going to go
have
into
these-
Congress with the sole purpose of affecting those changes.
But how
And
does
so
it
I
happen
think
if
that in 2028, provided we can manage to keep this country out of Christofascism, I think in 2028 we have a real shot at starting that
I hope so, but I mean, how do you
We
get
just need to do
you
what
know,
Australia
without getting
did and
rid of,
wipe the
like,
whole government and put new people in altogether. Just wipe everybody, fire everybody, tell them all to fuck off, and then just be like, okay, we're going to really, really give you guys an application process. You got to pass it in order to do this shit. But the few of you that do that are smart enough, we can join.
You have to at least have a college degree to join Congress. Marjorie Taylor Greene can go fuck herself.
You got to have common sense to join the fucking government. We know that's not in the book.
The California
They need to
wildfires
have a
were
sense of
caused by 2H
humanity.
space lasers on the moon. That's Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's just insane.
Oh, it's got a bunch of Hollywood people behind, a bunch of famous people behind it. Michael Douglas, Jennifer Lawrence, Kerry Washington, Sia, J.J. Abrams,
I like Sia.
Oh,
etc.
damn.
Jack Black, Rachel
Love
Jack Black's
McAdams.
back in that? Nice.
Yeah. Kyle
Peaches,
Karina,
Hines.
we don't give a damn if you believe in God. We just want you to keep it to yourself. Why is that so hard to understand? If Christians would just mind their business and leave people the fuck alone, I would not
Yeah.
be on here debating God. I would be on here debating politics.
The thing is that's in politics. That's making it worse.
Yes, it is.
Well, you guys realize that if you break down the word politics, poly meaning many, and ticks, blood-sucking creatures, there you go. It describes itself right there. And then Congress is just a group of fucking monkeys. Because that's what a Congress is. It's a group of monkeys.
All they do is fling shit.
And unfortunately, we're all the target.
I mean, but they don't realize either that the generation that I'm in, we don't care no more. We do not care. This broken ass system, we're not dealing with it. Like my, whatever they're called. What are those people called? My aunts and uncles. Oh my God. They're telling me.
Words are hard.
They're like, okay, it's not a good mindset to be like, because I'm one of those people that's like, oh, I'll quit a job and find another one real quick. I don't care about no job. You're not about to sit here and treat me like trash and expect me to fucking work for you hand and foot. And a lot of people in my generation are a lot like that. No 2-week notice, no none of that.
No, I mean 2-week notice is bullshit. If they're not going to give you a 2-week notice to fire you, you don't have to give a 2-week notice to quit.
I mean, the last job, I didn't need a 2-week notice. I used my hands, and that's how I got fired.
There you go. I want to talk to Chaos really quick in the comments.
Yep. I knew that was coming.
So what you are saying is Christianity has no positive side whatsoever. Mostly, for whatever positivity Christianity brings to the world, if you're to weigh that shit on a scale, and on one side of this scale you put all of the horrific, horrible, evil shit that Christianity inspires and does, and on the other side of this scale you're to put the little bit of good that Christianity does, it ain't even fucking close. The amount of horrible, horrific shit that Christianity is guilty of so far outweighs and surpasses the good shit it does that it ain't even a fucking contest.
And the thing is, the bad is still weighing down.
I don't know if I mentioned this to you earlier, but I was thinking that it would be interesting to approach the religious conversation from the point of view of, typically religious people will like start speaking chapter and verse from the Bible or something to prove some self-referential, super complicated version of truth. When, but you're coming from evidence-based. So, instead of talking about evidence-based in the past, why not challenge them with the fact that their worldview is unable to make any predictions about the future? Like everything about science predicts the future.
Right.
Anything with evidence, all of our theories.
Like that was the kind of the defining moment for evolution, is when we made the prediction for Tiktaalik, where we'd find it, what layer of sediment we would find its fossil. And when we found it, it was like, okay, yeah, evolution has groundwork. Evolution has feet. We can work with it.
But even just like the sun will rise tomorrow, is like, that's from science. We can predict it and we can make bets on it, and it's never been wrong so far, right?
I mean, meteorologists can say, okay, the sun's going to rise at this time, give or take a minute or two. That's science.
I mean, there's always room for error in any given system. But like, was it Herschel, who accurately predicted Halley's Comet when it would return in the sky, right down to the day. Like right down to the day. He predicted when Halley's Comet would return to the night sky, right down to the day. And that's when we stopped looking at comments as portraits of doom and started looking at them for what they are, a rock with ice in space getting close to the sun and heating up.
Yeah. So I would think an interesting question to a religious person is like, okay, so the only thing that all of this time and energy you're spending on in terms of your beliefs in and faith in God, the only thing it's going to predict for you is what happens to you after you die. That's the whole kit and caboodle of your
Who the fuck
your
cares
basic
at that point?
knowledge. You're not
So,
predicting anything before then that's going to help you with life while you're living.
When you're dead,
right.
you're dead. That's it.
So
That's
Eddie
what spirituality is.
Smatla, Eddie Smatla in the comments created people had to have a creator. Explain that. No. First off, you can't prove that humans were created. And then you would be stuck trying to prove that there's actually a creator. Like, you're just making shit up. Evolution explains life on Earth. And we know that evolution is a fact because we've observed it in a lab. We know that evolution is a fact. Your medicine, your clothes, oil, gas industry, your fucking food, all of that shit is a product of our understanding of evolution.
I'll tell
Big
I'll
Bang.
say
The
that
Earth
I'll
got
say
here
I'll
the
tell this
same way.
guy this.
The Earth
I'll
got
tell
here
him.
the same way any other fucking planetary system did. There was a big gas cloud dust, or a big dust and gas cloud. And gravity started pulling on things that had mass, and that mass came together, and it came together, and it came together until it formed a star. And that star had what's known as an accretion disk, a disk of gas and dust that went around that star. And inside of that accretion disk of gas and dust formed planets and moons, which, like, one of the reasons why Saturn has like 15 fucking moons. And life came from non-life, Eddie. And
I'd
life
love to go there and
evolved
see that.
from non-life. It's called abiogenesis. Gravity is just a force. It's a weak force that mass has on the fabric of space-time.
With
And
that kind of
Sadia,
question,
nobody knows about New Jersey.
I'm sort of like I'm willing to. I'll tell somebody like that. Okay, I'll tell you the answer to the beginning of the universe if you agree and concede that everything after that can be explained without an intervening God.
I mean, it's the fact that y'all really think somebody got in the sky or got in the
Hold
nothingness and
on,
said, "Let there be light."
Eddie.
No,
That's not
that
what
was just
evolution said. Eddie, that's not what evolution said. Evolution never says that life came from dead life. That's not what evolution says. Evolution states that life came from non-life, organic, non-living material, RNA and DNA. That's it's an organic, non-living
building
material
block
that
of life.
exists. We found it in asteroids. It exists inside of asteroids. And from that, you get under mundane conditions like water and oxygen and carbon and all this other stuff. Life, these RNA and DNA molecules can self-replicate to the point where they created single-celled organism life. And from there, over the course of billions of years, life became multicellular. And then it expanded from there.
Actually,
And that's
you don't even
how
need
evolution
DNA to
works.
have. Truth is, you don't even need DNA to have life. I mean, we can have most of the attributes of life without DNA. All you
Now,
need is some kind of self-replicating mechanism, and they've
right.
been
It
able
doesn't
to
have to
do
be DNA. It could be any number of mechanisms that can self-replicate under relatively mundane conditions.
exactly. And we've been able to recreate, cell membranes in the lab. We've
Yep.
been able to create protein synthesis. We've been
Amino
able to
acid
create
proteins.
amino
Within the next
acids and
10
protein
years, I'm
synthesis.
convinced within the next 10 years, human beings will have created single-celled organism, artificial life in a lab from non-life.
Very possible.
Exactly.
I
I'm
swear,
sure
I
we
thought they
probably already
already
have done
could.
it, and they just haven't told
They did
the
it with like
public.
a lamb.
No,
They like
Well,
made
that
it
was
in the
that was
lab.
cloning.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
that was
haven't
cloning.
created from
Oh,
zero to life yet. We haven't created a single cell, a fully functioning single cell from just its components yet.
Darth,
We're
you're the
working
one
on
that's
it.
talking, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So going back real quick, sorry, ADHD brain kicked in. I'm sure you guys can understand and relate. Thought need to say before I forget. Going back to you bringing up the good things to ask to just stump and stumble people who believe. Here's another one. Have them ask Jesus to appear. Because in John 14:14 it says, whenever you ask my name, I will do it, that the Father may be glorified in the Son. If you ask anything in my name, I will do it.
Yeah, but that's easy to fall. Any kind
I
of thing
hate
like
using,
that, they can always fall back on God works in mysterious ways, and we
right.
don't
I hate
understand
using
God.
scripture in
Oh,
that
yeah,
way.
I suppose, yeah, that one.
Eddie, humans haven't changed in 2,000 years because evolution takes billions of years, or at the very least, hundreds of millions of years.
And actually, humans have changed in the last 2,000 years.
A little bit, yes. We've gotten
our
taller and our brains have gotten bigger.
our
Urania
skull,
Rose,
there are
our
a lot
how
of
do we
people
know
who
brains,
that
diagnose the
autism isn't
autism.
our next evolutionary advantage? Hell, if autism is the next evolutionary advantage, I'm on fucking track then.
It's
I mean, a
not.
lot of us are undiagnosed too.
I
No,
know.
I mean,
not necessarily.
That's just a
hold
comment
on.
that they made.
Autism is not the next evolutionary stage because
Oh, I know.
autistic people cannot defend themselves
Well, it's
against
even simpler
natural
than that.
forces. Like,
You go
could
and
an
Autism
sit right
involves
autistic
next to
brain
me, he might beat
damage.
you up.
could an autistic person beat a tiger
Nah,
It's
but
Would
simpler
a
than
regular
that.
human beat a tiger though?
outsmart a tiger, outrun a
They're
tiger?
equal.
It's
We're all
simpler
equal
than that. I
on
mean, you
that.
can say, an
you
argument
can't.
against
But
on,
all
and the other
autism
side would
isn't the
be like,
same either.
you get
No, I
autism
mean, autism
actually.
falls on a spectrum,
The
and I'm
tiger
aware
is
of that.
Jesus.
There's high functioning autism and low functioning autism and everything in
Well, but there's
between.
also idiot savants, and there's other
No,
countervening.
I mean like and what you were saying, Ethan. Like there is different types of autism. So like, I don't know how that would be like the new advantage because some people with autism literally really will not talk because they
Yeah,
don't
they're
want to.
I get that
completely
way sometimes.
anti-vocal.
There'll
But
be
there are
days
savants,
where I don't
so
talk
you can't
for,
just
and,
make a
and I'm
blanket
usually a
statement.
talkative person, and there's days where I won't say a damn fucking thing, and people are like, "Dude, you okay?" No, I'm just me. I'm good. See you later.
That's me on my
And then there's
medicine.
days and then most days I'm bouncing off the fucking walls.
Although interesting, if rather than autism, if you substitute, for instance, ADHD or there
ADD and
is
stuff.
there seems to be a correlation between between ADD and, for instance, success in business.
It depends on how good your executive responsible behavior is.
Yes.
I think they
No, but I'm
labeled it
saying there's
all
a
now
positive
though as
correlation,
ADHD
so
because
it
they said
doesn't really
ADD doesn't
depend.
really make sense.
I agree, Darth.
It does.
There's definitely some sort of correlation because now that you bring that up and I think about it, almost, in fact, everybody that I know that has autism in any way, shape, or form has some form of ADHD or ADD or some type of hyperactivity as well.
Well, autism is a separate thing. Autism involves brain damage. So it's not. There's an easier argument for why it's not evolutionarily advantaged because it's actually brain damage as part of it during development and stuff like that. So, it
Yeah,
sort of can't
ADHD
be.
is your brain wired wrong. Autism is actually like a thing that can happen during it's a whole different thing.
Yeah.
It can happen when you're being born. Like, say something
It can
like
happen at any time.
because I'm pretty positive that's what happened to my nephew. Like, I don't think he was born autistic. I think because, like, in his newborn pictures, you can see there's a bump on his head, like somebody bumped his head or something. And
Well, that's probably not autism then. That's just brain damage.
No, he's autistic. He is very, very autistic.
Well, that might be coincidental. Autism is not incurred from physical, damage from hitting your head or something.
If that's the case, a lot of us would have it then.
It's the brain not developing correctly during in the fetus, or in the womb, incubation, whatever.
One of them damn words.
One of them damn words. All right, Crazy, we're going to let you go real quick, and then we're going to try to get somebody else in here for a debate and see what we can fire up.
Yeah, I mean, thanks for letting me chat and whatnot. I love your shit and whatnot, and I'm definitely gonna join back again. Y'all have a
Awesome.
great night.
Have a
I
good night.
appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much for your support, man. You have a good night.
Hell yeah.
By the way, I think Eli has been asleep for a while.
He might be. He might be sleeping.
I think he's sleeping.
He dozed off. I think Eli dozed off. All right, what do we got for guest requests? We've got Chaos. We're not getting any more guest requests.
Oh, it's pretty late. I'm gonna have to take off soon.
Yeah. Hey, Chaos, how's it going?
Hey, how's it going? Just getting ready for work.
Nice.
I don't know. Some of it I believe in, some of it I don't. Like the Bible. Bible is just made, or pretty much just made up and contradictions as it goes.
Yeah.
Like the one thing I've always believed in with the Bible and stuff is like, okay, the Bible said all the world was created. First people on earth, Adam and Eve, basically, right?
Yep.
So incest is wrong though, right? But the Bible literally says two people on the earth. Incest had to happen for the earth to be populated.
Twice.
Twice. Yeah. Oh, that's wow. It's even worse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Twice. It Adam and Eve, and then Noah's family, where he apparently fucked his daughters, or his daughters fucked him while they were drunk, while he was drunk.
So we're all cousin, brother, sister, cousin, brother, sister, brothers.
Yeah.
Yes.
But there's even something, one of the verses in there, Ezekiel, something saying like, you should not have incest with your brother and sister, which I don't believe in that. Dear God, no.
Oh, that
But
was Lot. My mistake. It was Lot that got drunk and his daughters raped him.
yeah. But then they all had the whole thing here. It says God says that you're not supposed to do that, but that's how He created the world, basically.
Yeah, it's disturbing.
Yeah, the eating of the fruit, the apple. Yeah.
It's actually not. Apple's not mentioned in the Bible.
I know what it means, but they can't say that in church.
Yeah.
They can't go up there and be like, "Well, you see, she." Well, dang, yeah, that you really can't say that to a child. Yeah, that's why. A
It
child would
just says
understand
fruit.
that.
The Bible just says fruit.
And it's crazy
Boy,
because
I'll
until I
call
got an
kids.
adult, I didn't even think about that. Because as a kid, I'm sitting here, and that's why it didn't make sense to me. Because I don't know, I didn't comprehend things a lot when I was a kid, but it just didn't make sense. I'd be like, so what is the problem with her eating apples if we eat apples every day?
Oh no, it just the whole Bible set up humanity for failure. That's all it did. Like you're gonna tempt somebody with that, I don't know. It's just I don't get that whole fruit thing. No, the whole Bible, from when I've read about that, no, it's just like the whole contradiction from beginning to end, and I couldn't just believe in it. I mean, I honestly can't get behind evolution though in general. But I
Evolution is
mean,
a fact. Evolution is a fact, my friend.
well, it's a fact and still theory too, though.
No, what a theory is a series of facts. That's what a theory is.
But if you look up the thing of evolution, that there's still some things the the things that they believe about how evolution happened that they still can't prove. They can prove
Yes,
some
it
of it, but they
can.
can't prove all of it.
99.9% of it. How much proof do you need?
Well, I mean, was anybody around though when we all bought from a pile of ooze or whatever from a volcano or however it went for that? No, we can't prove that that's how it went down.
We can prove abiogenesis.
But what
Abiogenesis
about
is the method,
even
the
if you
chemical. Hold on. Abiogenesis is the chemical method by which organic, non-living material can self-replicate and create single-celled organisms. We can prove that.
all right, but how can it prove it created us?
Well, that's just a matter of genetics, DNA, and fossil records.
To be fair, we
But
don't know what
a
we
lot of
changed.
So look,
similarities and
okay,
everything.
Chaos. Do you know how long it would take you if you went 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000? Do you know how long it would take you to count to 1 million?
Depends on the speed and the rate.
3 days. 3 days to count to 1 million. Do you know how long it would take to count to 1 billion?
4. 3 days count to 1 million to 1 billion. About
Oh wait, 1 billion is a lot.
30 days. No, 300 days.
32 years. 32 years. If you counted 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000, it would take you 32 years to count to 1 billion.
But it only takes
You're
not much.
absolutely right.
But it only
So
takes
look,
not much to
chaos,
create life. There's always factors
chaos.
to consider into it.
The point I'm trying to get to you is that the Earth is 4 billion years old. And life, as far as we know, we think life has been evolving on Earth for 3 point something like 6 billion years. So 3.6 billion years of life changing allele frequencies, changing adaptations, having mutations and giving off mutated offspring. And that mutated offspring might survive because it has a mutation that's advantageous, or that offspring might die because it has a mutation that is not advantageous. That is how evolution works. The strain, the mutation in a living cell that gives the cell an advantage in survival is the cell that will last. It's the strain of that cell that continues to carry on that information, and then it has more. It replicates some more, and it has more mutations, and those mutations are beneficial or unbeneficial. And if they're unbeneficial, the organism will die. If it's beneficial, then the organism survives, and it carries on those mutations even further into the future. And over time, small changes lead to major changes, large-scale changes. And it goes from being a single-celled organism to a multicellular organism. In that multicellular organism, you're looking at sea life, microbial mats on the ocean floor, and you're looking at a lot of different species in the ocean of microbial life. And then over time, another series of mutations happens, and you're talking, of course, of over the course of 1 billion years. These mutations happen over and over and over and over and over and over again. And some of these mutations, again, they assist in the survival of the species, or they end in the demise of the species. And that goes from being a multi-celled organism to being a worm. And then that worm does the same thing that the single-celled and multicellular organisms have been doing, and it breeds, and it reproduces, and it creates mutations in its genetic code, and it passes those mutations on to its children, per se. And then now you have a fish. Because it's adapting to live in the ocean, now you have a fish. And that fish...
I get all that. I definitely get all that. That makes all total sense to me. My question is, how was the first cell ever created to begin with in the first place?
First living cell?
Yeah, any cell in general that creates any kind of life. Plant life, human life,
again,
animal life.
It's called abiogenesis. You can read about this online. There's plenty of articles written about it. And abiogenesis, and I'm giving the layman's term of this because I'm not an evolutionary biologist and I'm not classically educated. So abiogenesis is simple. Organic, non-living material exists in the universe. We've discovered it inside of asteroids. We know that it exists. That organic material is made up of RNA and DNA. It just exists. It's just an element that exists. It's like lead or iron or carbon. It's just an element that exists. And that element, under mundane conditions, can self-replicate. And when it does that, it creates a cell.
Alright, so this is a question. Billions of planets. or billion solar systems, or what? However many universe is infinite, right?
I'm sorry, man, you're cutting out. Repeat that.
Is the universe infinite? I think
I don't know.
The universe is infinite, right?
we
I
don't
don't
There,
really
know.
know if it's infinite,
I
but
might
it's
I
very,
might went
very
to a dead spot,
large.
right?
But it's yeah,
We don't
I
know
think
if
it's
the
So
more.
universe is
there's
infinite.
good good possibility life on other planets, right?
Yep.
extremely good
Somewhere in a planet
possibility.
we can't get to, we'll never get to in our life.
Very
Yeah,
likely,
Who,
yes.
as
all of it
much
is saying no way that we're the only ones out
Wait,
here.
so chaos? What was it?
or my question is though, the whole belief in the higher power and everything, God and everything. I'm not saying that this is. It's just always been a thought of mine. Who's to say that this is just not? I like not really saying it's an alien experiment. It's because I don't really believe we're just an alien experiment. But all the increasy in the world, like every animal basically having four limbs, or for the most part, animals having four limbs. You can look at a dog and dogs like way regardless of the way the joints bend and everything, whatever.
You know why
Like
evolutionary most species have four limbs? It's more stable than two.
or like all of it.
And you can
Like
run
we
faster.
compare like DNA and whatever. Like what is it like? We have close DNA. Like all it takes is a few different ones to separate us from what our fish, whale, pig. What the basics of what they say. I don't remember what it is. But who's to say there's not that higher power with all the religions and everything that came out there? I think more about like the back in the day, like before all the Christianity and stuff, like multiple gods and how we went from going to building pyramids past the technological time where we only had literally people carrying stones and slaves and stuff to then we went to a society that we went to slowly building just houses, then back to those kind of buildings again. Who's to say this
What?
all just wasn't an experiment? This is how we got belief in God and everything else.
No, we got belief in God because we were trying to explain the
Well, no,
elements of nature. We hold
I'm
on.
trying to take it like
Chaos,
back
chaos, chaos,
before
chaos, chaos.
Christianity.
Whoa,
So
whoa, chaos. Calm down, dude. You have gone off on a tangent and brought up like 15 different things, and I don't even know how to address half of it because I don't know that you're serious.
no, it's just always a thought. I'm actually being serious. I'm going before like because the belief in one God didn't really start out till like what the last few thousand years, couple of
Christianity.
thousand years, whatever. Yeah,
It started with
but way
Christianity.
before that, every religion was
Really?
multiple gods.
Yes, every religion prior to Christianity was polytheistic. Christianity was the advent of monotheism. Judaism is
Yes,
polytheistic, and Christianity is monotheistic, and Islam is monotheistic.
which I always believed too. We would have been more technologically advanced if we just kept going on that line of mini gods or whatever. Because I
No,
think that's what Christianity
no,
kind of held
no,
it
no, no,
back.
no, 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 we wouldn't, because when we did the polytheistic things, we had gods like Saturn, who is insane and ate his own fucking children. Like, no, polytheism is not better than
Well,
monotheism. Both of them are equally fucking stupid.
Hey,
yeah, but
hey,
I
I
mean,
clap for the
as a
Titans. The way he squeezed that one guy, need multiple.
Yeah, cause I'll go on and say I just believe a religion is either to believe in having in something where it gives your life meaning, or a way to control people with fear and everything else. Because they come up always, every religion comes up with these horrible stories, these
Well, religion, I mean,
scenarios.
we don't need to give human beings an intrinsic purpose. That's not honestly, I hate it when Christianity brings that up as a talking point, because if your sole purpose is to worship God, you have a tragic fucking life. I'm just being honest. Like, that's sad.
Yeah,
Because in my worldview, the purpose of life is to give life purpose. That's for each individual
exactly.
person to subjectively decide for themselves. The happiest I've ever been was on a fucking motorcycle. Ever in my life, happiest I've ever been was on a motorcycle.
I don't want to
Yeah,
say that.
see, and that's what I believe in. Like, there's just so much out there that I can't believe there's no one. If you believe in a religion, you can't. You have to accept the fact that none of them are right because or all of them have to be wrong because they all tell you that no, this is a God, this is how it is.
Yeah, well, I mean, religion it's from the earliest aspect of mankind. It's from our infancy when we didn't know jack shit about the nature of reality.
I want to know, out of all the things they had to do back in the day, they said, let's just worship something.
Well, they had to do something because they didn't understand storms, they didn't understand volcanoes, they didn't understand
Yeah.
earthquakes.
Or
They
they
had
had
no
to do
concept of the
pagan.
nature of reality, so they had to come up with some kind of answer for it.
And in fact, if you think about it, what's really interesting is back that far, there were very few people who could like read and write. And so the people who could were sort of the scholars of the day, and they were sort of the smartest people. So it was actually the smartest sort of scientists of the day who came up with trying to explain nature by things like gods intervening and stuff like that.
Right.
So
Yeah.
gods were invented actually by really smart people.
It was their honestly like back in the day. I believe it was like their form of actual science.
Yeah, it was their best attempt at explaining what they observed.
I just wanted to jump on real quick. I do enjoy a lot. Only thing I think about religion and belief is just like only thing about positive anymore about it is when you hear about like say like somebody that's been like a drug addict. That's like so for some few people that's the only thing that actually saved their lives and turned it around. Regardless if it's a good thing or a bad thing, it like gave them meaning or purpose to people that didn't have feel like they have meaning or purpose. Just religion in general. You kind of get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But anyways, I'm about to go into work. Thank you for letting me join live, though. I just wanted to like kind of switch topics, just get some different perspectives out there.
Isaac, who saves children and guides them on their dangerous journeys? Because God's certainly not doing that with all them trafficked kids and all them missing kids. He's not doing that. I tell you that.
Oh no, God literally said in the Bible, he was basically said like, look, I sacrificed my son, which is supposed to be God, whatever. But he basically said, well, my son, you have free will. Do whatever the hell you want because he don't care anymore. That's the way I perceived it.
No, I mean, somebody wrote in the comments that
Oh.
it says, no, he saves children and guides them on their dangerous journeys in life. Where? Who? How? When?
Yeah, tell that to the kids that suffer at the hands of Catholic priests.
Tell
And
that to
and
Gabriel
don't even get me
Fernandez.
started on genital
Oh, no,
mutilation.
God.
Yeah, tell that to the little girl in some other country that got her labia scraped out with a fucking stone.
Tell that to the little girl who got murdered and then dropped on her mother's lawn at 6 years old.
There you go.
He saved her, right? Don't sound safe to me.
That
No,
movie
God
with
doesn't save anybody.
that movie that was based on a true story with Samuel Jackson and the cat from Texas, what's his name? Starred in Lincoln Lawyer.
What's the movie called? I might know it.
What the Matthew McConaughey.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, what was it again?
I haven't seen it in a long time, though.
It's a movie called A Time to Kill, and it stars Samuel L. Jackson and Matthew
Oh,
McConaughey.
I haven't seen that in forever.
It's based on a true story.
That movie
Samuel
used
L.
to give me
Jackson
mixed
plays.
emotions, and the first time I saw it, I was 8.
Yeah, Samuel L. Jackson plays a father who has a little girl, and this is based on a true story. The little girl is snatched up by a couple of like good old boy redneck racist motherfuckers, and it's a tragic motherfucking like story. Like it's really horrific. They did some pretty nasty shit to that little girl and killed her. And Samuel Jackson's character went and murdered those men outright, just executed them for killing his daughter, for killing his little girl. And Matthew McConaughey played the lawyer that defended Samuel L. Jackson's character in the movie. And like he won his court case. I mean, they found him not guilty. They found it as I think, a self-defense or something like that.
But it's a tragic, horrific fucking story.
She
And it was
died
a
in the
true story.
movie.
It was based on true story. So where was God to protect that little girl? No, if
And
there's a God, he's a capricious, cruel, mean,
and
horrible, unethical entity.
and on top of that, you know, like in the movie, they get to his family, not the Samuel Jackson's family. They get to the other family, and the little girl's being bullied at school, and all the other little white kids are calling her a nigger lover and stuff like that. I didn't mean to say that, but also I'm black, very black.
Somebody in the
But
comments said that the Freemasons invented the KKK after the Civil War. That is not true. It was the Dixiecrats that invented the KKK after the Civil War. The Dixiecrats were the same ones that initiated Jim Crow era laws because Southerners were all butthurt and pissed off that they couldn't have slaves anymore.
So it's interesting. Yeah, Ethan, I was just doing some research because I've always been a little confused about your take on Judaism being polytheistic. So I just read the details on it. And it's actually not Judaism. It's called Yahwism, which predates Judaism. That was the polytheistic one, and then that coalesced over time. There's a bunch of details, but
Well,
between
Judaism has a pantheon, the Canaanite pantheon.
yeah, no, that's Yahwism. It turns out.
Is it?
Yeah, and what's called Judaism was Yahwism coalesced, but in the 4th century BC into what is now known as Second Temple Judaism, which is
Okay.
monotheistic.
Gotcha.
And then Yahwism also gave rise to, I'd never heard of this, Samaritanism.
I've never heard of that either.
So it had like two branches that it gave rise to. Judaism, Second Temple Judaism, and Samaritanism.
I didn't even know. I never even heard of Samaritism.
Yeah, let me look that one up. It's the Abrahamic monotheistic ethnic religion of the Samaritan people, an ethno-religious group who originate from the ancient Israelites. They do not refer to nor consider themselves Jews, which identifies people with the religion of Judaism, and instead, it cuts off. And instead refer to themselves as the sons of Israel and keepers of the truth of the Torah.
Oh, okay.
Now with Judaism in general, they just believe Old Testament. That's it, right?
That's a short version of it, yeah, essentially.
Yeah,
That's like the very basics of it. Like whatever with their Bible, whatever, it's all the beliefs of the Old Testament, the vengeful and wrathful God, and everything else.
There you go. Pastor Joel Osteen pays himself an annual salary of $54 million from his church profits.
oh my.
He had a custom garage built with 20 car stalls for each of his custom vehicles. His favorite is a Ferrari 458 Italia that costs $270,000, and he lives in a 70,000 square foot mansion.
I will
Jeez.
become a pastor right now.
And it's all for the grace of God, right? It's all for the
Yes,
good
I
of.
will get in. All you got to do is get in there and be like
Hold on, guys.
Jesus.
Hold on. Source in the comment section. If you're going to continue to spew conspiracy theories, you can leave. The Freemasons have absolutely nothing to do with the bullshit you're talking about. Nothing.
Church
I
of
don't
money.
understand people's hard on for fucking Freemasons. No, it's not true, Source. It's not true. You don't know jack shit about the fucking Freemasons. You're making shit up. All of that is conspiracy theory nonsense. It's not true. And the KKK was started by the goddamn Dixiecrats. That's a fucking historical fact. Had nothing to do with Freemasons.
Why are you so stuck on the KKK? Not you, but Source.
He's all about the Freemasons, man. Like he's just attacking Freemasons like it's fucking cotton candy at a child's fair.
I mean, I went to a church one time, well, I mean, it ain't they church no more, but I remember one time he said during like they do their little announcements and stuff. He goes, if you ain't putting no money in the little bowl, don't touch the AC. And I was so confused when I first heard that. And I was like, why does that matter? Because when you're a kid, you don't piece those things together. Because when I was a kid, I thought, well, we used to get like every first Sunday, they would give us the offering. They would give a piece of it to the children. And there was only us, like me and a couple of my cousins. It was a very small church. And then when I got older, I was like, oh, wow. He told them if they're not paying no bills in the church, not to touch the AC.
We started the game.
Y'all going at it in the comments. He's still on it too.
Man, this stuff's so confusing. There were so many religions back then.
Albert Pike did not create the KKK. Albert Pike did not create the KKK. Nathan Bedford. Oh, for fuck's sake! Now I'm actually gonna have to think harder. I can't fucking remember all of them. No,
Not the
sorry.
because I'm right.
Source, you're not right. You want me to Google it? All right, fine. Who started the KKK? Let's see. Oh, Nathan Bedford. Look at that. He was a fucking Confederate soldier. John B. Kennedy, James R. Crow, Franklin O. McCord, Richard R. Reed, John C. Lester, and J. Calvin Jones.
Oh, now Google lying.
The literal Ku Klux Klan founders, right there. The founders of the KKK. There is no Albert Pike. He may have been a member of the KKK, but he didn't found the KKK. Who is Albert Pike?
Wasn't he the first captain of the Enterprise? Right? Captain Pike, right? So apparently there were a bunch of ancient Semitic religions, and the Canaanite religion was the group of them practiced by the Canaanites from the Bronze Age through the first centuries AD.
Albert Pike was actually not in the KKK at all. He lived from 1809 to 1891. He was a lawyer who played a major role in the development of the early courts of Arkansas and played an active role in the state's policies prior to the Civil War. He was also a central figure in the development of Masonry in the state and later became a national leader of that organization. He was never a member of the KKK.
Yeah, how did he invent it?
Literally looking up all of the information on historical understandings of this guy, he was not a KKK. He wasn't in it. And he wasn't one of the founding members. Source,
now he
your
invented America.
information is completely fucked, my friend. Your information is fucked. You need to go back to the drawing board and start over.
It's so interesting when people hold these sort of like
conspiracy theory beliefs. Yeah, it's fucking
sort of like frameworks about history in their head without having like read about them. They just hear about it from something and then
they
just take it as gospel and don't.
I read it on a fucking Facebook meme.
or something, yeah. And it's like if it's so easy, if something like that is important to your worldview, it's so easy to do research on it now. It's always surprising that people don't. They reinforce their narrative without looking up the details, you know.
Right.
Just
And
with emotional
he's gonna
support.
sit in the comments and he's gonna deny everything I just said, even though I looked it up for him.
Yeah.
And reputable sources too. I was using historical websites. I didn't take anything from Wikipedia or any other fucking source. It was just it was a historical website.
See, there's people like Ethan who will look up and do the research, and Darth too. Y'all sit up and y'all will do the research,
Oh my
and
God.
that's smart.
Did we
Everybody else will just
everybody?
argue.
We've got another
Oh,
what's her name?
history is a lie.
Yep. We've got another one in the comments. History is a lie. Come on, dude. Get the fuck out of my live, man. I ain't got time for you conspiracy theory wackaloons.
And I
It's
like
hard enough
conspiracy
just
theories.
it's
I like
it's hard enough
conspiracy
just
theories, but you're not supposed to. They're supposed to stay as conspiracy theories. You're not supposed to just mix facts into them and then turn it into a truth. Then that's
it's
what makes you look
another
crazy.
Donna. There you go. That's who I was thinking of. I was thinking of Donna. There was two Donnas in here that were conspiracy theories. History isn't
She said, "I
real.
don't even
Oh
believe
shit.
the Earth is round," and he said, "Click."
Is that true? Ewoks were cannibals? They weren't vegetarians?
It might be. It might be true. That I heard a rumor that might be part of the story. I
What?
don't remember who said it. It might have been my brother, but somebody told me that a long time ago, and that just I sparked that fucking memory.
They're so cute, though. That would be terrible.
And there was a lot of cannibalism in history, actually, which is why we
Oh,
don't have any mummies.
which is why we don't. This is why the Mayans don't exist anymore. Their practices were counterproductive to their survival.
Mm. Yeah, nowadays I think about almost everything. Whether I always think like can whatever I'm thinking about, does it have an evolutionary characteristic to it that could explain it? You know.
Well, the thing is there's no reason in this day and age to sit up and be ignorant when you sit up and you have Google in your pocket. If you're carrying around a cell phone and you still choose to be ignorant, like you can't
Well,
just look it up.
one of the problems with the internet is that people lack internet literacy. They lack the ability to consider the source that they're reading from.
Hmm.
They just read something and they think it's true. They don't consider who's writing it or why that person is writing it. And so when you get into like the debate between things like creationism and evolution, or better, here's a better example. When you have a Christian tell you that the ark was found,
Mm-hmm.
they read one article. They read one fucking article on it. It probably came from a Christian fucking source, and they didn't question it at all. They
I
didn't
saw
look
that
for
article.
they didn't look for articles that counter their point of view or the original article they read. They didn't do a deep dive and try to understand it from all sources. They only understood it from their own personal bias and source.
Or even just to say like, you know, what website am I reading this on? Is there any reason at all
They'll
that
be on
this
BuzzFeed.
website would have a biased opinion on it? You know?
Right. Well, they also don't believe in neutrality. That's another problem you run into with Christians all the time. They
Mm,
think it's either one side or the other side. They
mm.
think that if you're a scientist, then you're anti-God.
Right.
When in reality, there are plenty of people who are just neutral. As an atheist, I'm neutral. And that's what Christians don't understand. They see the world so black and white that if you're not with them, you're the enemy.
There
Period.
are actually a
Oh,
decent
they
amount of
hated what's
scientists
his
that are
name,
actually
Steven.
religious too.
Yep. I mean,
They
Francis Collins, the guy that headed up the Human Genome Project, is a devout Christian.
they hated that one guy. What's his name? Stephen Hawking. Oh, they hated him.
No. Well,
He couldn't stand
they
him.
like to misphrase a lot of scientists too. Einstein is quoted as believing in Spinoza's God, when Spinoza's God is not the Christian God. Spinoza's God is a philosophical God. It's not a real God. But they constantly quote Albert Einstein said there was a God. I mean, I get that one every once in a while from Christians too, and it's not true. Einstein was an atheist, or at the very least, or at the very most, he was a deist. Freemasons didn't make Christianity. Freemasons didn't even exist until the 1700s. What? The Freemason Society was established in like 1788. It had nothing to do with inventing Christianity. What the fuck?
I had a question too. And this is like way off subject, and I forgot about it. Well, when the one, I don't even remember which one it was, but one of them was up there arguing about the Euphrates River. So I keep hearing this, but I don't know if it's true. But you probably do. And they were saying that when it dries up all the way, supposedly, and you said it had dried up plenty of times. There's supposed to be like a couple fallen angels locked up under there, and they're supposed to come slaughter like a quarter of the population or a third.
Really? I didn't hear that part.
Yeah, that's part of the apocalyptic nature of.
They're gonna like jump out of the bottom of the Euphrates and kill people.
No, the angels will come. The angels are trapped under the Euphrates. When the Euphrates dries up, the angels will break free, and they will wreak hell on earth or some goofy shit.
Damn.
And I'm like, okay, so you guys believe in that one so bad, but if that was ever the case, would you guys still agree with that? Would they still agree with that? I'm curious. Like a lot of the stories that you get that are random and mythical and stuff like that, a lot of them are really brutal, and it's always apocalyptic stuff.
Yeah, Christianity is. That's why I continuously say that Christianity is a death cult. It worships death. It worships the death of their savior. It worships the death of all of human, actually all life in general, because according to Christians, dogs don't go to heaven.
Here's another one. Why don't
they hate
Christians?
spiritualists, like the woke culture? They hate it so much because they're on a different side, basically.
Why don't Christians worship Nostradamus? Because he predicted a whole bunch of
They
stuff.
tried. They tried. If you remember, in like the early 2000s, there was all the conspiracies about the prophetic bullshit from Nostradamus, and it didn't help that at the same time that was going on, Tom Cruise had those movies come out.
But like Nostradamus made a whole bunch of predictions that people have interpreted over the decades as about to happen next year, kind of stuff. You know?
Yeah, and within there was like a whole like 2 year for like 2 years, people were all about the Nostradamus, this and that and the other, and then some historian came out and debunked all of it, and nobody said a word about it since.
The problem is they
like
jump on the bandwagon of stuff real quick. Like if somebody came out and was like, God said he's coming back this day, they'd be like, well, let me just get prepared.
Sorry, Grand Wizard. You're right. Tom Hanks, not Tom Cruise.
Oh, I like
there's some I either read or something. Like somebody thought it was the end of the world was coming, and so they spent all their money, and and like now they're screwed.
Yep.
They believed one of those theories about like end of days.
Oh,
so
the
like,
2012 one was big. Then there's the theory that we actually lived in, like in 2021, there was a big TikTok theory. We're actually in 2012. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, we had the millennia bug. We had the millennia bug that was going to cause the apocalypse because all the computers in the world were going to shut down because they couldn't figure out how to click over to the new century. We had 2012, which was supposed to be the end of the Mayan calendar, and that was the apocalypse. And
the Mayan calendar
I don't know what it is
about.
I don't know what it is about human nature. Why humans always coming up with apocalyptic bullshit.
Well, I told you my theory. I told you why, right? It's because that makes them feel special because the end of the world's coming while they're alive.
Oh,
everyone wants to be a survivor in the end of the world. I am not. I will jump in the fire.
Wait, I
I'm
like
not about to
Crazy
sit up
Jake's
and
joke.
survive.
Let me tell this one. Jesus walks into a bar and hands the innkeeper 3 nails and says, "Can you put me up for the night?" I hadn't heard that one before.
What
That's really good.
does a Catholic priest and a zit, or what's the difference between a Catholic priest and a zit?
What?
A zit will wait until you're at least 12 before it comes on your face.
Oh, hello.
What's the difference between Jesus Christ and a painting of Jesus Christ?
What?
Nothing.
It only takes one nail to hang a painting.
Oh my.
Oh.
Oh, these are good. I'm gonna use these.
Go for it. Just be careful who you say them around, because I almost got my ass beat by a born again Christian once.
Oh yeah, I know. Well, that's why.
You got to be careful what kind of bikers you hang out with and what kind of jokes you're telling.
It's the fact that you said a born again Christian, because they
Yeah,
killed me with that one.
I was hanging
That's
out with a
crazy.
group. I was hanging out with a group of bikers. We were at a bike night, a bike show in Owatonna, Minnesota, and we're fucking around, getting drunk, having beers, and I'm telling jokes. And we were all telling jokes, and I told the Jesus Christ painting joke, and this dude, oh my god, he turned 13 shades of purple. I thought he was gonna fuck me up. He got offended.
Yeah, they get offended about stuff like that, and I'd be like, I don't see why people just can't take a joke.
I like jokes that break racial lines. I like jokes that break gender lines. I like jokes that break religion and politics. I like jokes. I don't give a fuck. It could be as offensive as all get the fuck out. And if it's a good, well done joke, it's still fucking funny.
Here you go. Okay. A child molester, a con man, and a priest walks into a bar.
Uh-oh.
Then he sat down.
Yep. Vampire walks into a bar, says to the bartender, I want the cup of boiling water, or I want the cup of blood. And the bartender gives the vampire a cup of blood, and then a little while later, another vampire walks into the bar. I want the cup of blood. The bartender gives that vampire a cup of blood. A little while later, another vampire walks in and says, I want the cup of boiling water. And the other two vampires look at him like, why the fuck are you ordering water? You could have ordered blood. Pulls out a used tampon, says, tea time.
Oh. Oh God, that would be so nasty. No,
That's
because
the
I had a
response I was
friend,
looking
her
for.
mom would call them Dracula lollipops, and I'd be like, she'd be like, you want a Dracula pop? And I'd be
Dracula
like,
lollipop.
alright.
I love that. That's fucking clever. I'm going to use that.
I've been using it ever since, so I don't even call them tampons. I'd be like, where's my Dracula pops? And everyone just looks at me, and they're like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, these. And they just get mad. You gotta have a sense of humor with this kind of lifestyle. I mean, look at how we're set.
you've got to have a sense of humor about everything. I mean, you can't take jokes personally. Like, don't get me wrong. If you have a stand-up comedian that gets on stage and just rags the fuck on black people, he's an obvious fucking racist. But if you have a general, well-rounded comedian that just has racial jokes, fuck it, man. Run with it.
This one white dude gets on the stage and he goes, you ever want to make a black woman mad? Make sure you do it right after she gets her hair done. And if you do, go run into the ocean, because she's not gonna go.
Yeah, I heard that dude. He's funny as fuck.
He is hilarious, and
they don't get their hair wet.
Sure there's been a couple white comedians that have been out here, and I've had like black people that were in the crowd getting offended by some of the racial jokes. I'm like, all the racist jokes that we be saying about white people out here. All the names that y'all there are 620 names for white people on TikTok now.
Oh, absolutely. There's one guy on here. He's one of my favorite content creators. What's his name? He's always got one, like Nilla Wafer, fucking envelope.
Bro,
bandit.
the new one that I learned, Caucalians. I was like, really?
Caucalians, yes.
They call them grains of rice. There was powdered milk.
Oh, powdered milk, yep.
The one that got me is when I first seen the videos, the list was at like 20. And the last video I seen today is at 630. Because they just keep coming up with
racial epithets for white people.
Like, I apologize so bad if you guys get called some of those slurs, because some of them are so bad.
Oh no, I think they're funny, fucking
They're
hysterical.
hilarious,
I get a kick
but
out
I
of
don't get
listening to
mad
them.
because, like, there's plenty of slurs for us black people out here. There's plenty of slurs for every race out here, actually. Because I didn't know we weren't supposed to call,
Oh,
like,
here's
people
one I
names.
heard before that's pretty funny. An atheist, a priest, and a rabbit walk into a bar, and the rabbit says, "Guys, I'm pretty sure I'm a typo." Get it? Rabbit, rabbi.
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
It's better
gotcha.
on paper. It's better on paper.
That's like one of the memes you have to read on the internet.
Yeah, yeah. I just did. I
Bro,
read it on the
memes
internet.
honestly had such a positive impact on
Slurs
my
for white
life.
people.
People are very clever. There are some
It's
funny
really
ass memes.
easy to make them. You just have to, if you have a sense of humor, making memes is actually really funny. Me and my sister, we send memes about each other back and forth towards each other. Like, if, like, I'll edit her face on a horse's ass for no reason. And find a little thing to put at the top.
Slurs for white people.
Looking at the name.
All right, it's 4:15 in the morning. Time for me to hit the hay. Hit the hay.
Yeah, I've got 15 more minutes, and I got to call it quits because I got to go to dialysis.
I gotta get back on Splatfest
All
because I
right,
play
talk to you
video
later,
games all
Ethan.
the time.
Be well.
All right, take it easy, Darth. Appreciate you.
Thanks, Ruby.
No problem. Let me
Night.
follow. Let me follow you too. 'Cause
Eli,
I
wake
messaged
up and
you.
go to sleep.
This is the racial slurs for white people.
We can hear you, Ethan.
Yep.
I followed the person on TikTok, and she put the list on Etsy. The list is just so big.
I'm looking for something and I can't find anything. There's a Wikipedia page on it, but
There's the name on TikTok. I think her name is like Nisi or Nicey. It's something like that. But she's the one. That's the person making the list. I think. If it's not her, she's got all the videos for the list. But I think it's her because in her bio, I don't know if it's her or not. I don't
how
know
do
who
you
it is.
spell it?
Try NIECEY and see if that pops up. Because it'll say right in the bio that the list is in there. And if you watch the videos, you'll see all the names. Powdered milk. Oh, that was the new one I heard today. It was rice roach. Oh my goodness.
I'm looking for. You said okay. You're gonna have to respell her name again.
It's either NIE or NEI. It's one of the two, and then it's CEY because it's either Nisi or Nicey or something like that. I don't know what she was going for.
It's the black girl.
I think so. Yeah, it has to be. I would be shook if that's a white person making up all those names.
She got like a blonde hair in her profile pic.
I think so. If you in the bio, it should say that she's the one making the list, and then there's like an Etsy link for it too.
I've got pretty girl nails, and that's not. I don't think that's it. No, that one's not it. So we want users. See.
So that's a good one, rice roach. Yeah, I thought it was a good one too when I heard it. I was like, wow, they are creative with these. What you mean sus videos? Where? On my page? I hope you're not talking about my Sims. You know, if God played the earth, if he exists, played the earth more like I play the Sims, we'd be all right.
Spend the day with me. You wanna fuck with that?
I wonder what's her iPad, because I know I can definitely find it. I'm about to find it because I just followed her literally today or yesterday. Because I know I can find it.
Dandruff demons, thin-lipped scallywags, milk cricket,
Oh, not her.
milk crickets, marshmallow minions, mayo monkeys, pink gorillas, bleach demon, discharge monkey, bland yogurt, ranch bottled unity, blank paper, colonizer, culture vulture, ranch raccoon, useless crayon. I like that one.
That one was my favorite. I was like, not a useless crayon. I was like, when they said that one, I was like, y'all are going way too far. Useless
Useless
crayon.
crayon, man. I love that. That's fucking awesome. Rice pudding, snow roach. Where was we? Baking soda, unedited Google Doc, vanilla otter, no purpose flour. Fucking goddamn it. Clear skinwalker, rice cakes, ivory disappointment.
Like they're so creative.
Off-brand Elmer's glue, cottage cheese, brick of mozzarella, chalk demon, cheap refrigerator, milk maggot, snow possum, ice troll, salvating saltine, ranch rangers, mint TikTok, dandruff flakes, snowfly, clear people, mayo sapien, mayo sapien, ranch rooster, tartar sauce tyrant, Ku Klux Karen, only for Karens, Chalk Child, Wishbones, Coconut Comrades, Sundown Family. Oh,
Yo, that one was really good.
that's bad, dude. That's horrible bad. Powdered Honut. Discharge Armadillo, Yeast Gorilla, White Chalks, Mayo Monster, Ranch Rats, Salt Shakers, Pink Africans, White Mold Fuzzies, Mozzarella Sticks, Unseasoned Chickens, Mayo Packets, Cool Whip Crusaders, Alien Overlords, White Ashes, Biscuit Apes, Coke Snorters, Pimple Pasties, Deflated Cloud Munchers, Pastry Puffs, Cotton Swabs, Coke Lines, Homo sapien mutations, Cauliflower Cadets, and Paper People.
And then there's so many more. Like that's a piece of the list.
Because that exists. Before I get to the comedy gold,
Oh, let me see. Wow, they have a whole list. Holy shit. Uncircumcised Philistines, uncolored coloring pages, unfrosted Pop-Tarts, unseasoned fetus, unseasoned pastry pop, unseasoned zebra, vanilla villains, Voldemort failed vasectomies. Sunken hyenas, snow ferret, serpent scoundrel, sour cream citizen, sour cream salamander, table salt Tommy, the bare minimums, the Coochie clan.
The bare minimums. Why?
Oh man, the musty ones, the unseasoned, fishy tyrants, tofu turtles, translucent tree frog, translucent troglodyte, transparent trash can, translucent trespass, translucent tyrants.
I'm sorry, the musty ones took me out. Everyone can be musty. Oh my god.
Oh, hold on a second. We found another one. Damn it.
I found another list. We got 5 minutes before I have to go.
Crazy Jake, if you Mexican, go on and send me some food. Cause y'all know y'all be cooking.
Snow possums, snow roaches, hail takers, enemies of the sun, sugarcane snatchers, corn starch crusaders, chalk demon, people of no color, ice rats, Mayo sapiens, skin cancer magnets, Mayo monkeys, Greek yogurt people, egg markets, melanin deficient, gentrification gorillas, colonization cockroaches, not so silent majority, cauliflower crustaceans, inverted. Never mind, I'm not saying that. You can imagine what that inverted other word. Clear folk, snow termites, microwave mayonnaise. Ew, that's gross.
Ew.
Maximum brightness.
Oh wow. Yo, that one is good. Maximum brightness.
Oh,
I'd be so fucking offended if I was white and somebody called me maximum brightness. I'd be very offended.
I'm just gonna start calling white people maximum brightness.
I would call the cops.
Vanilla villain, glue stick, Wonder Bread, white adjacent, only applies to gingers.
Yo.
Ranch reindeers, milk minions, yogurt yodelers. That's kind of funny. Salty scallywagon, yeast yeti, blank Google Docs, sundown sisters, lice lieutenants, jock child, rice rascals, walking dandruff, milk crickets, albino skinwalkers, powder puff girls, no purpose flour, Coke bricks, cream puff creators, yin on the outside, yang on the inside, never ending losing battle versus the sun, David Dobrik subscribers,
yo,
literal cheesecake factories, master in quotations race, thugs. I don't get that one. Ghost thugs. That one I get. Unwhipped cream. Plantation Barbies. I like that one. Colorless cardboard. Plaster poodles. Blizzard maggots. Evolution biggest mistake. Borax bats. Cave dwellers. Christopher Columbus sister daughters.
Oh my goodness.
Drywall, garlic goblins, hueless hooligans, light mode, Ku Klux Kleenex, people or colonial complexion, Parmesan parasites, walking recessive gene, walking dandruff, fecal lice, yeast beast, unpigmented plankton, human versions of chum bucket.
Oh my god, why?
Fucking damn.
Not the chum bucket.
Wild White, Vanilla Isis, Hollywood's Most Wanted, Peach Crayon, Supremacist Sea Urchin, Bird Poop Colored, Bone Complexion, Cottage Cheese Termites, Cue Balls, Lard Monkeys, Marshmallow Mosquitoes, Mayo Mice, Mozzarella Monsters, Navy Bean Ticks, Salt Rats, Sugar Seagulls, Cum Flakes, whiteboard walkers, wool worms, beached flamingos, cousin lovers. Yeah, that tracks. Crest extreme whitening toothpaste, dandruff clumps, discharge stains, dust mites, elbow ash, expired milk gallons, feta cheese smoke, flower power, ivory individuals, lint leeches, marshmallow minion, mayonnaise marauders, Pillsbury pillagers, porcelain possums, public pubic crabs, snow apes, table salt termites, translucent troglodytes, uncolored orangutan, unused tampon, vanilla villagers, baking soda bandits, Mayflower maggots, napkin Americans, alabaster Andrews, Mayosaurus, blizzard banshee, lipless lizards, loose leaf paper people, European dusty white, talcum X. Talcum X. Oh, that's fucking funny.
Why y'all gotta be loose leaf paper?
Nova Scotia parks. Damn. See-through serpent, busted ghost. Mayo Madia. I'm not sure what that is. Professional pearl clutchers. Yep, that tracks. Flower ranger. Garlic gorilla. Calcium chloride children. Arctic apes. Cum cricket. Frost fugitives. Berries and cream people. Caucasoids. That's clever. Rock or salt rocks. Marshmallow Luther King. Ew, that's mean. Blanco Crusader. Frosted wombats. Monticello marshmallow. Cup of milk. Clear skies with a chance of colonization.
Oh my goodness.
180 of them. All right, folks. I hate to be a killjoy and end all the fun, but I've got to get ready for dialysis.
It's like 7:30 in the morning. You didn't have
Oh,
me up
somebody's
all
in the
night.
comments just having a heyday with it. Pointy hat lovers, canvas no paint, currency collectors,
Paintless
faceless campers. Oh.
Well, it was really nice talking to you. Oh my, I
Yeah,
followed you too.
awesome. Thank you so much for jumping in the live and hanging out.
Yeah, I used to do this on Live Me, but I was like, well, I'm gonna do it on TikTok now.
There we go.
The more educated, some of the educated people are more so on
Well,
TikTok.
TikTok's more fun than Live Me anyway. Live Me's half full of fucking dick pics.
Yeah, that was another thing. I was like, well, everyone just wants their rocks off here.
Yeah, Live Me is tragic. Live Me that's where
It didn't even
predators
start
go.
off like that either.
Well, I mean that's where predators go. Like that shit's crazy. But I
Definitely
appreciate
coming
you.
back, right?
And I'll probably be live again later this afternoon. So hope to see you then.
Yeah, I'll probably be on too, as long as I'm. Oh wait, it might be the tricolor battles on Splatoon, so I might be on the game too.
Okay, got you. All right, well, we'll hope to talk to you later soon.
All right.
Have a good night, guys. Everybody, peace out.
Peace out. A-Town. Doo 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 doo. Okay.